convinced that most people, they don't actually believe in space, or they don't. They just know what they've been told, and they say, okay, that's reasonable. But the other competing kind of interest is in storytelling. Somebody starts off telling a story about their neighbor, and then the next storyteller comes along, has to compete with that, and then tell one about somebody they know in the next town over, and then they got to tell one about somebody who lives in the next county, then the next state, then the next country, and then the next thing you know, you've got stories in the 1930s to the 1950s where the space aliens were on Mars and Venus and Jupiter. And so then the storytellers keep inflating, so that you have this inflation in storytelling, because the space to the storytellers is only the excuse so they can make up the story that they want to tell you. Star Trek was not even really about space. The point of Star Trek was like wagon train, so they could show up at a new place, tell a story, and then so they could drop themselves right in the story. They come up with the idea of the transporter. So, boom, now you've got this quick induction into a story, and then you don't have so that's why most people will talk about spaces, is because of that inflation in storytelling. But back to you guys, go ahead.
Yeah, no, hey, real quick question. So did you, I don't know how old you are, but were you like, did you like Star Wars and those like space, quote unquote, movies and shows that came out at that time? Were you involved in that? Were you invested?
So, I think I was 2 when Star Wars came out. I think that came out in 79, if I remember right. I was 2. I have never liked Star Wars. Me
neither.
I did like Star Trek.
Okay.
And I think I recognized and I liked Star Trek: The Next Generation more than I liked the original series, because I think they developed stories longer than just they had some arcs that went over several episodes and seasons.
Hey, real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say my favorite story. I was just going to say real quick, my favorite story, though, was Spaceballs by Mel Brooks.
Which is a great movie, obviously, and a great parody. But I want to go back to your Star Trek fascination here.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you were involved in that, where you're like, yes, I'm involved, I'm invested, did you believe in space? Was that a big part of this, or is it just simply a story that could have happened in space and maybe not? Like, where were you at on all that?
That's a great question. I was not... So for me, I liked ships. So I liked ships at sea, and I liked submarines, that sort of thing. And this idea of this ship that they lived on for longer periods of time, I thought was really cool. But the space, and I even remember asking, like, how, like, the ship would do this hard turn, and then all the, Kirk would be grabbing onto the side, Picard would too, of his big magnificent throne. And then I would say, well, how's that even possible if they've got these artificial generators on the ship? How are they doing this stuff? And then I was nitpicking, like, a lot of the stuff they were showing.
You were a skeptic from the beginning, kind of.
Yeah. But I recognized with Star Trek that there was some great storytelling and great moral tales and things like that. So that's what I liked. I didn't care so much about, this idea of transporters and I thought was, even at the time, I thought was hogwash, but I knew that it was just a shortcut, so you didn't have to actually film a scene of
Just
a
to
space
just to be
shuttle.
clear,
Well, in my case,
even at the time, go
just
ahead.
quickly, because I'm listening. In my case, ladies and gentlemen, I felt that space was real because they'd gone to the moon. You see, I'm older than these two. Right? I'm 20 years older than these two, I think.
That was a big
So
deal.
in my case, I'd bought into the space travel was real because I'd witnessed it. The Apollo missions. So when I'm watching Star Trek, I'm only watching what's already been established as a thing that happened. So when you look at Star Trek, I looked at it as it was space travel, the ability to travel to other parts of space and meet different aliens and that. This was a good storytelling, but space travel itself was possible. Was for me was the thing. That's what I bought into, that hook, line, and sinker. Then I got into the Star Wars at the beginning because we had Planet of the Apes that I was watching as well. So it was easy to fall into the Star Wars, but I got bored of it because it never seemed to want to end in this thing. It was a non-ending series. So as I got older and my interests began to change, I started to drop off Star Trek because already they've repeated it so many times, so you don't want to see that anymore. And Star Wars was never ending. I got bored with that, so I stopped. And then my interest changed. By this time, I was into the Army Cadets now, so my lifestyle's changed now. I haven't got time for Star Wars and all that nonsense. That's what
Yeah.
happened to me. But I bought into space was a real place, and you could travel there. That I bought into that, believed it. There you go.
Well, I think first of all, anybody who witnessed the landing on the moon is gonna be apt to be all in on that because that was such an amazing moment, right? One step for mankind type thing. With all that said, I find it interesting that both you and our friend here, I guess J.E. Barrington, both had kind of in the back of their head, just like I did with the in kindergarten, with this whole like balls going around the sun thing. I don't know if I'm buying that, or at least a degree of skepticism, or maybe not even specific skepticism. Just okay, that doesn't make sense. I lose everybody, or somebody say something. Yeah, I don't think I lost everybody.
No, I'm here. I'm picking some tomatoes in the
Okay,
garden,
cool.
and my hand was wet, so I couldn't get it off. But no, here's what's interesting, as I see it
Yeah.
anyway, is that I grew up in a parochial school, a Lutheran parochial school, and they had taught us explicitly that there was no such thing as dinosaurs. That was a
Wow,
certainly
I cannot
unscriptural.
believe that.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
certainly an unscriptural thing. And they had also taught us that the ancient Hebrews had a conception that the earth was flat. And in our Bible at home, we had it had the drawing in the front of it of the conception of that model. And
That is crazy to grow up in this world.
but also at the same time, in the science teacher, he had the big testicles on display. So my point of where I'm going with all this is that even though we had some introduction to this, they were still explicitly saying, oh yeah, well, we live on this spinny ball Earth. And then it wasn't until 3 years ago that then I found out that the Martin Luther, of course, he was a big opponent of Copernicanism, and then later on, when the Lutheran Church of Missouri Synod was formed in the United States, the first two presidents wrote extensively against Copernicanism. And, yeah, I mean, like, they wrote a lot against it. And so, I had heard, I knew that there were some things, like, for instance, talking about the dinosaurs and such, but I didn't realize that exactly, that they had explicitly at one time taught that Copernicanism was just flat wrong. And my point that I'm kind of getting to is that I'm lucky enough to have had some introduction. Right. So when 2008 came around, and a good friend of mine was telling me, hey, look, I've been online, and he had hundreds of pages of printouts in Portuguese, and he's like, let's look through this. He said, my wife, who was from Brazil, tells me that a lot of people in Brazil say that the Earth is flat. And
hey, is that a real thing? Is that a real thing? Because I've heard that a few times now. I never heard that before. And so
in 2008, there is no doubt that the vast majority of flat Earth information was in Portuguese.
Fascinating.
Most of that stuff has disappeared down the memory hole of angel fire sites, student accounts on university sites, even professors' accounts on university sites.
So just to be clear, though, there was like a robust, in Portuguese, thing that was happening in 2005 or whatever.
2008.
2008. I just imagine, I'm throwing this out there, I just imagine like there are very good flat Earth proofs and stuff coming out in Portuguese at the time.
100%. I mean, like, I will say that in 12 hours' time that we were researching and digging around, that what we had was irrefutable. Now, my friend, he was a world-traveled herpetologist specializing in the bushmaster snake and also the gaboon viper. He had a huge library. So when we would see a claim, he would say, okay, now go in this book and see what it says. And we would go into a book, like he had some books about astronomy and other things, and then so you would see one section talking about the spinny ball Earth, and then you would see another section where when you looked up this one facet, this one part of it, it would say something like, this observation is an anomaly. And so we were able to backtrack through a bunch of different encyclopedias, books about astronomy and other things, that we were able to backtrack and say, wow, there really is something to this. And like I've said a few times already, absolutely irrefutable. There's no way.
That's what your preacher said at the time?
No. Did you step away from the computer or something?
Yeah, I did. Go ahead.
Okay. How much of that did you catch?
I caught it all.
I'm just
Hold
not
on
sure
one
where you
second.
got preacher from that. All right, but anyway, guys, I gotta get in here to breakfast. I just got in from the farmer's market and ran into the garden real quick to pick a few things. Hopefully they're not bad, but then I got to get up to the office. So I'll be back on here a little later if you guys will be.
Hey, and
Yeah,
my bad.
hopefully we'll be
Look, I
here.
had people.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
yes. Hopefully, interesting story you said there, with the astronomy books and that. I never bought. I bought into the heliocentric model, but when they start offering up mythical gods and that, that's when I stopped. I went, "Nah, that's BS." Do you get my meaning in cosmology and that? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I do, my man. Hypothetical, we'll pick it up again. It's no worries. It's no problem. I'll pick back up on that another time when I got a little more time. So
Yeah,
no
for
worries in the
sure, for
slightest,
sure,
my
for
brother.
sure.
Yeah. But you
Cool, cool,
guys
cool.
have a good morning, and I'll be back on in a bit. If you'll be back on, I'll probably be on the road here in about an hour.
All right,
yeah.
sounds
Hopefully
good,
we'll be
man.
here. Look forward to welcoming you back. So go ahead. Thanks for the input. Thanks for the input. But yeah, so when you actually realised that you weren't buying it, that's quite a surprise because yeah, I bought it hook, line, and sinker, of course. I was smitten to that, well into it. It was good. I thought it was real. You see, I didn't
Yeah,
have
see,
any.
I'll be honest with you, and I'm not saying this to like literally. I'm not saying this to. I'm better than anybody, but when I saw the orange ball of the sun, and then these little balls, and that's what they showed us. Actually, it was like literally they had them on. Imagine sticks. They would have them on sticks,
Well,
and you
okay,
would
yeah.
rotate them, and I even have a memory, and this would have been like 5, 6, 7 years old, of being like, this doesn't make sense. What are you? This doesn't make sense to me. Like, are you telling me I'm on this ball? Like, basically, even
Yeah.
at that age, it did not make sense to me. Now, when I say that, I promise I'm not saying that as a pejorative to anybody. I think it actually there's a
I
part of
think
me.
you might have been in shock, perhaps,
Yeah,
probably
no, it was
initially.
it just simply, like I say. I mean, it just didn't make sense.
That's
I
right.
mean, it's just now with all that said, how interesting. My mother and my father are like diehard Star Wars fans. I could never sit through Star Wars. I have still to this day never seen Star Wars. I don't say that as if like I'm better than anybody. I need to do that probably. And apparently it's a great movie, if you can let go. But I think it's kind of a nature versus nurture thing. Like, that's just the way that I'm built type thing. Like, I don't know. I mean, once again, I'm not saying this. Nobody's better than anybody, but I just, from the outset, was essentially
Yeah,
like,
you knew something in your psyche knew that this didn't make sense,
it
right?
didn't
And
make sense.
obviously your experiences, you didn't experience what they were telling you. That's probably what was kicking in as well. Whereas for me, mine was I went to school to be educated, so what they're teaching me is the truth. I'm not. I have no reason. I had no reason to suspect any kind of misinformation
Sure.
at all. It was all new for me, you see. new experience, new school, everything, textbook and everything, and the pencils, pens, colors. You just wanted to get on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and almost in a way, I guess what I'm really getting at is like the fact that you see, I came from a place of skepticism, to be honest with you, and I don't know. Like I say, I look back on that. I don't know if that's nature, nurture. I don't know, but I don't know why when I was 6 years old, I saw the big ball, the big orange ball, and they would rotate and I said, nah, that doesn't look right. But for whatever reason, it didn't. But I can totally get why anybody else, especially even my age, I was born in '82, so, there was, it's so interesting. So I graduated high school in 2001, and my mother referred to it as that movie, I forget, by 2001 Space Odyssey.
Okay,
She
with
would say,
Stanley Kubrick.
"Oh, you're a 2001 Space Odyssey." And so what I'm getting at is like my parents, they were all in on all of this stuff and still are.
Yeah.
Like I would
Oh,
never
yeah.
bring this up to them.
No,
And
they
so it's
believe
a
it hook, line, and sinker. Yeah. But
hook,
but
line, and
but I'm glad that I can actually uh, bring this up to my brothers. Now, one of my brothers is fully on board after 2 years, though, of getting into it. 2 years it took him, and then my other brother, we're 9 years in, will not accept it at all. Hardcore Islamic worshipper, dedicated. So he seems to think that in the Quran the earth is mentioned as a ball. And I said, no, it's not. It's not at all. Not that I've read the Quran, but the verses that refer to the earth are not referring to it as a globe. That's what he doesn't seem to understand. And he doesn't seem to understand that we can measure that to prove it. And I said, and he's an electrician, right? And I said,
wait,
if they
hold
give us
on,
the
hold on.
dimensions, I said to him, if they give us the dimensions, he was born in 1966. So he's like, 6 years my junior. So he would be what? If I'm 62, he's 56 years old. Now I said to him, basically, if they gave us the dimensions, that means by rights we should be able to measure those dimensions with the technology they have now. And then he went quiet, and he hasn't spoken to me for a while since, because
Is
that
he
was
a
a revelation
Muslim
right
or
there.
did he go Muslim or something like that? Or
Sorry?
you said even Islam. Did he like go Muslim or something like that? Or
Well, no, he was always a dedicated Muslim from his childhood days,
okay,
just like me,
even
you see,
from the
because
beginning.
I was born under the Islamic religion, and as I'm older than him, I didn't
You were
go.
wait, hold on, if you don't mind. You were born in the Islamic religion. Not that I have a
Yeah, I
problem
was
with
born
that.
under the Islamic religion back in 1961. Yeah, my dad's a Muslim.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and my mum's a Christian.
Wow,
So I
wow.
went to. Hang on a second, right? Give
Yeah,
me
no
60
problem.
sec. A minute. Just give me 60 seconds.
Yeah, no
I'm in the middle of
problem.
doing the laundry. 1 second. Just want to change the
Yeah. Can
program.
you? Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me when
Yeah,
I'm
I can
talking?
hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The only reason I was bringing, well, first of all, my last name is Lebanese, so I'm always interested by these things. But yeah, no, it's just interesting how you're living in Japan, and you got Muslim brother, and you grew up Muslim. It's just a very interesting upbringing. My upbringing, on the other hand, was classic, you know, middle class, Houston, Texas. It's really no more complicated than that. That is literally my upbringing. Middle class, Houston, Texas. I I really can't even think any way to describe it better than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I was saying, basically, um,
Hmm.
my brother, it took him. It's 9 years, and he just won't accept the platter. But then my other brother, it took him 2 years to get round to articulating it and understanding it the way I do. And he's still not 100% as good as I am, but he understands obviously that we're not on a ball and it's not hurting for the universe. And his military experience, because we
That's
were in the
awesome.
army together, because we were in the army together now, that's why me and him now are able to understand that the earth is flat. Whereas my youngest brother didn't have our training, so it's taking him, well, he's totally refusing it, totally refusing to accept. Totally.
He'll come around,
Yet he
man.
knows.
He'll come
But yet
around.
he
He'll
hang
come
on.
around.
But yet he knows. Yes, yet he knows the moon landings were a hoax. He knows that. He knows that.
Yeah, he'll come around, dude.
Well, yeah,
He'll
he'll
come
come around when
around.
he's ready. If he's not looking into the topic matter, so he won't come around that way. He won't be coming around because I know he's not researching it at all. Okay, he's not
Yeah,
researching it
no,
at all.
he'll come around on his own terms, very likely. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna let these guys convince me, but if it's my decision,
yeah.
then I'll come around.
Well, it's just cognitive dissonance. That's all it is at the end of the day.
Oh, it's
Because
always
I gave him the verses. I gave him the verses translated from Islamic in the Quran in English, where it refers to the earth being flat and laid out like a carpet with the mountains holding down the corners. Now that's not, you cannot misunderstand that. It's not. No one lays a carpet out on a ball surface. You don't. You don't. It's always flat. Always.
So in
Whatever
your upbringing, did you guys like do the typical Islamic prayers and you know?
Not until I went to Nigeria for the second time. The first time we saw our uncles and aunties, yeah, and yeah, they were doing all the prayers and that. We watched. We didn't really participate. But the second time that I went to Nigeria, that's when I started praying the Islamic way. My younger brother did it himself in London later on in his life at a separate time.
Do you still pray that way or?
No, like I said, I don't pray at all. I pray occasionally, and when I pray like if I climbed the mountain and I got up safe, then I pray to God for that safe journey up. Can you give me a safe journey down? And whilst I'm at it, thank you for looking after me and my family here in Japan and in England and around the world. Thank you very much, God.
Yeah, no, hey,
And then
you
I
and
move on.
I mean, honestly, you and I are so similar in the way we believe things.
Yeah.
Because, like, I believe, like, the power of prayer essentially is, well, I don't know how to explain it, but basically, have you ever heard of the rice test? So basically, this guy,
Vaguely
he
rings
does,
a bell, the rice test.
yeah, so this guy, he took 2 jars of rice in
Yeah, and
water.
he speaks to one,
One
doesn't he?
jar, he
Yeah.
speaks to one, and then he speaks to the other. I did that. I actually did it with bread. That's also called the bread test. And that's ultimately, doing that test myself is ultimately what made me realize, like, the power of prayer. Whether it doesn't matter if you're Islamic or a Christian or whatever, it doesn't matter what you are. Like, but seeing that you can actually affect things with your, frankly, your, like, energy. If you're
Well,
like, hey,
yeah.
you're the worst rice in the world, I want you to die, rice, die, die. And then you go to the other rice, you're the best rice ever, I want you to live, live, live. If you do that for 2 days, this rice looks different than that rice, and that rice is decaying. And I couldn't explain that
Yeah.
logically.
Well, I've
And
never
that's like
conducted that
ultimately,
experiment, and I'm not going to do
I
it
recommend
either.
everybody do it. I recommend everybody do it because it's one of those things, like, I never thought it would be real, and that's what ultimately changed me. I mean, there are other things that changed me too, but, like,
Yeah.
that's what maybe, I mean, it's like, basically, you can send energies out there in the, world, in the atmos, and that changes things.
Yeah. Yeah. I would agree that one's energy can have a positive or negative effect depending on what your activity you're up to. But regarding space, I believed it all hook, line, and sinker that we could go, and then of course it's reinforced through the programs like National Geographic Channel, then you've got the Discovery Channel, and then you've got the History Channel as well. So these particular channels are pushing the space narrative and it's possible, and I believed in it hook, line, and sinker. I had no reason. But then
Are you
my
in
belief.
Japan? Are you in Japan at the time, or where are you at the time?
Well, I was already believing into it in England, and then through
Yeah.
I've been in Japan 25 years, so all through the first let's have a
Sure.
look, 25. Hang on, 25 years. Or so 16 years of being in Japan, continuation from leaving England, I was fully on board with the space thing. It wasn't until 2015 that I then clicked on that flat earth video after ignoring it throughout 2015 and 14 as well, mind you, totally thinking flat earth was ridiculous. That's when I realized that I was in error. But prior to that, I
It's a
know
video.
with the space thing all the way, you see. So I had no reason not to. But the Geographic Channel and the Discovery Channel then put out a program to do with the space and that. And it said that the moon was part of the Earth when Earth was growing up. Some kind of asteroid cataclysmic event happened that clashed into the Earth and knocked a piece of the Earth off, okay? And this is how we get the moon. Now, I knew that was a lie. And the reason I knew that was a lie because I knew that the moon landings were a hoax by this time, you see, right? Not flat earther yet. But I said, this is how they're going to explain how the moon rocks are from, are very Earth-like in their appearance and stuff like that. Because the moon is part of the Earth. See? Because that's what was being offered up, you see. There was some similarity.
I have to ask you.
Yeah.
What was the video that made you even inquire? I'm not going to give them all the credit, but I am curious.
Flat Earth? Into the flat Earth?
Yeah. You said I watched that video.
Yeah, I watched 8 hours. So the first one I clicked on was Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues, you see.
Okay.
Flat Earth Clues, right? And when I'm watching that, I'm feeling a right dickhead, I'm feeling totally inadequate in research because everything that was said in the first 5 to 15 minutes of it, it resonated and I knew I was in error. Okay?
Yeah.
And then what I did was I watched like 30 minutes to 45 minutes of that Flat Earth Clues, and it starts to wane a little bit. So, and I started to yawn and I was getting a bit bored. I thought, hang on a second, let me cross-reference this with another one. Then I watched like Dave Murphy's Greatest Lie Ever Told. I watched that to completion, that one. And then I watched ODD's video. And then I watched Celebrate Truth videos. And then I watched Eric Dubé's video. And then I watched one more. Somebody else I'm not mentioning. Who is that person? Generism and Geronism. You see? So I did about 8 hours of non-stop video watching. And then I went upstairs and told, because it's Boxing Day. So it was my holiday, day off, Boxing Day. That's when I went upstairs and told the family that the earth is flat. After 8 hours. By watching all those, I knew it was flat by then. All my experiences have taught me.
That is amazing, actually.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. That's how it happened for me. 8 hours straight through. Because I wanted to know.
Interesting.
I felt so inadequate. I felt so inadequate because I should have clocked it. 1, from my military training. 2, from the moon landing research. Over 10 years of research. 16 years of research. And I hadn't joined the dots. So obviously now I'm sitting down attentively, no more believing, seriously studying what I'm being told here and everything related with my life. Everything. That's when I went upstairs after 8 hours. That's what makes it easy for me.
Tell me what you said. Tell me what that looked like when you went upstairs. Tell me what that looked like.
Yeah. So I run upstairs now. The kids are playing with their games and the wife is at the table on the computer. And I said, okay, everybody, pay attention. Listen up. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Just answer it as best you can. What is the shape of the Earth? And the way they looked at me was like, what would I ask? It's round. I said, how do you know it's round? How do you know? There was just complete silence. Complete silence. My wife wasn't even paying attention. She's just busy on the computer, okay? The children were like thinking. I said, did they tell you at school? They go, yeah. Go and show me the picture of the Earth in your textbook. Have you got one? You run up. Kid runs upstairs, come downstairs, shows me a picture, a CGI image. And I said, you see that? That is and then they started to learn. that the Earth is not real. That's not a real image. I took a picture of them. That's a real image. That is not a photograph. That is a computer-made image. A computer made that image. So that's not a real image from space. Okay? Right. Now, I went back downstairs, picked up 2 aeroplanes that I've got here, toy ones, took them back upstairs, show me how the aeroplane flies. Okay? And I had the basketball with me as well. And they showed me that the aeroplane flies level. Each boy showed me that. Okay? I said, but don't you think they should be flying in a curved? Because the Earth is a ball. Look like this. Does the plane fly like this? They all shook their head. No, it doesn't. It flies level. I said, okay. So now what we're going to do, next year, we're going to be going to Hawaii. We're going to download a bubble app. And I did that in 2016. We downloaded the bubble app and then we checked to see if the plane was flying level to make sure. We knew already. It was confirmed. That's what it looked like. And they all knew that the Earth wasn't a ball at all. It's not a ball. It's flat, stationary. And then I asked them to do this one thing. Ask your teacher for the proof how they knew it's a globe. Ask them. Maybe they've got it. And if they haven't got it, what does that mean? If they don't have it, it means the Earth cannot be a globe. How can the teacher not have it? How can the teacher teaching you not have that proof? And I can't prove it. And I'm older than your teachers at that time because I would have been 50 something. I'm older than your teachers. Okay. And I can't prove it. I've never seen it. And could it be because it's not there? That's why. Because if it's there, you must see it. Isn't that not true, boys? Yeah. See? And that's how it was. It was easy. Remember, I was not only their dad, I was their friend, remember? Their friend.
Yeah. So coming at him from that angle, wasn't like a disingenuous or.
No, I was their dad. I showed them all the images. I showed them properly. Showed them, and they learnt new words, CGI. They know it's flat. You know what? When I say to my son, the third one, are you sure the Earth is not a ball? He laughs at me. He just laughs because he knows how ridiculous it is.
How old is he?
Laughs. Yeah, he smiles and laughs because he knows that that's what Daddy talks about a lot. He knows Daddy talks about that a lot, and he knows I shouldn't really ask him because he knows the answer. He knows that the Earth is not a globe. They know this. They know this because they were taught at the age they were taught the Earth is a globe. You see what I mean? So the contradiction, what they were taught doesn't match what they've been living. See? Because remember, they'd been snowboarding, mountain bike trekking, canoeing. They've hiked Mount Fuji. Okay? They've been on holiday, on aeroplanes, or ferries. They know the Earth is flat. They've experienced it. They haven't experienced curvature, spinning, and we're in space. Where are we going? Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, no.
When I also showed them the cluster of the planets hurtling through the universe with the sun, and this is what's going on now, and I showed them that in Hawaii, in a hotel. I said, look, this is what's happening on the Earth right now. Are we doing this? And then I showed them the Rob Skipper, the sun and the moon orbiting over circulating over a flat Earth. I said, which one makes sense? And they just looked at the flat Earth straight away because they knew. Do you know what I mean? And then after that, I got them flat Earth maps in their rooms. Big source of conversation. Their friends wanted it because their friends learned about the flat Earth through my children and me. So they wanted a copy of the Gleason's map. So I got them a laminated copy, A4 size. They were all happy. Yeah. So that's how it happened for me anyway, and my children. And then 8 years later, my wife came on board. Last year she came on board.
Tell me about that. So did she fight it the whole way? You don't have to tell me about it.
Well, no, she just totally ignored it. She just ignored me. And, she would roll her eyes back when I'm busy talking about it, whether we're on holiday or wherever we go. That would be the topic matter. Family reunion, it would be flat Earth for sure. Because when you have these family reunions, okay, you're talking about the college stuff and the school, okay, and then there's that quiet moment where, and that's when I come in. I said, yeah, did you? And I asked my sister-in-law, right, and my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, her husband, did you look into the flat Earth? Because 3 years ago I introduced it. He goes, no. Have you got any more material? Are you sure you want to look? Okay, let's have a look. And then I started to get into it. And then last year, New Year's gathering, we had a family gathering and that, having a nice little meal and a glass of wine and that, and I introduced it there, And then my sister-in-law says, yeah, but why does it matter? What's the importance of it or why? I said, okay, so you're working hard. You're giving good money to the education authority through your taxes. You're giving them good money and they're giving you bad information. Is that a fair balance? That they're giving you bad information for good money? And then she shut up and realized I was right. And then she paid attention. And then my wife said, okay, yeah, I agree. I believe you. I said, no, you shouldn't be believing me here. It's not about a belief. It's something that you have to go and look and know. So if you agree with what I'm saying, that's fine. But you still got to go and confirm it. That's what I said. You've got to go and see it for yourself. Then you know. And you look back on your life. And her memory is not that good, you see. So and I know that. So I said, you must go and check it, and then you know. Don't just agree with me. Don't just agree. That's fine, but you've got to go and know it. You've got to know it. Yeah, and then that's it. See, but like you said, not everybody's connected to the earth the way we are. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's what
Well,
makes
what's
the
interesting
puzzle.
is like what you said right there really kind of hung true with me. Is the why would we do it?
Yeah.
And I think about that, or why would they do it, rather? And so I think about that, and it's like, okay, that is an honest question,
Oh
right?
yeah. But it's
Like
the
that is
tone
a
at
very,
which it was asked.
yeah,
The tone. Yeah. You
like
see.
that is like to many people who are persuadable, who could cross over that line.
Yeah.
Like they need to understand, and this is the whole back. Like when I talk to my dad about it, which I don't do anymore, but when I talk to my dad about it, the big
Yeah.
thing that he couldn't get over is the lie is too big. That was the number one, and then the why would they do it?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
those two things would have been fulfilled for him,
Yeah.
then it's no problem.
Yeah.
But
You
there is a
see.
lot of folks, yeah.
You see, the way that question was asked to me, it was like they were getting tired of it because I've been talking it for, we're talking 8 years, yeah? So every year we have the reunion, Ginny's talking about it. And why is it so important? I said, oh, okay. And then I said, well, if you're working hard and you're paying your taxes and they're using it for education, at least you want them to teach properly, yeah? So why would you give good money that you worked hard for and receive bad information for your children to learn if it's not true? If it's not true that the earth is a ball spinning through the universe, why should they be told that and learn that and not learn the truth that we can prove for ourselves?
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
the money that
I already punched home with that. I punched home with that one. She just shut up and agreed. Yeah.
yeah, no, the money that funnels through the space organizations, quote unquote
Yeah.
space organizations, is enough to perpetuate the lie. You don't even got to go into, they're hiding God, which they probably are, or
No.
any of these other things. You don't got to go into all that. $65 million a day is worth the lie.
Yeah, that was back
And that's
in
just
the
in
year. That was
America.
back in 2015.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's bigger. Yes.
Now it's $80 million a day. It's gone up
That's
since
right.
then. It's
That's
$80
exactly
million
right.
a day today. 80 million. $29,200,000,000. That's an $80 million a day budget
There
today.
you have it. There you
That's the
have it.
US. That's the US one. Yeah.
And that's just the U.S. And so then
Yeah.
they're like, well, how are these other countries? Are they in on it? And it's like, well, yeah, they know that it's
It's free
obviously
money. It's free
it's
money.
free
They know.
money.
Yeah.
And it's not only free money, but it's
Yeah.
money that people get excited about. They can't wait
Yes.
to cut the check.
Exactly. Now
It's
listen to this here.
crazy.
Now India is definitely what the Americans would say is hamming it up because India is a country whose infrastructure is absolutely awful. Since 1977 to the present day, they have had over 2,500 bridges collapse due to bad engineering. You might have had one or two weather has affected the bridge, but still the engineering was at fault at the end of the day. Okay, how can that be? This is in India with 2,500 bridges collapsed. Only 2 months ago, a section of their airport roof collapsed in Delhi. I think it's Delhi Airport collapsed, smashing one of these pickup trucks, nearly injuring a few people. Okay, plus they're still running First World War and Second World War railway system, delivering lunches in silver tins is still the system they used to deliver the lunch. And they're telling us they've got, listen to this clearly now, 2 satellites on an elliptical orbit around the moon there. One is called Chandelier 1 and the other one is called Chandelier 2. Sounds like an Indian recipe to me, but there you go. And then Chandelier 3 landed on the moon, south side, March this year. And then Japan landing this year. So how can a country like India that has no good infrastructure to speak of be on the moon?
Yeah, no, and
Absolutely absurd.
I think that's one of the things we need to acknowledge the fact that there is not that we don't all acknowledge, we all do. There is a true global conspiracy here. Like
Yes.
these people are making up. They don't even make up those things. They make up like orbital mechanics, and they literally do that, like mathematics. They're like, okay,
Yeah.
here's an orbit.
Just crap.
It is crap. But what I'm saying is like, it's worth the juice is worth the squeeze to them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like
Yeah,
it
they don't
is.
care. They don't care, right? But
They don't give a
it's
shit.
embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. You can't have 2,500 bridges collapse and tell me you're building intricate equipment to go to the moon, a place that you can't go anyway because the vacuum would destroy your equipment anyway, and you don't have that technological prowess to build bridges. Shut up, India. Stick to your curries. They're very good. They're excellent. Don't be telling me about your space thing. NASA never made it there, so you're definitely not there. Get out of here with that crap. That's
Have
what I
you
mean.
seen? Have you seen their video of the Indian lander on the wherever
It's
they landed
cartoon.
on?
It's
It
literally a
is
cartoon.
a ridiculous cartoon.
Yeah,
It is so outrageous. It is
yeah.
like anybody who
In
looks at
fact,
that cannot think that that's real.
as a cartoon, it's even terrible because the cartoons from the 1960s look better. There you go.
It is so
It's
ridiculous. It
awful.
is so ridiculous.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's the
That's
thing
what I
too.
mean,
Like
right?
you and I, we watch
Yeah,
that, and normal people watch that and go, "Okay, that is absolutely absurd. That is not real life." But
yeah. Right.
they just gaslight you, dude. They just
Yeah.
like, no,
Listen to their bold
that
statements
is
now.
real life. That's real
Listen
life.
to listen to their bold statements now. So after they landed on the moon, yeah, the following week they're making announcements. By 2025, we're going to have an Indian man on the moon. We want to have our own satellite by 2030, 35. They're going to have their own space station orbiting the Earth as well. That's what it's saying. They've sent a probe to the sun. There's a probe on its way to the sun as we speak. This is
That's
the
so
claims of
stupid.
India.
It's so ridiculous, dude.
Yeah,
It is
come
so.
on, man.
Hey, I
That's
will
what
say this. I'm going to shift gears here for a moment and go on to Elon Musk here.
Yeah,
So
go
I
on.
don't know where you're at on that, but I do wonder. So I wonder him and Bezos if they
Yeah,
like know that this is a bullshit story.
and they do.
Like, and they do. Like, I'm just throwing this out there. Like,
Yeah,
as a theory,
yeah,
they know this is a bullshit story.
yeah.
And
Listen
so
to
the
what they said.
way,
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
listen to what Elon Musk said about this video footage of his Tesla car on the way to the Mars. Yeah, he says it looks so. It looks so fake. It has to be. It looks so real. It's
It
got to
looks
be real
so,
because
it's so
it's got
fake,
to
it
be real
has to
because it
be
looks so
real.
fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be real because it looks so fake. We've got better CGI than this. He said. There you go. That's Elon Musk. There you go.
Yeah, no,
Honestly.
and that's what I'm getting at is like the fact that they shot a Tesla up in quote unquote space
Yeah.
is so egregious. Like that is an in your face thing.
Yeah.
That is like
Yeah. Couldn't believe the
it's a
people
fucking
pulled it.
in your face, dude. It
Yeah, they're
is.
just slapping you
Not
with
only
that.
will we, yeah, not only will we do it, not only will we fake it, we
Mm.
will fake the most absurd and ridiculous
Yeah. Well, look at NASA. NASA, when they were sending their Curiosity and Ingenuity to Mars, most recent one with a little helicopter that's going to operate in 1/10
Curiosity. Yeah.
of Earth's atmos, 1/10, and this helicopter is going to work. Okay. Do you know what they did when they were actually introducing the itinerary of what they were going to be doing on the Mars surface? They used Generism's jingle. You know what Generism uses to
Get out
introduce
of here.
his show? They used it. They used his jingle.
Get out of here.
Because you know Jeron has been attacking NASA and the Mars hoax and that, yeah? They used his jingle.
And so how do you explain that? That to me, that right there is like that's an indictment in and of itself.
Yeah.
If you're going to take a flat earther's jingle and
Right.
play it,
Right.
you
To
are fucking
introduce
around.
your
You're fucking
itinerary on
around.
Mars.
You're
Yeah.
fucking around. You're fucking
Yeah.
around.
Yeah. They used his jingle right in our faces. They're telling us, we know you know, and we don't care.
Hey, how else can you read it, actually?
Yeah.
Well, logically, explain to me, and I'm not questioning you, but like, okay, let's, presume.
How do you rationalize that? How?
Yeah, you take a flat earther's jingle,
Yeah.
you play it on your bullshit footage, right?
Yeah.
Your footage
Yeah.
that doesn't look that great.
Yeah.
Like, how else? Like, somebody's at play here, and I'll be
Absolutely.
honest with you. There's a part of me that wonders, like, maybe it's whatever it is. Maybe it's just a matter. Maybe they're just trying to get us all to argue over this,
Well,
and
not
maybe
really.
it's
No, they did that deliberate. They did that deliberately.
whatever.
That was a poke in the look. That was a poke their tongue out at you and a poke in the eye. We don't give a shit what you know. We're carrying on. We'll use your stuff. Because Jaron at this point, Jaron had hit them broadside for like 6 years non-stop assault and battery on NASA. Jaron alone. They know Jaron. That's why they used his
Oh,
bloody
dude,
jingle.
hey,
Yeah.
yeah, no, he definitely
He hates
he
them.
has
He
done
hates
he's
NASA.
done a lot of work over there. So with all
Yeah.
that said, though,
Yeah. They
my
used his jingle.
my point is like, okay, point number one, they could simply make any of us disappear, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So
That's
that's
true.
point number one. So they don't do that. They do not do that. Now,
No.
we have to accept, and I've pointed this out before, that if you just simply get rid of everybody, that only gives the everybody a bigger platform.
Yep,
So there's
exactly. You don't
a
want to do
kind of
that.
push and pull. Yeah, there's a push and
Yeah.
pull. You want to get rid of everybody, but not everybody. You want to leave kind of some stragglers out there
Yeah.
that don't have their shit together.
Yeah.
And so and if you think about it, like if I were in charge of a country and I had that power, that's exactly what I would do, right?
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
get rid of the threats, but I wouldn't. You can't get rid of everybody. It looks
No.
terrible.
Well, let me give you a possible scenario that's I feel is currently playing out. I'm still. It's only theoretical here, so don't hold me to it. But I
Mm-hmm.
think Jaron has been compromised. I think Jaron has been spoken to, and now he's slowly, incrementally changes his position. He's saying that if he sees the 24-hour sun at the Antarctica on this final experiment, the Earth is a globe. Okay, that's what he's saying. Okay, now he could be saying that to obviously incite argument. Okay, and maybe he has been approached and said, right, we know you know everything. We need you now to obviously bring down the flat Earth, and that's what they're
Okay,
trying to do.
so
You see, right?
I'll so let me give. I'll give you my version where I give Jaron the absolute benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jaron believes that they will not do this They will not fork up the $150,000 to do
Yes,
this.
that's right. He doesn't think it's going to happen.
And
Yeah.
so he's like, and if you knew that, let's suppose that
Well, I
you're
do know that. I
Jaron.
do know that.
Okay, so if I knew that, then I can totally understand why you would be like, okay, if I go down there and I see a sun, then
It's a
okay,
bluff.
maybe it's true. But if I go down there and see a sunset, it ain't true. But I'm here, I'm down, I'm gonna do it. Let's go do it. I'm
Yeah.
here, I'm down, and it's gonna be one way or the other. So it makes sense to me. Like if Jaron truly believed that this wasn't gonna happen,
Yeah.
it,
Bearing in mind,
to
he's had a couple of blunders. Again, situations out
exactly,
of his control, mind you. So he's only guilty
for
of
sure.
naivety. He's only guilty of naivety. That's all. Nothing else. He's not guilty of
I
participating in
agree with you.
anything. No evidence on that. I don't have any evidence that he's participating, although people have alluded to that. I will say it's just naivety at this point. Okay? Because they keep,
I do believe that, and I think they did him dirty. Frankly,
yeah,
that's my
yeah,
personal take.
yeah. That's what I think
And
as well.
hey, look, I'll admit, I'm a
I'm a
fan of all these
Jeronism
guys.
fan without a doubt.
Yeah, I
I'm
am
a
too.
Jeron fan without a doubt. He's put so much hard work in. Look,
He has
everyone
put
was
a
saying,
lot of work in.
why is he making money from Flat Earth? And I said, look, the government is taking your money and you wasting it on weapons of mass destruction, medicines that you don't need, lying about wars, yeah, and just generally wasting your money. And here's Jeron, who's pushing out better information than the main media. The media is pushing out junk. Jeron is giving us information. He's actually giving us information, food for thought, things we can actually get our teeth into and research and exposing what NASA has been doing over the years. What are you talking about? He deserves that money. And he's not making money hand over fist. The money he's getting
I
is just
am
covering
so
costs.
in agreement, man.
Yeah, get out of here.
He has been here around here longer than anybody, or not
He's
anybody,
been
but
a nemesis of the
and
worst
he's
kind
been
to
doing
NASA.
this,
To
and
NASA.
the fact
Yeah,
that people are attacking him, and I don't give a
yeah.
shit about Jaron. Like I say that personally. Like I'm not a member of his profile or his,
Neither am I,
you know what I mean.
I am a
Yeah,
fan. I am
but
a fan
I am a
of
fan.
the work
Yeah,
he's done. The work he's done. Remember, to do the material that if you go back to 2015, right? He's pushing out a video every other day, and it's
yes,
glossy.
yes. That's
It's
what I'm
clean.
saying.
There's no junk there. It's clean. It's better than what you get from the main media, and he's doing that every. You want it every day, but he's doing it every other day, and that. And then he's doing Globebusters on top of that, and then the Raw, Saturday Night Raw. He's doing also. Get out of here. He deserves a lot of money there.
Well,
Shut
he
up.
does deserve it, and I love Globebusters too. So my
Yeah.
question to you is, though, does it bother you that people are kind of coming after him for some? And I get
Well,
it.
they're
I
coming
mean,
after him because of his recent statement that if he sees the 24-hour sun, that means the Earth
yes.
is a
And
globe.
hey,
It's a
by the
globe
way,
evidence, and the flat Earth model is in trouble. He said the model that we don't have apparently is in trouble. And then people are saying, well, what about the 9 years of hard work you put in attacking the globers and the NASA and everything else? And then the lack of curvature, we're not spinning, and then we're not hurting through the universe, and then the gravity. So it all comes back on the table, is what they're saying.
but I truly believe that he is calling a bluff. I truly
Yeah,
believe that.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
do
yeah,
believe that.
yeah.
I believe that he's being like, hey, you know what? If I go down there and see that double sun, you're right and I'm wrong. You are right and I'm wrong. But if I go
Yeah.
down there and don't see it, then I'm right and you're wrong. And by the way, if I don't end up going down there, then I'm right and you're wrong.
That's what he
And
said. Yeah,
he's like, in
he's
my
talking about leading
opinion,
the truthers. He doesn't call himself a truther anymore because he doesn't like the truther community. He said he's had more insults from the flat Earth community than the global community. He says that's what he's been saying. Okay.
I mean, honestly though, I could see that, dude. I do not like, to be honest with you, I really hate the infighting.
Yeah, so
as
do
a
I.
flat earther. I
I've
hate
always
it.
said that.
I
I've always said
hate
that.
it.
Yeah, because that's the last thing we want is in-house fighting when
It's
we've
the
got the
worst.
globers and the
It's the
rest of the world
worst. It's
against
like the
us,
worst,
and then you're
worst
attacking yourselves.
possible.
Idiots.
Yeah.
Idiots, yeah.
It's the
Idiots.
worst possible thing. Yeah,
We
you
need
can do,
unity here. We need unity, yeah.
but I get it. Like, all sides they fight each other,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah.
And it's just like, well, they called me a shill or a, whatever.
Yeah,
And
he's
so then
attacking Flat Earth Banjo. Jaron is attacking Flat Earth Banjo, and Flat Earth Banjo is responding because Flat Earth Banjo says that Jaron is naive. I think he shouldn't be doing this for the community. No one asked him to do it. Why is he doing it? Why can't somebody else do it? He said somebody else who knows a bit more. He's not very good at debating as well, Jaron. He's not a good debater. That's why he doesn't
no,
do
he's
debate
not.
that much. Yeah, he's weak on that. So,
I
so
think he's
Flat
a
Earth
decent
Banjo says you have to
moderator,
remember
though.
that. Say that again.
I said I think he's a decent moderator.
Yeah, he'd be a good moderator. That's true. I'll agree with that.
But
But
yes, you're correct. He's not. He should not carry the torch at all.
yeah, that's what Flat Earth Banjo is saying. And then Jaron is saying that Flat Earth Banjo's book with the 6 emergency flights or 16 emergency flights that prove flat Earth. Now, Austin and Jaron have stated that Flat Earth Banjo's book is incorrect with the flight paths. But then, Flat Earth Banjo last week has defended his book and shown the discrepancies that Jaron and Austin are making about the flights that they're contesting, and he's proved them wrong there, right? On his
Actually,
video.
hold on. Let's back up for a second. I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with all this. First of all, I want to go back to Jaron.
Yeah.
Saying he's not a good debater. I don't think he is, but frankly, he does a lot more, in my opinion,
With
much
his
more
material.
things than yes.
He does a lot
With
more
all
with
that
the
said,
material. Yeah,
correct.
he's done Mount Everest of work, and together with K2, he's done a lot of work. So if he's not good at debating, it's not really that important at the end of the day. The
That's
amount
the
of
way I feel
work that
about
he has
it.
done, he has destroyed the heliocentric model. He has mashed up NASA to the point they're using his jingle. That's for me, that's a trophy right there. Right? He's got them.
I mean, Jaron. Let's whether you like Jaron or not,
He's a one-man army. He's
he
a
has
one-man
literally
army.
made NASA change
Yeah,
things
yeah,
because he called them out.
yeah.
That's
What
what
about?
Jaron has done.
Yeah, yeah. Do you
And
remember what's
so,
his name?
however
Stephen
much you like
Hawkins. Do
Jaron,
you remember Stephen
yeah,
Hawkins and the MS illness? He said, Jaron said that man has lived too long, way too long. They don't live that long. To the point where they're saying that that's like a prop and there's a robot voice in there. He's not really alive. And then within 2 years later, he dies. Stephen Hawkins dies shortly after. After 2 years non-stop attack from Jaron. How comes Stephen Hawkins has lived this long? You know, the British astronomer, or whoever he was, that's in a wheelchair. He was in the wheelchair, And we speak to the Earth like this, and the Earth is most certainly not flat because we've got the curvature of the Earth measured by Aristophanes. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah. No, if you really go back and look at some of the things that Jaron has exposed,
Yeah,
like I think we should all tip our hats to this guy, dude. Because
absolutely,
he has
absolutely.
absolutely
Yeah,
at the
absolutely. He
forefront,
deserves every penny he can get. He's done a
no doubt
lot
about
of
it.
work. He has smashed the thing to smithereens, literally. The one-man army on his own. Okay, and that's with the
Yeah.
Globebusters and with the Saturday Night Raw thing that he did and his Jeronism show. Man, this guy deserves an award. You know when they have these Emmys and stuff that they give to these horrible reporters that never tell us the truth and sending us down the Swanee, those awards should go to Jeron, I think. He's deserving of that.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I think you and I are on the same page. But, at the end of the day, of course, we appreciate, all the different angles. I think it's a robust, flat earth situation that's happening, which is
Yeah.
kind of quite amazing. But with
Yeah.
all that said, we do have infighting. We do have issues,
Yeah, yeah,
and
we do have issues. Some people are some people might be just jealous, or and then others are just totally outraw that Jaron would say that the Earth is a globe and disregard 9 years of but then they're not looking at the full story. That Jaron's position is that he knows the Earth is flat. There is no 24-hour sun. And my question is, why now? Why haven't we seen this material from the 60s when I was born? When I was born, there should have been material out there already. They've been down there for many, many years before I was born. So I want that footage. We shouldn't be looking for today's footage. We want the history footage, historical footage first.
yeah, and here's the deal. I think
And there isn't any.
Jaron truly believes. I think in his mind, I'm just going to throw this out there. Jaron believes that this guy will pay for not only his trip down there, but pay for his clothes, pay for everything.
Yeah, accommodation,
Okay.
everything. Yeah.
Now, let me back up for a second. Can we both agree
$45,000.
that this is not going to happen?
Yeah, that's what I think.
No one's going to Antarctica.
Yeah.
This is going to go by the wayside, just like the other issue that happened 5 years ago or whatever it was, where people were going to fly over the South Pole or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was Greater Sapien, $25,000 swindle. Yeah, he
Yeah,
lost that money.
and so nobody did it. Never happened.
Yeah,
And so this is going to be the same fucking thing. The
yeah,
same fucking thing.
yeah.
Nobody's
That's what I
going
think.
to nobody's going down there.
Yeah,
And if they were, you would have the details by this point. You would have the details. You would say, okay, Witsit and Jaron, they're going to fly on this plane. You would have it
and
already.
the other Glober would be, what's his name? Is it Kevin Cadogan or Dave
Yeah,
Cadogan?
I mean, yeah,
Horrible
exactly.
monster of
And
a man.
well, the
Yeah.
first problem, and I pointed this out, is when Jaron had that conversation with Duffy or whatever, and Jaron said, "Okay, if I go, I need Witsit to go," and
Yeah.
he said, "I can give up my seat for him."
Mm,
That's what he said.
mm.
So
But I
think
can't
about
accept
that.
that. He has to be there.
He
Cadogan,
has to be there.
Will Duffy has to
But
be
set
there.
all that aside. What do you mean you can give up your seat for him? Who's funding you?
Yeah.
Give up your seat? So there's seats? I thought you had all this money. And we were going to get to the
Exactly.
bottom of all this. But
Yeah.
now it's
This is
like, well,
called the
hold
final
on.
experiment.
You only have so many seats. So if you give Witsit and Jaron a seat, you have to give up your seat? Why?
Yeah. Oh, and the excuse was his wife said he couldn't spend all that money. That's what he said.
But we all know that's bullshit.
But that's what he said. His wife said that he couldn't spend all that money.
I mean, honestly, this guy might be the smartest guy of all time, because what's going to happen is nobody's going to go down to Antarctica, of
Right.
course. And now everybody will know who Duffy is. His church will get a big boost. He'll get a whole
Yeah.
bunch of money, ratings, and that's what's going to happen. That
Yeah.
is my
Yeah, he's
prediction.
going to definitely
That
benefit.
is
Yeah.
what's going to
That's
happen.
that's exactly what Flat Earth Banjo said, that the guy is a clever man. He's an investor. So he's investing. This is an investment. He's not being a philanthropist, because he's going to make money as well from all this publicity, like you just said. That's what was stated in
Well,
Flat Earth Banjo's
and
video a couple of weeks ago.
it always bothers me when people brag about their investments. And I know,
Yeah.
okay, brag. Okay, was he bragging? Well, yes, bragging is bragging.
Yeah.
Bragging is bragging.
Yeah, when they're bragging
And
with their finances and that, it makes me sick.
with their finances, it bothers me. And even if it's a humble brag, even if it's like, well, I hated to lose so much money on that deal, but I made all this money on this deal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know.
And that's who this dude is.
Yeah, yeah. So I feel that that's what's going to happen. And then the 24-hour story carries on because there is no, the question that should be on everybody's tongue is, where's the old material? Why are we looking for today? What about the past? I was born in 1961. Where's that material when I was born? Why didn't they? I want to see footage from the 1960s and the 1970s of the 24-hour sun. The National Geographic have documented the North Pole. Why didn't they do the South Pole? What's going on here? That's an anomaly right there. Why would you not document
I mean,
Why would you not document the South Pole where more people are living in than the North? That doesn't make any sense, does it?
and here is why I know that this will never happen. And if I could bet on it, I would.
Yeah, go on.
That number one, there is no 24-hour sun in the like. We already have interviews of people who say it's not true, but set all that
Yeah,
aside. Maybe it is, whatever. But they will not even remotely let that be on the table. That's
yeah,
not on the table. They pretend like it's on the table, but it ain't on the table.
right.
It ain't on the table.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So
the whole, I guess, what I'm really getting at, the whole thing was a bluff from the get-go. And by the way, a lot of flat earthers bought into it. And by the way, losing the bluff is being like, well, it doesn't matter, which is what Jaron is pointing out in a way.
yeah,
Now, that is like all in. Jaron, in a way, is saying, okay, all in, doesn't matter. Yes, you're right. If I see a 24-hour sun, you are right. You are right. Let's go. And the
yeah.
fact that he's being kind of, he's calling their bluff, dude.
He's calling their bluff. Yeah, he's definitely being honourable. Actually, he's being honourable by doing that because he's saying that if indeed I do see it, then yeah, obviously the flat Earth model is in trouble. That's what he's saying. He's standing by his integrity, knowing full
He
well that
is.
the Earth is flat and that he's not expecting to see that. So this is why he's
Well,
taking on the challenge.
here's the
And the
thing.
reason he's doing it, the reason he's calling their bluff is their bluff has to be called because he knows that there is no 24-hour
It
sun.
ain't gonna
Let's
happen.
let,
Yeah,
let's
it ain't
let's
gonna happen.
let's let's expose them and embarrass them even more. Let's go. They're
Yes,
going to embarrass
I
themselves.
think
Yeah,
he is 100% convinced that it ain't gonna happen. The
yeah,
24-hour sun.
yeah,
And so so imagine, put yourself in his shoes.
yeah.
You're 100% convinced it ain't gonna happen. You would do exactly what he's doing.
I'm going to do it for
You
sure.
would say,
I
hey,
already
look,
said that
hey,
if it was me, I'm going to drown them with so many flat earth facts for the 4 days. You know, they're not going to hear about my family. They're not going to hear about my food, my friends. Pure flat earth. Everything I'm going to say is going to be related to flat earth and that lack of curvature and that 24-hour sun ain't happening. That's sort of, and then I'm going to say to them, and by the way, you Globers, if you get into trouble, you're on your own.
yeah, so
Every man
so
for himself.
exactly, that is exactly right. So imagine, I'm Jaron, and I know. Let's say God came down and said, "Hey, look, there is no possible way that this is going to work for them. You're going to be the winner. Let's just pretend." If you knew that, then you would be like, "Hey, look, this situation is a dichotomy. One person wins and one person loses.
Yeah,
So if that sun goes 24 hours around this ball, then I lose. And if that sun doesn't, then you lose."
that's it. Clear as glass.
And so I think that's where he's coming from. I think he feels like he's so sure
Mm.
that this is not going to go the way that they think it is, that they will not only just back out, but if they were to do it, it would not go well for them.
Yeah.
And I don't think
Exactly.
he's revealing that, perhaps. Like, he has,
No, no. What he's doing is playing the integral card, and that if I'm wrong, then of course you will be right, and the flat Earth model is in trouble. He's playing that card because he wants to lure them in. It's a false sense of security for them, isn't it? You see,
that's the
and that's
way
what he's
I
done.
feel about it. And the thing is like, he's getting so attacked over that. I'm
Yeah.
not sure that's as wise as we
Well,
should
he's
be.
being pissed. He's pissed off. He's. You know what? He's told them straight that he's feeling like leaving the community. He's not calling himself a truther anymore. I'm a globe skeptic. Basically, he's changing his position on that as well. He's let loose for 3 hours. On certain characters who have been attacking him and that. Yeah, even attacked Flat Earth Banjo whilst he was at it. So he's letting everybody know that he's not happy with the community. We shouldn't have this infighting. Frankly, he's disgusted, he said, with this. He's had more attacks from flat earthers than he has ever from globers, he said. Frankly, he's disgusted and he looked pissed off, annoyed,
Wow.
but also sad. More so sad than angry. Not an angry face, a sad face, because he was very disappointed. That's the image that you
Wow.
see when you see him.
I need to
Dejected and
watch it.
disappointed. Yeah, he looks very
God, well,
disappointed.
to be honest with you, that actually makes me sad.
Mm.
Like, there's no reason for us to be anyone, to be
Exactly.
attacking Jaren in
Yeah, they're
this.
attacking him on his show. The trolls are there attacking him on his show. Comments as
They
well in the
are.
comment section. And he's read some of the comments out. And then he attacks them after the comments been made and that. He rebuts the comments, certain
To be
comments.
honest with you, hey, here's the thing. What happens? Let me throw a hypothetical. That's what I do. Hypothetically, let's pretend that Duffy backs out, says, "Hey, look, this doesn't work. Blah blah blah." Okay. Paint me that picture. Like, tell me what you think that would look like.
What if
Duffy.
Duffy says it's not going to work?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Duffy says,
that means
"Hey,
he's
look,
backing
this
out. So
isn't
he's
gonna work."
completely backing out. Yeah, he's
He's
completely
backing
backing
out.
out.
Yeah.
Well, what can we say? I mean, the 24-hour was never there anyway, so it's just the position is going to be back as it was before. The fake videos that are on the YouTube are going to remain. Okay,
You
they're
don't
going to
think? Hold
remain.
on. You don't think that Jaren would take a big basketball and fucking dunk it and say, "I told you so.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
was
an
willing.
obvious.
I was
That's an
here.
obvious.
I was here and willing to go down there.
Yeah.
I am just searching for truth.
Well, he said that,
They're
didn't
not
he?
searching
He
for truth.
predicted that. He
I'm
predicted
searching
that.
for truth."
He's predicted that already. That it wouldn't. He says it will be called off. One, because of the weather won't be permitting. Perhaps that would be one reason why it's not going to happen, or something will happen with the finances. So he's made some prediction there somewhere. Okay, that
And
it's
so
not
what
going to
I'm
happen.
getting at, what I'm getting at is, if that turns out to be true,
Yeah, well,
where he
Gerald
gets
will be
this
over the
final
moon, so to
laugh,
speak.
right?
He'll be
Yeah, he
over the
gets his
moon. Yeah.
final laugh. But that's the whole thing. We don't go to all the people who called his ass out and be like, "Told you so."
Yeah.
They're gonna be
And
like,
then
"I don't give a fuck."
And then he's going to be calling all those that doubted him pussies, as he was been calling them in recent days. He's been calling those who have been attacking him pussies. How can you be scared? If you can't admit that if you saw a 24-hour sun at the South Pole and you can't admit that that's a problem for the flat earth, then you're not a flat earther. Get out of here. You're a pussy, he says.
I need to see that. That is a wild thing to say.
Well, he says it. So you need to go back
I
to
will look
go
at it.
to
I do not approve of
show number
that. I do
32.
not approve of that.
Listen, you need to watch show number 32 and show number 100. You got to watch those two. Okay?
Okay. Hold
Them are the
on.
shows.
32 and 100. Let
Yeah,
me write this
yeah,
down.
and 100. Yeah, you got to look at both of those. Yeah.
He says that? See, I don't like
Yep.
that shit
Calls them a
either, dude.
pussy. No, because he's annoyed. He's angry. That's why he's calling them
He
that.
is annoyed. He's annoyed.
He's annoyed. He's annoyed. He's been attacked. He's put his integrity on the table, speaking the truth. He hasn't lied, and he's annoyed. Yeah, and if you can't admit that, then you're a pussy. I don't want any part of you.
He needs to be better than that, obviously.
Yeah. He's annoyed, isn't he?
Oh, that ain't good, dude.
Well, he's annoyed. That's the thing. When he's annoyed, that's what he does. And he's not often annoyed, you see. This is recent. This is recent anger.
I know, but it makes me wonder, actually. Jaron versus Madame. What is that? Can I share screen?
I haven't seen that one. I'm just talking about show number 32, which he did a couple of weeks ago. And he did another one, 100. Because, he's got 2 shows on the go. The Jaron show and the VIP. There's one called the VIP. You want to check that one out? The VIP one. And then there's the 100. So you've got show 32 and show 100. You've got to look at those. I've given you the numbers. Go check them out. I've seen them. So I don't want to really see anything on screen.
I
watched one of them twice. Just to because I was checking the psychology.
And in your opinion, and by the way, I obviously trust your opinion.
Yeah.
In your opinion, it was not a good look.
Well, he was angry. That's all. He was angry. He was justifiably angry, of course. Because if you're being insulted and your wife's being insulted and your children, you're getting insulted from all angles. Silly, stupid. Of course, you're going to be annoyed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I saw that
of his statement and his position. And he stated categorically that I know that the Earth is flat and I know there's no 24-hour sun. But if you see the sun, what are you going to do? Deny it? If you're going to deny it, you're no different from the globers, is what he's saying as well. Yeah.
I mean, if we're being honest, if we are being honest, all right, and real talk here, like the Nathan Oakley crew, they and QE, who I love, by the way, I love both of those guys, but they are calling him out on a serious level.
Yeah, of course they are.
So how is he supposed to respond to that?
Well, he's supposed to respond with his integrity intact and just carry on as he knows best, basically. That's it.
Yeah, but I know but what I'm saying is that's kind of a tough situation to be in. You have imagine that. You have Nathan Oakley and QE coming after you.
Yeah, it wouldn't, if I was in Jaron's shoes, it wouldn't bother me one iota. It just wouldn't, because after the amount of work that I've done already with putting I've been a wrecking ball for 9 years.
Sure.
A few words from some ants aren't going to bother me.
Okay, well, I will say that I am absolutely way newer than you and way newer than Jaron, obviously.
Right.
If I knew QE and Nathan Oakley were after me,
yeah.
Like that's a tough situation to be in.
Not for me at all, because my integrity is what's going to be speaking here, and the integrity of the situation, the integrity of the situation and the flat Earth. So if you've got nothing to worry about, like I said, they will be sounding like ants in the wind of a gale. No bother at all. Their noise would be lost.
Yes. Exactly. Whatever you're saying is 100% correct. I guess I was saying it more in the abstract or meta. Like, imagine Nathan Oakley and QE. Well, I guess what I'm saying is, like, imagine Nathan Oakley and QE coming after you.
Yeah, I can imagine that, and I wouldn't entertain it, because I know when it comes to actually calling people out, I'll tear both of them such a new holes in their asses. They don't want to be attacking me, and I've said that.
Yes, and
I've let that known to them very well. Don't rock my boat. Don't be rocking my boat, mate. You don't want that fight. You don't want that. So if that's if I was in Jaron. So if I was Jaron, that's what I'd be saying. But Jaron isn't me, so he's going to handle it his way, though.
He is going to handle it his way.
Yeah, his way. He's doing okay at the moment, But if I was in Jaron's shoes, I wouldn't be bothered 2 iota. I wouldn't lose a minute's sleep. Come on now. I'm not losing anything.
No, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think he really is. He's been through this kind of shit, but
exactly, he knows what he's doing. But he's very. When you look at the 2 shows that I asked you to look at, you'll get a psychological profile of what's going on in his head. You've just got to watch the show from start to finish.
Let Okay,
Yeah,
I
so have a
will.
look at
I
it.
will watch
Yeah,
them.
if you really want to watch it, you watch it and you'll know.
I
And
will
you'll
watch them.
see. And then watch some of that Flat Earth Banjo's material as well, just to mix it in so you get an idea of what's going on from both camps.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
no, he needn't worry about QE and Nathan Oakley. That's not his problem at the moment. There's nothing to worry about there, to be quite honest. He's just got to deal with his position. He's holding a position of integrity as far as he's concerned. He knows what is going on in his head. He stated categorically he doesn't like the attack coming on. You're making me want to leave the community. I'm not feeling good about that. Blah, blah, blah. So, there you go. I'm not calling myself a truther anymore because none of you guys speak the truth. Because if you can't admit that if you saw the 24-hour sun, that it would be a problem, then you're a pussy and, I don't have anything to do with you and that, you're a liar like the Globers. Yeah. You listen to the show, man. It's worth it.
I will listen to it. I'm looking. I'm honestly trying to find it right now.
Yeah. You got to go to the Generism show and go to the videos section. You'll see one number 32.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Close 100 as well. Yeah.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're both worth a.
You're right. I mean, honestly, like I feel like we all need to look at both sides of this whole thing.
Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay with it, man. Because I go into Nathan Oakley's show and that, and I pulled them up on the attacking on Jeren and that, and they said, well, Jeren was calling us grifters. Okay, if Jeren did that, that wasn't very good to call. I wonder why Jeren called Nathan Oakley a grifter in the first place. What happened? But anyway, Nathan Oakley was worse off on that one in the end. Anyway, he suffered more, I would have to say, than Jeren did. And I said, Nathan, you see, because you didn't look good attacking and all that. You shouldn't get embroiled on that stuff. That's trivia that we don't really need in the community.
Yeah. No, I don't. To be honest with you, I feel like almost like whatever needs to happen, everybody should.
That's the problem I have with Jaren, though. Jaren is calling people liars because they don't accept his model.
Yeah.
See, I don't know if I buy all that, dude.
Yeah. He's saying that
like explain that. Like, do you realize how hyperbolic that sounded? You're a liar if you don't accept his model.
Well, that's what he put out there, though. He said you'd be lying like the Globers. He stated that.
Yeah, see, to me, like I say, and am I talking to the same guy that came on here? Or?
No, that's a different guy.
Where's that guy?
No, he still hasn't come back. He said it'd be about an hour, didn't he? Don't worry about it. He's not here yet.
Well, I ain't gonna be here in an hour, but yeah, what an interesting thing to say. What an
interesting development is what we have to say here within the.
What a crazy thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, why would you go that route?
Watch the show.
I'm going to tell you right now. We all know that the Earth is flat, but I'm going to tell you right now, the infighting is going to fuck everything up.
Yeah.
It's going to fuck everything.
It's not going to fuck it up for me. It's not going to fuck it up for me because I'm just going to.
Well, not me. Yeah, not me or you.
Yeah.
You and me. Hey, we're best friends. You're my best friend.
I'm flying straight. I'm a flat earther. I always will be.
Yeah.
I was born a flat earther.
Yeah.
So there's no choice about that.
I wear flat earther with pride.
Right.
That's my,
now, if there is a 24-hour sun, I'm automatically going to think there's a shenanigan gone on there straight because the lack of curvature and the spin.
Me too.
We can't.
Me too.
Right, so let's go check what happened there. Yeah, this is where Flat Earth Banjo. This is where Flat Earth Banjo is calling Jeren a bit naive, because you've got to think they might have played a trick, and then he offers up the sun simulator and the patent for that machine that was out in 1960. They've had the patent for the sun simulator since 1960, by the way. There you go.
Again,
okay, that's why you've got to watch the Flat Earth Banjo shows as well, and you pick up on all everything, the whole thing, man. See, I've been using my time wisely. That's what I've been doing. Still getting my exercise done. Not watching junk programs and films of crap. I'm watching this situation develop with my spare time. So,
My question is, what happens if the other side backs out?
well,
Does Jaron
triumphant,
get
aren't
a
we?
huge win? So all these
Yeah.
people
Flat Earth.
that are hating on Jaron,
Yeah.
here's my question to you. My question to you is, if they come over and they say, you know what, we've changed our mind, blah, 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 too much money, it's too much blah, whatever it is, if they back out of this,
Mm.
does Jaron get the big win?
Flat Earth gets
And
the
they're
big
going to
win.
say no.
Jaron,
Flat
of
Earth
course.
gets a huge win, of course.
Yeah.
Anybody in Flat Earth is going to be like, we were down, we were there, we were fucking all about it, and you guys were so scared that you backed out. That's the narrative.
Yeah, but Jaron
Okay?
will be attacking those who doubted him and said, "Yeah, but all you pussy doubters." Yeah.
Of course he would, because I don't blame him, because these guys
Yeah.
are fucking attacking him.
Yeah, exactly.
And so my point is like, if that were to happen, hypothetically, yes, if that were to happen, where would these people be on all of this?
Well, those who are
Should they
doubting
back out? By the way, I
Yes.
think that's very likely. I don't think this is happening, and I don't think
Yeah.
Jaron.
So do I. I don't think it's going to.
Yeah,
Most of us
Jaron
think
doesn't
it's
think
not
it's
going to happen.
happening either.
Right.
So we're
Exactly.
making bets on that. We are
Yeah.
betting that it ain't gonna happen.
Right. So now, what I'm trying to say is this, and Jaron has also got that. If you see, when you watch his show, you're going to see that he's got that going on as well. People can call into his show and make a bet as to whether it's going to happen or not. So that's interesting. And then he did a little survey after he had his rant and his anger. He did a little survey to see who was on board, and it was in favor of Jaron. So the percentage was in favor of Jaron, not against him. So that gave him a little bit more energy and hope for the flat earth community as such. So that was a good thing in the end. So you need to watch, like I said, you've got to watch the show. I'm giving you all these little snippets. You got to watch it.
I gotta watch it. Gotta watch
Yeah, I
it.
try not to do that to people because I want you to have the same roller coaster emotional ride that I had. That's why I don't like to give timestamps. Yeah, I don't give timestamps to anyone. I've given you the link. That's my due diligence. I'm not going to now spoon feed you this link. Are you out of your mind? Get watching.
No. Hey, good.
Yeah.
I got you.
But that's what I say to people, right? Because people on other servers, they accuse me of never giving them a timestamp. I said, you know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I, as a sensei, right, and I look at this material and I've gone through an emotional roller coaster ride, I want you to experience the same and invest the same time. And if you don't want to do that, you don't want to know the truth. It's simple. And by the way, when I did karate and the sensei showed me how to do the roundhouse kick, he didn't move my leg and did the roundhouse kick for me. I had to do it myself. Yeah? So get on with it. Start researching properly. That's what I say to them. Take it from a sensei that knows best.
Yeah, no,
that's what I do on the other servers. This is
for sure, man. You know, at the end of the day, like, hey, let it all unfold, and there's a lot of conservatives here, or whatever you want to call, you know, whatever you want to call me.
Let the chips lie and start counting.
Let the chips lie, you know, and we are smart enough to determine if Jaron's a fraud or not, or whatever it is.
Exactly. So I think if it doesn't happen, then the doubters have got to pull the yolk and the egg off their faces, because that's what they're going to have. And then they're going to have to eat humble pie, and they're going to keep their mouths shut. Next time a challenge like that comes up, just watch what happens. Don't say anything.
Well, let's be honest. Like, Jaron and Whitsett have positioned themselves in a place where if it doesn't happen, then they win.
Yeah, they win.
I think everybody realizes that, right? Like, they win. If indeed, for whatever reason, now, I will say this, and I'll be totally fair. If they go down there and there is a 24-hour sun, they lose. they're going to have to backtrack all kind of bullshit. They're going to be like, well, that doesn't really, if that were to happen.
Well, Jaron is not taking that position. He's saying that that's proof for the globe, basically, is what he said outright. That's proof for the globe.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Then the flat
So
Earth,
here's my whole thing.
The flat Earth is now in trouble, is what he said. But then the people are rebutting what Jaron said is, yeah, well, what about the lack of the curvature of the spin? And what about the second law of thermodynamics violation? And then gravity comes back on the table, as I said earlier. So all this stuff comes back on the table now. So there you are.
I think we can all be honest. Whatever happens, should they go to South Africa, no matter what happens, both sides will claim it doesn't mean anything. Both sides. I think everybody can agree to that.
I don't know about that because Jaron's saying it means something. So I don't know.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's an entire flat Earth community that's, going against that already before he hasn't even gone down there.
That's right.
And so what I'm saying is, no matter what happens down there, should they go, which I obviously don't think they will, no matter what happens, both sides will claim bullshit.
Oh, yeah. Most certainly.
So I think we all need to recognize that. So at this point, no matter what...
yeah, I recognize what you're saying now. Yeah, well, that's true, yes, of course.
I'm already
calling bullshit on it already anyway because there is no 24-hour sun. So I'm expecting shenanigans is what I'm expecting.
Yeah, some kind total of shenanigans. If it even happens.
Yes, even that what you just said there, that would be part of the shenanigan. The pulling out, that's a shenanigan in itself.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction is there will be some bullshit, something that will make them pull out, not worth the money, we'll do it another time, blah, blah. That's where I think this is going. And if that happens, Jaron's the big winner. And that's what I'm trying to say, and that's what I've been trying to say to these people. It's like Jaron is kind of doubling down. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Like, he's kind of like, hey, if this don't happen, I win.
That's right.
So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. Right, I'm going to go off and do my laundry now, so I'm going to go on mute for a while. Got 20 minutes. I'm going to disappear for the next 20 to 30 minutes.
I love you. I'm going to go on mute too here in about 10. But I fucking love you, bro. Every time I talk to you, I love you.
Yeah, I love you too, man. Buddy. Nice. Yeah, we're solid, man. We're solid, man. Solid.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, we like to bring the integrity to the server. A little bit of discipline.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, no audio chaos. No slagging each other off. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's good.
Hey, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. It's fantastic. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, in the YouTube Rumble, I hope you enjoyed what we were talking about there. As you know, June CBO, I'm the loudest flat earther you'll ever meet. The loudest. You should hear me when I'm in the other servers where they hate flat earthers, and I'm in there like a Rambo. Every word I say is coming out of an M60. Flat earth truth. Bring it on. They need a new server. They're in disarray. The dark energy that is Jin CBO1 strikes again.
Yeah. I love it, brother. Good man. That's a good man right there.
I was 62. You wouldn't think I was 62, ladies and gentlemen. But
hey, good man. Good man.
Yeah. Catch you guys later. Thank you.
All right, man. Always.
Be well, dude.
Now you faggots are going to sit in silence.
Yeah, boy.
Y'all have any thoughts on any of that or what? Come on, somebody's going to jump in on that.
What?
You have any thoughts on any of that?
No, it's all just same old same, really.
Are you
Most
from Australia?
no, England.
England. Fuck.
Englandistan.
Are you hold on, I got a question for you. And I expect a very off the cuff answer. Right? We agree to that?
Go
Off the
for it.
cuff. So you can't think about it off the cuff. Are you proud of the Olympic team for England?
Oh, I don't watch that garbage.
I didn't even hear that. What was your answer?
I don't watch that garbage.
I don't watch that garbage. Okay.
My take
I mean, to be honest with you, I was just honestly curious.
No, it's quite
But
simple. Sports ball,
no. Hey. To be honest with you, that was a pretty solid answer. So
yeah.
I'm not going to hate on that.
No, it's just rubbish,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not going to hate on that at all.
Plus, there's barely any English people on the team.
Yeah, like I say. I mean, probably the best possible answer you could give.
Yeah, people just they think England is a brand like Nike or Reebok. They don't understand. So
It kind of is to a degree.
no, it's not a brand.
Yeah, a little bit.
No, it's a 40,000 year history.
Well, yes, of course, it's like bigger and beyond a brand. I mean, obviously, but obviously, it's a brand, like a good brand. Frankly, maybe not in your mind.
Not in anyone's mind.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people that think. Well, it's such an interesting and topic because there are a lot of people who think like, why should we still have a whatever kingship in a way, but yet England is the only one to still hold on to this, unless you know of another country. So you have one country that holds on to this kingship, basically. It's like family. I don't know if I've lost you guys. My fucking phone.
Yeah, there's a few.
Anybody there? Oh, okay, good.
Few around Europe,
Yes, and sure, there's like, some country we Americans from Texas have never heard of, frankly. But I'm sure they exist.
But they poisoned the mind, you see, of the youngsters to hate their own. So this is what they're doing in all of these places.
Sure.
That's how they move them on to globalization, They get them to care about people outside of the borders more than those inside the borders and things like this. So it all just falls apart.
I mean, would we expect any less, of course, but with all that said, the crux of the question that I'm going to ask you is it a good thing or a bad thing that England has this kingship, whatever you want to call it? Is that like in the final analysis? Would you rather have it or not have it?
It's kind of redundant these days. It's part of that, history we once had. But yeah, I don't think it really matters these days.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a Texan, tried and true American. I'll pull my dick out on on a boat type American.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, I love you guys. I really think you guys should appreciate this thing that you guys got going on, dude. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, there were times and there were stages, but what it's become today, it's basically to bring in tourists. That's basically all it's about.
I know, and I know that feeling, and it is terrible. I hear you. I hear you. But let me make the opposite argument. Like basically, there is a pretty amazing thing that goes on in your country that doesn't happen in a lot of countries that you should try to like hold on to. Basically,
Well,
I mean, or
again,
not. I mean, you can just give it to. I mean, if you want, we can just invade you guys. I mean, I'm fucking
well,
around,
it's
but
about each generation. They're manoeuvred more towards whatever the agenda wants. So that's really the issue. The older ones are more royalist, because of their education, being closer to the war, different things like that. But the younger generations today, they're not taught anything, as I said earlier. So they don't even know their own history. They don't understand the king and queen and all of these types of things.
okay, that's fine. Are you a fan of? It's so funny that I forgot, but I would forget. What's his name? Fuck, I forget his name. Are you a fan of the guy who's going to take over the throne?
King
What is
Charles,
his name? Yeah, Charles.
Charles the Third.
Yeah, and he's married to that one bitch. What's her name?
Oh, yeah, the divorcee. Yeah,
Yeah,
she almost died
yeah.
in a
So,
car.
okay, yeah. So those two people. Sorry, I
Yeah,
just
like
don't
I
remember
don't
their name.
really follow them. I mean, like I say, I don't watch the news and I don't really listen to what these people have to say because I know they have no authority. The agenda, the people behind the scenes are the ones doing the moving and shaking. These people are just actors, essentially. They're just puppets. And so,
Okay, so interesting. Okay, let me keep going with you because you're giving me the fucking sauce here. So even with that perspective that you come from, you still look at it like that. Essentially, it's all fake. Is that the way you look at it?
yeah, I mean, they the agenda, as I term them, because we don't know who's running things, and anybody.
Nobody does, though, dude. Nobody does.
No,
Look, I'm in
but people
America,
claim
dude.
to
What? I
know,
mean, come on,
and
bro.
obviously that's just their own hubris. But whoever this group is, right? At the end of the day, they've been at this for a very long time. They haven't
So,
been doing
hold
this.
on, real quick. Do you look at like Prince Harry as just like a total feckless, nothing burger? Like he's got nothing to do with what's actually
Well,
going to
he was
happen.
he was the product of that affair that she had, so he won't be eligible anyway. Only William
Well,
will
I
be.
just mean, what I mean is like the way you view it. Do you view it like, man, these guys don't do shit. They don't control shit.
Yeah,
That's a bunch of bullshit.
they're a distraction, and this is what I've spoken to people about in here. Essentially, if you imagine there's a group of psychologies, the agenda know how to subsume those psychologies within narratives. So psychology 1 falls for narrative 1, psychology 2 for narrative 2, and they don't look outside of that. So what happens is they become easily controllable, and they also can't figure anything out because they don't have enough information. And any information they do have has come from the agenda. So this is why so many people.
Dude, honestly, I think you are very probably accurate in that analysis, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it seems to be what my experience, because there's no curiosity in people, right? So when I was looking at all the different television shows, medical, animal, spiritual, supernatural, whatever, something would crop up and it would be like, wow, that's fascinating, and I'd be excited by it. And I would try to bring it up to other people, and I just got this zombie glazed over look, which later I found out could be something called slides. I learned about this phenomena where, because of the programming people receive, once they start hearing anything outside of that, basically a mental slide pops up and it just blocks anything. They can't hear anything you're saying. So I just noticed that, and there were so many people that I was interacting with that this phenomena kept occurring, and it was just fascinating to me. I'm just like, at the time,
Dude, first of all, if I could hug you, I would. I would love to hug you, dude. How do you feel about that? A Texan, like I'm a big body Texan.
Big man,
Texican.
Don't bother me.
But I would love to hug you. That's first of all. Second of all, I obviously don't disagree with the way you're breaking it down, but when I hear you break it down, I'm just telling you what I hear. I hear basically like a oh, that's not a good way to put it. But basically, there's no way to actually control in the way that you're talking about. Dude, this is incredible, dude. I'm talking to somebody from England right now. In my bedroom. Right? Hello?
Hello.
Camille, what's up? Isn't that pretty incredible, actually? I mean, I'm pretty fucked up, so I'm throwing that out there. But you're talking to a dude in Texas. I'm talking to a dude in... Where are you at in England?
I'm right down the bottom. Southampton.
That's pretty incredible. Like how we can have this conversation. And so check it out. You and I are going to have a conversation right now where we're going to get at the crux of this issue right now. That's the plan. I'm counting on you to lead that, though. Because I'm drunk. Go ahead.
So yeah, just when you ask questions and you use basic logic as a way of determining things, you just start trying to get answers really for things that don't make sense. And as you go along, you just try to listen to everybody. And most of the time, what you're actually working on is yourself, because the problem is our own self is the biggest hurdle to everything.
Dude, you are fucking nailing it, dude. I am literally... Keep going, dude. That is fucking awesome, bro.
So that's basically where I, learned all these things. And the thing is obviously if it's happening to me, it's happening to everybody. But without them seeing that and realizing that, they can't do anything about it. And this is where you start to do things, they don't work, so you find something else that doesn't work, and so on and so forth. And you eventually end up where I am now. I have a different idea on a lot of things to a lot of people. But
okay, tell us. Dude, so I think you're a very wise man, dude. I'm going to send you a friend request right now. I don't know how to do that, but I'm going to do it. But seriously, dude, tell us where you disagree, man. And I am pretty drunk, to be honest with you. But honestly, dude, I want you to be my friend, dude. Because you're a very smart guy. Yeah, I know. I'm going to send you a friend request. I'm trying to do it.
Yeah, when you've been at this a long time, there's certain things which just start to make sense. And to me, it's always about input of information, new information specifically. once you figure out something to a certain point, you've got an understanding of it at least. You need to move on, find something else you know nothing about. And it doesn't really matter what it's in. You know, it's just important to always move on, move forward, because it gives you more information and more pieces of the puzzle. What I tend to find is that people, they kind of figure out some things, get comfortable and don't want to move. They like order, they don't like the chaos. But without the chaos, you don't get these broader understandings, or at least options and possibilities. Because I think that's really all we're dealing with here. You know, what's possible, probable, what's an option? And obviously, if people lock themselves into these things they're comfortable in, then they cut off access to these other ideas and these other pathways. So, and that's why they continue to suffer as well, because they got to move forward.
Oh my god, dude! I am so on board with all this. I'm trying to send you a text message here. But yes, I totally agree with all of that. But
and unfortunately, a lot of this comes through suffering, because without suffering, you don't have the catalyst to begin the journey. So if people are having a fairly normal life, they're not going to understand. But if you've had some suffering, then you try to alleviate that suffering. And if you don't do it through inappropriate means, you can do it through information, and you can actually...
Well, can I tell you my philosophy on suffering and
go
pain?
ahead.
Yeah, basically, nobody can know wisdom without pain and suffering. There's no way around it. There is no way to, try to cheat code it. The only possible way you can know wisdom is through suffering and pain.
Yeah, it's what starts the journey, but again, that journey has to continue. That therein lies the rub. It's not something that ever stops, and a lot of people, they just don't have that ability. They get to a place where they're kind of comfortable, they think they understand, or they think they know, and then they kind of fall back into the old patterns, but within a new narrative. It's kind of fascinating. I used to explain it like this, right? So I would say, if you had a teacup and a saucer, the objective of the teacup is to collect the majority of the liquid, and the saucer collects the overspill. So what these two things represent would be the masses are the teacup. They're the ones that are going to plateau. They're completely comfortable. They're going to leave school, go into work, live off their microwaves, watch sports ball, whatever. Then you get that overspill into the saucer. And these are people who know that that's a lot of garbage, what the government is saying, and they're trying to find something else. But the thing that they don't always work out is they know they're free because they can see the teacup. They can see the government narratives are full of holes. But what they haven't figured out is so is the saucer. So now you've got to leave the saucer and you're on the doily. You leave the doily, you're on the table. And that leveling up, as I term it, is where you start to really kind of build an understanding, a 40,000 mile up view of things. And the problem is that people, because of their emotions, they're kind of led in a sense into these rock. See, a lot of people think that we have to do something, and we don't. We have to correct ourselves, and we have to figure that out. But we can't do that for anybody else.
What do you mean by we?
We, the people that are truthers, right? We take this responsibility, this burden upon ourselves to think that we have to try to, help others or inform others. And no, it's like, I cannot make you an Olympian. I can't make you get up at 4:00 every morning, eat rice and bloody chickpeas and run 100 miles a day. It ain't happening. It has to come from within. If you don't have from within the ability to put in the time, which a lot of us have, right? We put in hours and hours and decades. And if you've got some normie, they're never going to do that. it's not interesting enough to them. So essentially that's part of the agenda's trickery. They want you to do that in order to waste your time so that you don't further your own journey, your own leveling up. It's a way to mitigate and stop that.
No. Hold on. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. Because let me put it in another way. Let me steel man your position, basically. What you're saying is that what they really want for us is to go jerk off to a bunch of porn, not be included, not be, invested. And that's what they really want.
Well, that's a part of it. That's one of the narratives they want you to fall into. But that, again, they lean on other things. Nothing. All of these things, they lean on other things, and it's never a single reason. So this is the thing. When they pushed women out, that was an attack on the family, because the family is the smallest block of the nation. So to destroy the nation, you've got to destroy the family. So that was a part of it, right? And then obviously you get rid of the fathers, that brings chaos. And then there's no order, there's no, responsibility anymore. And again, this happens to every civilization. Hellenist, Greece, Rome, they all fell through similar methodologies, and the same ones they're now using. And Alfred Rosenberg wrote about this in The Myth of the 20th Century. And he detailed how each of these civilizations fell and what the methodologies were. And it's the same ones being used today on our civilizations. So you can see the end outcome of these things. But again, people have to care about these things. And a lot of the time they don't, because they don't have that suffering. Or if they do, they go into drinking or drugs or other things. So again, it's just very difficult to get people to actually want to even investigate or look into these things. And then you have to try to be objective as well. So there's layers and layers and layers on top of things, And
I'm going to reinforce that point right now.
If I can just interject there, sorry to cut you off, man. I would agree with everything that was just said there, because I've spent the last year and nearly 2 years now discussing with some British people on a British server about the flat Earth and that, and I've given them the red carpet treatment, where we're giving them 9 years of reading, laid beautifully in Jin's flat Earth gallery of facts. And it's laid out chronologically for them, so they don't have to do too much work. And only 1 or 2 of them have had a look, and yet they're asking for my sources, because we're discussing it outside of my gallery, and they're shouting at the top of their voices, "Yeah, but how do you know? Where do you get your source?" I said, "Yeah, but you're not looking in the gallery, are you? If you look in the gallery, you know where the sources are coming from. What are you scared of? Why do you sit in these servers and you slag yourselves off all day? You get pissed, drugged up, and you're going nowhere. I come in. I'm just trying to direct you to a deception that's been perpetrated on all of us. You're not picking that up yet. Okay, maybe it's my color. Is it my color? A black guy's telling you this? Well, ignore the color. Look at the information that's there. You're not even looking at the information. And then how can I be wrong when you haven't even checked? You haven't checked it, and I've checked it. You don't know the model. I know the model, and I'm wrong. Does that make coherent sense? See, so what this guy just said is correct. There's a lot of people out there who are weak through the brainwashing.
Yeah.
Don't have the vigor.
Hey, y'all want to hear something crazy? Y'all want to hear something crazy?
They can't even be bothered. Downtrodden Brits.
Exactly. And again, as Jin just said, it's not even within the flat Earth. It's within almost anything. If you try and get people to investigate or read something, and it could be about nature, it could be about medical, but if it's outside of their sphere,
truth, dude.
Ignorance bubble people, right? They just will not even be interested. That there's no curiosity, there's no wonder anymore. it's just so sort of unusual to see it. But I see it across all age groups, all sexes, all races, all cultures. Because of where I volunteered, I was interacting with a lot of different people from a lot of different places, and I saw the same kind of effect. And so I was always thinking to myself, okay, what's different about me? Well, obviously I had a lot of suffering, but then I always think to myself, like, this is simple. And when I would ask people, so at the time I thought a university degree meant you had a few brain cells, not that it was toilet paper, but I would ask these people to read certain things, and they wouldn't read a word of a sentence of a paragraph, but they knew it was wrong. And I was just thinking to myself, what is going on here? Because again, that doesn't make sense. Normal people, they would read it. I mean, if you had a friend, or if you had somebody that meant something to you, and they came to you and they asked you to look at something or read something, you would do it because the person means something to you, and you would go through it, and you would spend a bit of time. But there's none of that. And I just think to myself, like, there's this malaise across humanity. And this is what I was trying to work out with these other things. And that's why I've gone off on my understanding, which is a bit different to most people's. But yeah, when you see this, it is a journey you take on your own. You can't bring anybody else along for the ride. You can meet other people along the way that have done a little bit of travelling or a lot more travelling, and then you can, bounce off of one another because you've each invested something. So now, when Jin and I talk about things, we can say, yeah, we both saw this one, and then we can give our point on it, or I might have seen something that he hasn't, he's seen something I haven't. We share them and we actually watch them. And it doesn't matter if it's 3 hours long or 6 hours long. We never complain about it. We might do it in one go or do it 20 minutes at a time, whatever. We get through it. But then, see, this is the other thing. This is the self-work. Have we taken it on board accurately? And
that's a great point.
Again,
yeah.
Go ahead, Jin.
Cool. Yeah, no, I like what you're saying because it resonates with me. The longer the video, the more in depth it is. They've gone through with a fine tooth comb to make sure that they've left no stone uncovered. I don't mind the 3 hour, 5 hour epics. I love them because they've done their due diligence. Do you know what I mean? That's how you're going to learn.
And
yeah,
this is the thing, though, right? So we sit here, we listen to these things, and like now, if somebody drops something I haven't seen and it's 3 hours, irrelevant of all of the things that I've watched, my understanding at this point, I will still go and look at it because I know there's something in there that's going to add, and it's only for me. It's not for other people. So, but for me, I know there's going to be something valuable within that, and being able to do that, what you tend to find is you might find 5 or 6 documentaries on something, and they will 80%, let's say, be saying the same sorts of things, but there'll be 20% that's different, and you add up all those 20% differences, and that's when you really start to make headway. You really start to move. See, the problem is
the pieces start to fall into place, don't they? The pieces.
Yeah, those differences.
Oh yeah, I'm with
so
you.
important because I bring things to people, not because but because I just keep banging away at things. I pick up these differences, and I say to people, "Oh, what about this bit or that bit?" And then I help them along. And I think that it's so important that we just recognise in ourselves to not only watch these epics, but understand them and make sure that we're absorbing it correctly.
Digest it properly. Yeah,
because
absolutely.
The thing is that until you're aware. So for me, what happened was I watched a 2-hour lecture. I normally only watch things once, but 2 days later I had a visitor. I watched it again, and I really couldn't remember almost any of it. It was like the first time I was watching it. So I'm thinking to myself, hold on, my memory's okay. I only watched this 2 days ago. I'm not senile. How the heck is most of this information not gone into my head? I hadn't been able to remember it. So I realised, as I termed it at the time, I had these lenses which I term ego, bias and belief. So when you're watching something, let's say that's a brilliant white light, but between you and that brilliant white light are red, green and blue lenses, ego, bias and belief. So the brilliant white light becomes a bit red, a bit blue, a bit green. It hits you, it's purple. So you're not getting that pure understanding. You're getting this marred and twisted understanding through your own self. And until you can overcome that, you can't even hear what anybody's saying. You can't even hear the show or understand anything. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, you know. But now, how do we tell other people this? Because until they can see that within themselves, I can't. I luckily figured it out for myself. But you know,
I'm good at doing that. I'm actually good at getting people to realise, but it's not. It doesn't happen on the day. You know, it's a war of attrition. You just got to keep banging away. That's what I do. You see, I'm like that, like the drop of water that wears out the rock. That's gin. Okay.
Good.
That's exactly how I do that. And I always emphasize that the sooner you get off your ass and actually go and have a look, the tap will I will turn the tap off. But it's not going to be turned off until you get up. I got up. I done it. I know. Don't ever misrepresent my position. Jin thinks or Jin believes. That's crap. I know. There's a difference here. Right? I stopped believing years ago, mate.
So when you're dealing with a normie, you get them to watch a 10-minute clip. But what they don't realise is, of that 10 minutes, only a minute has penetrated. But they know they've watched 10 minutes, but they don't know they haven't absorbed 10 minutes, only 1 minute. So the thing is you're bringing things up, and they're saying, no, that didn't happen. And it's not that it didn't happen, it's that their brain has deleted it. So this is the problem now. You've got people to watch things, but now you've got to argue with them that they've got to watch it 20 bloody times.
Well, you want to have a conversation with them to digest what they watch, to make sure that they. And I'm having that problem with my brother. That's what I'm having with my brother, actually. You know, because I give him material, doesn't watch it. I said, so how are we going to have a conversation? I gave you the material so that the next time we meet, we can have the conversation. But if you haven't even looked at the stuff, what are you doing with your time, man? Come on here. You're not communicating properly. Now, you know what I love to say to the Globers when I go onto their servers? You know what I say to them? And I love saying this, and I say it a lot. You'll have nothing that I'll ever want to see. Get that in your head. I don't come here to watch your shit. Get that in your head. You'll have nothing I want to see, but I'll have stuff that you want to see, because when I'm spouting it out to the YouTube listeners in the live stream, yes, and I'm sending them the links, you're going to want to know those links, aren't you? Because you want to know my sources. That's how it works. Because they keep saying, you'll have nothing I want to see. Nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah. I tell them that straight. And I'm the man that doesn't give them a timestamp. When I drop the videos into their laps, I don't give them any timestamps. So I'm not going to spoon feed you this. I've done my due diligence. Now you start getting on with it. I want you to go through the same roller coaster ride that I have. And then Jen Panda might say, yeah, but then it means we're going to have to spend 2 hours. Go spend 2 hours. I spend 2 hours. You don't have. We can continue this conversation tomorrow or the next day. I'm not in a hurry for you to learn the truth. I already know the truth. Take your time and get on with it. It's your problem, not mine, remember. You will have nothing I want to see. Nothing.
Exactly, because we know what they're going to offer us, which is their authorised sources full of garbage.
Exactly. Why don't I want to waste my time through that? Exactly that, you know? That's what I mean. I'm a destroyer. Double machine gun belts wrapped up, you know, mask dropping, taking them out, leaving them in disarray. You know, they are out of breath. Listen, they are out of breath. Such is the ferocity at which they're trying to stop me, that they are unfit. They don't do any training. And I'm posting pictures of me exercising the other day. This is me the other day. I trained to murder you people. Tomasic, get in there, you know.
Yeah.
Military uniform on, psychological barrage. I hit them with it.
Gonna
Every
be a
step of
good
the way.
day. Didn't need my AK.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I hammer them completely.
But yeah, this is where most people will stumble, even when you get those that maybe figure out one or two things.
Yeah.
They seem to stop, but then you get others that go a bit further and others that go a bit further. And most of the time, the only reason I'm even talking about certain things is because I want somebody, not just as a sounding board, but to actually have watched what I've watched or similar, so that you can
Yeah.
have a back and forth to double check my logic or double check my
Exactly.
ideas to see
It's
if it's valid.
verification.
Yeah,
Isn't it? Yeah. Of course it
you
is. Because
just kind of like
they might discover something in there that you or I may have missed. And then
exactly.
I didn't think of that. That's a good point. Make a note of that. Yeah. That's the
And
whole point, isn't it? Yeah.
that's why most of the time, like there are certain, again, people don't really have standards in a sense, because some of the times I get links from people and I'm like, why are you watching this guy? I said, he's not presenting any evidence. He's looking at pictures and he's telling you stories. What are you doing? I said,
Yeah.
I have no issue with the hypothesis that he's putting forward, but I said, what is he doing to try to verify it, or what evidence is he trying to actually back it up? And
Yeah.
I'm saying to people, I said, look, that's an opinion piece. I said, that's going to do nothing for you. It isn't going to enhance your journey. It's not going to help you. And I said,
Yeah.
you need to do better. I said, these
Yeah.
people, there's a couple of them, and I just say, like, they offer nothing of value, because without evidence, there's no point. And most of the time, you can't even get the evidence for what they're putting forward anyway. So
Well, on this survey the other day, I was debating with someone, discussing, right, and he brought up this guy. I think it's either Dave McKeegan or whatever his name is, the Brit Glober. I called him all the names and that. I said, this guy is the scumbag, the shit on my shoe. And the other guy that I was talking with, he took offence. I goes, yeah, you're the same. You know what I mean? I just fucking hammered them. I goes, don't offer me people like this. The shit on my shoe people. Okay, who are these scum? But he's lucky that I'm not going on that final experiment, because I would bury him with flat earth truth. He'd have to sit outside of the plane, such is my noise. He wouldn't be able to be inside the plane. I guarantee you. He'd hate me and I'd hate him. Yeah, you fucking, like I said, if I was on that final experiment, I'd say to them, look, every man for himself here, yeah. So if you get in trouble, Glover, don't look for me. Flat earthers, unite. That's what I'd be like. You know what I mean? Honestly, I'd kill them. I'd kill my psychology warfare. They're fucked. They don't even know it. They're lucky they haven't met me. That's what I feel. Huh? They don't know. Flat Earth has energized me. I'm 62, going on like I'm 32. See the stuff that I'm doing. All right? Man, they haven't lived yet. Living life.
I'm in with you, bro. I'm here.
Yeah, wicked, boss. Wicked. But yeah, that's what it's about. You know, you have to tell them where to get off when they start obfuscating or not looking and doing research properly and looking the other way. So yeah, you bring them to the road you're on. So this is where I'm at the moment. Can you please have a look? For fuck's sake, just have a look, and then let's digest this and discuss it.
And that's the thing, like when you're trying to learn about these things and move in these sort of spheres, without Discord, there was no one to talk to. You certainly couldn't bring it up with people, not even because of the topics you're trying to discuss. They have no frame of reference in order to offer you anything. So it was just pointless, and you become like one of those little nerd groups in a sense, where it kind of eats you up, because again, you're looking for answers, you're trying to make sense of things, so it winds you up in a sense, and you just keep going.
I've actually become the nerd. That's the thing, though. I used to make fun of some of these intelligent bods at school, and we used to call them nerd because they were really into the science and they had it dialed in more so than myself. So we used to take the piss out of them. Not vindictively, but just, shut up, you nerd, you know too much, you know what I mean? Yeah. But I've now become that nerd. I can't believe that I'm calling myself a nerd. I can't believe that. I've surprised myself. I've turned out to be a nerd. Wow. You know? It's a joke.
Yep.
But that's the reality of the situation.
I'm with you,
In order
Doug.
to know the truth about the sciences and the earth and the heliocentric model, you've got to be a nerd to know it. Actually. There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm a dangerous nerd, because not only am I a nerd in the head here, physically, mentally, don't even go down that road. You will lose. They are out of, when I go into some of these servers for a debate, discussion, slagging match, I am leaving them, they are out of breath. They know they've had a workout. And it's because they can't speak fast enough or loud enough. They're trying to drown me, and I'm just drowning them. My wife has to come there and say, shut up, you're noisy. Shut the window, it's coming out. It's pouring out into the streets. You know, got to shut the window, I'm so noisy. Yeah, literally at the top of my voice. Yeah, drowning these scum, that's what I call them. Toxic maggots. But I love it. I love the combat. That's what I call it in some cases. I like the amicable discussions. I love those. But I really excel in the combat zone. Love it, man. That's why people like McToon, I've had him twice, made mincemeat of him. Twice. McToon the Loon. I called him McToon the Loon.
Oh, that guy. He's creepy.
Yeah. It's just a wally. Wally, you know? A cockroach that you want to crush. Not that I don't usually kill cockroaches, but that one I wouldn't mind crushing.
Did you see his latest debate? Not the one the other day, the one last week with the what's his name, Marcus Allen.
No, I did not see that. I'd be very interested to see that one, because Marcus Allen is the proponent that the moon, they didn't go to the moon proponent, and he's the chief editor of Nexus magazine. Is that right?
That's him. That's right.
Yeah, he lives in Bromley in Kent. Yeah, I know the guy very well.
Yeah, it was
so
quite.
Please tell me how that went, and if you can send me a link, I'd love it.
I will. So it was quite painful. Marcus is polite, much like when Dr. Tor invited fake Professor Dave. You've got these people like Marcus who is a little more erudite. He's older, he's calmer.
I know him well, yeah.
And he's just trying to say that, look, we've got questions. And, you know, McToon is just spazzing out like he usually does.
Yeah.
And the moderator of modern day debates is a complete effeminate little retard. And I don't think Marcus is really used to the trolls, these retards like McToon. And
no, most certainly not.
He was put on the back foot. He didn't really know, but I think he made some okay points. I just wish that they could have actually delved into them a little bit more, and he had his videos and that ready. But it was pretty good. And then the Apollo Detective is Marcus's show with these other guys, and
I know it very well. I'm delving into that as we speak, mate. I've been on this one for like this year, and 8 months of research I've done from that.
Really
That's
good
where my knowledge is coming from.
There.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think he did that well in a set. If you know what Marcus is talking about, it's brilliant. But if you're a normie, there's and we always have to think, like, if I'm a normie and I know nothing, that's really the problem. And sometimes, because again, teaching this is one thing, understanding it is another thing. So Marcus, he's used to these long form kind of, discussions or talks where they can
and explanations,
and this was a different format. I hope he does another one. I hope one of his friends from Apollo Detectives actually does it.
Scott Henderson would be good.
Yeah, I hope you get a bit more aggressive
on the
with
vacuum, you see.
McToon.
Scott Henderson's shit out on the vacuum and how it affects the films and all that stuff. He's
Yeah,
really got that dialed in. I want him to be there. Yeah.
that
The
would be
thing is,
awesome.
though, they're not used to the rough and tumble that Discord sometimes deliver. But when it comes to me, when they deliver that, I deliver it back in tsunami spades of it all. They can't handle gin. They've got to mute. And then they like I say to Jen Panda, you have the most polished mute button on Discord, don't you? And when I go in there, sometimes I say, you know what, you're going to need a new mute button today. Have I got some stuff that you're going to, ladies and gentlemen, seatbelt up now quickly because it's not going to be a smooth ride. You know, that's the way I debate style. But, you know, I'm not a Marcus Allen. And sometimes I do feel that Marcus Allen leaves a little room for doubt when he shouldn't be. That's where I'm going to punish him with that.
He needs to drive the points home.
Yeah, he should drive them home, exactly. He doesn't do that. He leaves little bits of nails sticking out here and there. Doesn't do the job properly. And I felt that when my brother introduced me to Marcus Allen about maybe 15 years ago, because he was doing this moon landing host presentation. My brother liked him, and he goes, Jin, have you heard of this guy? Because I've heard of him, but I haven't really followed him. Let me have a look. And I didn't like the way he presented the moon landings. He left room for doubt. And that's not the way I do things.
Yeah, I think my interpretation is, and again, he's kind of talking to normies, and what he's trying to do, in my opinion, is give them enough to kind of question to go further, but not me like turn them off by being 100%. Because sometimes, even though we can 100% say we haven't gone because, we've done the homework, we've done the research, you can come off arrogant saying that to a normie because, again, they don't have the frame of reference or the thousands of hours of evidence. So you can kind of see maybe it's a bit of a tactic like that for him where he's trying to be a bit of a middle grounder. But he knows 100%.
I don't appreciate that at all. As far as I'm concerned, newbie or not newbie, these are the facts. That's it. I'm not here to be. I'm not a nice guy. So please don't look for niceties. Look at the facts that I'm bringing to you. Challenge that. Don't look for me. If you're looking at me, I will destroy you. I'm like a 10th Dan. Don't go there. So look at the information. Ignore the color. Yes, I'm a black guy. Ignore that. Look at the information that I'm bringing to you. That's going to be your saving grace. Get on with it. Stop. I'm not here to be a nice guy. Sorry.
Do you know of Randy Walsh?
Yes, I know Randy Walsh. Is he American English? Yeah, he's English. Yeah. He's in the Apollo Detectives. I've seen some of his material as well. He's also got a book out. He's got one book published already, and he's working on another one. That's
he's
what
done
I do
some great work on those engines because they, you know, I mean, for people that don't really understand these things, they had this issue with the engine, and then suddenly overnight it was corrected. They used it all of these times supposedly, and then they stopped using this engine.
Yeah,
and they've never used it since, even though the F1 engine is like 5 times more powerful than the ones they're using now.
Yeah, the ones they're using on the shuttle and that. Yeah, absolutely. But bang for buck, it's crap compared to the F1 engines because it powered the Saturn V rockets. You see,
they never got the cooling right on them.
I've seen all that from the Apollo
and that was what I found interesting. Right up until the thing, suddenly, it all works now. And it's like, what do you mean it all works now? You know, they've never tested it, they've never trialed it, but suddenly it all works, you know.
That's right.
And it's just okay.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you raised there because that happens all through NASA. For example, do you know the organization NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration?
I've heard of them.
Right. Anyway, now they said that if NASA had gone to the moon, they would have needed 2 meters thick of shielding just to contend with the cosmic ray particles. That's 6 feet of some kind of shielding all the way around the spacecraft. They didn't have that. So NASA was ill prepared, but yet they went, you see. There's a perfect case of what you just described. Yeah. No shielding, but they went. And then Bill Woods, he's the rocket propulsion engineer that was interviewed in the What Happened on the Moon documentary with David Percy. right? Part 1,
know
part
David.
2 and 3 combined. Yeah, right. Now, he was asked about if NASA had a shielding for the radiation. He said they would have needed 40 centimeters, 10 centimeters thick of shielding, which is 4 inches of aluminium shielding, and they didn't have that. He said because NASA could not fabricate such a shielding of aluminium because it would have posed a problem for the F1 engines to lift their Saturn V rocket off. The payload would have been too heavy. And by the way, when he said, when I looked at the exhaust plume coming from the rocket on liftoff in the air, he said he knew that rocket wasn't going to the moon because the color of the exhaust was wrong. It looked like the fuel they would use for the flamethrower. And we all know that flamethrowers don't have any thrust, he said. Don't have much thrust. So this is Bill Woods, rocket propulsion engineer for NASA. Surely, pure revelations all over the place.
The radiation thing, I remember reading about that in David S. Percy's book. It's measured in REMS, Rontgen Exclusivity Man, and they recommend that we all get between 1 and 2 a year throughout the year, and that's fine. But they reckon that there's a gap where they would have had full-on space radiation, inverted commas, for 2 hours there, 2 hours on the way back. And that would be 240 REMs. Now, this is gamma radiation, which would affect you at the cellular level. And even with like 6 feet of lead, it would have taken it down to 40 REMs. So that was one of the big, bones of contention. And then...
See what I mean? 6 feet of lead.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way the rocket would be up there. It can't be up there, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
That's way too heavy.
They don't have the rockets to get them up there as well. But it's ridiculous.
There's a documentary called The Tyranny of the Rocket Equation by Don Pettit, who is NASA's veteran astronaut, still there. Don Pettit, Tyranny of the Rocket Equation. He's talking to a bunch of young students, and he's got this image of the rocket, the Saturn V rocket that he drew by hand, and he's stating that 95% of that rocket is fuel. 95%. So the 5% that's left, that's the payload. That would be the astronauts and the equipment and everything else. He said if they had to go to the moon, they would need to reduce the payload in order to get there at the speeds that are being mentioned, right? This is Don Pettit. It's kind of like telling the truth in a roundabout way. But basically he was showing that if we want to go to the moon at these speeds, we've got to keep the payload down. So he was letting out a little truth there because there was, and if you look at that 95% is fuel, the first stage uses up 80%, the first stage, and that's done in 2 minutes odd. That came from the Apollo detectives, by the way, that last statement, right? Apollo detectives have stated that 2 minutes and so many seconds, 80% of the fuel is gone in the first stage. How could they have ever gone to the moon? How far can you get in 2 minutes from the Earth's surface? You're not getting anywhere near the moon. Get out of here.
It's like Randy Walsh talks about when they were using Earth for dead reckoning. And saying, well, that's impossible. You can't do that because if you're off slightly, the distances, you're going to be out by thousands of miles. So
it widens exponentially. You know what I mean? Yeah. And remember, you can't, when you're talking, sorry to cut you off there, when you're doing the rough reckoning, right? Your fuel is, you've got to be very frugal with your fuel. You can't afford to make any mistakes. You just can't because you haven't got that fuel.
That's right. They didn't have, so you got to be very frugal and make sure that you get it right. And that was the other thing. Like everything they did, everything just went right. There were no mishaps. There were no crashes. It was all. It was essentially just propaganda piece against Russia, who were also in on it because of the agenda. But I mean,
that's why Russia went to Mars when NASA went to the moon. That's what was going on there. Yeah.
When you kind of dig into this, and again, this was brought out in the book, but they were basically using it as shenanigans to manipulate people because it was all about fear, right? So
Yeah.
in the book, they talked about how the Americans actually had the first satellite, inverted commas, but they waited for the Russians to catch up and launch Sputnik so they could say, oh, you're going to get laser beam from space to the American people, scare the shit out of them and get more money. And so that was an interesting point.
Yeah. 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 So yeah, this is what it's like, ladies and gentlemen, in the Rumble here. You're listening to Jin CBR1, and what is your? Are you? What's your name? Ben something?
Logress.
Logress. Sorry, wrong guy letting up then. Yeah, so Logress. Are you listening to Logress from England? I'm from England, but I'm talking to you from Japan currently at the moment. But yeah, very interesting, this moon landing hoaxing and how they did it and how it was impossible. People on the inside have whistleblowed. Do you know what I mean? From inside NASA, Bill Woods, rocket propulsion engineer. There you go. Okay, and then you've got like Marcus Allen, who is another proponent for the moon landing hoax with his magazine Nexus magazine. Do you know that I contacted Marcus Allen? Okay, you know what I said to him? I emailed him and said, why don't you do an issue on the flat Earth, right? And then he said he contacted me and said he had. And he hadn't seen any evidence but a flat Earth. So you know what I did? I tsunamied him with a load of links of flat Earth proof now. Not theories, proof, right? And then I replied to him. I said, frankly, I am perplexed, Marcus, because you're a man who knows that they never went to the moon. And if they never went to the moon, then the blue marble image could never have been taken. That would have to have been a painting, wasn't it? Question mark. You know what I mean? As I'm emailing him, yeah? And then I prefer the Sherlock Holmes method here, in that when you've removed all the impossibilities, whatever's left has to be the truth. Don't you think, Marcus? Yeah? So on that note, Marcus, please look at the material and check the proof of flat Earth. And then please, I hope one day you will do that issue. Do you know what I mean? And I emailed him like that, yeah. Yeah, man. Marcus
yeah,
Allen.
recently.
That's why I know he's in Bromley.
On the Apollo detectives, they were talking about how the company that was building the spacesuits is pulled out, even though they had all this money and to get them ready and everything else. They can't do it and they can't make it work. So it's just funny how, you know, in '69 they had all these suits and they had big racks of them with their zippers and all of this stuff, and there was no problem. They didn't have to worry about radiation or micrometeorites or anything. Everything worked fine, and now they try to recreate it and they can't. Everything failed. Yeah. It's just hilarious.
Excellent point. Excellent point. I think the company is called Axiom, I think it is, and Prada were part of that. And those suits you're talking about, so the astronauts today, if they're going to be on the Artemis mission, they're going to be using two suits. One suit is the suit that they wear inside the spacecraft when they're flying there, supposedly, to the moon. And then the second suit is what they're going to be wearing on the lunar surface. Now, each astronaut's going to need those two suits. As a pair, $3.2 billion, ladies and gentlemen, $3.2 billion. And last year in March, when they gave their presentation for the Axiom suits that NASA employed the company to make, one young man of about 18 years old asked the question of the presenter, the representative of Axiom, how do the suits protect the astronauts from the radiation? Now listen to the guy who, the representative on stage, respond to that question. Oh, that is a very good question indeed. Well, they're going to have to move very fast. So let's take it, they're going to move quickly to the nearest celestial body. Let's say it's the moon. Well, they're going to have to go through that very quickly and land on the top of the moon, and the underneath the moon, the portion underneath the lunar module will be protected from the moon itself. And then they're going to need to get underground pretty quickly. So when you hear the presenter say that, so you're knowing that there's no protection from the radiation then. Do you know what I mean? There is none.
It's ridiculous.
And how can that be in 2024, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, let's say that was 2023 back then, last year. Okay, so there was no offer of protection from the suit. And remember, they're going to go to the south side of the moon there, yeah? Minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit, ladies and gentlemen. That's minus 260 degrees Celsius, if you're wondering, okay? How do we test? How do we test for those temperatures? How do we test?
Asked why they didn't use the suits to clean up Chernobyl and places.
Exactly that. That's what Ralph
Hey,
Renee
Dave.
said. Ralph
But
Renee said that.
Are you,
Yeah.
Jen? Are you telling me that I watched them play moon golf on TV when I was 7 years old? You saying they lied about that?
They lied about that, my man.
Oh my God!
They lied. Mr. Hinkle. They
Hey.
lied.
Jen,
Sir,
one thing that we know for sure that is real about space, and there's nobody in this channel that's either talking or listening or whatever, no federal agent that monitors this can even dare refute what I tell you is real about space and outer space. This is absolutely true.
Go
that
ahead.
Marvin the Martian is real. And that wonderful little dog that he has.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's only real in fantasy. That's it, at the end of the day. Only real in fantasy. But yeah. As I was saying, we thank those who are doing their diligent work. I'll tell you another thing that I find odd, okay? And that is Marcus Allen met flat. You know the guy? Paul on the Plane. Do you know that guy? Paul on the Plane?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, well, he's part of the Apollo detectives. Okay, and you know what Paul on the Plane did? He actually used the recent, digital digital software. Okay, this is forensic. This is it. That's what I'm trying to say. Digital forensic software, whereby this software can tell whether or not a picture is authentic or not, whether it was taken in space or not, whether it was taken by your camera or not, or if it's Photoshop, okay? And he took the Earthrise image, the famous Earthrise image from the moon.
Oh, right.
Yeah, right. Subjected it to this digital forensic software, and it proved that the image was not taken from space. It was a copy and paste image, okay? Because they're looking for noise. They're looking for noise in the image, what's known as noise. With this particular application, the noise comes across as a ash grey colour, uniform right across the image. If that is happening, that's authentic. If it doesn't happen and you're still seeing the image as normal, then that's a fake image right there. And that's what it highlights. There are three types. There's the JPEG scoop, there's forensically, and one more, which I've forgotten the name now. Yeah, there's one more. I can't remember the name now. I'll have to look at it again and get you it. But there's three that they used, and each one of them was proving that the images from NASA are fake. All 8,400 of them, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the software is there. They use it, and they prove that none of the pictures were taken in space because you can't go there, you see. And these images are coming from the NASA library, the Lunar Reconnaissance Library and NASA.gov library. The real images. So none of this, they tried to lie that it's compressed and that. The Globers. I said, no, this is coming from the original one, the full scale, full size, all singing with all the pixels. That one was downloaded as well as the compressed one, and they're all fake. All of them. What do you think about that? Paul on the Plane. And the funny thing is, Paul on the Plane's a flat earther. So how Marcus Allen didn't discuss that with him surprises me, and Scott Henderson. There's a little question mark there. How could they let a man like that slip through their fingers? A flat earther was amongst them, and they still didn't talk about flat earth. That there bothers me. Bothers me a lot.
Dave.
Hey, Jen, I don't want to slow your all's roll here, but let's check for is there any new people here that think they live on a ball, maybe?
Thank you, Mr. Hinkle. Who are these people? Hello.
There's still a lot of people that think they live on a spinning ball, but I was wondering if any of them have joined our call, maybe.
Yeah, please come in and discuss with us how you know for a fact, without a doubt, that you're living on an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe, covering 2.2 or 2.3 million miles. Okay? Please, no, that's wrong. 2.3 million miles an hour. Sorry, covering 19.2 billion miles in 1 year. There you go. Those are the numbers. Please come in. That's how you know this. Yeah.
Just to add to what Jen just said there, we're also doing several vectors and directions, but you can't feel any of it, but just trust us. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I can give you the full spiel. I didn't want to get everyone in a spin. If I'd done it, everyone would be spinning in their seats. So that's why I just gave them the basic block. We're meant to be hurtling through the universe, 2.3 million miles an hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in 1 year, and the stars are all in the same place. How can that be? How? Start explaining. But yeah. Paul on the plane, good man of impeccable integrity. I followed him from way back in 2016. He did a lot of good material. He's another Jaron, if you will. He done a lot of work there, and he was in with the Apollo detectives. If you go to that channel, go to the playlists and go down to the fake. This is fake section. That's where you'll meet Paul on the plane and his material. He takes you step by step how to discern whether the image is coming from space, supposedly by NASA or any space agency for that matter, whether they're authentic or not. And you will be totally blown away. It's good stuff. Paul on the plane. Yeah, you need to look into his material as well. But yeah, the Apollo detectives, good stuff. Thanks to, what's his name, India. He introduced me to that last year. And ever since then, I've called it the gift that just keeps giving, Don't you think? The amount of information that comes out of there.
Yeah, it's really good where they do these short shows on a single point and they really drive it home. Brilliant.
Yeah. I love the stuff they did with the, the mylar and the film, the emotion. And one of them subjected it to 10 to the minus 6 torr vacuum just for 4 hours. And the film was destroyed. Do you remember that, Mark?
I heard them talking about that because they also did one with the duct tape because supposedly they had an issue with the RC car and they had to get duct tape to fix something. And they were showing you that in a vacuum, duct tape basically just turns to goop.
Right. Yeah.
Also, how do you, with the gloves on that are pressurized, find the edge of the duct tape to be able to draw it out and then chop it up?
Yeah, that's right.
Those are other issues.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues there. And it doesn't stick anyway, does it, in a vacuum?
No.
Does it? Yeah.
I just want to highlight real quick that you guys are asking too many legitimate questions about these moon landings. Go ahead.
Well, we're just following the experts here at the end of the day. I understand the logic behind it all, and the questions do stand, and they're coming in thick and fast, and they're exposing the NASA lie story that they went to the moon, because it's not possible. You know, the reason why the film was destroyed was due to the outgassing. You've heard of that, my man, haven't you? Outgassing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing that when you remove the air, things die in an accelerated fashion? Anything man-made starts to deteriorate because there's no air in there. Isn't that amazing?
I also find that. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Real quick. Sorry. My favorite moon thing, real quick, is the fold-up moon dune buggy. That was cool.
Yeah, what about the moon buggy? What about the moon buggy? That was cool.
You could fold it up and tuck it into the capsule somewhere. We couldn't figure out where, but then it unfolds on the moon and everything, and you ride around all stiff, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, but if you remember, when you looked at the video footage, though, it was behaving like it was here on Earth. Because apparently, if the moon has only 1/6 of Earth's gravity doesn't really exist, ladies and gentlemen, but that's what they tell us, that the moon has 1/6 of Earth's gravity. That means the action happening on the lunar surface would be things like dust being shot up would be going up 6 times as high as it would on Earth. There'd be a parabolic arc up in the lunar sky for quite a while. But what we noticed was that it was being stopped dead in its tracks. And that was because of the Earth's air, the air on Earth was doing that. Go ahead.
Jim, I
Yeah.
learned two things from Marcus. One was a smoke and mirrors that I hadn't seen yet, and the other one was a BBC show called Planets, where on episode 4 they actually show you them making the fake moon sets.
Wow. Yeah, well, I've
They
seen
were
bits of
blowing
that,
up
yes.
a piece of Arizona.
Yeah, I've
And they
seen
were
that.
making the exact same crater patterns as the moon.
Yes, I saw that, and I got that from David Percy, What Happened on the Moon, by the way. Yeah, and also from Bill Casing, because you know Bill Casing wrote that book, We Never Went to the Moon, right? When he was being interviewed, some clips came up where in Arizona, and they show you the exact same moon craters. That's where they did it, you see.
Now, the interesting thing about this smoke and mirrors one is whoever did it didn't want to be identified because they probably work in the industry. This is what Alan was thinking of. And I've watched some of it, and they're kind of showing you through their professional eye where they sometimes sped things up, sometimes slowed things down, sometimes edited frames in and out, and it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it. I'll link it to you.
No, it's okay. I've got the smoke and mirrors section in the Apollo detectors. I've got the thing. I'm like I said, I've been researching it now for the last 8 months. This year alone, I'm in there.
Brilliant.
So you don't really have to put the link in it because I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'll put it for other people.
You go into the playlist, right, and then you scroll down, and Marcus Allen's smokers and mirrors stuff comes up. It's there, and it's also in the video section. I love all that. Like I said, this is the gift that keeps on giving. This, I said to people, when you go into this Apollo detectives, there's at least, if you're doing the job properly, there's at least 2 years worth of research there, maybe even 3, really, because there's a lot in there. There's a lot, there's a lot of hours you've got to put in. And I'm saying there's about at least 2 to 3 years worth of research in that alone. Because you're not only going to watch it once. You're going to have to go back and review, and that is a lot of work. But I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it.
Yeah, there's a lot to pick up on.
Yeah, there's a lot of material there, and I'm loving that's a gift that keeps on giving, and I'm loving it. And as I digest it, I then bring it into the servers and discuss it and destroy, because it's all facts. There's no theories. That's the thing. It's not theory here now. You're seeing experiments being conducted here on Earth, and then you extrapolate that out to space. It's more violent, the vacuum, more powerful at all. I'm just loving it, man.
I want you to look at these 2 pictures, Jin, and tell me which one's the moon and which one's Arizona.
Oh, right. Okay, hang on a second. Let me get into my screen now. Is that in the live stream voice text, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on a second. Still... because I'm on the iPad. If I don't touch the iPad and interact with it, obviously the screen shuts down. It goes into the battery save mode, yeah? Yes. Ooh, okay, this is a good one. Now, which one is, you're asking me which one? Okay, well, I'm going to go with the bottom one being the moon, the top one being Arizona.
Yay. Correct.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah. The only reason I was able to get that, of course, is because of the texture, the color. The color was a giveaway there. That's it, really. Yeah, so it wasn't that difficult.
But isn't it funny how when they were testing inverted commas, they had to make it look identical to the moon? They couldn't just bomb a couple of craters and play around. They had to make it look identical.
Yeah. And the reason for that is because of the so-called filming that they're going to be doing later on and landing and everything else. This is why they did that, because they're not going to the moon. They're doing it in Arizona, as we said. In fact, there are a number of places they used. One was, like you said, Arizona. Then there's a place called Clovis, New Mexico. Yeah?
I've heard
the
of
Cannon Air Force Base.
Is that where they got
Cannon
the mountain?
Air Force Base. I'm not sure about the mountain, but what I will say is this: we get this from a guy called Cyrus Eugene Akers. He is the U.S. Air Force police officer that was charged with securing the two hangars that they put together where they filmed the Lem and everything else in there. And Lyndon Johnson gave him the list of who was allowed to go in there and no one else. So Cyrus Eugene Akers and his team secured the two hangars, and it's there, and that was in Cannon Air Force Base, Clovis, New Mexico. So they also used that site also. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. And he told his son, because he didn't want to die without this information coming out. So he relayed it to his son, who died last year, February. All right. And then Cyrus himself died in 2002 at the age of 60 something, which is rather young. Cause of death not known. Couldn't find it, but I'm putting it down to cancer because he knew a lot and they had to get rid of him. And then his son dies as well, cancer. His son admitted that. I've got cancer. It's all over my body. So I'm putting this out there now. I'm not going to make any money. Okay, he said, but this is what my dad told me, blah, blah, blah. This was last year, February.
And isn't it typical of the BBC to hide it in plain sight?
Yeah, absolutely. BBC, as well as CNN and the rest of them. They all put it in plain sight. What they call that? Plausible deniability. They're covering their asses. Yeah. But I see you're a learned man and you're well researched, which is really good, because it does make for a good to and fro, back and forth, doesn't it? So,
yeah, it helps the audience.
Exactly. The listeners in the YouTube, Rumble, the jury, I call them, because they're the ones that have to decide whether or not the information we're bringing to their ears and the links that we're sending them to are going to help them discern whether or not they went to the moon or not. Well, I know they can't go because the vacuum will kill anything we put in it. Anything that we put in a vacuum will be destroyed, depending on the value of the tour, of course. You know what I really wish, though? I wish they'd put that film in there for 72 hours, 3 days. That would simulate just traveling 3 days to the moon. But remember, if they're going to travel to the moon, it's 10 to the minus 11 tour. But we're only
I don't think there was much left after 4 hours.
Yeah. It was only 4 hours. Yeah.
So let me add in here. I don't think I've told you this story, but maybe some of the other listeners have heard me repeat this because I've repeated it a few different times.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So when I first met my bride back in 2009, I told her that the Earth was flat and that there was no way we could have gone to the moon. And so she told me that she wanted to go to the Kennedy Space Center. She grew up about an hour and a half away from there, but had never gotten to go. And so I told her, I said, great, let's go. And so 2010 and 2011 both, we actually got to go because the annual pass is pretty much the same price as the one-day pass. And so I walked in picking apart the stuff we were seeing. And off kind of to the west side of the area, inside the fence, they have the command modules of several different rockets that went up to space. And so they have little ladders so you can go sit in them. And it's ostensibly it's for kids to get in and sit and feel like, wow, I'm going to space. So I told her, I said, look, I tell you what. And I read the sign. They were in this rocket in space for 3 days, or 4 days, or 5 days. This rocket it was. One of them 7 days. I said, tell you what, sit in here. Just go ahead and sit in it for 30 minutes. And then you tell me if somebody was actually able to get in this and be in it for that long a time. I'll go get us a couple turkey legs and something to drink, and I'll come back, and I'll be back right about the 30-minute mark. and you tell me how you feel. And she turned around and started getting out of it. Couldn't even stay in it for 5 minutes. And I'm like, okay, so tell me how in 19 whatever that in this rocket that two grown adults sit in this thing for this many days. How's that possible?
Exactly, and there would have been three of them, because there would have been three of them, by the way. 3 astronauts. Each team had 3 astronauts. So you're right.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're 3. I said 2, but I should have said 3. You are right. It was 3.
Yeah. Cramped conditions.
Yeah, now those weren't necessarily, I don't remember which all command modules are there, and I don't remember right off, because like I say, that was 2010 and 2011 when we were there. I don't remember which all missions that those rockets went on, but ladies and gentlemen, if you ever want to go for CERT, to just show yourself something in a tactile way, go to the Kennedy Space Center. It is just as fun, as enjoyable as Disney World. There's a lot of fun to be had there. You can go there. And then the other thing that they have that's really fascinating is they have the space shuttle out just outside of the big IMAX theater. And so when you're in the IMAX theater, ladies and gentlemen, this space shuttle looks like it's huge. And you see all this space. And then you're able to walk out and you're able to see the demarcation from where the cockpit starts and where it ends. And you can tell that there is not that much space. So I asked her, how would 7 people be able to fit in this area for an hour, yet alone for several days' time? And ladies and gentlemen, as Jen is eloquently explaining to you good reasonings why this stuff is fantasy and myth, I'm offering a way that you can go and experience this tactily. It's a great trip. You'll love it. Make sure you go to the beach. And with just a little bit of open eyes, you'll see right in front of you how none of it's possible. Back to you, Jim.
There, yeah. You see, because thank you, sir. We've been saying that it's so cramped in there. How could they have put the suits on? In fact, in the LEM, in the Lunar Excursion Module, once they got the suit on, they couldn't get out the hatch because the hatch was too small. Now that's an embarrassment. That's embarrassing, don't you think?
Well, it goes to show you, Mr. Jen, that there's a big disconnect with what you would have seen on a small 10-inch screen or however big the television screens were in 1969 and actually going and seeing these things. There's even a Ukrainian space station. I forget what it's called. It's hanging from the ceiling as you go in the main entrance of the Kennedy Space Center. It's got kind of like the initial museum that you see. It is really cool. They've got a lot of great props there. And the valiant effort that they put into filming these picture shows, it's worth going to see. And just hanging above your head is this Ukrainian station. I don't remember the exact word they were there for 7 months. And so I'm trying to figure out, how does a crew actually fit in that? How does a crew actually, how do you actually make it work? And the good thing is when you go there, you're going to get some entertainment, and you're going to actually get to sit in some of those command.
As well.
Sorry, say that again, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, the other problem they would have had as well, right? That's okay. No, sorry. The other problem they would have had is like having to go answer the call of nature, go to the toilet, you see. That there is an unwelcomed event, without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen. It's unwelcomed when you do a normal hike on a mountain and you have to go to the toilet on a mountain on a hike. It's an unwelcomed event. So it's even worse in space. How would you be able to do that? Cramped conditions, no toilets, you're pooing into a bag, ladies and gentlemen. You're asked as an astronaut to poo in a bag. You're going to need assistance every step of the way. You're not doing it on your own. You can't do it on your own, ladies and gentlemen. It's an impossibility. This is what I mean. And when the astronauts are asked about how they went to the toilet, nothing but one-liner jokes. They laugh you under the carpet. You know, like when people try to hide something, they sweep it under the carpet. Well, they laugh us all under the carpet. They don't even address the problem. It's pure jokes. But I don't laugh. I don't find it funny at all. I want to see them reenact how they went to the toilet. Show me. Because I know they could never have done it the way NASA has described and employed them to do that. Impossible. The bag doesn't cover your genitals properly. So you're going to end up urinating into the capsule. It's going to go into Neil's mouth and come out of his ears. Come on. Disgusting.
So where does all the hair and the skin cells and the perspiration, where does all of that stuff go to, my friend?
Exactly. In the Apollo missions, no showering going on. So there would have been one stinky men for 8 days and 12 days respectively. Would have been a real stink. And you notice how they were clean shaven when they came out. They should have had beards. 12 days. 8 days, ladies and gentlemen.
And ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to also figure out is that magnificent hairspray. How do they do that hairspray that they put into the ladies with long hair, where their hair is always up and it's perfect? Like, how do you spray that? Or is it like a glue, ladies and gentlemen? That one little detail, I'm just curious, how does that work? They've never shown how that works. Maybe there's a simple explanation that I'm not smart enough to comprehend. It can't be a powder. It can't be an aerosol.
No. Yeah,
so, ladies and gentlemen, my question is, something even that simple, how would that work?
Yeah. Because, and by rights, the hair on these astronauts who are supposedly on the International Space Station, their hair should flow like it would flow in the wind. It shouldn't be rigid. No, that's not the way at all. That's not the way at all. It shouldn't be a rigid, solid bit of hair like Medusa. No. This should flow, and it doesn't flow. It doesn't flow at all. It's stiff.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, for those who were on the space station for multiple months, how do they do a haircut?
Exactly. Because you can't do that. You can't do a haircut. Impossible. The hairs would be flying everywhere. Impossible. Not doable. Not doable at all. No way. You couldn't use a clipper. Definitely can't be using a clipper. And if you're using scissors, because when you cut it, you're still going to have clumps that might fall off. And then there you are. Possible electric shock shortages all over the place. No, man. Yeah, you could even breathe it in. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. It's a very hazardous environment. The spacecraft, not yet alone space. The spacecraft itself is a hazardous place. And everything has to run smoothly and safely. You can't afford for a drop of water to be floating around anywhere. You can't. Impossible. Yeah, no, yeah. And the way they've described it is wrong. If you look at the Chinese space station, that one is more believable because everything is tucked behind panels. It's completely continuous, clean sheen is all you get. Nothing hanging out, no cables, niche. It's like you could literally have a hose going on in there, and you wouldn't affect anything because nothing is visible. But in the ISS, it's all there laid out raw, cables and everything. Okay, so there's no way you could be able to have a liquid or anything like that, to wash your hair. Even a gel would be a problem. But this is what they want us to believe, you see. They want us to believe it, and of course we don't believe it. It's an impossibility. The International Space Station should have blown up as soon as it got up there, if it was up there, because the radiation would have killed it. 250,000 rems of radiation doesn't lend itself to allowing anything to operate in it. Sorry.
Now, and 100%. So, my also question is, and I know that this is another one that we all talk about a lot, is the Honorable Don Pettit tells us that the problem with going to the moon is that we've lost the technology, and it's a painful process to rebuild, but they're telling us about going to Mars and everywhere else. So I'm just curious, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how is it that we're getting ready to go to Mars, but yet we can't rebuild technology to go to the moon?
Exactly. How can that be? Right? And they put back the schedule of the Artemis because of the spacesuits and the radiation problem, plus other things as well. But yeah, that's part of that's the main problem at the moment. As for the pushback, rescheduling all the time. Yeah. How is it that, like I said again, another question, how did they test those suits that they know they're going to work at minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 260 degrees Celsius? How do they know they're going to work in those temperatures? Because my expertise with the kind of plastics and from motorcycle equipment is that after a number of years, if you're careful like me, they do begin to break down due to the off-gassing phenomena here on Earth. And the plastics begin to dry and begin to crack, and then you're beginning to get sad because you think, oh, I've had it a long while. It's beginning to break down now. And that's just after a few years here on Earth. We don't ever experience minus 200 degrees Celsius. We don't. So how have they tested for that? Where did they test that?
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have a wonderful Nissan Sentra that my wife and I bought back in 2015 that was 2 years old. Very low miles on it at the time, especially. Still very low miles on it, factoring 11, maybe 12 years that this car's been on the road. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm ecstatic and pleased to report that there's only 2 little hairline cracks in the dash of the plastic. It goes to show the superiority of the Japanese engineering, and it was built here in the U.S. and the great hands of American workers that added into the Japanese engineering have made this such a stellar, inexpensive car to operate for us. Next year will be 10 years that we've had it in March.
There you go. My one is 26.
My question is, there's 2 little hairline cracks in the dash after all these miles and all these years. How would something go to space at minus 400 degrees and then plus 400 degrees?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I've lost the call, I think, haven't I? Yeah, I think he's dropped off, but it's a great question that was asked.
So and then my next question then is how about the Muskmobile? How did those tires not explode?
Exactly, because I think they said they used wire mesh type wheels, yeah? Wire mesh. Okay, when you look at it.
Very possible, but how did none of the other rubber, rubber, especially in the Caribbean and in the southern United States, the rubber will dry rot very quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
So how does it go up into the outer space and not dry rot very fast, like within hours?
Exactly, you see, within hours, because that off-gassing phenomena, whereby when you remove the air, there's no air, you're in a vacuum, and you put rubber there, you will see smoke coming off of that rubber. That's the molecules off-gassing. It's vaporizing. You will see that. Rubber does that in a vacuum. Okay, so you don't have rubber as your tire for a vacuum. It has to be made. That's why they made it of wire mesh, no doubt. They couldn't have had rubber tires on it and go to the moon. It wouldn't have worked. And then the batteries as well would have off-gassed, vaporized, unless they were dry cell batteries. But it's still going to off-gas because, like I said, anything that's man-made will be destroyed by a vacuum. And 10 to the minus 11 torr. That's a harsh, violent vacuum, hard vacuum. Vaporization happens quickly. Things begin to vaporize. All materials that we have on Earth begin to vaporize at 10 to the minus 3 torr. Everyone does. But there are some that vaporize before 10 to the minus 1 and 10 to the minus 2. But when you get to 10 to the minus 3 torr, everything starts to vaporize. Nothing can withstand that. Okay? And yet 10 to the minus 11 torr is very violent. So there you go. This is information that I got from Scott Henderson from the Apollo Detectives. That's who I'm quoting. So I didn't even know that till I saw it for myself, and I thought, wow, yeah, this is. Who would know that when there's no air, things die quicker? So air is a kind of preservative, ladies and gentlemen, because without it, things would deteriorate rather dramatically. In other words, wear and tear happens quickly, very quickly in a vacuum. Wow. It's got to be seen to understood. You notice I didn't use the word you got to see it to believe it. No, you got to see it to understand it. You got to see it to know it.
There's also those handles.
Go ahead.
The aluminium handles would have burnt up on re-entry.
According to Marcus Allen, and he got that absolutely right. They should have melted. Yeah. Over 3,000 degrees coming in. Aluminium melts at around 600 degrees Celsius, so they should have been totally melted away, blobbed. Absolutely correct, yeah. So if you go to the Kennedy Space Center, whatever, and you see the capsule with the aluminium handle, you have to ask yourself, how did that survive the re-entry?
All righty, Mr. Jen. Well, hey, I am going to get my space shuttle here started and mow the yard. It's a little zero-turn radius mower, so I'll be listening in for a little bit here, but I won't be able to talk, obviously, because the mower will be too loud. But
yeah,
have a good day, ladies, gentlemen of the jury. Please listen to what Jed is saying, because he's sharing a lot of practical things. So have a good day.
Yeah, I appreciate the vote of confidence and the support there. But thank you for your input as well. You raised a good point with the commander modules that you can go in and sit in and have a look, ladies and gentlemen. I suggest you do that if you're lucky enough to live near the Kennedy Space Center, because that's a lesson for you. You sit in there for yourself. And then imagine you're on a 3-day journey to the moon. Okay, and then there's a 3-day journey coming back. And then if you're the astronaut, if you're Michael Collins, you're the one that's going to be sitting in that all the time. So you're there all the time. You're not even leaving, because he didn't get to go onto the moon, you see. Right. Do you think you could be in a cramped position like that? Nowhere to stretch your legs and stand up and stretch? Yeah, that's a very interesting point, you see. Yeah. Go and have a look at the material and the equipment. You'll laugh. And as my other esteemed colleague from England said, the handles would have melted on the re-entry because they're made of aluminium. Yeah. Isn't that fantastic, the story they told us? Don't you think? My esteemed colleagues from the UK?
Yeah, they like telling us fantastical stories and getting us to be emotional, and then that way it sets in hard. But you have to be stoic about these things. You have to look at the facts and the evidence.
Well said, yeah. Yeah, well said. This is how you can overcome all your biases and that if you love the moon landings and everything else. You've got to follow the facts. That's your truth right there. Not subject to your disapproval.
They also changed that design on the re-entry modules to add more plating and different handles.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Still, if they were made of aluminium, they should have melted anyway. Should have melted. Yeah.
Looks like
there's no way they shouldn't be able to use it.
looks like the mistake was learned later and then corrected.
Yeah.
But the original was still there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're being caught with their pants down every time. They're making what's known as schoolboy errors, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they're doing. Schoolboy errors. Yeah. And NASA made a whole... Yeah, go ahead.
NASA's website where they were explaining to children how sound travels in space.
That's right. Yes. Yeah. What say you on that?
Well, soon got deleted because obviously it's ridiculous. But they had to try to say this because one of the astronauts was hammering and it was heard on his mic.
Yes, you could hear the thudding, the thud, as he hammered.
So, yeah, they were trying to explain on this sort of NASA Juniors page. Where it was travelling up the arm of the astronaut and all this other nonsense. And
all through the suit. The suit, they said. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Had to delete it very quickly.
Yeah, because you clearly heard it. There's still videos out there, ladies and gentlemen. So they haven't got rid of it because there are people out there who are doing their due diligence and uploading it onto YouTube and Rumble and Library and BitChute. You can find it. It's not gone anywhere. Still there. Right. And you hear the guy. It could have been Alan Bean or one of those astronauts anyway. They were hammering the aluminium pole, I think, to set the flag up. And you could hear... When he banged it, you could hear him banging. You could hear it knocking. And that would be impossible in a vacuum, for sound doesn't travel in a vacuum. Sound does not travel. And there is one on YouTube where the alarm clock is in a vacuum chamber and it's ringing, and as they evacuate the air, the sound diminishes. Yeah. And then you don't hear the alarm at all. You can do that one yourself. And you might think, where do I get a vacuum chamber from? Well, you can rent them. You don't have to buy them. You can actually rent them and do your little experiments and then send them back. Not going to cost a lot of money to rent a little small vacuum chamber. And if you really want to do your own and keep it, then you can buy one even if you can afford it. But yeah, when you do these experiments, you learn a lot. And then you extrapolate that to space. And it's not possible because the vacuum out there is even more violent than in your little chamber that can pull 10 to the -1, maybe 10 to the -4. 10 to the -6 would cost you a bit more money. But, 10 to the -1 toys enough to prove that sound doesn't travel in a vacuum. So you don't have to spend big money on it. And if you rent it, it's even cheaper. But yeah, man.
I think there was another issue with the amount of photographs taken. If you add up all of the photographs taken, which is thousands, it meant they would have had to have been taken one every few minutes or 30 seconds or something. And obviously, we saw masses of time where they weren't doing that. So,
yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, that would be 5,771 photographs combined with all the missions, and literally they'd be having to take one every 30 seconds and a minute and that, and you don't see them doing that. When you look at the actual footage of the moon landings themselves and the astronauts on the lunar excursions, extra vehicle excursions, the EVAs, you don't see them actually using the camera in that fashion, because one of them would just be taking pictures non-stop. That's it. That's all he's doing, right? But you don't see that.
Also, how much film did they actually bring with them?
Yeah, now I can't give you that exact number because each team would have to have so many rolls of film. I haven't dialed that one into my memory yet. Okay, so I can't really answer that question, ladies and gentlemen. But what I do know is that the pictures they took were picture perfect, and they shouldn't have been, because the radiation should have totally destroyed the film, and also the cosmic ray particles should have shredded the camera. Not even and the astronauts, they should never have made it back. In fact, they could never have made it there, let alone back. Okay, but there you go. The pictures were perfect, not a blemish of a cosmic ray particle impinging on the camera, no radiation fogging the images. They were perfect, and that would have been impossibility in a vacuum. Totally impossible on the lunar
Not to
surface.
mention all the fill lighting.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Buzz Aldrin was lit up like a Christmas tree, it was said, when he should have been in the dark side of the LEM, should have been in darkness, but he was lit up. And then, what's his name? David Groves, who is a photographer himself and then a photographic analysis of images, said that we know what we did was we took the light from the curvature of the heel boot protector, right? And we knew exactly where that light was placed, right? And then he gave us the number and that, and that's a perfect place to put a spotlight, he said, right? So they knew exactly where that spotlight was, all from the light of the heel, the boot heel protector. Yeah, these guys are good, man. They didn't leave anything. Like I said, forensic science approach. Yeah.
And another thing to note was when they were exiting the LEM, where they were would have been impossible because of the LEM's internal space and diameter and control.
Yeah, exactly. This is another schoolboy error that was highlighted by James Collier, and the documentary is called Was It Only a Paper Moon? And he was looking into the LEM and the impossibility of the LEM operating in space, landing on the moon, and the astronauts being able to get out. You know why? Because the LEM door, which should have opened outwards, because the room inside that LEM was this, they called it the size of 2 telephone boxes. Very narrow indeed. Okay, and it would have been difficult for you to put your suit on, right? You would have needed help from your colleague. The problem is when you want to open the hatch door now, the door is opening inwards. Now, where does the other astronaut go when the door is coming in? Where does he put himself? There's nowhere to go. So there's no way the door could have opened properly for you to get out, ladies and gentlemen. The door would have been in the way. You couldn't have even got out because the door couldn't open properly to open inwards.
Do you remember the size of the internals?
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, the internals were in the way. And then when James Collier went to the Kennedy Center to measure that hatch, now before he went, because it was a 500-mile drive apparently to go there, several hundred miles drive to get to the center. Okay, so he rang them up in advance and said, "Will I be able to measure the hatch? And will you give me a cherry picker, which is a special device? I think you know what it is. You know, it's on wheels." And you wheel it out and you climb up like a ladder, aluminium frame, and you start to pick the cherries at the higher vantage points, which you can't reach from the ground. A cherry picker. So what he wanted to do was to climb up on the cherry picker and then measure the hatch, okay? So they said he could. The curator of the museum said, yeah, come along, yeah, no problem. We'll do everything to facilitate your needs. So he gets there, right? And as he makes his way to the hatch, he was told, you cannot measure that hatch. And then he started to ask, yeah, but you said I could. I mean, I came here to do that. You promised me a cherry picker, you said. What's going on here? They wouldn't, you know why? Because it would have been revealed that the hatch would have been too small for an astronaut to go through with his suit and life support system, the bliss. No way could he have done it. That's why they didn't let him measure it. Okay, there you go. And when you look inside the hatch, there are connecting pieces that connect the lunar excursion module nodes to it to keep it keep it in place, and those protruding boxes and that would have torn the suit to shreds. There's no way you could have gone there smoothly. No way at all. Not in the suit. You would have been snagged, caught up, and you would have torn your suit. No doubt, because it's only linen, thin, glorified ski wear. That's all it was. But there you go. Who am I, ladies and gentlemen? They expect us to believe that we're only asking the questions. So that's a good point you raised. Yeah, good point. About the lemon, the equipment on the inside. That door coming in. When I told my brother that, he couldn't stop laughing because it's embarrassing. Because you've got to imagine that you're in the suit now. Now the door's coming in, and now you can't get out of the way of the door. You cannot get yourself out of the way. The door's coming in, and that's it. We're stuck. Okay? That's what you've got to imagine. It's absurd, isn't it? Yeah. Can't get out because the door's coming in. What a mistake that was. And then, of course, the hatch itself is too small. When you got the bliss on your back, there's no way you're exiting. Yeah, so there's a lot of schoolboy errors that they made, and it's laughable.
Well, I mean, the one thing they can't get around is the seal, too, right? When did they change the seal on the door in between opening it and closing it?
Yeah, that's another fantastic point there as well, because everything has to be vacuum tight, 10 to the minus 11 tall, vacuum. So you have to have a very strong seal. In fact, they should have had a double door, really, to be quite honest. Like it couldn't have been just one door. Much like a submarine, you need to have two doors because the water's going to come in. Okay, the same would apply there, but they didn't have that. They had just the one door. So of course,
That's how they.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's how they make an ultra high vacuum, right, on Earth. Right? If they want to make an ultra high vacuum for like manufacturing computer chips or doing experiments, it's a double vacuum. They can't do it in a single vacuum. They can't get it down to like I think they get it down to like 10 to the negative 8, and they need a double vacuum for that. So on the moon, you would at least need a double chamber.
Yeah, got to be. I was surprised they didn't have that. Really was surprised. It was just one door. But wow, really? And then I wasn't aware of the seal problem until last year when you gave me the Apollo detectives, and I was looking into the vacuums, and they mentioned that once you open that door, you've got to put a new seal on that, because the pressure that's required to lock that door to make sure that it's vacuum tight, airtight inside. Yeah, you've got to change the seal every time you open the door. It's a new seal because you compress it. You're crushing that. And that crushing action is the sealing going on. So once that's crushed, that's the end of that seal. So once you open that door again, you've got to replace that seal. You have
to scrape it off. It just doesn't just like fall off. You have to scrape it off.
Of course you have to. Yeah, of course. It's like with the gaskets on your engines. Once you take the engine block out, you've got to scrape all that stuff off. That's the mechanic's nightmare, but it's got to be done. And you're using like paint scrapers because that's the tool. That's nice. And then you're there busy scraping, and you could be there for an hour, 2 hours, because you've got to get that dead level and smooth and clean. Okay, that's just cleaning that gunk off.
And then what if you nick it? And what if you put a scratch in it or you nick it? Then you're screwed, right? Now your door is like, doesn't even matter about the seal now because you nicked the edge of the door.
Yeah, you've nicked the surface. Now there's a gap there. That renders that door useless in a vacuum of space. That is a weak point. That is the end of your life. End of life problem, that is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a flat earther. I think they deleted his channel during the pandemic because he was saying stuff. It could still be up, but the channel's called Underrated Actual Physicists. So what he does as a profession is he works for a company that makes steels. That's what they do. He said on the ISS there would have to be something like 30,000 seals, and that basically they'd have to be replaced so often that's pretty. That's the only thing they would have time to do is just
Yeah,
replace seals all day.
yeah,
And
yeah,
just made me think like I'd like to see the maintenance schedule for the ISS, right? So they have to have some type of maintenance schedule, right? A
yeah.
checklist
Protocol.
that like, oh shit, here it's 12/12, 2024. It's time to go replace all this stuff, right?
Yeah, periodic maintenance has to be conducted, much the same as a submarine. Yeah, has to be done. Has to be done. Yeah, more
Yeah,
so
there's a
in space
schedule.
than water. More so in space than water. If there's
Yeah,
3,000 seals, wow.
but they don't do it when it fails. They have a maintenance schedule, which they're like you're constantly working doing it. You're not like, oh, we'll just wait for the thing to fail and then we'll fix it. No, they do the maintenance so it doesn't fail because
Yeah,
they can't afford for it to fail because that's a
that's
wrap, right?
correct. Yeah, they have to catch it before time, so they've got their what they call redundancy there. They've got to do it, even though the seal would be looking intact, but got to get rid of that, put a new one in. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I have a friend. He was in the well, he was in a bunch of different. He was in the Air National Guard. So
Right.
he fixed C4s and F-16s, and they have a
Okay.
maintenance schedule. And whether the part is broken or not, they replace it.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
They-
Yeah, they would have to do that, ladies and gentlemen, because the aircraft is constantly been taken to its limits. Has to. That's part of their training. So once you've gone to your limits, you come back. It's a full maintenance because you've got to make sure that that aircraft is fully operational in case they have to go to war with it. They have to use it
Well,
in
yeah,
an
they
engine.
know like how long it'll take to fail for a particular part, right? So they do
Yeah,
testing. It's called the mean time to failure. So that's
yeah,
like the average time until it fails. And
yeah,
they'll replace it something like 30% of the time before that. They just
yeah.
replace it instead of like waiting.
Yeah, as an engineer, I totally understand that and the reasons for that. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah,
Now you guys will
Yeah,
get a
so,
kick.
but the thing is, they should have a schedule. Like we put in the part on this day, it's
mm,
going to be replaced on this day, and there
yeah,
should be a spreadsheet or something that exists somewhere at NASA that for
yeah,
every single freaking part on on the ISS, all
yeah,
300 freaking feet of it, every
yeah,
device should have a replacement schedule, maintenance schedule for it.
yeah.
Everything.
That's what the you see. That's what the Japanese do. The Japanese do that when they service your car. Okay, when you take the car to the dealer, they will take the seal off of the when you open the door where the door meets the car body. There's a seal right there, and it's got the date of the last service. So when they finish that, they'll take that seal off and put the new seal on, so you know when to come for your service. Right there, it's all there for them. They can see it. You see, that's what we mean by this scheduled maintenance. It's always there. That's what they
And let
do.
me
Yeah.
and let me
Go ahead,
break in
Scott.
here, Jim.
Yeah, go
So
ahead,
when
Scott.
I
Sorry.
sold cars, I would have at least probably every 3 months somebody bringing in an Acura with 4, 5, 600,000 miles on it, and I always ask them, "How did you get this car to last so long?" They said that they loved having a luxury vehicle. They always said this. I loved having a luxury vehicle, and I knew that buying a new one was too cost prohibitive. So when I went into service, I would tell them, okay, if they said, well, we're going to put this on kind of the yellow, you're going to eventually need to do it, they'd say, well, let's do it right now. And any kind of just advanced service that they could get done early, anything that might need to be replaced, they said, let's just replace it now. And they would always tell the stories of how their friends would laugh at them and how the service advisors always smiled when they come in. And they said that being hyper vigilant on the service was so much cheaper than buying a new car. Now, those were typically engineers. Now imagine, ladies and gentlemen, that is an engineer with a car. What would an engineer be like with the space station?
Yeah, 10
Continue on,
times
Jim.
worse, right? The thing is, there has to be a paper trail. That's really my point. Like, where's this paper trail? Why can't we, like, maybe it exists. I don't know. We should be able to FOIA that, right? Okay, give me the maintenance frickin' records for frickin' the International Space Station. And just to
Yeah,
see what they do, right?
yeah, Freedom of Information Act. Yeah, that should be. Yeah, because where is that schedule? Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, I think
Yeah, and they can't say, well, it's private information, or like they can't come up with any excuses they use to like fight FOIA, right? Because all you're
Yeah,
asking is for the maintenance. Get like we want to actually like the records of maintenance, right? Like what they already did and what they're gonna do. And if they
yeah.
don't get it to you in like a freaking like 6 months, then they fabricated the whole thing, basically.
Yeah. I think Jaron of Generism, he did FOIA them on something that you mentioned, okay, and they didn't respond, and he FOIA'd it. They didn't respond, okay.
Oh, it
Jaron
was
has
the
done
golf
this.
club thing. It was the golf ball or the baseball or whatever. Was it baseball
Yeah,
or golf ball?
yeah, golf
And
ball.
they
It
were
would be.
like, it was the Russians that did it, so we don't have that video.
Yeah, yeah,
Even
yeah,
though they have the video because Jaron specifically asked them because they have the video, right?
yeah.
They
So
were
you're
just
aware
saying
of
they
it.
didn't have it.
Yeah. That's right. So they have tried this FOIA before, and they weren't cooperating, and that is annoying. But there you go. But you're right, though. We need to do that because that's an interesting point indeed. These things are traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. Okay, the torsional stresses that would be applied, subjected to the International Space Station at those speeds, not to mention the radiation and the environment. Come on, man. It's a joke that we don't have this information. They should be proud of it. They should be proud to be doing this maintenance. It should be a source of pride, those engineers, if they're there. You see, the astronaut has to be an engineer. Who is that man? Who is that man or woman? We don't even know who they are, do they? Do we? They don't do any maintenance. I don't see any astronauts maintaining anything. I don't
Wouldn't
see
have
it.
Jim, they wouldn't have time to do anything else. Like that would be all they're doing. You gotta remember how big they're saying it is and then how many
Yeah,
people are on it.
yeah, yeah. That's right. No, you're right. You're absolutely correct. That's all they'd be doing is replacing seals. Yeah, yeah. Okay, now. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see how now it's impossible that they can put such a thing up in space in an area where the radiation would kill anything instantly? That's any living thing. And then eventually the actual spacecraft itself will die. The vacuum would kill it. The radiation would destroy it. But there you are. You see, when
Cold
you go look
temperature
into these
change
things.
that constantly happens, right? So
Yep.
like
Yep.
when it's in direct sunlight and then the other side of the part is freaking, in no sunlight. So you
Yeah.
got like say some antenna sticking out of that International Space Station. One side of that antenna is 250 degrees Fahrenheit, and the other side is negative frickin' 250 degrees Fahrenheit. I
There
want
you
to
go.
show me some material that can actually do that without exploding, right?
Yeah.
That can take a
Yeah.
blowtorch while on one side while it's in a freaking bath of liquid nitrogen on the other side. I want you to show me some material that can do that. That's not
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah. How can that be happening? Yeah, it's true. What materials can take those tolerances of those temperature fluctuations? Come on, man.
I mean, we've all done it, right? You take a freaking something hot and put it under cold water by accident and it breaks, or vice
Yeah.
versa, right? You got a hot cup or something and you pour cold water in and it breaks,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. We've done
And
that.
those are just like 40, 50-degree temperature differences. We're talking 500-degree temperature difference on the same freaking thing, dude. It's like I don't understand how that's possible and how anybody could even buy it for a second.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah. 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 What is that material? And
And
don't
then
tell me it's mylar.
how are you going to maintain the shape, right?
Yeah.
Because like heat expands, cold contracts. So how are you going to maintain your shape, right? Because the
Exactly.
hot part's going to expand, and then the cold part is going to be the same size or smaller. So now your part that has to be precision machined and engineered, now it's deformed.
Exactly,
Now,
because if it's articulating in any way and having to move, then there's the possible of, like you said, cold welding and seizure when things
Now,
begin to
guys,
seize up. Yeah, go ahead.
we in the world of insurance, we have a joke about underwriters. So the
Go on.
actuaries will say, I should say actuaries, not underwriters, sorry. The actuaries will say, okay, well, on average, the rate is going up 3%. And then you say, okay, well, I tell you what, how about I set your head on fire and I put your rear end in saltwater ice bath, and on average, you're going to be comfortable.
You ever heard of this joke? So, a physicist was told that that lake is only 2 inches deep on average. Well, he drowned. Yeah, he
that's
tried to cross the lake
true.
and he drowned, right? So it was like, yeah,
Yep,
so it was
that's
like a
it.
millimeter deep until you got to the middle, then it was 20 feet deep, so he drowned.
That's exactly it. That's the point. So okay? So the average temperature on the space station is what, 250 degrees or 0 degrees or whatever, and that sounds reasonable. But one side you've got a fire, and the other side you've got negative.
Yeah, you get basically got liquid nitrogen or liquid at least the temperature of like dry ice, right? So we're talking sub-freezing, way sub-freezing, negative 120, negative 200.
It's also canned air in a vacuum.
That's right. There's going to be some warping going on, warping of the material. It's all going to distort. Yeah, yeah.
Hey man, but just watch the videos, man. It's obvious. Just go on YouTube and watch the live stream and go get a telescope and watch a flash of light in the sky for 2 seconds. And all those physics problems, they all just disappear. That's a little Goldberg logic. Oh, prove the ISS videos are fake. Oh, you get a telescope. What do you see in the sky? Yeah, well, we can do like they're saying it's in a particular type of environment, and we can experimentally replicate that environment to a degree. We can't even replicate it to its ultimate, like, what would you call it? Its actual limits, right? We can maybe get down to 10 to the negative 8, but we can't get down to like 10 to the negative 10 or 10 to the negative 11, right? And we can do everything like they say it's in this environment. Like we take the materials they say in that environment, we replicate it on Earth with the same environment. The stuff falls apart. It breaks. It cracks. It does all this stuff. None of the stuff they say is working could possibly work.
Yeah, and I don't feel that they had enough redundancy measures as well, because you normally test everything till it breaks, but nothing was tested till it broke. Nothing. They didn't do any of those kind of tests. And the things that crashed, like the LEM, the one they called the Bedstead, where Neil Armstrong nearly died. No astronaut landed that thing safely here on Earth, but yet they still went up to space with it. You don't land on Earth properly at all. You crash land, but you're going to go to space with it still.
Yeah, they never landed the thing, and that wasn't even the actual like GLEM, right? So its flight performance would be completely different than the actual LEM in reality, right?
Exactly.
And they didn't test it in the environment that the LEM claims it flew in, right? The vacuum, all the stuff that goes along with it. So
yeah,
it isn't even actually a test. Like it isn't even test flying the machine that you're supposed to be flying in the environment you're supposed to be flying it in.
Yeah, that's right. You're flying it for the first time, literally. Because you never
Yeah,
flew it before.
like it was tested on the moon. That's when they tested it on the moon. Oh, when we get a test on when you go to the moon.
Yeah. And
Sure,
then
I'm getting that
the
rocket. Who would say that? Who would like be like, yeah, we're gonna test it on the moon, dude? Like,
I mean, and then the what do they call it? The ascent module, the upper portion of the LEM when they're returning back to the command module. Yeah, that was never tested. They put it together and never tested it. Okay, so that had to work first time on the button without being tested here on Earth. So they assembled it, put it in a rocket, and it was fired up when they supposedly were on the lunar surface to return. Yeah, this is the kind of arrogance that NASA gives us, because that's arrogance. You know?
but people want to believe it, and they don't have to fool everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you don't have to fool everybody all of the time. Yeah, I get
Yeah.
you.
Well, I mean, let's say NASA came out and admitted they faked it. You know what happened? Some people
Yeah,
they wouldn't believe. Some people wouldn't believe it and say, well, they're trying to hide alien bases or something. Other people would.
yeah,
People that believed it would just come out. They'd be on our side, right? They'd be like, well, I knew all the time it was fake. Like no one would even really care, right? But there would be no
yeah.
congressional investigation. No one would go to jail. Nothing would even happen.
Yeah, I think Bart Sibro said that he interviewed somebody and he said exactly what you said. What if it all came out and it turned out that it was a hoax? You know, he said that this guy said, I would still believe they went. It's come out that it was a hoax and everybody knows it's a
Well,
hoax.
yeah, some of the alien people, Jim. Some of the people they like the people that are way into aliens. They think there's an alien base on the moon. I've literally heard them say this.
Yeah,
There's an alien base on the moon, and the moon landing was fake. Like the pictures of the moon landing is fake because they're actually covering up the actual pictures they took.
yeah. I've heard that. I've heard that myself as well. Yeah, yeah. It's just ridiculous what people want to believe. You know, they just build him up. I'm glad I'm not like that anyway. Just glad. But as an engineer, you know, you just want things to be correct. And NASA is just making a mockery of physics, natural law, you know, engineering, everything. Just making a mockery.
I mean,
The homeless tweeters shelter.
like 9/11, dude. That to me, 9/11 was the biggest mockery. Like as far as physics, like dude, like physics just
Yeah, yeah,
that hit me. You know what hit me to 9/11? It was like in November of 2001. There was a website called Webberry, and the title of the article was "Muslims Suspend Laws of Physics." Because I didn't really think about it, but then when I read it, and then it went basically over the pancake theory and how the pancake theory is basically freaking physically impossible, just because of because of even if so say the towers, and this is like an incredibly irrefutable argument. Well, let's say the towers were, say the floors, the slabs, are just floating in the air, right? They're just stationary.
right,
They're not even
right,
attached to anything. In the first
right.
slab falls, it's going at 9.8 meters per second squared. When it hits this next floor down, well, that floor is stationary, and now it has to accelerate that floor, right, from the impact, and then gravity has to take over, and then those two slabs, which are now together, go down, but now they're going a little bit slower, right? They're going slower than
Yeah,
9.8 meters
yeah,
per
because
second squared because
they're
the
losing
energy.
speed as
Yes,
impact.
exactly.
Yeah,
Because because each floor is stationary and you have to accelerate it, right? You're losing energy every time you hit a floor, even if it's
yeah,
not
yeah,
attached to anything. It doesn't even have to be attached to fucking anything. That's the
yeah.
thing.
It should.
Right? Objects in motion stay in motion. Objects at rest stay at rest. Right? That whole thing. Right?
That's right. Yeah, 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 yeah. It would have taken about a minute and a half to drop to
Yeah.
actually collapse if it was hitting floor by floor by floor like that. But it was only 9 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and 12 seconds. But if it was a proper hitting the floor to knock the next one down, it would have been over a minute and a half before it would have finally collapsed, which is like impossible. Impossible anyway. And
Yeah, like I said, impossible. Even if it wasn't, the force weren't even attached to anything. That's the crazy part. Even if, but they were attached to stuff. Like,
yeah. I know exactly what you mean. They're just suspended in the air, floor by floor, not attached. It would still take time, wouldn't it? Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because it just doesn't automatically start freaking going down, right? The top floor has to hit it, and then whatever speed it was going, it's now going slower because that energy gets transferred into the next floor, right?
Yeah.
So it has to accelerate that floor.
Exactly. It's got to, yeah.
You'll never reach the full gravitational acceleration, right? So 9.8 meters a second squared times 1,000, right? You do it you figure out like how fast it'll be going after it's fallen 1,000 feet. It will never be at that speed. It can't ever be.
No, because
it has to move all the force out of the way.
You're losing speed. Each impact you're losing speed. You know, you're slowing down. You're not accelerating. This is how they knew that the supporting columns had to be removed instantaneously. So like the building number 7, that was 400 columns per second per floor in order to initiate a 6.25 seconds collapse. You've got to remove 400 supporting columns. Bang! Instantly like that. Bang! There goes 400. Like that. Man, that was...
I mean, I don't know how they did it, dude. I still think that whatever they did was some... I mean, I've heard this before, that the towers, like when they built them, they were built to be demolished.
Yeah.
They were built with demolition inside of it. They were built to be demolished.
Yeah, I find that so hard to accept. I really do. Because
until you remember who built them. Until you remember it's the Rockefellers that built that shit. Rockefeller was the governor of New York.
But it was the Japanese architect that actually designed it. Okay, that's a fact. Japanese designer who designed those twin towers. Okay.
Yeah, but he wasn't like pouring the slabs. You know what I mean?
No, he wasn't doing that. No, of course not. Of course not. No.
And they did take on a radical new design, but the design, and again, this is how you can kind of tell that they were built to be destroyed. It's part of the narrative fabric. So according to the architect, they were built to survive aeroplane impact because of the wayward bomber that hit the Empire State Building.
Exactly. Exactly. So, now listen, what you're saying is absolutely correct there, my man, because they said that the Twin Towers, they likened it to the mosquito net if you're living in tropical countries where you have mosquito, you have a net screen, yeah? They said when you puncture that net screen with a pencil, it doesn't render the rest of the screen useless. It's still doing its job. That's exactly what the building, those buildings were designed to take several impacts, not one, but several, and still be intact. Sorry to interrupt you there.
That's right. So throughout my, research, and like we all do, what I've come to look at is the narrative, not what the narrative is specifically, the topic, but the structure, the blueprint of the narrative. And what you tend to find is a miraculous element. It's an unbelievable element. So with the Twin Towers, we've got, these were designed for aeroplane impacts. They could have probably taken 50 aeroplanes, and then suddenly they get hit by one and they're completely disappeared. So to me, that's too convenient, right? And that is when you know their storytelling. The other part is the fact we allude to what we spoke about earlier, hidden in plain sight. So for 33 years on the Egyptian New Year is when they decided, and they put it in their media. They put 9/11 in their media, and they put those towers getting attacked, one higher, one lower, in a myriad of cartoons and album covers. So to me, that's not predictive. that's already subscribed. They already know what they're going to do. They tell you about it, cosmic karma, whatever the reason, and then they do it.
Yeah. Now, what I was going to say was this, though. When I went to see the Back to the Future, apparently in that movie, you see that they reference the Twin Towers, and also in the X-Files, they show us the Twin Towers collapsing upside down. Now, I think that they prepared it during George Bush's dad. You know, Bush Senior started that off and had the bombs placed in at that
I
time.
think it was,
10-year plan.
Yeah, sorry, I interrupt. I've got another one on Back to the Future that you're going to love. They go into it in so much detail. It blew my mind because they pulled so much out of that thing. And all of the objects in the window, you know, why this is pointing here, why this sign is there. It was absolutely brilliant. I'll send that to you in a mo. But yeah, these according to the documentaries I saw, they pulled the bomb-sniffing dogs about a week or more before, and
That's right.
Bush's brother or cousin that was not only in charge of the Twin Tower security, but also the Dulles airports where it all failed. So again, you're getting this layering. And again, it's not just bombs, and this is the thing. It's never a single thing, but what they do is they throw things out there and people will latch on to one, and then that becomes the truth because of lack of self-work and ego. So rather than look at the options, you know, mini nukes, thermite, and what's the other one? Weapons.
Nanothermite.
You know, people will come across one, and then that becomes the truth. And when you're trying to explain, well, yeah, maybe, but what about they can't add those extra pieces? But let me get that thing for you.
Yeah, cheers, man. Yeah. And there was something else you was going to get me a link for the other stuff as well that you watched that I wanted to watch.
I'll DM that, yeah?
Yeah, please, yeah. And the other link that you was going to DM me. Do you remember? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send those over, those two.
Thank you very much. Brilliant.
No
now,
worries,
what was I going to say? Yeah. So I think it was planned 10 years before, and then Bush Jr. finished it off on his presidency. That's what happened there. Okay. I don't think they were built to be taken down on the day they were constructed, you know, during construction. I can't accept that. Not that. But George Bush, 10 years before, so we're talking, what, 2001? So in 1991, I would say Bush started it off, and they had those things in place. Because there were certain people working in the bank. One Englishman who worked in an American bank said every day they came to work, he'd have to be cleaning the dust from the air conditioning ducts that they have. Because, you know, it's an old building, so they have these air conditioning ducts. And he said he could hear heavy machinery upstairs and the drilling and stuff like that. So, you know, I mean, it was happening as they were working in there. And like you said, they removed the sniffer dogs because the sniffer dogs would have known that the bombs were there in place. That was their job. So they had to remove the sniffer dogs because they were going to...
As well as staff reporting a couple of inches of grey dust on the windowsill.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, yeah. Yeah, they had to keep cleaning up the dust every day they came to work in the morning because it was all happening at night, wasn't it?
And they were hearing the drilling and the banning, and they were like, what the hell's going on? Because you got all these pile drivers and that, you know.
Yeah, and what's his name? Willie Rodriguez said that he was frightened because he heard noise on floors where no one had access. You had to have a special key because the lift doesn't stop there usually. And he heard what he thought was like dumpster wheels and dumpsters being offloaded, big thuds and banging and that. And it worried him, you know. That was Willie Rodriguez, you know, the janitor.
Yeah. Was he the one in the basement, or was that the other chap?
He worked. He was the one that worked in the basement and also through the building. You know, because he was the janitor. He worked through the building. He was the one that was helping everyone to escape. Willie Rodriguez, his name was. That's
right. Because there was a couple of them in the basement before the so-called planes hit, where things were, you know, being blown up and fires and all sorts.
Yeah, he said that there was a massive explosion that lifted us off our feet. Boom! me said. And then later on, afterwards, maybe an hour or so later, we heard another one from the top. Pow, he said, and you could tell the difference. But of course, there were no planes anyway. That's the thing we must remember, that with 9/11, there were no planes that actually hit the building. Those planes were CGI'd in. And remember, no parts from any of the planes were ever recovered. That would be the Boeing 757-200 and Boeing 767, respectively, United Airlines and American Airlines. None of these parts were recovered from any of the planes.
No.
By the way.
And again, that comes back to, they got people emotional through this event, and then they fed them the official lie. That then becomes the truth. It's very hard to overturn that, which is, why they layer it like that.
Yeah. Did you look into the 7-7 as well, did you? Yeah, because that was an inside job.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that was definitely an inside job, yeah.
Well, they just happened to be doing a training of the exact thing that happened on the day, so they had all the right people and places in place, like FEMA just happened to turn up the day before.
Yeah, exactly. This is a carbon copy of 9/11, but only it was 7-7 instead. So Tony Blair basically copied what happened in America.
I'd like to hear your opinions on the molten steel that was like foundries running down, because that was lasting for months.
That was thermite. That is the characteristic of thermite, you see, because remember, look at the size of the building and the amount of thermite material that you're going to need to remove that steel. Remember, thermite reaches 4,500 degrees in 2 seconds. 2 seconds and you're cutting through, okay? So I wasn't surprised to even hear that. Not at all. Not at all. I've seen thermite eat through a car engine from top to bottom, right the way through.
Yeah. But and I know that they make it even more potent with thermate rather than thermite.
Yeah, thermate. Yeah, thermate and then nanothermite.
Yeah.
Nanothermite is even more explosive. Yeah.
Whatever they used to cut it, the point is, why was it 7 months later a foundry with running molten steel and metal?
Well, because of the magnitude of the temperatures just kept burning. They couldn't put it out.
Okay. That makes sense.
The magnitude of the temperatures just kept it burning. That's quite easy. I've worked in a furnace myself, melting metal and then shaping it and that. And no. I'm not surprised to hear that the temperatures were that well, because they weren't being cooled down. Nothing was being cooled down. It was months later before they finally put it out.
Yeah, that was interesting. And these what do you think about the sort of pyroclastic flow where people were being lifted and carried 1 and 2 blocks?
Oh, that doesn't surprise me as well, because again, that's the power of the explosion. And don't get me wrong, people were sprinting for their lives. That stuff was explosive and hot. You breathe that in, you're blowing up your lungs, man.
Yeah.
Remember, this building is coming down at such a rate. You are lucky. Some people didn't even make it. They had to go into a shop and just hide. I've seen footage where you hear the crunching and the crumbling. You heard one guy goes, "Here we are outside the south building of the south the south side of the south building, and right by the fire engine, and it's raining debris. We've got to get out of the way." Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
And the reporter. Yeah, the reporter had to run for his life. I thought that was really funny. That was, and then the foreknowledge of a building coming down. The foreknowledge of a building coming down. You heard the marshal say, "Can you clear the area now? The building is about to come down." And then someone says, "Is it coming down?" "Yes, it'll be coming down soon. Can you clear the area, please? The building is about to come down."
Now, interestingly, right, and I don't often talk about this because I can't remember where the frick I heard it, but I heard a mention that all of the white-collar crime records that went from Oki ended up in Building 7, and we know what happened to them, which meant all of the scandals with Enron and such, nobody ever got any justice, let's say.
That's absolutely correct, yeah, because It all went up in flames in building number 7. Yeah, correct. That's bang on. That's exactly what I had. I deduced from what was telling me. Yeah, what was being said to me through the documentaries that I watched. That's exactly what I said. It was a deliberate, of course, deliberate. Remember, it wasn't me hit by a plane. Why would that
I know
come
you're
down?
not a do weapons guy. India, are you a do weapons guy? If he's there. He's busy.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I'm not wanting to know. I don't follow that chain at all. That was a distraction. That's part of the distraction. You've got to be able to discern the spanner in the works, and that is definitely a spanner in the works. Because you got Jeanette McKinley. Let me just get this point out.
Yeah,
Jeanette McKinley, whose apartment block faced the South Tower. When the South Tower collapsed, obviously all that thermetic material landed in her apartment and apartments next door all the way across. She took that stuff to, what's his name? Dr. Stephen Jones, nuclear physicist, okay? And he analysed that stuff, and he actually ignited a small piece, about 3 millimeter by 3 millimeter by 3 millimeter, and it was volatile. That one little piece, and I mean, it shit me up. You see it just poof like that.
So I'll add this piece. I'm sure it was that Stephen Jones character. So he proposed thermite because of the iron spheres, the iron balls that they kept finding. Now,
yes,
that guy threw Pons and Fleischmann under the bus when it comes to low energy nuclear reactions, right? So, I'm not happy with him for that. But also, those iron balls and spheres are also a product of do weapons.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's new to me. That's new to me.
So I picked
what
that
I know
up
is
as
that
well.
thermitical signature is that they do form these spherical spheres.
But I think they,
and now the question is, my question is, where was that weapon? If the weapon was where would you place such a weapon that's going to bring down 2 buildings at almost 3-4 speeds?
Right.
Come on now.
So that's the thing, right? And I agree. There's a lot more questions, but I also think they used a number of methods, and so I do think thermite and thermite were used because they're traditionally used, and so
I agree.
I don't have any issue with explosives and thermite, but I think there's another element going on here, and especially because of people like Hutchinson who was doing it in his shed. So and some of those phenomena only match that, as far as I can understand from what I've heard.
Right.
But I'm still open to the idea.
Yeah. The thing is, what happened to the concrete? Why was it pulverized into this dust kind of thing? But there you go. Again, this is what the thermite can do. It can pulverize concrete and turn it into dust. These thermetic temperatures that happen. Remember, can you imagine 4,500 degrees in 2 seconds? 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 seconds. That's unbelievable. And nanothermite does it even quicker. That's why they use them as shape charges. And then you hear, there's a video that I can never find, okay? And it's a controlled demolition guy, expert, speaking. He's wearing the hard hat and everything. And he says, the reason why we put the shape charges at this angle is in order to make the building walk. And he has his arms up like, his arms are up, saying that we want the building to walk. And he's gesturing as he's moving his arm as if the building is walking off its mounting. Brilliant that guy said it correctly. And then later on in the loose change, you see a part of the I-beam, the RSJ, and it's cut off at an angle, exactly how the shape charger does it. Yeah. So
there's always layers to these things, and like I say, I mean, it's for those who can kind of discern, and again, look at all these options. Don't just pick one. Just look at them all, and pros and cons really, and then
you've got to keep it in flux. You've got to keep it in flux, but you've got to hold on to what is actually factual. That's got to be there.
What do you think that weapon exists?
Sorry?
What do you think they used instead of planes?
Well, I've seen video. If you join the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, go to their site, right? They then link you to Telegram, okay? And there are loads of videos where people who on the day were just sightseeing, looking at, and they're filming the building, and then the building just explodes right in front of their eyes. No plane hit it. You see what I mean? No
Yeah.
plane, just a sudden explosion. The beginning of the collapse, basically, is what's been
Ain't getting
captured.
on no plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
How you doing?
I think they set things up. So as far as I understood it, obviously the speeds prove it couldn't have been planes because obviously they'd have torn themselves apart.
Exactly.
But maybe there was something used to send the signal to the ground tracking radars because obviously as they're layering this up, especially the spin to the normies, they're going to want to use evidence, inverted commas, and data. So they had something possibly going at those speeds in order to put the data in the record, right? So I'm thinking, what did they have that was going at those? Not that it hit the building, but it would have come close maybe, and just to. Because obviously the pop-out shot proves it wasn't planes, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. The thing is, if you look, let's take the Pentagon. Nothing was found of any of the plane parts. Just a 16-foot hole, and we have the top military accident investigation analyst, top man. His name is Albert Stubblebine III. Okay, the top. Whenever the Army, the Navy, or the Air Force are involved in any accident, he is the man that they give the material to analyze, and he tells you what happened. He went to the Pentagon. He said that hole is too small for a 757-200 to have made it. Also, as far as I'm concerned, he says aeroplanes have two wings. So where are the wings impact marks? And then where are the engine impact marks? And where is the rear tail rudder impact mark on this building? Where is it? So I know it wasn't an aeroplane. It could have been a missile, judging by the turbine, but I can't prove that yet. What's going on, quote unquote? That was Albert Stubblebine III. And then you have and the last point is this, from Spratt and Whitney and Rolls-Royce, they've stated that there's never been a case where they've never been able to recover the engines because the engines are practically indestructible. They may suffer some cosmetic damage, but we've never had a case where we never recovered them.
I think they weigh about 9 tons, don't they?
Yeah, they're solid lumps.
Yeah,
You
the
don't
landing gears, the enders. This is the other thing as well, and it's difficult to find any images, but it's shortly after the impact because it's actually a tiny hole, about 8 foot by 6 foot. It's only later that more of the building kind of flops over, and people focus on that. But when you look at the original impact hole, it's absolutely tiny. Yeah. And there's also that because suspiciously enough, they'd enhance all of that side of the Pentagon. They'd increase all of the windows and the Kevlar and buildings and rainproof and everything.
Yeah, they reinforced it, didn't they? They reinforced it because they knew that was going to happen. It was part of the plan, you see.
One of these big wooden reels where they had cable on it, and obviously they know the height of these things, which is why they're saying, well, look, whatever made that hole, this is very close to it. So if you're saying it's an aeroplane with a 200-foot wingspan, why didn't it touch this? And
exactly.
It's very difficult to find pictures though, because there were only a few around, and then
I've got a few pictures, I think, of that
when it was larger.
That's right, it was larger. And the thing is, Albert Stubblebine III, Major General, he said that he thought it was a missile because the hole was too small for a 757-200. He said it was way too small. 16 feet is not enough. And he thought it was a missile. That's what he said out of his own mouth. I think it was a missile because there was a turbine from a drone missile that was lying in there, and because that's not an aeroplane part. He says, I can't prove it yet, but I know what it wasn't. He said, what's going on?
went
quote
through about
unquote.
10 walls as well, didn't whatever it was.
Yes, he went through. Yeah, he went. That's why a missile could do that. You see, no blood,
There was
no blood, no blood, no human remains, no human remains, no blood, no luggage, nothing. That the Labrador retrievers are in there and out in seconds. They said, found nothing.
Go ahead, tactical droid.
Yeah, sorry.
back when I was younger, there was a TV show, and it was a handful of guys. They would make a bunch of skits, and one of the skits that they did was a guy acting as a substitute teacher for some kindergartners, and he ends up asking them like, "What do you want to be?" And kids like, "I want to be an astronaut. I want to go to the moon." And he's like, "Well, they didn't go to the moon." And then he starts teaching them other conspiracies, and by the end of the conspiracy lessons, he was like, "And what does this picture look like?" And he shows up a picture of a pentagon, and one of the kids goes, "A missile." And he was like, "Right."
There you go. You see, even the kids know.
Remember the lone gunman?
Yeah, Lee Harvey
Just
Oswald.
before? So, more predictive programming?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the bulk of the stuff is that we know that no Muslim did it. It was an inside job. Larry Silverstein takes out a new insurance policy for his Twin Towers and the World Trade Center site 6 weeks before the event. Okay, and he has, since he's been paid out, I think he was paid out 4.2 billion in total of monies. He built his new building in the exact same way as the original Twin Towers, without the asbestos, because it offered up a lot of floor space. That was what was unique about the design. Floor space, and you need money to make money. You want the floor space. So he employed the same building methods, Larry Silverstein. Okay? We've had so much loss of life. They said that the best thing is to pull it. So we decided to pull it. So we went outside and watched the building collapse. Larry Silverstein, quote unquote. There you go. Yes, my wife, my dear wife, she booked me into the dermatologist on the day. So, and she was insistent that I had to go. So I went off to the dermatologist to have, I don't know why he couldn't go tomorrow. So everybody else who went to that meeting in the Sky Hotel, they all passed on. He didn't go. I mean, can you believe that? People are going to die. That's terrible, isn't it? Terrible. But yep, I'm going to make a move now, guys and dolls. Thank you for listening to Gin CBR1 and my esteemed colleagues. We've tried to entertain you and fulfill you with lots of information. I'm sure you've enjoyed it. I'm sure you're learning. And you're definitely a flat earther. That's a fact. You're a flat earther by default. Those of you who are denying it, you're a flat earther in denial. And the fact is, you're definitely going to be a flat earther. A flat earther going to be. In CBR1 signing off.
Take care, Jim.
Yeah.
Be well.
Yeah, thanks for the links, my man. What is your username again? I haven't memorized it.
Lowgrass. Lowgrass.
Very well researched. Very well researched. Lowgrass, yeah. And you are definitely very well researched. Love that. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know a lot. I'm glad to have met your acquaintance. Look forward to talking to you again soon. We had a good backward and forward there. Excellent. Just how I like it. Fantastic.
Be well, dude.
Thanks for the information.
Yeah, these
Now, Brother Jen, I do have a question for you.
He's just left.
Well, nice.
You can ask him.
Well, maybe my question, maybe you guys got an answer for me. But how does it work that the planes pretty well destroy entirely into the World Trade Center, but yet you have the indestructible passport that somehow gets through all that big explosion and gets down onto the ground and is still legible.
Yeah, not just a
Lamination.
passport, a bandana as well.
Lamination and starch.
I'm telling you guys, it's amazing. I've got a book that I'm writing, and when I'm done, I'm going to look up the paper that they used for those indestructible passports, so that way it'll last for eternity.
Do you know what else is interesting? The
What's that, my friend?
pictures of the 18 hijackers have not been changed, even though people have come forward and they are those people and said, well, obviously I didn't do this because I'm here. And they've never, ever, I think there's 8 of them, they've never changed their pictures or removed
Crazy,
them
isn't it?
from that thing. People got to start asking questions.
Nah.
You know, and I think we're even seeing in this election here that they take and they just can entirely and completely replace even recent history. They can just make it disappear down the memory hole, and so many people will just buy it. It's amazing. It is absolutely what we're seeing in the news is exactly what Winston was doing in 1984.
Yeah. It's because we keep falling for them, essentially. It's like we spoke about earlier. They're manoeuvring each generation along, the psyops. And because each generation is obviously learning and passing it down, they keep falling for the next stage, so to speak. Some of us are figuring it out and trying to talk to other people and do things, but the vast majority, they just won't. The lie is too big. Tell a big lie, repeat it often enough. But yeah, you can. Posted a couple of pictures. You can see how tiny the original hole is on the Pentagon. It's even smaller than that one actually. But as I say, it's very difficult to find those ones.
Yeah, and I remember watching it live as the second building supposedly got hit, and between, I was watching it just after the first one, and to say over and over again, no, this isn't an attack. It isn't an attack. It's just a plane accident. It's and but they immediately had all these calling in to the television, and they were interviewing these people who were on the phones like within 2 or 3 minutes of this happening, and just suspending the question of how do you change that quickly and get people on the phone that quickly, and then they were immediately saying no, this is no, that's impossible, couldn't be terrorists, couldn't be this, couldn't be that. They were saying just right away, and then the second one hit, and then they immediately said, oh, well, it must be terrorism, it could only be terrorism.
Yeah, they let the narrative play out. Basically, they left. I think they left the whole eastern seaboard defended by 2 planes. The rest were all off on some mission, thing. I heard that recently.
Ooh, I can go online and look it up. I mean, they got plenty of information of what their capabilities are. But if you think they're lying
It's not
about it,
all classified. You can just find that information out freely.
some of it probably is. Yeah. I mean, like Northrop Grumman is not going to tell me the technical specifications of it, but I can get basic details like altitude, range, this kind of thing.
Let me play devil's advocate. Let's assume for a moment that all these things are true and possible. How much of a hurry do you think they're in to push that button and nuke everything and wipe everything out? Stop the economic system completely. No more yachts for their fun.
Well, no one's in a hurry to annihilate each other. I'm just saying the capability is there. Well, they claim it is anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if that's true. How can you launch a missile that far without using a satellite and hit
Why
a
do you
target?
believe them?
Is it possible that claim is to produce fear and anxiety in the general public?
It's possible.
Why do they stop doing nuclear drills if that stuff was possible? You wouldn't want people to be prepared for a nuclear war if they could, at any moment, stuff could be flying through the air and hit you or anywhere on Earth?
Well, put it this way: if I was in Beijing right now, I wouldn't doubt that the United States can hit us from another continent. Put it that way.
So why aren't you doing nuclear drills to prepare
I
for
wouldn't
such
want to find out.
So why would you not do nuclear drills to prepare for such an eventuality?
I don't know what the U.S. military does. If they are doing drills, they could do drills, and I just don't know about it. Who knows? Navy SEALs train all the time. They don't always tell you about it, do they? So.
The bottom line is you don't know what technology exists unless you use it yourself.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, some of it's true, some of it's not. I think they spread misinformation. That's part of a weapon they use, I think.
I'll give something to the live stream as well for all the listeners and the people present right now. I have personal knowledge of an off-the-books project that's happening. Now, it's over $50 million project. There's no way this would be happening if those other speculations or ideas were in the works. Why waste the time or the money? They love what they're doing. Their fake space launches and all the money laundering they're doing and ignoring the homeless problems, and they're having fun.
Right. What was this project you're talking about? Secret project? What was that?
Yeah, I cannot and will not give specific details. I'm just letting you know that this project wouldn't be happening if the idea was, let's nuke everything.
Man can.
I heard man can. Did you mean flat man can?
Yes, correct.
Go ahead.
Check the guys that were posting, that were talking about satellites and Matt saying satellite. Look at this satellite infrared photograph.
It's 1,120 kilometers. That's 696 miles.
Amazing.
It's the biggest water level you'll probably ever seen. So remember boats over the horizon. Now put the boat on one side of this image and like to the left, and the guy is further to the left, looking at the boat going over the horizon, right? The boat going left to right, 1,120 kilometers. Gonna go over the horizon, left to right.
Oh my lord.
Flat Man Can, what do you think about this satellite photograph?
Shut down the server. Must be a globe.
Talking about level and water levels. This is huge water level.
Reminds me of Jay Tolan in a way, these images. Polar
Where's the
stratification.
Superman?
Polar
Superman guy,
stratification.
My bad.
I'm reading that poll.
Yeah, these are clouds that are like 40 kilometers high.
Yeah.
Raiden, what do you think about the satellite photograph? 696 miles.
Good satellite.
You like this one, Raiden?
I don't even know what this is. What is it?
It's infrared scan of the Atlantic Ocean, right across the water, and it's showing you water and the sky and the clouds from a satellite.
Who does the satellite belong to?
I think Raiden needs like a new mic or something.
I said, who does the satellite belong to?
To the taxpayer.
That's fake. Can you be more granular than that?
It's called the Calypso satellite. You never heard of it?
No. Is that U.S.
All right,
or what is it?
Yeah, USA. 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 It wasn't made in China, just to let you know. It was not made in China.
Okay. What is it, a weather satellite?
It's a satellite.
What type
Remember?
of satellite? Is it a spy satellite? What is it?
I mean, I don't know, satellite.
GPS?
It has I think it's called, what was it, LiDAR, infrared. Gotta go to the technicalities, but it was doing a scan from across the Atlantic Ocean, and it has these infrared optics. And when you look at the image or the optics that is providing, you can see a 1,120 kilometers water level.
Sounds like you're just making stuff up. Why don't you brush up on the metadata and then get back with me?
Making stuff up? Oh, I made the Calypso satellite. I made it up. Oh, okay.
I don't know if you did or not, but it sounds like it. It sounds like you don't really know what you're talking about.
Are you even looking at the information he presented in the live chat that comes from the source?
I'm looking at it right now. I see something that's purple, and I see something that's kind of like grayed out next to it.
So how can you claim that the gentleman presenting the information made it up himself?
I didn't say he made it up. I said it just sounds like he's kind of like shooting from the hip. So
he doesn't
when I'm asking
in the infrared photograph, it says 1,120 kilometers.
Okay.
Did I made it up?
Well, what am I supposed to glean from this?
You remember you were talking about satellites and they show you the globe. This is a satellite that is not showing you the globe. It's actually showing you a water level across the ocean. Do you have any problems with
Okay,
that?
and what?
600 plus miles without curvature. Is that an issue for you and your globe?
600 miles without curvature? No. Assuming this is even real satellite image.
695.9 miles. Remember the guys, both over the horizon. So go to the corner of this photo or this infrared, right? And put the boat to the far left on the water. And then, in which point the boat is going over the curve when it's going to the right.
It makes no sense for someone to ask me, why can't you see a curve on something that big around? I mean, you're not looking at a golf ball.
Yeah, we know that. We're not looking at a golf ball. Yes, you're correct. We're not looking at a golf ball. You got that right. We're looking at water. Like I repeated already multiple times. Water. Don't worry about the golf ball. Water, right? Remember the water that you guys claim the boats are going over the horizon, the curvature of the water, the curvature of the plane sphere. Now we have an actual satellite infrared photograph or image, and we see that the water is not curving like you say, that the boat cannot go over the curvature because the water is not curving.
Okay, well, like I said, when I get back home tonight, I'm going to repost those images that I sent to Old Hobbs Radburn, I think his name is. That shows the entire planet from 2 different agencies.
The entire that's gotta be a lie, right? And I never. Are you lying right now or making stuff up?
Lying about what? What are you talking about? I don't lie.
The entire planet. How can anyone see the entire planet from a photograph?
We're talking about satellites, right?
Isn't like half of the planet in darkness? How are you gonna see that side?
The sunlit side. What's wrong with you, man?
You said that from one photograph you can see the entire planet.
Yeah, from a satellite.
Whoa! So you can see the back of it. The satellite is seeing one side, but it's seeing the back of the planet as well.
You can see the sunlit side, sure.
So you can see the side that is taking the photograph, the side of the sphere that is taking the photograph from, right? And then you can also see the other side of the sphere that is at the other side.
And then you can ask me whatever you want. How about that? Because we're talking about something that we can't see right now.
So when you post this image, we're gonna see the whole of the planet from this image.
Jim, the only side of Earth that gets any sunlight is North and South America. The other side of the globe is dark. That's what I've seen anyway.
Yeah, but he says that he see the whole of the planet from this satellite. I have my doubts about that.
I get you, dude. That's a good one. Yeah, this is only America's. You only see the sun in America. What the hell?
I mean, I never see the sun shine on the other side of the globe. Like, what's going on with that?
Never. It's always America. What the hell?
It's almost like, North Americans made that or something. I don't know.
It's like all the images from space come from like North America. You'd think because they seem to be bots.
The dark side of the globe.
What's there?
That would be interesting though if there was some sort of world where in the cosmos or whatever, where there was part of the world always faced the sun and another part faced away from their sun. Oh, that's He-Man's world, Eternia.
You said Cosmos? That kind of
Yeah.
triggered me because the other day I was watching this documentary on no documentaries, people talking about this case of this guy that moved into a dorm with his daughter and his her in the university, and he turned all of the students like he turned these Dominican students that came from the Dominican Republic into slaves, and he played Cosmos to them, and like he basically turned them into sex slaves, students in college, like boys and girls, and he played Cosmos to them. It was like he did a bunch of things, but one of the things that he did, he played Cosmos. The Carl Sagan
Yeah.
thing. It was like 10 years of this guy doing this to students. Like he turned them into like mental, physical slaves. Like the whole thing. It's kind of crazy.
That's what you do with the globe. You do all kinds of weird shit. Like Raiden was talking about earlier. Here's a globe model. What do you do with this? We project violence across the earth to threaten to destroy all life in the known universe. You're like, huh, really? That's what you do with it? You like talk about nuclear missiles and Beijing and
These students, he will do an inventory of the apartment that it wasn't his apartment. He was in the dorms with the students. But he brought like cookware, and if he has a scratched the cookware, he will charge them the whole value, like thousands of dollars of the whole cookware, not one piece. And he took like $200,000 from these Dominican students. Like it was like brothers and it was two sisters and one brother. He turned them into they were gonna be doctors. These people, and at the end, these people were like some type of mental cases that he turned them into.
this was interesting here. If you look up atomic weapons, one nuclear bomb with 1 megaton could destroy. Okay, not just casually producing. It would eliminate, just take off the Earth. 160 square. Oh wait, hold on. Let me translate. It's square miles. Okay. So 160 square miles is 414 square kilometers. The population density of Beijing, China, on average, is 2,100 people per square kilometer. So that roughly equals about 8 million, 8.6 million. So you ask Raiden, hey, what can you... Of course he deafens. Dude, you're such a turd, man. Like,
Say, I want to hear it, even if he's deafened.
okay. So he's effectively saying with this globetard, he can threaten to kill 8.6 million people. Or they're lying about everything. It's just not possible for that. Here, I'll just DM it to him. That way he can, next time he brings it up. It's in your DMs, homie.
You should. I'm gonna find the case, Creed. You should look into this one. Like the guy basically hypnotized this college. Basically, they were. When you think about it, these were children. Basically, I mean, young people, young adults. And the crazy part is that he played Carl Sagan's Cosmos to hypnotize them.
Sorry, what is that? What's Carl Sagan's Cosmos? What is that, dude?
It's a propaganda piece of fantasy land into your mind, but you just gotta believe it because the guy said so. The guy basically convinced them of traumas that they have in the past. That he convinced them that the traumas were real, and he was there to protect them. And he will play Cosmos for them, so they can, I don't know, fall into this. He he was bringing them into knowledge, and he was gonna protect them from all of this.
I play like a recording, like an audio book of the book, yeah, to his students.
They weren't his students. He will act like he was teaching them and telling them so, but he was just he moved into the dorm because his daughter was in one of the rooms, but he took over the whole complex. Like I think it was like 8 rooms or 9 rooms or something, and he turned them into basically mental slaves.
Hypnotize.
Hello.
Oh, Carl Sagan was an absolute clown anyway. He's a muppet. His video of him explaining how Aristophanes measured the globe, and he's using a flat map. It's hilarious.
So what's supposed to be happening today? Ball busters? What's going on?
No, that's an event from yesterday. We just didn't clear it.
Oh.
They will bust your balls, though.
There you go.
Sure.
It doesn't show up anymore, right? Do you still see it? Yeah, I never understood why they use the term ball buster. That's like day of yore. Like, if you had like a female boss that like overly was critical of male subordinates. I'm like, dudes, why are you using that term? You know, but I mean, they do what they want. You know.
Days of yore. Been a minute since I heard that.
Yes, like the more things change, the more they stay the same. So using that term, you could just reference at any point in history where it was used, that sort of figure of speech or concept or idea was normalized, and then all the other times it was normalized too.
Yo, what up, Fun Stalker? Hello?
Yeah, gotcha. I think Funstalker's muted, so maybe he didn't hear you.
Oh.
How will pretend to be a glober? Any flat earther up for the challenge?
Yeah, I guess that's kind of cool.
All right, let's go. You want to start off?
So, yeah, how do you explain photographs from space?
No, I'm the glober. You're still the flat earther.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do the flat Earth side.
No, no, no. So let me ask you that question. How do you explain photos from space?
Yeah, we talk about this all the time. It's like kind of boring.
So as you can see, you guys,
Maybe
the
they were fake.
flurf doesn't want to answer the question because you flurfs don't have any model, right? And we measure the curvature
Wait, I
of the
thought
Earth.
you were the flat earther.
No, 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 no.
No,
I'm the
he
glober.
switched to the globe again.
I'm the
No, but
glober.
he is a flat earther. You know the pictures aren't like photoshopped. They're just like
Why is it photoshopped?
I mean,
How
it
do you
could
know?
be.
What's your evidence?
It could be. I didn't say it is. I'm just saying anything could be photoshopped.
Okay, so we have photos of this of the sphere, right? We have photos of curvature, right? And as you can see, we can't see Africa when we go up. We can't see, like, how do you guys explain that? You guys are not answering the question. No answer at all, right? You guys don't have a model. Like, how do you explain seasons? Crit.
Sometimes it's hot. Sometimes it's cold.
How do you explain seasons? How do you explain time zones, right? Like, come on.
Sometimes this number goes up all the time, and then in different areas, the number is different.
Why does the sun hit the clouds when it sets?
I guess that's when they decide to have
No,
sex.
here's a really good one. Why, when the sun is setting, does the sun hit the bottom of planes? Like the sunlight. Why does it hit the bottom of a plane?
Exactly.
No, that doesn't
What?
work on a flat. That doesn't work on a flat Earth at all.
Boom.
Maybe it's like
Maybe
the government made like invisible lighting there.
Nah, dude, you don't have a model, bro. Until you can give me a true model.
invisible lighting. We can see the light.
No, I mean like invisible light source, but the light's there.
And what?
Yeah.
So you or Crit don't have a model. So now
What do
I'm
you
gonna
mean by a
have to concede that I won.
What do you mean by a model?
What do you mean? What do I mean by a model? We have a model.
What model?
We gave y'all the radius. We gave y'all everything, dude.
And
How
we
do you
gave
explain? How do you explain gravity, bro? Like
when you
there's no
go up, you
gravity.
go down. That's simple.
There's no
What?
gravity on a flat Earth.
When you go up, you go down. Not hard to comprehend, bro.
Why does a balloon go up?
Because it has helium.
Dude, you
It could
can't have
also
gravity on a
have
flat Earth.
hydrogen.
You can't have gravity on a flat Earth, buddy.
Says who?
Says me. In physics.
Where's your evidence?
How do you explain the theory of relativity on a
Just
flat Earth?
when everything goes up, it comes back down. It's not that hard to comprehend, bro. What is the fucking sphere
Why
there?
up and down though?
Right.
Why not left and right?
Think about it this way, right? You have like a plate. That plate is like the world, and then
These are the dumbest globers I've ever heard.
Wait, how do you explain? Wait, no. Then you. How about you? Wait, hold on. How about you hop in then, buddy? Right? How do you explain Bob Nodell catching the
Yeah, hang on.
The drift.
Let, if you have a gyroscope that's supposed to hold rigidity in space and it drifts, I'd say it's a broken gyroscope. You guys are dumb.
Exactly.
It didn't drift, buddy. Bob Nodell said it himself. He literally said We were
Who's Bob
disappointed.
Nodell?
No, he said we
Hey,
were
I don't.
disappointed. He
Who's
said we were
Bob Nodell?
disappointed to find a 15 per degree drift. He said it himself right there in the documentary.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Good, bro. You watched an edited film. Good for you. Can I finish what I was saying? If you
An
have a
edited
gyroscope.
film? You think it
Okay,
was edited?
you're not going to let me talk. Okay, go ahead.
You think it was edited, buddy?
Have you ever produced a film? A
Yeah.
documentary? Have you ever
How do
done
you
one?
edit a documentary? But you can.
Shut up. Stop talking over me, man.
You asked me a question. Yes, you can edit a documentary, but he said
Why?
right there, it caught a 15 per degree drift. It's over, buddy. You don't have a model.
Okay, can I speak now? Are you going
Yeah,
to let me speak?
go ahead. Go ahead.
If I have a gyroscope and the purpose of the gyroscope is to hold rigidity in space, and I see it drifting 15 degrees an hour, I'd say there's something wrong with the
Hey,
gyroscope.
redneck.
That's what you would say, right? But it's nothing wrong
Yep.
with the gyroscope. You don't have a
How do you
model.
know? Is that your gyroscope? Did you use the
Come
gyroscope? No,
on, you
you
don't have
watched
a
the
model. We
TV
know.
show
So
with the
you
gyroscope
are,
and
you
somebody
think
said
you
some
are Rick
shit.
from The Walking Dead, right?
Every gyroscope catches the Earth moving. You know that, right, buddy?
Yeah, you're going to have to present that evidence, please.
I don't have to present nothing to you until you present a
Why
model.
do you say I watched a video on YouTube,
To
on
present your
Netflix, and
dick.
they said that the Earth is spinning and it's a ball.
So do you have a model?
Why do I need a model?
Because you need to explain things that happens on a flat Earth, like seasons, time zones. Come on, buddy.
Why do I need to explain those things?
Because if you can't explain those things, then who's
Why
going to
do I
believe in it?
need to explain those things?
Because if you can't explain it, who's going to believe in a flat Earth, right?
Okay, but how about this? In reality, if I go out to a store and I buy a tool that is supposed to create a horizontal plane of reference, and that tool is more accurate than all the digital equipment we have right now, and that tool uses water,
Ships
I'm
disappear
good
over
with
the
that.
horizon. Ships
Because I
disappear
went
over the
out and I
horizon.
bought the tool and I went out and I used the tool and I know how the tool works. You
How do you
haven't done
explain?
that. You just watched a video on Netflix. Good for you, bro.
How do you explain ships disappearing over the horizon?
Wait, are you saying that a water level is more accurate than like a laser digital level?
100%, sir.
Could you show me how that's possible?
Yeah, if I was at home, I'd get my water level out. But I'm not at home. I'm at work. I have a job.
Do you really think water always finds its level? Rob, do you actually think water always finds its level?
Do you think it doesn't?
Level means curved, buddy.
Water always finds level.
Level
It's the
means
law of
curved.
nature.
Level
I know you
is a
think level
straight
means
line
curve.
on a horizontal plane.
Level means curved, buddy.
Yeah, okay.
Get another dictionary, bro.
Don't
What in
tell
the
that to your
world does that
doctor.
right now? You can look up right now. In terms of water, what does level mean? It's going to say follow the Earth's curvature. You're cooked, buddy.
You're presupposing the curvature. You've never measured it. You're an idiot.
Presupposing we measured the curvature of the Earth, buddy. That's what you don't
When?
get. I'll provide you the
Show
article.
me.
I'll
Show
provide
me.
you the article.
Was the article made by you?
The article wasn't made by me, right? You can
So
try to
you
ad
didn't
hoc.
measure it yourself?
That's not an ad hom, but
Like, we proved the Earth was a globe using the sun, buddy.
When
Some dude on YouTube did it.
did I ask?
Actually, he proved. Oh my god, that was like a fifth grade joke. But some dude actually proved the Earth is round using his bike in the sun.
How?
What do you mean how? I'll provide you the link.
Where's his model?
You know, do you guys know a dude named Jesse?
Does he have a model?
Jesse Path of Light actually measured the curvature and actually measured the drop.
Where's his model? Where's his
that,
model?
that guy with the bike, dude, he goes out to the longest, flattest room to find curvature. Like, how counter fucking intuitive is that? Let's go to the longest, flattest road. Like, it's long and it's flat. It's not curving, but we're gonna sit there and we're gonna look at the sun. We're gonna look and shadows and be like, it's curving. That's retarded.
Sorry, were we gonna say why it was, or?
Yeah, where's your model?
You don't have a model. Why do you asking Globe Earth for models?
You don't have a model either. I'm asking for your model.
We have a model, buddy.
What's your model?
I'll give it to you right now.
We're gonna get a cartoon and
My
like
wife's
10
model,
seconds.
in fact.
Rolling in the deep.
When am I gonna get this model, bro?
So
you realize like a map is a model, right?
right. So Google Earth would actually
And
be
the
a
map
model.
is flat, is it not?
What?
The map is flat.
Google Earth is actually a model.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's a flat projection of a sphere.
Google Earth is actually a model.
Evidence?
I'm sorry?
Evidence? Where's your model that proves that?
Okay, so the evidence for that being a projection of a sphere is that when as you get lower or higher, or the further you get away from the equator on a flat map like that, the scale will change.
Here we go right
so
here.
the scale will be smaller at the top of the map in order to account for an accurate projection.
Latest
Tell me
high
the model that
resolution
shows that.
3D satellite imagery. The globe is a three-dimensional model of the Earth.
Yeah,
There you go, right
a globe's a model.
Yeah, there you go. A
map is
model
a
right there,
model.
and it's the latest satellite imagery as well. So this is from actually the satellite. You guys can't debunk it. There goes our model. Debunk it.
That 3D shit.
Any evidence of that
Yeah,
model?
because it's based off the actual like satellite.
I already told you I debunked it with a water level. You guys are stupid.
Water
Asked
level
you how?
idiot.
Well,
Level
you just said it was
curve.
more accurate than a digital level, and you haven't
Level means
demonstrated
curve.
that. You said you would if you were home.
Yeah, go out, buy a water level, go buy a laser level, and compare the two.
Well, if you're already out because you're at
I
work,
would
can you just
actually
grab
go.
one for me and then bring it over?
All right, good job, Rich Evans. Keep trolling, bro. I just told you how to do it. It's up to you to prove it to yourself. And I'm done.
No, I'm my job here isn't to prove your point, so I'm good.
Are you getting paid to be here? Because I'm not, so I don't have to do shit for you.
By George Soros.
Yeah, George Soros. I'm getting a little bit of that Clinton money.
George Soros and Hillary Clinton are paying him to try to convince us the Earth is round.
Yep.
For their scheme to take over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Don't
and
forget
the Pope.
Xi.
The Pope.
Yeah, the Pope and Xi Jinping. Kim Il Sung, because he's actually not dead.
Never heard of him. King Jong-un.
Well, see, Kim Il Sung is actually Kim Jong Un, or
Are you
Kim
guys
Jong
ready for
Il's
this?
father.
Are you niggers ready for this? Y'all ready?
Where's your model that shows that though?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Yes, on Earth, level
That's banned, man.
the level does imply a slight curvature due to the planet's spherical shape. Boom.
No,
you're done.
no N words in here,
Boom,
brother.
you're done.
I don't care how you use it, man.
What would happen?
Yeah, you use the N word,
Well,
bro. That's
yeah,
bad.
using okay, so it's hard. Okay, the hard R, I guess you call it.
I'm black.
Yeah, but still,
So what?
don't use any version of it because it's hard to tell the difference between like the soft A and hard.
So I
R
can't
or
even say
whatever.
the A either.
Don't. Yeah, just talk regular. Okay, like functionally normal.
Damn.
I let it go because I figured like if I wouldn't acknowledge it, you would. But yeah, if you, I mean, just abstain if you would.
I think he's just mad because you guys don't have a model. But back to what I was saying.
You don't have a model.
Okay, this is okay. We'll try this again. Okay,
We
we're
just talking
broadcasting
about the
on.
different globe models, bud.
We're talking on YouTube. Okay, so we have to also abide by YouTube.
Yeah.
I get it though. I'm just playing.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys don't have a model, but here we go again. When we say something is level, we mean it is perpendicular to the direction of gravity at that point. Since Earth is a sphere, a level surface will follow the curvature of the Earth. Level
Go
means
tell that to any surveying engineer, contractor, or anything like that, and you're going to be called stupid.
citation.
Where's the model that proves that, though?
Yeah, no. Yeah, go tell that to any fucking carpenter, any fucking construction worker, any fucking surveying engineer. Go tell them that, and they're going to fucking laugh at you.
Tell it to a psychologist who'll put you on meds.
I doubt that.
Yeah, it's ad hominem and has nothing to do with the topic.
The Bedfort level experiment proved it, right? Let's keep that out the way, right?
Do they have a model?
The Bedfort level experiment? I'm pretty sure they do.
Show me.
Oh, and it says, oh yeah, level. Yeah, you guys are done for.
Where's the model?
Get ready to shut the room down.
No, the Bedford level experiment conducted in the 19th century demonstrated the Earth's curvature by observing a 6-mile stretch of the old Bedford River. Adjustments for atmospheric refraction confirmed a curvature consistent with a spherical Earth. Shut the hell up! You guys are done. This is a
model.
good article. You guys don't have a model. Debunk it. Do what y'all can.
I need to
I
see
already
a model.
provided you a model. I provided you a model.
No, just look up Bedford level illustration and show them
Here
that.
you go, right here. Here you go, right here.
Show me
Boom.
the model.
Debunk it. Debunk it.
Show me the model.
That's what
I
he's
provided
doing.
you a model.
Where?
Right
side
there.
chat.
The satellite imagery. That's a model. It says
That's
model.
just a picture, bro.
No, click it.
Okay, one sec.
3D interactive globe. The globe is a 3-dimensional model of the Earth, and it's based off real-life 3D satellite imagery. Buddy.
So we're going to use that, and now you have to explain all the things you talked about. Seasons. Show me on that model seasons.
Yeah, I don't see the model still.
The nerve of flat earthers to access explains
to
seasons.
explain day and night.
No,
on that model.
In order to explain seasons, we need to move back to the full scale of the solar system, right? We have to talk about how Earth is orbiting the sun.
That's not the claim. The claim was the model you have would explain
the model of the solar system.
Okay, so you don't have a model. All right.
No,
I just said the model of the solar system,
which is not the model of the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth is in the model of the solar system.
So that's not the Earth then.
Come on, Gray. You can do better than this.
You're using a different model and then saying, hey, this thing inside this other model explains the things the first model should have explained but can't.
Exactly.
What, buddy?
That's a problem, dude. That's a problem when you it's called circular citation. This model is backed up.
You know that's not a thing. You know that's not a thing.
These guys are dumb as rocks, man. I'm really sorry. But if you want to redefine level as a curve,
what do you mean redefine? It's based off the water of the Earth, buddy.
Hey, you need to relax, bro.
Yeah,
why don't
you're
you get a dictionary? I'm not lying. That is the last thing I will do here is lie. So first thing you need to do is bring up that dictionary definition where it says conforming to the liquid parts of Earth's curvature. Bring that up. You got it up?
Dude, you know.
No, you
know level means Earth.
No, I don't. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
On a horizontal plane? We're not on a horizontal plane, you
level. Bro,
dude.
Listen to me carefully. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Earth.
Just talk right through me. You're gonna keep being dumb.
Does it not follow the curvature of the Earth?
Wait, what is the
No.
what's
Curvature of the Earth. What's that?
There's definition in the chat for you, dude, of level.
A horizontal plane or line with respect.
Where's the model for that?
Listen, buddy, we're talking about the waters across the Earth. I can show you the biggest water level you've ever seen. I'll show it to you.
Bro gave me. So what happens? So what is the Earth's ocean doing right now?
Since the Earth's ocean, so you just asked. Listen, hello.
It's
He
boiling.
just asked about the Earth's ocean, right?
He just said the ocean is level, right? And level
I'm
means
posting
the
an
Earth is above
infrared.
the
I'm
curvature of the
posting.
Earth.
Hello. So you asked about the Earth's ocean, right? I'm posting an infrared of the Atlantic Ocean waters, right? 696 miles. Okay, you see it? It's
That's
an
fake,
infrared.
bro.
Are you calling satellites fake?
No, is this from a credible source?
This is a Calypso satellite.
Yeah, so it's
Send me
way
the source.
above the surface of
Send me
the
the
Earth.
image source. Send me the image source, buddy.
So this is a water level. You see the water? Remember the water you were asking about?
Yes.
The ocean? There you go. You can see it now.
Wait, hold on, because I don't think you dudes know how big the Earth is, right? So we're not
Do
going to
you?
see any curvature from that angle because the Earth is so big. I'm pretty sure if
So the lack of evidence. Do you think the lack of the curvature is evidence for it?
the lack of the curvature. What are you talking about?
You're making an argument like the lack of evidence is the evidence. That's what you're saying right now.
No. First of all, you need to give me an image source.
You're saying, look, there is no curvature here, but there is.
No, there is. All right, so if you want to go off satellites, satellites have also caught Earth curvature. Now what?
Can you post what you're talking about? Can you actually? Because I posted some. When you ask about the
Oh,
ocean
sure.
waters, I post an infrared of the ocean waters of the real east level. The real, we use lidar. This is a lidar image, infrared. Okay.
Exactly.
You
So
Glover's about to go down the
can you
drain.
post something equal or similar, or maybe something that it can actually go with this?
I'll be coming home
What are you
to
saying?
you every night, doing you right. Serve good things, pay for the rings.
Can
All
you,
right,
can you put something superior to the infrared?
I was kind of thinking that too, you know.
Here you go, right here, buddies. Right?
He's gonna post cartoons. I bet you anything. He's gonna post a cartoon.
It's not a cartoon. It's called the Blue Marble, buddy.
I told you he was gonna post a cartoon.
Wait, but that's from a satellite, though. Why are we now dismissing satellites after you just used the satellite?
Listen, buddy. I think you're making. I think you don't know this. We're gonna break the news for you. Can you post it? Can you post it?
Sure.
Do you know the creator of the Blue Marble? He tells you himself.
There was never a creator of the Blue Marble. The only creator of the Blue Marble is God.
Listen. The Blue Marble it was made by a guy, not discovered. Listen. It's not like a guy went to somewhere and took a photograph of the Blue Marble. A guy on a building, on a studio, on a place with a computer graphic, right, and data, right. He grabbed this HU.
You deserve better. We be together, girl. With me, you is whatever. Hey, so it's us now. All right, so explain the Blue Marble, buddy. If you can't do that, you're done. I'm sorry. So he doesn't have an argument for the blue marble. That's exactly what I thought. You globers, I mean, you flat earthers, right? You
You
flirts, sir.
globers.
You
Do you,
flirts
do you really think
are.
that's a real? Think that's a real picture?
Wait, but why are we
Do you
dismissing
think it's an actual
satellite?
photograph?
Wait, why are we dismissing satellites now? He just used the satellite to try to prove his point. But now
Hey,
satellites are
check
fake.
Robert Simmons. Check Robert Simmons.
Woo!
Just check Robert Simmons, the creator of the blue marble. Just check it.
Who?
Robert Simmons. Can someone get him the link? Cause I'm driving. So
That was debunked. He already said that he did. He already said that he didn't do that. Stop trying to lie on here, buddy.
Someone would just go on the internet and tell lies?
I mean, yeah, duh. Satellites are on a balloon, buddy. Girl, I can never wear you have me suicidal when you say it's over. These beautiful girls, do you know you have me suicidal when you say it's over.
Is this really what it's come to?
Well, you don't like this song?
It's just a girl, dude. It's not worth, killing yourself over. Oh, chill.
Last forever. What you guys know about this? You flirts don't know shit about music.
Anyway, there's the pictures of your satellites as sky vacuum there.
With the girl, I remember suicide, say beautiful girl, you do it, suicide when you say it's 9 all the time, oh. Each other, see each
What the
other.
hell's going on?
Because I'm gonna sing until
Performing.
somebody can provide an actual model of the flat Earth.
So you tell girls that? You got me suicidal? You should try that.
No, he tells girls,
Have
"I'm
you
on
tried
an
that?
actual model of the Earth." He tells girls, "Yeah, but there may be a curve, but what degrees, bitch?" That's what he says.
You flirts are so funny. You try to ad hom and not provide evidence, right?
No, man, that's Rizzy, bro.
Rizzy, come on, dog.
Yeah, when you tell a girl, "Provide me a globe," go ahead,
No,
and then
you
they
say, give me
can't.
them globes, babe.
That's Rizzy, bro.
Let me see them globes.
You say, "Girl, you ain't looking flat at all."
Girl, are you the earth? Because you ain't flat.
Yeah, I see curvature at the beach all the time.
It's over. beautiful girl. I wanna do you dirt. Will have you suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. These flirts will have you suicidal, suicidal, cause they can't provide a fucking model.
So we got the globe model here.
You're cutting out a bit there.
Alright. Eyes, place I wanna take you away. The music, DJ, let it play.
What? Oh, I thought he was in the room. Never mind.
Please don't stop the, please don't stop the, please don't stop the, please don't stop the, please don't stop the.
He's getting really good at singing it. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, you can't remember broadcast. We're broadcasting on YouTube. So if you play music that is not TOS, but
Oh, copyright?
copyrighted, yeah.
Damn, my bad, man. Music, DJ, let it. All right, is it good now?
Yeah.
Okay. Music, please don't stop the music. Please don't stop the.
Yeah,
Please don't stop the.
unfortunately, singing very poorly isn't a TOS violation. But I would prefer you didn't do that either.
Because until you guys can provide a model.
Well, where's the
You
globe
gotta
model at?
stop with the model, man. Well, you live in
Where's the
reality.
globe model at?
Forget the model.
No, we're just going to ignore that. We're just going to
Why
ignore that.
can't
Where's
you
the globe
just
model at?
provide a model, bro? All I'm asking for is a model.
Where
A
is the
model.
globe model at? Where's the globe model at?
I provided you it. Don't be a
Craig,
tease.
Craig, can you provide him with the Robert Simmons model that they have? Can you provide him with that?
Yeah, where's the globe model at? Come on. I'm waiting.
I've been. If you want to give me your address, I can send you a globe.
Sweet. I would appreciate it.
I never understood why flirts don't like evidence, but now I know.
Yeah, where's the globe model? You're talking about models. Where's the
I
globe
just
model?
said I would send you one.
Here you go. I have a globe model right here, right at the top. Right here. Latest high resolution 3D
I
satellite
posted the globe model.
imagery. It's a three-dimensional globe based off of the actual model.
Keen,
There you go. Right there.
I posted
Keep
a
on.
model of the globe. There you go. There's your globe model.
So picture is a model.
Craig, he posted the blue model earlier.
This ain't the real model of the Earth.
Oh, they are denying evidence. Flirts. What is
This is a
wrong?
globe. This is a globe.
Hand in hand. I wanna take you away. Music, DJ, let it play. Stop the
Come on,
music.
man. That's not funny anymore. That's like getting old.
Oh, what's not funny? The model?
Well, the lack of globe model is not funny, but also you singing like that
Dude,
constantly.
bro, that is
Yeah.
the actual model. It says latest high resolution 3D satellite imagery. Debunk it or you deny evidence, and I've won.
No, you just provided an image. I could provide an image
That's
of a
not an
unicorn.
image. Click it, you fucking. Oh,
Literally
you're lucky we're on YouTube.
You described it as satellite imagery, you moron. That's
You're
an
so
image.
lucky. You're so lucky we're on YouTube.
So is an image an image?
That is a model. It's an interactive model. It
Is
explains
that a
everything on the
PNG
fucking
or a
model.
JPEG?
So is an image an image?
That's not an image. That's a model.
You
Idiot.
just said satellite image and then
No, I said
denied
it's
it's an
based
image.
off. I said it's based off the satellite image.
So what is it that you've provided?
A model. You fucking.
No, you haven't provided an image. I can provide
No,
an
you just did. No, you're
of a
denying basic. No,
unicorn.
you're
I can
denying basic evidence. You lost. I've won. I've
I
won.
can
I've won.
provide an image of a unicorn. I can provide an image of King Kong. I can provide an image of all sorts of bullshit like the Loch Ness Monster. I can do loads of images of all sorts of shit that doesn't exist.
All day long. We got pictures of Santa. We got products of Santa. We have
Exactly.
Coca-Cola with Santa.
A
Kids get
black
pictures of
Santa,
Santa
China
all
Santa.
Christmas long. And then
Demo-
the military tracks him on radar. Like, fucking Santa's real, bro.
Yeah, man.
Go back to me. Still no globe evidence. I mean, still no flirt evidence.
You got it right the first time.
No. I provided you multiple evidence.
Let me ask you then, like, do you
guys-
observe?
you guys-
Sorry. You should never second guess yourself. Your first thoughts are always the correct ones.
You
Don't
guys
second
do.
guess yourself.
You guys do know
Oh, that's
that we
nonsense
proved.
too.
No,
but
shut up. You guys do know that we proved the
No, not
globe.
shut up.
We proved the globe with 2 sticks, buddy.
Okay, keep talking.
Yeah. Like the Greeks were more smarter than you idiots. Like all the
So
measurements.
they prove the Earth was a
all the
ball and
measurements
2
they did.
sticks.
All the measurements they did just for some idiots to deny it. Come on, man. This is not how the history
What
is
did they
supposed to
do with the 2 sticks? Tell me again. Remind me. Do you
You
even
said
know?
what?
How does the math
What
work?
did some guy do with the 2 sticks?
Like,
Do
come
you
on,
even know?
Yes. We actually know some people even measured proved the earth was a globe using
You
the
know it,
sun.
but you don't
The
say it. What did
sun,
the guy do with the 2
sun
sticks? Do you
shadow,
even know?
the sun shadow, angular measurements. Come on, dude. Come on.
Start
Like you
fire,
guys.
build a tent, scratch your back. You can do all kinds of things with sticks.
Yeah, just keep ad humming.
I didn't make fun of nothing.
What part of that at all was an ad hominem? Can you define ad hominem?
Yeah, none of it.
No, this
I think
kid is
that's the.
dumb.
I
He
think that's
doesn't have
the
a
second.
clue.
I think that
Yeah,
might
yeah,
be
cool.
even the
So, thank
second time
I
you've
appreciate.
claimed an ad hominem
Thank you very much.
when it's not an ad
Thank you very
hominem.
much. Yeah, thank you. So, can we go through the methods of the two sticks proving the globe? Anyone? Anyone at all? Two sticks proving globe method. Go. Anyone? That's what
I could probably explain it better than any glober, but I'm at work and I couldn't be bothered.
Oh no, I trust me. I know the alleged method, but once you know the alleged method, you also know the problems with the method, and they clearly don't know the method. So
Yeah. Let's start by just saying you assume that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Hey, flat earthers, where's your ball?
You also assume the Earth is a ball to begin with, correct? Eratosthenes.
He assumed the light was parallel. He assumed he had an exact known distance between 2 points. He assumed he had the exact moment in time as the time he looked down the well when he looked at the phallic. Bunch of assumptions.
But when you actually pick up the tools and put them in your hand and try and measure water to curve, it doesn't.
So
Who are you
let's
guys
say I
talking to
do
right
have
now?
two shadow angles. Let's say I do have two shadow angles, and I have a distance between the two. How do I then get a circumference?
R over pi divided by 2.
We're trying to figure out what R is. How can you use R to figure out what the circumference is?
Radius
All
is
we have
half
are
of the
two shadow
diameter.
angles and a distance.
Hey, you have to now. Of course, we're talking about the globe here, so we don't know what the diameter really is. But if you want to find the circumference of a sphere, you would use that formula that I presented to you.
A pi is assumed, so pi would have to do with a circle or a sphere, but you're assuming the circle or a sphere.
Don't need pi for the circumference.
Anyway, the sphere is assumed. I hope
But
that's
you
not
understand we don't
lost
need
on anyone.
you understand we don't need pi for the circumference, right?
Yeah. Do you assume the sphere, Scott Mackey, or not?
You got muted.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, he's back.
Do you assume the sphere, Scott Mackey,
Yes,
or not?
correct. We do. Yes, we do.
All right, yeah. Press my case.
So then, now that I have two shadow angles and I have a distance between the two angles, how do I get my circumference?
Take the delta between the two zenith angles, multiply by 360, divide by the distance between the 2 points.
Thank you. The other gentleman didn't know how to do that.
Yep.
Hey, Google, turn off music.
Okay, I'm back. Any flirt evidence yet?
That's what I
Have you ever walked outside before?
Yeah, I see a flat Earth. Kind of questions that.
I was asking the zealot guy, Mr. Cosmic.
No, I live in a bubble, and I know that because there's pressure.
I was just outside a second ago. I don't see flatness anywhere. I see a little mountain. It's a small mountain, but it's a mountain and alleys and everything. I don't know where you guys see flatness. I was at the ocean just last night. It's curved.
So now you're conflating topography with the overall shape. Like, are you
said
like
the
a
ocean
5-year-old
was
child or
curved.
something?
You
Scott
can
Mackey,
see
all of a
the
sudden, like,
ocean curving.
why would a grown man of your age all of a sudden get confused about overall curvature or the lack thereof in topography? Why would a man of your age all of a sudden at this point conflate those two?
You said go outside, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I went outside and I told you what I saw. How do I infer flatness from that?
Mackie, you're conflating overall curvature.
Just did what you told me to do.
With topography. So let me ask you, Mackie, is the Earth a ball? You believe the Earth's a ball, right, Mackie?
Yes.
All right. So curvature of the Earth in that sense means one thing, and then topography means another. Correct, Mackie?
Correct. Yes.
So you shouldn't get those two things confused, right, Mackie?
I'm not.
Well, according to what you said a second ago, you are. So are you going back to what you said, or what? What's going on here?
I was responding to exactly what you said. You said go outside. Those are the words you used. Go outside. I was outside. I didn't see any flatness. After I go outside, what do I need to do? What's the next step? Okay, go outside. What's step two?
Question, Mackie. Follow-up question to what you said. When you go outside, do you see overall curvature of the Earth? That one? Yes or no?
No, of course not.
Okay, I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen.
You can't see flatness either. You can't determine anything from going outside.
Actually, I beg to differ on that. The two times that I climbed Mount St. Helens, the Earth was quite flat from the top of Mount St. Helens.
How far did you see from the top of Mount St. Helens?
You can see like 70 miles with the naked eye.
How far should you be able to see on a flat Earth?
Well, eventually it gets to be so far away, it just all blurs, Mackie.
Not answering my question, is it?
How far should I be able to see on a flat Earth? I don't know. What difference does it make? You're still not demonstrating a ball.
No, that's how intelligent people approach the world. They have expectations of it. And when those expectations are matched, we assume that our expectations are true.
You're just going on to a tangent. You're not even going to address the question you just asked me. It was a pointless question you just asked me. You just asked me, how far can you see from the top of Mount St. Helens? And there was no point to the question.
That's not what I asked.
Yes, that is what you asked.
No, I asked how far should you be able to see on a flat Earth?
I don't know. What's your point?
I know. The point is that's my point.
I don't know the answer to a pointless question.
You don't know.
Your point is I don't know the answer to a pointless question. Oh wow, you're such a genius.
My point is you and most flat earthers have no expectations of the world, and then when those expectations aren't met, it's not a problem.
No, we have no preconceived notions about the world.
Those are expectations. Those are expectations from living in the world.
Notions.
No, not preconceived. Conceived from conclusions from all the data and all the evidence we've witnessed with our own eyes. So that's the difference between preconceived and concluded. We have concluded the Earth's a globe. We didn't preconceive it.
Round, round, baby, round, round.
Like the satellite picture that was posted a bit ago from, I think it was Gemzy, something about infrared, whatever. I mean, how far could you see on that one? My guess is if you went to a horizon calculator, just as the horizon, it's going to be pretty much exactly that. That's the last bit of Earth you can see before it turns into a horizon. That's my guess. That's my expectation. What would you guys expect to see from that satellite image? You don't have an expectation. That's your problem.
That's a problem?
Yes, it is.
I fail to see how that's a problem. It seems to me like you're trying to say that we should have like
Expectations.
preconceived
Yes.
ideas of what the
No.
Earth should be for some reason, and that doesn't seem logical to me.
I know that's your problem. It should be though.
Okay, you've just repeated. You're repeating yourself. Yes, I heard that.
I think you're.
Oh,
I think
you repeat yourself.
you repeated what you said, so I had to repeat what I said.
Okay, are you going to say it a third, fourth, and fifth time?
If you say it a third, fourth, fifth time, I gotta have to, right?
Yeah. So I think your problem, Scott, is the horizon isn't a physical location described as the globe rhetoric, and it's been debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan.
We never said it was.
Yeah. So horizon's not Earth curve, is it?
No, it is.
No, it's not. Is it, Steve? It's not. It's been debunked, mate. Yeah. So is the horizon? Is the horizon
just your misunderstanding of it?
No, it's not a misunderstanding, mate. I'm
No,
going.
it's your misunderstanding.
No, it's not a misunderstanding. It's your misunderstanding.
You don't understand what we're saying. No, you don't understand what we are saying. No, you don't.
Yeah, you're saying.
Explain to me what we're saying.
You're saying the horizon is a physical location.
No.
But that's correct. It's not.
No.
Well done.
That's your misunderstanding of what we said.
Yeah. So is the horizon a physical location then, Scott?
No, of course not.
Well, no, so there goes your Earth curve proof straight away.
What?
That was that simple, Scott. Very simple, just like you.
If I look at it all out, who's we, Scott, and when did we say it, and what did we say exactly?
Oh,
what do we mean then?
Wait. This is always funny. You guys mute people when they have a disagreement. That's why you big arms are bitches.
Not interested in your take on the moderation of the channel. Okay, that would be called concern trolling. We don't appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
So what you think?
Yeah,
that,
I'd love to answer your question, T-Dub. What we say is the horizon that we see is a function of the Earth's curve and refraction, or i.e. optical phenomenon. We have to include both of them in every calculation of the expected distance to the horizon. You cannot eliminate half of that equation and pretend you are talking about our model.
Steve, there's not a distance to the horizon, mate. It's never been defined as a
that's fine.
location.
One second. I want to respond to him there.
Okay.
That's
mate.
fine, Scott. But when we make an observation where you can't tell, right? You can't tell what variables need to be accounted for, right? In order to say how much refraction's taking place, you will just base it on the observation of alone, right? So if the horizon is further than a distance marker, as in the Black Swan, you will ipso facto, right, declare that there must have been at least this much refraction taking place.
That is correct.
Right?
That's what we do. Yes.
Right.
What are you talking about?
And do you have any reason to believe that much refraction did not take place?
I don't have any reason to think that that refraction, even if it was a thing occurring within the single medium of air, right, is doing anything to a globe Earth to make it appear like something to me or to a
Is
camera.
that different temperatures and different densities in the air? You sure about that?
I don't have any reason to think that it's doing anything to a globe Earth. That
but we
it's
do.
Causing.
You think air is just
yeah,
one
I know.
consistent medium, one density, one temperature all throughout?
Well, then the point is, if you're claiming to debunk our model, you have to debunk our model, not your misrepresentation of our model. You can't say that refraction doesn't happen and say you're debunking our model when in our model refraction happens.
Yeah, so it's not physical then, is it? It's not. It's always moving the horizon. It's not physical. You can't measure
Just
it.
explained. It's a function of the geometry and the optics.
Yeah. So latitude is geometry measurements, mate.
No, it's not really. But
Yes, it is, mate. That's how all mapping's mapped. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
latitude.
it circles on a sphere. I agree.
Yeah, circles of equal altitude, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, but we know what that means. You don't.
Yeah. It's not curvature, is it?
What does circles of equal altitude mean?
Well, exactly. It's in the wording, mate. It's circles and of equal altitude.
You have no
Nothing
idea, do you?
Yeah,
It's
nothing
just
to do with
words to
curvature.
you.
Yeah,
It's just words.
no word of curvature, Steve.
It's just words to you,
Wait, do
isn't
you
it?
think circle of equal altitude means the ground is the same elevation everywhere on that circle?
Circle is equal altitude
That's
must
what
mean
he thinks. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it's
thinks
not
there are different
spherical.
elevations.
It's not spherical, is it, Steve?
What is a circle of equal altitude? Means Ellis?
It's a circle. It's a circle, and it's equal altitude to the star on any point of the circle. Means it's fucking flat, mate.
Right?
He has no
Well, I
clue.
think you get it. All right. Kind of.
Yeah. So there's no mention of curvature, is there, Scott?
No, because the
It's
people
not.
who created.
Yeah, it's not a circle of equal curvature, is it, Scott? No, it's equal altitude, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah.
So anywhere on the
And as
circle
soon as
to
you
the
figure out
star.
what altitude means in that statement, we can talk.
Okay, then we'll use Polaris. Yeah, you get a Polaris, yeah. You get an elevation angle to it using the sea level, yeah, which isn't curved, and you get
We don't
an
use the sea
elevation.
level for elevation angles.
Don't interrupt. Let me finish my sentence. Then
Just said
and
something
you get
wrong.
you get an elevation angle, yeah, and you get a circle of equal altitude. Now, anywhere on that circle, yeah, will give you the same elevation angle measurement to that star. You understanding, Scott?
Yes,
It's not
I do.
curvature. Yeah, so it's a flat circle.
Wow, good
Elevation.
job.
Yeah, no curvature involved. Good job debunking the globe. Thank you.
Yeah, how do you get elevation angles on a flat Earth?
Yeah, you need a flat Earth for it, Scott.
What are you pointing at? What are you pointing
You're
at?
pointing at a star on the flat Earth, mate.
And what
How do you get a
causes
cool
that?
altitude angle?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and what
Why are
causes
you asking a lot of
the
questions?
angle to that star
Yeah.
to be not 90 degrees?
Yeah, the flat Earth, mate, for the elevation angle. That's what does it.
Okay, so you point at a star. Why is that angle not 90 degrees everywhere on the Earth?
But you think a star should be 90 degrees
I'm just
angle
asking
from
you on a
wherever
flat
you...
Earth. This is what I'm talking
On a
about. You
flat...
guys have no expectations. You don't understand what you're even talking about in your own
So you
understanding
can't
of the
get
world.
an
You don't
elevation
visualize
angle.
it.
Scott, you will not get an elevation angle from a curved
No
Earth,
dick.
mate.
What?
Yeah, you won't get the elevation angle from a curved surface, will you, Scott?
Sure you will. We do. I mean, we can do it. You might not be able to do it, but we can do it just fine. We're good.
So you can get. So you let me just get this right, so we can clip it. So you can get an elevation angle from a curved surface, Scott. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, someone's clipped
You
that.
assume it's curved. He's saying that in the context of him assuming it's curved.
Well, it's really easy to do. I'm sorry you guys can't do it with us.
Yes, we don't like to assume because when you assume,
it's like you guys say we can't ride a bicycle. We ride bicycles, and you guys saying we can't ride a bicycle. I don't know what to do with that.
See, Scott Mackey, like when you admitted earlier with the Eratosthenes thing that you assume the Earth is a ball. See, the problem with assuming things, especially things like this, is that when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, or at the very least, you in this case.
Either that, or we figure out how to get from San Francisco to Australia. Yeah, exactly.
People are trying to do. They're trying to make predictive models.
Yeah.
That's why you assume stuff.
Scott thinks an elevation angle is obtained from a curved baseline. He just said it live.
No, I never said that.
You did. You just said it. I've recorded it.
Okay. If you can hear me saying those words anywhere in the recording, I'll apologize and say you're right. I bet you can't.
So well, we'll just do it again then. So Scott, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved baseline? Yes or no?
No.
So when you're measuring latitude,
the baseline is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, so it's not curved then.
I didn't say it was. It's a horizontal plane.
Yeah, so
celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use a curved baseline. That's a straw man.
Correct. It's a straw man.
Are you saying the Earth is not curved now?
I'm
That's
saying that
incorrect.
nobody presumes that they're baseline or perpendicular to zenith. They don't say, "Oh, look, my perpendicular to zenith is curving." No one says that.
Well, yeah, no kidding, because the Earth is not curving. So no
Yeah,
kidding,
because
nobody
it's an
says that.
artificial horizontal, right? It's just a reference to a horizontal plane that you create with a leveling instrument. Okay, it's not actually the surface of the ground. Okay, so
Yep.
can you tell me what a co-altitude angle is? Do you know what that is? No? You can get an altitude angle to a star from zenith. You don't need to reference the ground. That's what they did in airplanes with bubble sex.
Yep.
Yep, because you can't see the ground at night when you're in an airplane.
Yes, I'm familiar that
So they would
sextants
take
work in
co-altitude
aircraft.
angles.
Yes,
They did not
I'm
reference sea
familiar with that.
level for
Always
their
speaks the truth.
horizontal. Do you understand? They don't
Always speaks the truth.
reference sea level for their horizontal plane of reference for an angle to a star. You could get a co-altitude angle not using the surface of the ground.
By
You
the
guys
way,
can
I
learn
don't
from the
think
boy.
anyone
Listen
in
to
here
him.
is
You guys
actually
can learn.
claiming
Hello?
that sextants don't work in aircraft. I think no one in here is actually claiming that sextants don't function in aircraft. I think what we're saying is that it's the way that they function on the ocean and the land. I think that is more telling as far as what we're talking about. So it's not like anyone's actually denying that.
Okay,
you
your
can
friend
use
One
an
Deck that
aircraft.
was chanting about elevation angles meeting sea level. I just debunked his stupid argument. Hello,
You
ding
didn't
dong.
though. But you
He
didn't
did.
though.
He did.
Oh, okay. Whatever makes you feel better. Give yourself a gold star.
Now, the problem you guys have, you're still trying to make these triangles. And you need that bottom line of the triangle to be the point between the observer's point and the GP. And that just doesn't exist in celestial navigation. There are no triangles. You guys got to stop with the triangles. It's not helping you. And if we were
There are
trying to make
straight lines with
triangles,
angles, though, right? Like you need a straight line to make an angle.
if we were trying to make a triangle and the
No, you
bottom of
don't
that
need a straight line
triangle
to make
was
an
the
angle.
curve,
Say no to
that
that.
would be a problem. But we're not trying to make triangles. You guys are, because you don't understand how celestial navigation works. You
So here,
got to
let me ask
stop
you though,
trying to make the
Scott Mackey,
triangles.
Scott Mackey. If I
Will you
have
stop making the
a arc
triangles? Yes or no?
segment, if I have an arc segment, you know what an arc segment is, like a section of a
Yes, I
circle.
do. Yes, I know what an arc segment is. Yeah,
If I have
past
an arc
geometry in ninth
segment,
grade. Yeah.
so if I have an arc segment, and that arc segment intersects with a straight line, can you get an angle measurement between where they intersect? Can you take an angle measurement, or is it angle measurement infinite angles? Is it a angle or is it infinite angles?
I can, yes. You might not be able to, but I certainly can.
All right, you're magical then. You must be like some kind of wizard.
No, I just passed math when I was a
He's a
kid.
mulligan wizard.
No, I passed math when I was a kid. I can give you the angle between two curves.
That's pretty funny too.
Well, I can do it. All I gotta do is take the derivative of each curve and find out where those they intersect and get the angle
Can
between those two
AutoCAD do that? Wait,
derivatives.
quick question. Do you think AutoCAD can do that, or does AutoCAD just come up with an error message?
I don't care. I don't care what AutoCAD can do. I don't know what it's programmed to do.
It just comes up with an error message.
That's fine, but I can do it.
Because it doesn't make sense. There are no angles between an arc segment and a line.
Well,
It's just an infinite number of angles.
But it's questions on tests in calculus, and the teacher expects you to get the right answer, and I did get the right answer, fortunately for me, because it can easily be done. Because you know the point at which the two arcs intersect. If you have the function for each of the curves, you know the point at which they intersect, and then you can take the derivative of each of those curves, assign that x value of that intersection, and take the angle between those two derivatives. It's not that hard. It takes a little bit of learning. You got to study a bit in order to understand some of these principles, but it can be done. And so I'll go back to the answer.
Imagination too, right?
Yes, I can do it. Yes, I can do it. You can't. Sucks to be you.
Take some imagination too, right?
It takes some knowledge of mathematics that anybody could, almost anybody. Well, I don't know how many people can learn it.
This is like where B-Ball just pressed a compass, a protractor against like a beach ball, and then started measuring angles from a curve.
That's nothing like that, but
It's
if
exactly
that's
like
what you need it
that.
to
Yeah.
be. No, it's nothing like that. It's just doing a little bit of calculus that I can do. You might not be able to. And so once again, that's your question. Can I get you an angle between two curves? Yes, I can.
I,
That
I was
doesn't mean
wondering,
you
can you
can.
post like a little demonstration of this in the live chat? Like, can you go to like a art prompt or whatever art template and just like draw two
Why don't you do
arc
this?
segments and then show us the angle you get. So I'd kind of like to see this.
How about this? Why don't you go to the internet and type in calculating angle between two curves and see what it
Oh,
comes
I
up
gotta go
with?
to the Google machine, and the
And my
all
guess it's the
glorious and
exact same thing
powerful Google machine has got to edumacate me.
And it's the exact same thing I would probably do. Because that's how mathematics works. People
Come on,
solve and
you're
get the
saying it
same
like it's so
answers for the
simple. You
same.
should be able to draw a curved line and a straight line intersecting each other, and then put an angle between them. Come on, go do it. Put in the live stream voice
Here's the
track.
thing.
Go
I'm
do
not
it.
your monkey. I'm not dancing for you.
Oh, but you are a monkey. You're just not my
Okay.
monkey.
I'm not your monkey. This is true. I'm sometimes my wife's monkey. I dance for her and I dance for my children, but I don't dance for you.
Someone's made a monkey out of you.
It's
Well,
a man key, part man.
I can do math though. So I got that at least.
Like a man
So I'm a monkey that can do math. And you're a monkey that can't do math. I think that puts me in a better position than you. That's just my opinion, though. Just one monkey's
Now
opinion.
you're just pissing me off.
It's just weird to hear you guys day after day after day come in and say we can't do things that we can do. Just because you can't do them, you assume nobody can. That's just not true. A lot of people can. People can do all these things you're talking about. People can do celestial navigation on a globe.
See how you did
Dozens
the
of people have done it.
Look at the word switch that he did. He started off with you and I and ended up with people. It was a tribalistic worldview.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's all about tribalistic.
A broken unit.
Excellent comeback as always, Crit. Can't believe people think you're not all there.
You try to slip it in. At first, you talk about yourself in the first person, and by the end of the exact same thought, you end up talking about not you, other people in the third person that you think you represent.
Yes, I do. That's what I did. Yes, I did do that. You're right. Because I've been around this world quite a bit now, 60 years. Not quite as many as you, but I've been around a bit. And I found a lot of people who agree with me.
You've been
Almost
hypnotized
everybody.
for that long?
What's that?
You've been hypnotized for that long?
Yeah. Somehow all us hypnotized people are come up with the same answers to the same problems.
Do you ask all of those people? Do you ask all of them? They came to the same conclusion? All of them? Like you said? All? Do you know all of them and what all of them know? Because it's them, not you.
That's not really a gotcha.
It depends on what your worldview is. If someone values like the group or hive mind groupthink, then yeah, it's a perfect gotcha. It's like my people do not believe the other group's ideas. But if someone is like has a global worldview where all people are equal and all people have exactly the same voice, then it's the ultimate gotcha. Because as soon
So
as
look,
you
he brought.
find one person who disagrees, that's a debunk of your full worldview.
Yeah, and the example of the infrared, right? The infrared photograph that Scott Mackey brought up, he said, look, see, this is what I expect to see on a globe, not a curve. Therefore, it's evidence of the curve, you know? It's like the lack of evidence is the evidence.
But if you look at a ball, isn't it also this curve?
Oh, if you grab a ball in your hand, yeah, that's a ball. But what we're talking about is like, you know, the whole world is not being a ball, it's not a ball. But Smacky says it's a ball because it's not a ball. He says, look, we don't observe the ball. It's not a ball. In the infrared, it shows horizontal line, not curving, and it says, yeah, that's what you expect on a ball, and not curving horizontal.
Or can you point the horizon on a ball?
Like on a ball, you holding a ball in your hand.
Yeah, can you point the horizon there, the physical horizon?
Go ahead and do it.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, balls work in we have balls in reality, right? You're not standing on a ball. That's the thing.
Okay.
We have balls. We know how to make balls. We know how balls work, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how we know you're not standing on a ball, because the thing you're standing on is not behaving, measuring as a ball, so it cannot be a ball.
So you can't do the same measurements on Earth, and the same measurement.
Yes. When you measure Earth or the waters across the Earth, it's not a ball. You see? So when you grab the ball in your hand, you say, Earth is not like this ball in my hand.
Of course not. It's not the same thing, but
It's not the same thing. It's not curving. The waters across the Earth are not curving.
Can I ask you a question?
What, a ball is curving, right? I don't know what you're talking about. Earth also.
Yeah, he's just saying the Earth isn't curving. But let me ask you this: what reason do I have, or what reason do any of us have, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
What reason do you guys have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Damn.
Like a lot of things, like space, like the people that have gone to space looking down on the Earth.
Between you and me?
Huh? People that have
space
gone from
between
the
us?
other side. People that have gone from the other side to the other side, just in one line.
You know, here, let me point out something to you. Like, do you believe in Bigfoot? Do you believe? No, right? Like, you don't, right?
Do you?
So the point I want to make in this is that it's about 800 people that they claim have been to the vacuum of space, and it's more than 1,000 people that claim publicly that they've seen Bigfoot. So if you're going to go by strictly eyewitness testimony, which is basically what that is, pictures and eyewitness testimony, it's just those two categories of evidence.
Bigfoot and the Earth.
There's more logical reason to think Bigfoot is real, because there's more eyewitness testimony supporting the existence of Bigfoot than the vacuum of space.
Oh yeah.
But
So
I
how
don't
many
believe
of
in either
those people-
myself.
I'm
so
in
how
the
many
military,
people were
right? So
captured by Bigfoot and carried around by Bigfoot?
Yeah, also that.
But what I'm saying is that it's up to interpretation. Like, there could be a lot of people out there that think they've seen a Bigfoot, and Bigfoot could in fact not be real at all.
I've done some military
it's just up
action
to
after like
interpretation.
sleep deprivation, and I saw pink elephants. I thought for 5 hours that a tree stump was a sergeant looking back at me. So you know, like if you go into the woods, you will see things that maybe are not there. And if you add some alcohol and drugs and all that shit, yeah.
Okay, well, how do you explain then that some states in America have passed laws to make it either legal or illegal to shoot Bigfoot?
Yeah, but even then, like, the law doesn't mean anything, because there's laws against, putting carbon dioxide in the air due to global warming. That doesn't mean global warming's real.
Oh yeah, but the most thing I would go with is if old boy's saying that Bigfoot's not real, even though he saw a photo, because he also is on the tails of why would they lie? Then he's got executive branch who's enforcing law right now on the books. So
Well,
why
it's
would
not
they
the
lie
it's the
about Bigfoot?
governor. It's the local government. But
Yeah.
that's all the more furthers my point. Like they have literal laws that you're not allowed to hunt Bigfoot. But even though there's a law that says you can't hunt Bigfoot, that doesn't mean that Bigfoot's real. Like Bigfoot can still not be real at all, and there can still be a law in the book saying you're not allowed to hunt Bigfoot. Like these two things can be true at the same time, and it can be true at the same time that there's 800 people in the world, 800 people out of 7 billion that say they went to the vacuum of space when in fact they didn't, and there is no vacuum of space. Like those things can be true at the same time. Like they can be not telling the truth, whether purposely or not.
And they could, but the best part too is that if old boy thinks Bigfoot's not real, and you got someone who's been to space and had also seen Bigfoot, that would be like quite the problem he would have to square.
Well, it'd be two extraordinary claims that they can't support with extraordinary evidence.
Oh yeah, for us it's easy. For anyone who's skeptical of claims, it's easy. Like, okay, you've got, now you're just claim stacking. You've got Bigfoot on the table, and you've got Earth as a globe on the table. Meanwhile, in his worldview, though, he said that this person is impeachable. They went to space and they've seen it. Well, he's also seen Bigfoot. Now what?
And also people that have been on Earth, just going from the other side to the other side, just on a line, like in one straight line, and they end up at the same point.
So, are you talking about east to west?
No, that's not.
Are you talking about east to west?
West
or north
east,
to
whatever.
south?
Doesn't matter.
Well, actually, it does matter. That's like exactly my point. It does matter.
World, yeah.
Well, in reality. So let me give you an example of this. There's lots of people, thousands of people, that throughout the ages have said that they have circumnavigated east to west, meaning they go west for a while, and eventually they end up where they started, or they go east for a while, and they end up where they started. But here's the thing. Now you gotta listen carefully. I hope you're listening. No one, even up to today, I hope you're listening. No one up to today, up to this point in time, no one has ever claimed to circumnavigate the globe north to south with an aircraft, a boat, or anything. No one has ever claimed to fly over the North Pole, go southwards until they get to the South Pole, and then go northwards until they get to the North Pole. No one has ever done that or claimed to do that. So when you say it doesn't matter, you're very, very, very wrong. It does matter, historically speaking.
Okay, but if they, let's say north and south, you're looking at it north from south, right? And if you're going to go from east to west to east, doesn't matter. What does that say if you can't go from north to south?
It means that that you can't circumnavigate north to south. That's what that means.
But you can do east to west?
Yeah. But keep in mind, I should probably let you know this.
If you go all the way
hold
east,
on, buddy. I think I should probably
dude. If you go all the way
whatever.
east,
I'm trying to help you understand this.
Yeah, dude. Like if you go all the way east and you end up west, what does that say then? If you can go around that way,
it says you went in a circle, is what it says. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, do you know? Have you ever heard the term "dead reckoning"? Do you know what "dead reckoning" means?
No, tell me.
It means going in a straight line and not deviating from that straight line. So what I'm trying to tell you is when people navigate east to west, they go either directly eastward or westward and end up where they started. They're not doing that. They're not doing dead reckoning. They're not going in a straight line. They're just following a map. Okay? And they're actually turning left or right a little bit here and there to correct, to make sure they stay, let's say on the equator. Like, let's say they were following the equator.
Saying you don't believe in a compass also?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they're following the compass, not dead reckoning. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like dead reckoning. So again, dead reckoning is going in a straight line. So look here. Let me say it this way. If you started at, say, Panama, let's say you're in Panama at the equator, all right, and let's say you're facing eastward or westward, either way, it doesn't matter, and you start moving in that direction, dead reckoning, not following a map, not following a compass, not following GPS, but just dead reckoning. You're not. I'm still in the middle of my sentence. Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right. So what I'm saying is, you won't continue if you go dead reckoning from Panama, east or west. You're not going to end up back in Panama. You're eventually going to go southward. That's what I'm saying. So you see the difference? Like, one is just making a giant circle and ending up back where you started, and the other is going in a straight line and not ending up back where you started. That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay. Yeah, sounds very weird to me. But that's only if you don't use any compass and all that stuff. So if you
Oh
use
yeah, that's what
nothing,
dead reckoning
that's
is.
going to
Dead
happen.
reckoning is just going in as a straight of line as you possibly can with whatever method you can.
Okay, but why wouldn't you use compass or something like that? The easiest
Well,
thing
the
to
compass
keep your
is
heading.
meant to tell you which. Compasses are meant to tell you which way is like north, if you're close enough to the north.
And east and west.
Well, yeah, but
So
but
every
that has nothing to do
direction.
with dead reckoning. Dead reckoning is an entirely different subject in itself.
Yeah, you brought that up. Yeah. What I'm saying is, like, you could use a compass and then go around in one straight line.
Well, it wouldn't be a straight line though. It'd be a big circle. It would be a really,
Why
really,
not?
really big circle, and that might seem like a straight line because it's thousands
Oh
of miles
wow!
long.
That's how you guys look. Oh my god!
I mean, that's what the equator is. The equator is a circle, and it's a circle that's thousands of miles long. Goes through Panama, goes through Africa, etc.
So what map do you guys use?
Whatever map that works. I mean, maps are just tools. They're just meant to get you to where you're going.
but what map do you guys all use? I like to look at it. Does that
I can't really speak for all of us. All I can say is, if
But
you want a
should be
map
like
that at least I think personally is more accurate than not, would be my guess. You could try looking at the Gleason's map. Funny, a Glober relative of mine bought me one recently.
Gleason's map?
Yeah, the new standard map of the world, as they
German?
call it. What?
Is it German Gleason? Gleason?
Oh, I don't know where the guys originated from, but
No, how do you spell it?
Oh, Gleason. Gleason.
Okay, Gleason. They all want me to buy it. So this is the map most of you guys would believe.
I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah, okay. But, so you guys don't have a map that everybody goes on?
No, because there's a problem with that, which is why I'm even hesitant saying that. I even mostly believe in this map. Is that it's sort of an extension, if not itself, making a claim. And the thing is, what we've learned here is that there's no point in getting ahead of yourself with making claims. There's no point in making claims that you don't need to make, which we don't need. There's no actual technical need for us to make any claim as to what map is correct or not. So for the most part, none of us do.
What? So none of you have so it doesn't matter for you which map you look at. That
No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
that's
is
what I'm asking.
there's no point in getting ahead of yourself with claims in regards to the nature of reality. So, you can know the Earth is flat and still not know the exact layout of the continent.
But why wouldn't you want to have the exact layout?
Well, it's not that we don't want to, but the question you should ask yourself is, how would we achieve such a thing? Is it within our means or not? It's not. At least
it's
currently.
not in your means to make.
Yeah, you're talking about something that takes millions of dollars and thousands of people to do. We don't have millions of dollars and we're not thousands of people.
They made this map.
Yeah, how many resources and how much time do you think they'd have to put into that? And what do you think that would equate to in today's money? Maybe if we lived in a world where our government didn't squander so many of our tax dollars, but we don't live in that world.
Just pull more out of Africa, I guess.
Wait, what did you say?
Just pull more out of Africa, I guess.
I don't even know what that means.
So if you had millions of dollars and thousands of people, what would be your first step?
He means bring slavery back. That's what he means. He says to bring them back from Africa. That's what he said. That's what he said.
No, just because a lot of resources are being taken out of Africa. You went straight to slavery, weirdo.
Yeah, well, anyway, I wasn't even referring to natural resources. I was referring to the economy as a whole.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It was a joke. Don't take it too serious.
Yeah, I mean, NASA gets $56 billion a year. I don't feel like that's money well spent. I think they should get $0 a year. Be allowed to keep more of our money.
We should give them the price of their entertaining cartoons, and that's about it. Just the bare minimum enough to keep the charade entertaining.
Yeah, but let it be what half of NPR is. NPR shouldn't get any federal funding. They do. But, this should just be, if you want to volunteer your own money, volunteer your own money. If you don't want to volunteer your own money, you shouldn't be forced to.
Exactly.
So if you had millions of dollars...
A bunch of globos can donate to it if they want. That's fine.
Yeah, if you had millions of dollars and thousands of people, what would be the first step?
I think it is. It is.
Mic check.
Scott, excuse me, Scott. No, we didn't mean to interrupt you, Scott. Were you going to take a part of a sentence I said a second ago and try to twist and turn it somehow?
No, I'm just asking. If you had millions of dollars and thousands of people, what would be the first thing you'd do to try to create a map of the Earth?
Wait, say the last part again.
What would be the first step you would do to try to create a map of the Earth with millions of dollars and thousands of people?
Well, first of all, if I had that money and those resources, I wouldn't be doing that at all to begin with. I'd be doing more important things.
Oh, shit.
But I don't know. The answer is, if I were trying to go that direction, I don't know. What difference does it make? Scott Mackey,
Well,
what difference does that make?
You said the reason you don't have a map of the Earth because you don't have millions of dollars and thousands of people.
Said I don't have
I was
to
just
throw
asking
around.
if you had that, what would you do?
I'd build a Zeppelin.
And
a lighter than air aircraft. That's what I would do.
What would be step 2?
Build another one, probably.
Okay, and then how would you map the Earth with that?
I wouldn't waste my money on that. I don't believe the Earth is a globe. Why would I waste my money on bullshit?
Okay, so you have no intention of mapping the Earth. Okay, we established that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And Scott Mackey?
Well, that's it. We know where you stand.
That's it?
You don't care about where we live.
Oh, no. Hold on. You're putting words in my mouth now. You're saying I don't care about X. You're wrong. I didn't say that. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, but we use math to help us.
Why do you do that, Scott Mike? Why do you put words in other people's mouths? Why do you speak for other people? Why don't you just speak for yourself?
I'm just trying to clarify what you said then.
Yeah. Speak for yourself, Scott Mack.
Oh, I always do, yeah. So essentially, if you had enough money and enough people, you wouldn't map the Earth.
If I had enough money and people, I'd build a big house and a lighter than air aircraft to go with it.
And then you just go up there and hang out.
Maybe sometimes.
So what would you do with this lighter than air aircraft?
I would travel with it. What do you think I'd do with it?
I don't know. So you'd build an aircraft and you would cruise around the world.
How are you gonna know where you're going?
Around the world?
Yeah, with no map. How do you know where you're going?
You use
I didn't say I wouldn't use a map, Scott Mackey. Again, I think you're putting words in my mouth again. You have a really bad habit with this, Mackey. Like, you really need to just stop and think about the words that you're about to spew out of your pie hole. And then think to yourself, does this make sense? Am I saying this from my perspective? Or am I putting words out there into the world that are supposed to be from someone else's perspective? Am I trying to put words in someone else's mouth? You should ask yourself that before you open your mouth.
Blah, blah, blah. Whose map would you use?
I would use whatever map I can get a hold of.
And who would have created that map for you?
I don't know, Matt. I don't know what Matt
would it have been a glober?
Oh, probably would have been someone who believed the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Okay.
That would have nothing to do with the functionality of the map.
Well, it has everything to do with the functionality of the map. If the Earth is not a globe,
it doesn't. Oh, wow. You're going off into that. Okay. Well, if you want to believe that, whatever. It's a baseless belief, but okay.
It's not baseless. It's very based.
Okay, so no, hold on. What's it based off of, Scott Mackey?
People get into where they're trying to go.
No. Yeah, maps function for getting people to where they need to go. That's the purpose of a map. But how does the map of one kind or another demonstrate curvature of the Earth? I fail to see the connection.
Are based on the geodesy of a globe, dude.
You're not getting into specifics.
That is the specific.
It's very specific.
Okay, great.
It is.
So I use a map to get from point A to point B. The map serves its function. Thus, the Earth must be a globe. Is that it?
You're trying to reduce what I said. I think I said it better.
Or you didn't get into specifics? There aren't any specifics. You're talking out your ass.
What happened? I don't know. Fucking tabbed out. Hey, it was fun talking to you guys. It was nice to see a different view and how you guys think about it. But yeah, Good luck. And nice evening or day. See you guys.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, you can't take coordinates on a spherical surface and just lay them flat and have all the distances between those coordinates be the same. They're going to transform to different distances. So you literally can't just turn a globe flat or turn something flat to a globe. There's only one model. It's the globe model. That's the one that works.
There is only one ring to rule them all.
Yeah, you can't just like lay a sphere flat and have all the positions on the sphere, and have them have distances relative to other positions. Those distances are not going to stay the same if you lay that sphere out flat. It just won't.
What are you referring to exactly, though? I don't think anyone in here made any claim to any coordinate system, that you're even talking about.
The map on a globe. You can't just lay them out flat.
I think you might be arguing with a ghost, because I don't think anyone here made any claims in regards to that.
All right. Well, if you claim a flat Earth, you got to claim either or.
I observe a flat Earth. It's not a claim.
It's an extraordinary claim. It comes with a lot of differences from what we already know about the globe.
Did you hear what I just said, or am I breaking up?
You can't just claim a flat Earth and think that a lot of questions come right.
Wait, mic check. Can you hear me? Yes or no?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear.
All right. I do not claim that the Earth is flat. I observe the Earth being flat. That is not a claim. An observation is not a claim. Do you know the difference, yes or no?
That's like saying when I close my eyes, the universe is black. Therefore, the universe.
So you can't give me a yes or no? You're just going to go off into some BS tangent? Can't give me a yes or no?
But we have instruments to better observe. We can measure stuff farther away than you just standing there.
The answer is no. You don't know the difference between a claim and an observation. Clueless.
Oh, like if your opinion is based on just your naked eye, I don't care about that. We have better instruments.
Be careful not to put words in my mouth. I didn't say that's the only way I've observed the Earth. Again, it's still not a claim. See, I'll tell you what a claim sounds like. I claim that the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's what a claim sounds like. I claim that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's a claim. I claim that the Earth is orbiting the Sun at 66,600 miles per hour. That's a claim. Those are 3 claims.
Yeah, everything you understand about the Earth is based around the globe model. Like you don't have an understanding of any map that doesn't base itself on the globe. All the maps are based on the globe.
What's the purpose of a map?
To fucking look where you're trying to go, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, to help you get to where you want to go, right?
Sorry.
Oh no, not entirely. Like I meant for him to answer, but basically with what you said, but to help you get from point A to point B successfully. Which if the map serves that purpose successfully, it served its purpose of as a map. But that doesn't demonstrate curvature of the Earth. I mean, you can say it a million times. You can say it till the cows come home. Like, all maps are globe maps, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't mean anything. Not really. What would mean something is if a map didn't get you to point B. That would mean that the map has failed and whoever made the map has failed, or whoever was reading the map. One way or another, something failed.
And here's the other thing we all understand is that if you need a map to travel on a globe, you need it when you're traveling at global scale. For example, between San Francisco and Sydney, Australia. That's when you need a global map. And what we need from that map is the distance to our location and the heading that we need to take. And we can only get those from a globe. Can't get them from flat.
So you're trying to say that people couldn't sail from continent to continent or couldn't sail across the ocean successfully until they knew the Earth was a globe?
You had it right the first time, but that's interesting how you changed that.
Wait, how did the Polynesians cross the Pacific?
Did they?
Yeah.
How far did they go?
Well, to Hawaii at least. From which direction? I can't even remember.
From where to where, though?
Hawaii is in the middle of the Pacific.
Like,
that's a pretty big distance, regardless of wherever you started.
Really? How far is it from the nearest other islands?
I don't know. Is that where they started?
I have no idea.
Yeah. So anyway, did the Polynesians need to know the Earth was a globe to sail?
No idea. I don't know how far they sailed, but I know everybody else since then.
They did.
But I know everybody else since then has used the globe model to figure out their.
Oh, but everybody sensed that. Everybody sensed that. So in other words, it doesn't even matter. Like everybody sensed then. So in other words, it's not a point. It's a non-point.
Except we know for a fact that people have flown and sailed from San Francisco to Sydney. We know that. And all those people who did that used the globe model for their heading and their distance. Every one of them used it. And you're saying because Polynesians might have done something that we don't know, therefore it contradicts all the other stuff we know people have done. And does that make sense to you?
I don't think you need to know. So Scott, let me ask you this simple question. Does someone need to know the Earth is a globe to sail successfully?
Depends how far. That's what I started with. If you're going halfway around the world, yes. If you're going from, say, Huntington Beach to Catalina Island, no. I can see it. I just point my boat that way.
Yeah, but should you be able to see it?
Yes.
All right, with atmospheric refraction, right? The refraction that happens in one medium, right?
Yes. All those are correct. You're finally getting it. Good job.
Let me ask you this: does that count as Snell's law, atmospheric refraction, or not?
It does, but you wouldn't understand why, so it's really not worth going down that path.
It does, but I wouldn't understand why. That's such a cult thing to say, like such a cult member thing to say. It does, but you wouldn't understand why. I'll dig my nose up at you, sir.
It's someone who's done mathematics recognizing someone else who hasn't done mathematics and couldn't do the calculus involved in the infinite, well, it's, pseudo-infinite changes in direction that create a curve. But yeah, Snell's law can be applied infinite number of times as the distance between those layers approach zero. It's basic calculus, and we can figure out the curve that would create based on the difference between each of those not even micro, smaller than that, changes in density. Yeah, we can do that.
I don't mean to sound like I'm repeating myself, but just to clarify, you think Snell's law applies, has anything to do with something that happens inside one medium?
Yes.
All right. Well, okay then.
Not only do I think it, I know it. Because it's true. And the fact that you don't understand that is a you problem, not a me problem. It's amazing me. You guys get on here on a daily basis and broadcast to the world how little you know about it. Well, maybe you guys actually paid attention in school and learned these things in science class. You'd understand what the rest of us already understand.
I don't normally like using Wikipedia as a reference, but I will this time. Tell me, are you in contention with this, Scott Mackey?
I'm in my car. Can't read anything right now. But what does it say?
I'll read it. It says Snell's law is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media. Media being plural for medium, such as water, glass, or air. So it seems like you're wrong. It requires two media, not one medium.
That is you again failing to understand what they're saying. Why do they include the term isotropic in there? They're talking isotropic media, right? That's one thing. That's a adjective for the media. And if the air at two different places had two different optical densities, those are two different isotropic media. That's what it means. But you wouldn't understand that since you never bothered to study anything.
I understand that media is plural and medium is singular. I don't think you understand
isotropic media. Isotropic media. Read the whole sentence, not just the part you want to hear.
I did read the whole sentence. I read it to the period.
Yes, but you didn't listen to the whole sentence. They came out of your mouth, but never made it to your ears.
Or are you trying to say I didn't interpret it the way you interpret it? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying you didn't interpret it. You didn't interpret it the way the people who wrote that passage meant it to be interpreted.
Whatever you say, man.
It's a fact. You don't understand what they're trying to tell you.
I mean, I can observe this in real life, just by looking at a fish in the water, and the fish is clearly at certain points not where it appears to be, and then appears to be in another place, because you're looking through air and water, and the refraction effect, makes the fish appear to be somewhere where it's not. So, I mean, I can observe this in real life, like just when I go on vacation anywhere where there's water. But observing that kind of effect with one medium, I mean, unless we're talking about fiber optics, I don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking about nonsense.
Well, that is, again, your problem. You don't know what I'm talking about. Other people do. And I could try to help you with it so you could understand what I'm talking about. But you don't want to learn.
How would you do that? By putting training wheels on a bicycle?
I'd have to start before that. Training wheels assumes you can figure out how to pedal and sit. You're not even there yet. So we'd have a lot of work. And it would take your effort, which you don't appear to want to put in.
It would take zealotry too, right, Scott Mackey?
No zealotry at all. Just an attempt to understand the world in which we live.
No zealotry required to be a glober?
Correct.
Really?
No zealotry required. Yeah, really.
You mean they're selling globers down at the toy store, but no zealotry included?
Correct. Yes, you're getting it. I see. You can get there. Good man.
Hey, Scott, so you don't think you're ever going to go to the vacuum of space, right? Mr. Mackey?
I think all that would actually be required of you is to figure out the real reason that you need to believe the Earth is flat. And then once
you just trying to change the subject now? I was trying to ask you.
Working towards actually understanding it.
Do you think you're ever going to go to the vacuum of space, Mr. Mackey? Do you feel uncomfortable answering that question?
I'm not sure you can answer it. Do you know why you really believe the Earth is flat, or need to believe the Earth is flat?
Wait, can you hear me? Or are you just ignoring my question?
Wait, what question? I might not have heard it. Sorry.
Do you think you're ever going to go to the vacuum of space?
I did not hear that question. No, of course not. Even if I were off, I wouldn't go up. Those things blow up all the time, and I don't want to die.
So, how many years? Like, let's pretend that let's pretend that you got an immortal serum for a second. Let's go in the hypothetical realm for a second. You say you got an immortal serum and you're gonna live forever and you're not gonna die or whatever. How many years would have to go by until you start to question whether or not anyone ever went to the vacuum of space to begin with, without ever going to the vacuum of space yourself?
None.
So even if you lived to be 1,000 years old, like if you were 1,000 years old in the future, you'd still be like, oh yeah, we landed on the moon 1969.
Yeah, of course.
Having never gone to the vacuum of space yourself, after 1,000 years, you would still insist that's true.
Yes.
And let's say people say, well, hold on, follow-up question.
Have other people gone during this time?
So,
in these 1,000 years, have other people gone?
800.
No, but in the 1,000 years, though, more that I'm living, will other people have gone?
Not
in
much
your scenario.
No more than 1,000. No more than 1,000.
Okay, so all we have is what we have now, and so from now to 1,000 years, nobody else goes into space.
Less than 2,000. Let's say less than 2,000 claim to even have done it. Would you still believe it?
Interesting scenario you have there. If 1,000 years passed and only 200 people went in that 1,000 years, so that's one person every 5 years.
Let's round it up. Let's say 2,000.
I might start to think something is weird, but I still would have no problem believing people went to space at some point. I'd want to know why they haven't gone again, because first of all, I don't think your scenario is possible in the real world. In 1,000 years, much more than 200 people have gone to space. My guess is thousands upon thousands of people have gone to space if we don't kill ourselves in the next 1,000 years.
So you just start to wonder then. You start to get a little skeptical around 1,000 years, but you'd still believe they went to space?
Yeah, because they went to space.
So how long would have to go by for you to just outright not believe anyone ever went to space? Would it be 2,000 years and it's still only 1,000 people have gone to space, and you'd be like, it's been 2,000 years. Still only 1,000 people went to space. Seems kind of suspicious. Would you be like, I don't believe it then?
To be honest with you, it's not a scenario I've ever really thought about much. I'd have to think about it exactly, what are the numbers that I'd plug into these equations to figure out when I'd start to disbelieve something. But, I don't see any purpose in doing that little thought experiment, because I just don't think it's all possible to happen, because dozens of people, or at least a couple people, go up every year, right? I mean, how many people go up to ISS? I don't know. Because, I'm not a big space guy. I don't really follow space much. I don't really care about some of this stuff.
How will you follow space? Do you look at it and just go after it?
Oh, there's people who read about everything everybody does. They read about the next
you turn on the TV and watch Cosmos. You sit down and watch Cosmos, and that's how you watch space?
No, I just told you I don't.
So how do you do? If you wanted to do it, how will you watch space?
Oh, you would read about everything they do. You'd follow all the discoveries they're making on Mars with these 2 rovers. You would follow all these SpaceX missions, and you would,
so
keep
cartoons
track and have
cartoons and stories.
No cartoons.
No cartoons.
No cartoons. No
stories.
Stories are all we have.
Stories is all we have. Is the phone in front of you a story? Is the device in front of you a story?
Yes, I have a story about my phone, of course. That's how we.
Oh yeah, and that's what it is, a story, right? That your computer, that's a story.
Yeah, you just don't understand.
Your house, your pool, right? Your pool, your wife. That's also a story.
Yes, yes. My mind creates stories about all these things. That's how we.
Yeah. Just like space. When you don't follow space because it's stories, and you don't like those stories.
No, the only thing we have to do is figure out which stories are true and which stories are false. But they're both stories. Some of them are true and some of them are false. Some of them are fiction. Some of them are fact. and it's
Like
our job as human beings.
rovers on Mars. Those are stories.
Yes, and those are factual stories.
And you check that for a fact?
Yes, I can.
How do you verify those stories that rovers went to Mars?
Well, okay, that's an interesting epistemological question, and we could talk about that if you want. How do we verify things are true? I'll tell you how I do it. Will you share with me how you do it?
I didn't say things are true, Mickey. I said rovers going to Mars, not that things are true. That rovers were on Mars, not just.
No, the thing is that he thinks that someone records a terrain and makes a video about it, and he said, "Yeah, that's Mars. The light up in the sky. That's what it is. This video, this cartoon, this stuff right here, this video right here. That's that light up there. Yeah."
So you guys,
because someone wrote it. Someone wrote it next to the video and say, "Hey, you see, this is up there, that light up in the sky, and yeah, that story. He believes it."
So you guys don't want to explore with me how we determine?
No, please, no, please
don't. That's fine. I know you guys don't want to do that. You don't like doing
because
that.
your stories, your fantasy stories, man. Come on.
Wait, hold on, wait. Are you gonna tell us this in regards to the Mars rovers or something else?
Now, I was hoping you and I can have a conversation like men.
About the Mars rovers and how we validate those claims, right?
Well, about how you determine truth and about how I determine truth, and see how much overlap there is.
Again, you keep doing that. You keep saying truth like truth as if you're talking about some other subject. We're talking about the Mars rovers, Scott.
Yeah, not the Mars rovers. That. I've seen the videos. I've seen the videos. And I find them convincing.
Yeah, we do have rovers.
Okay, that's it, right? That's it.
Yeah, no, it's true. That's it. And I can figure out no reason why those people would be celebrating like they did when those rovers landed on Mars. I've seen a documentary of that. And those people.
Do you think the video that they have of Bigfoot is real, though? Do you think the video they have of Bigfoot is real?
He saw them. He saw them salivating. Therefore, he saw them salivating. Therefore, they went to the light up there in the sky because they were salivating.
I didn't say salivating.
Celebrating.
I have to do that. Yes.
They weren't salivating.
Both.
But this is how
they were salivating, doing both at the same time, right? And because of that,
they might have been
drooling all over himself.
Because of that, we know that they went to the light up in the sky.
That is one of the ways I know that.
They put rovers up there because they celebrated.
Correct. That is one of the ways I know it.
They salivated and celebrated, and therefore they took the rovers and put them on the light in the sky.
You've already said that like 4 times now. Are you almost done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Cool.
Correct.
All right. So yes,
and at nighttime they just turn the light off, right?
I mean, Scott saw them celebrating, so yeah, they did it.
That is one of the many reasons I have for believing that. Yes.
Yeah. Wait. Hey, Scott. What do you think when you see those videos of like the NASA employees cheering and stuff with like their masks on their faces? Like, do you think, oh yeah, it must be real because they're so excited?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. Why don't you?
You know, professional sports fans get excited too, but
this is true.
This is still professional sports that they're cheering for.
They also salivate looking at the sport people.
And when do they get excited? When their team wins, right? And their team won in reality.
And some people get excited when the other team loses.
Yeah, I'll say they won. They won $56 billion a year of our tax dollars. I'll say they won.
But like, genuinely, why do you think like the normal ass like grunt at the NASA would be so happy for? Like, they wouldn't see any of the taxpayer dollar. They'd get like minimum wage still, right? Like, why
but
would
they also
be
feel like
cheering?
they're a part of something important.
The employees of NASA don't get paid. The employees of NASA don't get paid by tax dollars. They don't see those tax dollars.
I guess my question would be, why would they all be like go through like the education that they have gone through just to fake it?
I don't think any of us are accusing them of that. I think most 90% plus of all NASA employees believe that NASA is doing what they say they're doing in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, when the guy when the guy at NASA finished cleaning the toilets, and he gets his paycheck. He believes he did his job, and the guys looking at the screens, yeah, they did their job too, because they got the paycheck.
But I just don't get why they would be so excited.
I mean, don't you? How do you feel when you get your paycheck? How do you feel? Don't you feel excited?
I mean, my paycheck is not great, so usually it's like, oh, thank God I can
You're
pay my
sad.
rent.
You get your
But
paycheck and you get sad.
Every month when I get paid, I don't jump up from my seat and hug my coworkers, screaming in happiness. No, I don't actually.
Do you get paid less or more than a NASA employee?
I would expect less. But
so you're not too excited.
But I don't think I would jump from my seat and hug my coworkers every time I get paid, even if I was being paid more. Like,
No. Well, remember, they think that they landed in Mars, a rover, right? And they celebrate.
Yeah, they landed the Mars rover, and they go like, "Holy fuck, we did it!" There's nothing about the pay. I don't think they're celebrating. Oh shit, we're gonna get paid. They were gonna get paid anyway. They are excited over the fact that they actually did the thing.
Yeah, but that's a confirmation bias that is right there, right? Oh, we are here in the building. We look at the screen and we see the dots connecting to the other dot, and therefore we landed a rover in a light in the sky. And let's celebrate!
How else would you have them do it? Okay, say like posture this, right?
Do you think? Do you actually think that the guys on the monitor looking at the monitor are actually controlling the rover and saying, "Hey, this is where we're gonna control it to," and they're like, it's a remote control that they're using over there on the screen?
As a hypothesis, or like as a hypothetical, postulate this, okay? If space is all that we say it is, if I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to accept it as truth. I'm not saying you need to concede anything. I'm just saying, if that's the case, if.
Listen, bro. Listen to this.
How else would they do it?
If you're gonna make an if, it has to be an if based on reality, things that we can check or do, right? If I go to the store and there's no rebuy, I'm gonna get salmon, right?
No, but yeah. If
I go to the tire guy and he says he only has this brand of tires, but I wanted the other ones. If he only has an option, I'm gonna pick that option. If
but the hypothetical
but then if you right now you're going like, if unicorns exist, that means that they fart rainbows. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is, if space exists in the way that we say, please let me finish the sentence. But please let me finish the sentence, please.
Poop rainbows.
Gemsy, let me finish. I let you finish. Let me finish. Okay, chill.
Go with a real with a real one.
No, chill. If
no
space
fantasy.
Exists, if space exists the way that we postulate it does, how else would you have people place rovers on Mars?
Can someone go to fantasy like Narnia and say, "Hey, I spoke to the lion, the talking lion, and the witch, and we played poker together"?
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
no, I don't understand. I overstand it.
We say that exists. The only way to place rover on Mars is the way that we have done it.
Listen, if someone makes a rover, right, like an actual rover, right, they made it here on Earth. Where was the rover made? The rover, where was it made? Here, right? Like somewhere on Earth, like let's say Nevada, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if we have that real rover, right? Yes. If we have that rover and we make the rover and we have a remote control and we control it and we can move it across the terrain and take photographs of the terrain and do this and do that with the rover, make a video and take pictures of it, if then I show it to you in a video and I say, look, you see this rover in this video?
You see this? If you look at it and you look at the video and you see that there's a terrain and the rover is going across the terrain and taking pictures, and then if I tell you that that rover is up there in that light up in the sky, if I say that, you just believe it, right?
No, I would ask. No, if you
No,
would, if you
why
would, no,
not?
listen, no.
Why not?
I'm about to
I had a
explain it to
rover,
you.
bro.
If you
I
let
had the
me, if you
rover.
let me speak, I'm about to explain it to you. Chill. Just like take a breath, bro. Chill.
I can't. I'm in Mars right now. There's no air.
Listen, if you were to come to me with
No.
recording,
I don't play that. I don't play that.
No, you just said you'd show me a video that you recorded with your rover.
Yeah, but I don't have to come to you. I could send it to you in a link.
Okay, maybe you send it to me within a link. It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
there
It's
you go.
just
That's
a way.
paper. That's paper.
It's just a way to explain. Whatever. If you were to show me somehow through any media that you could like you just send me a video via email, Discord. You show it to me in person. Doesn't matter. You show me a video, right? Of you recording something, and you say this is on a different planet. Okay.
You just believe it.
No, I would ask, okay, can you prove that it's not here? Like, can you show to me that this, like, how did you get to that planet? How did you place this thing on that planet? And then
how do you went to Fantasyland? How do you go to Narnia? That's what you want to know?
On a
Listen,
different
to
planet?
go to Narnia, you open the wardrobe, right?
No,
And then
how
you
do
go
you place
in.
that thing on a different
You
planet?
go in, and
And
one
then
after you go
you'd have to
in,
show
you
me
see
the math.
the talking lion.
You'd have to show me the math. You'd have to show me the calculations
Oh
that
yeah.
you made.
I'll do the math. The wardrobe measures 25 by
I would
25
love to see you
by 10.
do the math that allows for Narnia to exist. Yeah, I would love to see you do that.
So all I gotta do is listen. All I gotta do is build. Listen. All I gotta do is build the rover, make a video of it on a terrain, right? And then do math on a piece of paper. And look, I'm gonna do. Listen, in a piece of paper. In a piece of paper. Hello. Is this working? So in the piece of paper, I'm gonna draw circles and do math and say, look, I'm gonna depict the rover right here inside a rock. And listen, I'm doing the math. So I'm gonna draw these cartoons for you, and then I'm gonna show you this cartoon. So I'm gonna show you the rover, the video, and the cartoons on the piece of paper, and then you'll believe it.
Math that is allowed physically, yes.
So I'll do the circles on the paper, and I draw the rover going on the rocket.
Because you don't understand what the circles on the paper mean doesn't mean doesn't mean anything. They're
No,
just
I overstand the piece of paper because listen, I don't understand it because I'm above the paper and I'm looking down to it, and the paper is below me on the table, and I'm drawing for you the cartoons that you want to think about.
You're retarded. I forget. I'm sorry.
Wait, what? How do you know that?
Yeah, I forget. I'm sorry.
How do you know that?
Because you don't understand like the first thing.
You saw like a cartoon.
There's a paper underneath me. It's like, okay, I'm
you
sorry.
asked me for math, right? You asked me for the math, right? And I'm gonna do the math.
No,
and I'm gonna draw the circles. And I'm gonna draw the distances, right? And I'm gonna show you the math on the paper. I'm gonna color it for you. I'm gonna make good colors: red Mars, green and blue Earth, gray. And I'm gonna the rocket is gonna gray, blue, red, and I'm gonna put the numbers.
I mean, if
and then after I show you that, then you believe that this rover and this video is up there in that light that we see with our eyes.
The mathematics that you show me are accurate to physics.
Hold on,
then
I
yes.
have to interject now. I can't take it anymore. Now you tell me which mathematics are correct. Go ahead and give us the math and prove that math is correct for going to Mars, and then I'll believe you.
But you have to take into account gravity. You have to take into account
anything. You're going to present the math that's involved and prove that it works.
Wait, you expect me to explain to you rocket physics?
You're going to present the math because you want us to give you math, and you think you're going to be able to debunk it.
If I were to provide you with the math,
right now,
you wouldn't even open the fucking link.
Delta V.
So I can see the math.
You wouldn't open the link.
You mad, bro? Yo, Dumpster Radio, are you mad?
Was correct.
You would point the rocket towards the direction
I'm a
the Earth is
little bit
spinning.
upset that he says, provide me the math, he wouldn't even click the link. He wouldn't open the link that would provide him
You
with the
need to
math. This guy,
post it in
like he's.
there.
I'm sorry. I talked to you before. You're retarded. You have brain damage, bro. You were dropped as a child. Your mother doesn't love you. Okay,
Are you
chill.
mad? Are you mad?
Hey, Linda, calm down. Enough with the
Calm
insults and
down, Linda.
ridicule. Those are the losing side of the argument.
Put your
Okay.
voice
He
changer
ran
on.
away. He ran away.
Is the
Yeah,
amount
as
of
soon as I
delta
told him to
V
give me the
just
numbers.
very hard? Get that much delta V to go all the way to Mars? Very hard. Not
nice
easy.
spiral.
Yeah, how easy it was to
Did
take
you do
care of
that,
him. I
Jemsy?
asked
Was that
him
you,
for the
Jemsy, or was
math.
that Radwood? Who did that? Who did that to that poor guy?
Yeah, it was me. I want the math.
So listen, he said that if I show him the video with the rover, send him the link, and do the math, therefore that rover is up there in the light in the sky because I showed him the link of the rover, the video, and I did the math on the paper, and therefore, yeah, that's how it is.
Cool. When can we expect that math, Jimsy?
What?
When can we expect the math?
What math?
Jimsy just said he's going to provide us some math. So I'm wondering when.
No, he said that if I give him the math, right, the math, and I show him the videos, and it's correct, like whatever that means, if it's correct, therefore the rover is up there in the light in the sky, right, Scott? That's how it works.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So I show you the rover, and we have the robot right here, and we build it in Nevada or whatever, Texas, and then we make a video of it going across the terrain, and then in a piece of paper we do the math. Therefore, that robot, that rover, it's up there in the light in the sky.
Yes, we would find that persuasive. When can we expect that from you?
From me, that's you making that argument. The other guy was making that argument.
We've already supplied that.
Supply what?
The
cartoons?
The videos.
Cartoons?
You call them cartoons, we call them videos. So what do we do now?
So when do you show the whole transit from Earth up away from the Earth towards Mars, space video, like uncut video from Earth to Mars? When do you show that?
Oh, that's not going to happen.
I think Elon Musk did that
that's
on a
not
live
going to
stream
happen.
once.
Okay, so you haven't done it. So you just said that you did, but you have not.
Never claimed to. No.
Elon Musk
So
did.
yeah,
I've
you
watched
haven't
that
done
live
it. It's
stream
not going to be
before.
done. You say never's going to be done. So yeah, it's not there.
It has been done. Elon Musk did it.
But
it has been done.
Musk hasn't gone to Mars yet, right?
There's an
Look,
uncut.
this guy's saying that it has been done. What has been done?
There was an uncut live video of the rocket going from Earth all the way to an orbit around the planet.
Yeah,
I watched it. I watched it live.
They don't believe that, though.
It's literally a live uncut video, like
I know,
multiple camera angles
from Earth to Mars.
No, not to Mars, to an orbit around
Not to
Earth.
Mars. Oh, it's not there. Oh, it's not. Okay, is it there or is it not there, Scott?
That's sufficient evidence to make it a globe, bro. Like, you don't need to go to Mars to make it a globe.
I agree with him.
Where do they put all these cameras that when they make the movie?
Anyways, you can't go to Fantasyland, bro. Come on, stop it.
I know it's not Fantasyland though, so we can go there. It's only Fantasyland in your mind.
The cartoons, the Mars that you draw on the piece of paper, you can't go there, Scott. The Mars that you drew as a child in the solar system, that thing, you can't go there, Scott.
I know I can't go there. It's very far away.
Yeah, you can't go there, Scott. You can't.
So
stop saying you can. Stop saying that.
I never said I can go there. I never said that.
Nobody, you can't go there. Nobody can go there.
I know. I wouldn't go there even if they offered. I like my family.
So there you go.
I don't want to be away from them for the rest of my life.
So there you go.
Because there's no getting back apparently at the moment.
Welcome.
They did send rovers there, which is sufficient for me.
Oh yeah, we do send rovers to terrains, and we record the terrain and here on Earth, not in the light in the sky, Scott, not the light,
no, that's incorrect.
And not the cartoon that you draw as Mars, not there either.
No, they went to Mars.
No, the cartoon that you drew as Mars in the solar system that you drew as a child or now as an adult, right? That place, you're not sending the rovers there, Scott. You're not.
It is.
No, Scott. That's not how it works.
That's where they sent them.
Not to your imaginary place. Not there.
I know, it's not imaginary. It's real. And they sent them to this real place up in the sky.
Oh, terrain? Recording terrain?
Yes, they did.
Oh,
They're very smart.
recording terrain.
They're very smart people. They can do things a lot of us can't. They
You
can
don't
definitely do
believe
things you can't do. No, they can do
bullshit.
things you can't do, for sure.
Prove it.
You don't believe
Prove
it's
it.
real. You don't want to go there.
I don't want to die in a rocket. Those things blow up.
No, you don't want.
You're not gonna die. You're just gonna go with the rover. The rover didn't die. You'll make it with it.
Well, a couple of them did. The first ones they sent crashed into
Unbelievable.
Mars.
Unbelievable. You believe in all what they're telling you and said they did. They went to the moon in 69, yada, yada, yada. We got a gentleman on our side. He's willing to throw on a spacesuit with an astronaut, go into a vacuum, and let them hit the switch and see what happens. And they won't let him because they know what's going to happen. Both of them are not going to walk out of it.
Does he have sufficient training?
Yeah.
He could be trained. What does it matter if he does or doesn't? He could be
Well,
prepped.
they wouldn't let him. They wouldn't let him. That's the difference.
What kind of
You're
training do you
asking
need?
something I'm answering you.
You think we're not
If
capable of
they
building
were
suits that can withstand zero atmosphere?
just keep talking as I'm answering the question. If he's willing to sign a waiver and do it, they could train him and prep him and get him ready and throw him in the suit and do it with the astronaut that's trained and prepped and ready to go to space.
You would have to pass the training. Obviously, that would take a long
they don't
time.
even
That would
want
take
to-
years.
Again, cutting me off. They don't even want to attempt to let him. They know what the
Did
consequence will be.
you guys say go to space or go in a vacuum chamber?
Into a vacuum chamber.
Okay, so a vacuum chamber on Earth. You're saying that basically
Which isn't even equivalent to what they claim the vacuum of space is. So it wouldn't even come close to what space is supposed to be.
Oh, you have to test for at least 10% above that. So whatever 10% above minus negative 17, you would have to test that here first to make sure that it works and it's man safe. You can't get those values. I know. We do the testing.
Thanks, Radwood.
Space is fake, Scott. Get over it.
Isn't Mars in Canada?
Yeah, Devon Island.
Scott doesn't believe in space. He made it clear he never wants to go there, even if it was real.
Well, he believes in it.
Well, he says he does. I mean, he argues for it all day. But he's one of those globers that's like, I don't ever want to go there. I just want to argue for it all day long.
So why do people believe that the Earth is a globe?
Because it's not curving.
Television. That's why they believe it's a globe.
Is it because is it because the Jews? Is it because the
It's
Freemasons?
a television.
Yeah, who created the television? Jews, Freemasons?
Oh,
I think the
brother.
Jews. You talking about who owns all the media? That would be Jews, yeah.
Yeah, but who created this whole narrative?
So as you know, the globe wasn't invented, not discovered. Someone made it up. It wasn't measured or found out or discovered.
you
None of that.
believe
It
that the
was
globe is real?
invented. Invented.
Are you a globetard?
Globetar believer?
Yeah, you a globe cuck?
Sounds like your brain hasn't fully developed yet, so I think you're gonna have to take a timeout.
All right, idiot.
Thinking about cocks, then you're gonna have it in your mouth, bro.
That's all they ever think about.
You keep thinking about that stuff, man. Then eventually,
Dude, you're gay, bro. I'm not thinking about that. You're thinking about
you
that.
you keep mentioning it like it's something like you have in your mind 24/7 or something.
He has it on the back of his mind. That's
No,
the
I
only
never-
reason why you can mention something
I
like
never
that,
even
kid.
mentioned that.
Listen, you first you have it in your mind, then you have it in your mouth, right? Because you're saying it, and
You're
then
gay.
you're gonna have it in other places. So just relax.
You're gay, dude. That's why you believe in the
See?
globe Earth.
There he goes again.
There he goes. Just concentrate on the topic
You
of the
believe in the
channel.
globe
Forget
Earth, bro.
about
That's why
forget
you're
about
gay, bro.
the stuff that you're whatever thinking
Bro,
about that.
you're
Think
gay.
about
You
other
believe in the
stuff.
globe Earth, bro. You're gay. You believe in globe Earth, you're gay.
Yes, some gay people do believe in the globe. People do that. It's okay. Some people do believe in it. Doesn't matter whatever sexual preferences or whatever or however they identify. A
Most
lot
of
of
them do.
people from
Most of
different
them do.
backgrounds and different likes, they do believe in the globe. You're correct.
Dude, I didn't ask, dude.
Yeah. Like people do believe in different things. Some people believe in the globe. Yes, we already know that. But the conversation is about how did they come to that conclusion if there's no evidence for it, right? There's no curvature of the world. How can it be a globe? You see? We weren't talking about what he had in his mind, so he has to leave. Imagine opening your mic and start talking about males' sexual parts. Like, come on, bro. Keep it in the private.
You sound homophobic.
No, that's not the topic of the VC, right? If he wants to talk about that, go to a different VC.
Didn't he already leave? Like, you're the only one talking about it.
He was talking about not the topic. Do you want to talk about the topic?
Yeah, he was all about space and how they do everything. He's one of the space guys. I'm here, space guy. What do you want to talk about?
Someone mentioned math regarding rocket science. I think I could help out with that.
You need to post the math. Get from Florida
So
to Mars
the
and
issue
put a
with going
robot
to
out there
Mars,
that wanders around. I need to see all that math.
yeah,
Hear what I'm
I don't really
saying?
care
You
about
have a
that.
project. You have a project, and you have a project manager, and that project manager
Yeah,
has
I
the
was asked a
overall whole
question
thing. I want
regarding
to
the
see that one.
topic. I'm answering the question. I don't care what you're
for me.
talking about. I didn't ask you. No one was talking to you. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So the issue with going to Mars is delta V. It's the amount of delta V. It's the amount of force required to get there. It's very, very difficult. Very difficult. The rocket would have to be so heavy, so massive. The amount of fuel, the amount of expenditure would be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it
It's an
will be
insane prospect.
impossible to do that.
Now, to create like an elliptical orbit, that's more feasible. Still very hard. For hundreds of years, it was deemed impossible.
Prove it.
But we have figured out a way to do it.
Just like to say things, don't you guys?
So
You
yeah,
guys just like to say
delta
shit.
V. So it's the change in velocity. Delta V. Check that out, guys.
So the rocket would have to be huge and massive and hard, huh?
Yes, he's done.
Retromind, I tagged you. I showed you the math with the water. You see the math, Retro? Retro. You call him by his real name, Turbo Crocs. Earlier, Scott said that this is exactly what you expect to see on a globe, a horizontal, non-curving line from this infrared. 695.9 miles. This is exactly what you should see on a globe, Scott said. $696 miles of non-curving water, horizontal. Hey,
This is the
Retromind.
equation to calculate delta V.
Retro.
This is required to escape the atmosphere.
I think he has me muted. I'm gonna have to mute him then.
No, I don't have you muted.
Oh, you're just ignoring what I'm asking you.
No, you're not asking me. You're just saying Retromind. Retromind.
Bro,
Never ask the question.
can you take a look? Retromind, can you take a look at the infrared image that I posted above the symbols that you posted?
There's an equation for delta V. Yeah. Let's take a look.
Do you see the numbers?
Nice picture, bro. How do I know that's not doctored photo? How do I know that's real?
Doctored?
Are you
denying satellites?
Green screen amalgamation.
Are you denying satellites, bro? This is a satellite LiDAR infrared photo. Were you denying real East level stuff, Retromind? What is your problem with reality? Turbo Crux. He dropped out.
Oh, he's just ignoring you.
I know. He can't address the realist level. Look what he posted. He's just not gonna look at reality. So, any other globe believers that wanna talk about the topic of the VC?
All right, I had Chat GPT give us how to calculate the Mars shit for us since he wouldn't do it and these other guys won't do it. Just let the chat bot come up with something. Determine mission requirements. I asked for that. They couldn't give me that. Calculate the mass. Well, you gotta give me the requirements first to be able to do all that. So you still need to give me the requirements. Nobody's been able to do that yet.
Bro, why are you in silence now? You were like trying to talk. What's going on? In silence. Retro, you gonna reply what Ratwen posted? He's directly addressing what you posted.
I directly even copied it into Chat GPT and let it have what he posted to work on.
This conceptual plan provides a high-level overview.
Yes, it's just a concept. Never been done. Or that would have got me the numbers. It would have gotten me the numbers from NASA. I'm telling you, I have the paid version. It knows exactly what to do. It already has a prompt behind me prompting it. It already is told what I want. If it doesn't know, it needs to go search the right resources and read through all their PDFs and whatever it can find, and that's its instructions. It would have posted citations if it found any.
Did Retromine go stumped, or what happened? Oh, he's using the high pressure to low pressure device to inhale air pressure. Because he was coughing the high pressure. He was like,
air pressure needs containment. Yeah, I heard that. Air pressure needs containment in order for him to do that. So you can explain that one too.
Hey, Retromine, how can you do what you're doing right now, or what you did 10 seconds ago? How can you do that on a globe? Because you require a contained environment for that, or a container, as the one that you might be using. So in the globe, you don't have that. So it will be impossible for you to do what you're doing right now, breathing air. You can not breathe air on a globe. Prove me wrong. Sounds like the adverse effect of certain air might cause short-term memory and attention span, and that is affecting Retro at the moment because he's still muted.
I'm here. I just came back. Sorry, I'm at work. I work at a liquor store. I seen what Radwin you posted. Read that up there. I think it's pretty accurate. I don't see any quarrels or anything that's wrong per se.
Right. So get me the requirements.
Give you the requirements?
Yeah, go to Mars, put a robot on there running around, launching it
For
from Earth.
for Mars?
You didn't read that?
Mars is far, man. That's a long mission. I'm just already talking about it. The amount of delta V required to land a man on
You can
Mars
say
is
anything you want, but until you
utterly
give me real life
ridiculous.
numbers,
I don't even
you can't
honestly,
do
I don't
shit.
even know if it's possible. Like genuinely, that's hard because you can't. It's a manned mission because if you were to put someone on there, they can't come back. It's a one-way trip. Like there's
Those
no
robots weigh more than a
possible
man.
way for it to be a return mission. It would be literally physically impossible.
You're
Yeah, those
correct because the
Our
globe
technology and
is
our
impossible.
understanding of rocket physics.
Listen, you know why it's impossible? Because the globe is not real. It's impossible. So you can't do it.
Sure, that's one. It's one way of thinking about it, I guess. Another way would be the fact that it's like delta V, like the rocket, the mass of the rocket required to have a return mission. It's just too great to actually get off the ground. There's just not enough. The potential energy, there's not enough potential energy. Like I said, like even to get someone there is like, oh man, but to get them home, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99.9% sure that's like impossible with our current technology.
But we can send Elon. He's a genius, so we send him there, and he's gonna figure it out how to come back.
No, I think that mission is a one-way ticket mission. What's what you're talking about. He's never planned on coming back.
So what we do is what you do is you send everything ahead. You send about 20 houses, you send a whole grocery store full of shit ahead, enough to last 5 years, and then in those 5 years while you're sitting there alone, you send a bunch of other people and all of their shit ahead on these
I'll be right back.
since they launch satellites thousands at a time, they can launch rockets thousands at a time heading that direction.
But they don't. Because it's just a story. They'd probably be doing the same thing with time travel if that was possible, but I don't think time travel is possible either.
Charles or Radwin. Anyway, no, that was pretty good. Radwin was the one that posted that the determine mission requirements. Wow, the Chat GPT is gonna give you all that.
Actually, fairly accurate. Like should I say someone called them symbols. The symbols are accurate. So like when they talk about mass, they talk about velocity, they talk about the change in velocity, like all of these things are correct, and it all reflects the math. It's fine.
I notice gravity's not in there.
Well,
Dun, dun, dun,
There's
dun.
two reasons why gravity. First off, it's built into the equation with mass.
Nope.
First off, yes, it is.
Oh, so Mars is
Secondly, the further away you get from the Earth, the lower the pull of gravity is going to be. So 9.81 meters per second would be from the ground, whereas if you were all the way up in the atmosphere,
hey,
it wouldn't be
kid,
pulling you
did you say
down.
gravity pulls on things? Young man.
I described it as a pull. Is if you want to work with terminology, it's a
we lied to you.
Something in space time.
It's a make believe idea. Because gravity makes things into balls.
Tyson's description, I think, a warp in space time, something in space time.
A warp on conceptions of Fantasyland. Okay.
You understand?
That will make for a good
I'm not going to
fantasy
sit here and
story.
say I know how it works.
You know how it works. You just don't know how to put it into words.
I said I'm not going to sit here. I said
no. Yes,
I'm not going to sit here and say I know how it works.
No, you won't, because you don't know how it works.
Yeah, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
He's saying the same thing Scott Mackey was a little while ago, but slightly different. Instead of him saying I can understand it, but you're not smart enough to understand it, he's saying we are not smart enough to understand it, but somebody is.
Even though he doesn't comprehend the thing.
There are projections on like how you would describe gravity and its how it affects our reality. Like there's plenty of theories, but
gravity affects our reality.
I would say objectively,
a fantasy conception idea affects reality. A concept on paper.
Yeah.
Hey, a concept that you write on paper and you don't know what it is. That thing is affecting reality.
Can measure it. When you drop something, you can measure how fast it falls.
When you drop something, so I'm picking up this bag. I'm picking up this bag. I pick up the bag, and then I'm gonna release it from my hand. And what happened there?
You have potential energy when you're holding the bag. You release the bag, it becomes energy. And yeah, you can calculate
let's go to the more important part, buddy. Like, let's go to the part that we actually disagree about, which is gas pressure and whether or not it's affected by gravity or not. All right, so do you believe that gas pressure can be contained by gravity, yes or no?
Gas pressure can be contained by gravity. I think it's... Now, I know what you're referring to. You're referring to, let's say, a pressure chamber. Or let's say, like, the globe of the Earth.
Oh,
right? And
I'm referring to the claim of the globe Earth.
Yeah, so how does the oxygen stay on the Earth, right? If it's affected by such a degree, right? So, how do I simplify it so that even I could say it in a way that I can
understand? I already know the story better than you do.
Yeah,
I already know the story better than you do. I'm just asking you if you believe it or not.
Don't simplify anything for us. It's specific on how this shit works.
It was a yes/no question. You either do agree or you don't agree.
Well, I don't know what it's referring to, like the globe Earth, like whether that oxygen stays in our atmosphere.
Let me rephrase the question. Maybe this will make it easier. Do you believe that the gas pressure you're breathing right now and the PSI of air pressure you're under right now, do you believe that exists due to gravity, yes or no?
I think by mass and by that extension gravity, sure. Yeah.
Do you know of anybody demonstrating gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
Like gas condenses, that's how stars are created and galaxies and all of that stuff, right?
Dude, you're telling me that There's a bunch of space of nothingness. Then it gets bored.
It's not nothing.
Gas bubbles form in a vacuum because it no longer can be a vacuum there. It's tired of it. It's the only way. It gave up being a vacuum, so a gas bubble formed.
Sorry. You said gas condenses. Is that true?
I think you meant to say water condenses, water vapor condenses.
I thought you said the gas condenses and that's how shit's formed.
He did say that.
So it's a yes or no. Did you or did you not say the gas condenses?
No, I don't think I said it exactly like that. No, not at all.
No worries. No worries.
I didn't say the word condense.
Okay, cool. Then that's on my end. I do apologise.
It's okay.
Wait. I'm still not sure if you've answered my question directly or not. Like, it's a close-ended yes or no question. Do you believe that you're breathing gas pressure right now, air pressure, due to gravity? Yes or no?
I think it's due to the mass of the Earth and by extension the gravity. Yes. I already answered this question.
All right. So then I have a follow-up question. Do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Yes or no?
Is your mom in the room?
So no? You're just going to go on a spiral?
You would have to be... I mean...
Just spiraling,
you would have to create a pretty big object.
I can't do it. I got to talk about the guy's mom now.
Well, yeah, I was making a joke. Like your mom is so big, gas condenses around her. It's a joke.
Listen,
I've
learned today
the monolithic scale that you're talking about is too big.
I learned today from you. Earth attracts gas. For some reason, you seem to think that
Attracts, like pulls the gas. I don't think that's the case.
Okay. So what is the case then? Because then it's not mass attracting mass, the mass of the Earth, like you said, attracting the mass of the gas. If mass is a thing, and if it could do that, so not that then. You just said it was, then it wasn't within like a minute.
Well, he's describing it that it's pulling it. I wouldn't say gravity pulls things. I wouldn't describe it in that manner. It's not like that. It's not it's a continuum. It's not something that with potential. It just is.
It just
right.
is.
Gravity is.
Is it something you can demonstrate
due to the mass,
or not?
right?
You need to define is.
Well, but don't want to go too away from President.
Well, regarding potential energy, of course, I'm referring to potential energy. Like when you say the oxygen is being pulled to the earth, this implies energy is being transferred, and I don't think that that's the case. I don't think there's any transfer of energy or any potential energy for that matter. It's just a
bunch of stories.
continuum.
That's what we're trying to tell you. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Well, here, let me ask you this better question, or not better, but slightly different. So if we got 1 cubic foot in a sealed container of volume, let's say we got 14.7 psi, just regular air pressure inside, and without breaking the seal, we increase the volume by 100%. So now we got 2 cubic feet. What is the psi inside? Do you know?
No.
It would be about 7 psi. It would be, you double the volume, you cut the pressure in half. So it would be about 7 psi. You follow me so far?
Sure, makes sense.
All right, so let me ask you this. Do they say that the edge of the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light at this moment? Yes or no?
Technically speaking, yes, but I need to explain that because
so then let's make sure we get this story straight.
Technically speaking, yes, it is.
Yeah,
but
let's make sure we get this story straight. The Earth has 14.7 psi, and the limits of the container that it's in, the limits of the universe, is expanding, but yet it remains 14.7 psi on the surface of the Earth. Am I following you correctly?
Yeah. Sure.
So let me ask you a question. Do you see any problem with that consistent PSI with the container expanding?
Nope.
Okay. All right.
You can ask me why.
But for some reason,
He's done.
when I take 1 cubic foot and I increase it to 2 cubic feet, and the pressure gets cut in half, you're like, oh yeah, that's supposed to happen every time, right?
Again, like I never said that. I just asked you. It was like, I don't know, and then you're like, well, it's this. I'm like, okay. So the universe expanding faster than the speed of light is referring to the measurement of size. So if you were to go to the very left side of the visible universe, very right side of the visible universe, that is expanding, yes, faster than the speed of light. However, the planets, the celestial bodies, the galaxies, the all of that themselves aren't going faster than the speed of light. It's just the distance between them is.
Well, that doesn't really make any difference to my argument because I'm talking about a container.
Yes, and then
Like,
and
the
then
universe,
I was getting to the universe.
The universe is the container.
Universe
Is my argument, is it
The
not?
universe is already infinite. It's not expanding. Our visible
Well,
universe.
hold on. Now you're saying it's infinite. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
So now you're making up your own cosmology because that's not what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. That's not what that other guy, I forgot the name of, says. Hawking. It's not what he said.
You can really see.
So now you're making up your own cosmology. So are you some super genius and you know the secrets of the universe and Neil deGrasse Tyson's just an idiot? Is that what you're saying to us?
I guess I'm not saying that I know it's infinite. It's just a logical extension of the fact that our visible universe is only so big and it's getting smaller and smaller.
It's not logical when you say that.
Because the celestial bodies are moving away from us.
Expanding.
Oh, mesmerizing story. I like stories. Do you like stories? I like Santa
now
Claus.
that container's getting bigger and bigger and everything's expanding, that means the
The
vacuum
container isn't getting bigger. It's already as big as it can be.
That means
It's already
the
big.
vacuum's getting lower and lower, which means rockets won't work no matter how hard you try.
Fantastic stories, by the way.
You ruined your own space story just on your own. You understand that?
You don't believe in the Big Bang cosmology, then?
The Big Bang is a theory that popped up due to the fact that we've observed that the universe is expanding. So if you were to dial the timer back and rewind all the way, if it's always expanding and you rewind it all the way, and then it's going to pull into one central point. That's the theory. No one's seen it happen, but it's an extension of that. Yeah.
Okay. So not what you said.
Obviously, no one's seen it happen.
Yeah, of course.
don't know, right?
That's not what you said. Infinite has no beginning.
I mean, that's up for debate for sure. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't think it's particularly interesting convo, like to talk about what was before the start of time. Like there was no before the start of time. You know what I mean? Like you can't move the unbreakable. What's it called? The concrete something. I don't remember what it's called.
Well, if there was a start, there has to be a before.
Yeah, that's lovely, but you've also crucified yourself on your infinity claim.
I have no problem with infinity
The
claims.
size of the universe and the Big Bang, I mean, those can coexist. I mean, the universe can be infinitely big, but the Big Bang being
the Big
one
Bang
spot, that's fine.
The Big Bang is the creation of the universe.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Well, yes.
I wouldn't say that.
No.
Yes,
you're reaching.
Yes, it is. I'm not reaching. That's what the theory is. Everything began from this point, and it's expanding from this point.
No.
The space itself existed beforehand, bro. Like,
shut the fuck up. Shut up. Stop over talking me. I'm correct. Would you like me to cite it?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Would you like me to cite it for you?
No, the Big Bang refers to the beginning of an expansion.
Thank you.
What do you think it means for something to expand?
Do
you think expand means ex nihilo creation?
Of the what?
Expansion of the what, dude?
Do you think expansion means ex nihilo creation?
Excuse me.
Or a transformation of state?
This is what happens. You ask them a question and they just keep talking and talking and talking because
no,
they
you
don't want to
interrupted
answer
me
the
with the
question.
question, right?
Make
I
it
have to finish my
stop.
sentence and then
Make
you can
it
ask questions.
stop.
You know,
It's okay,
the floor is
Santa. He
open
did
to
it. He did it
questions
with me
after I
multiple
speak.
times too.
Well,
It's okay.
well, he's dodging the question. He's
It's a
asking.
classic
He's
flat
talking about
Earth
it's
tactic.
expanding.
Here
He's
we
Don't
go.
asking
let the
what's
guy
expanding.
speak so that they can never make a point.
What's expanding? Very simple question.
Or like he'll ask you a bunch of questions and then you'll
Here we
say,
go.
"No, I don't believe that," and then he'll
Here
go
we
and
go.
instead of asking you why, he'll just go on with whatever.
You guys are really spazzing out, huh?
Yeah, a classic.
Make it stop. What's expanding?
Well, I didn't get to finish what I said, so I'm
What
not
is
interested in
expanding?
answering clarifying questions when my point wasn't made.
Answer the question, Santa, you pussy.
I don't know why you think that makes me a pussy.
Because you're not answering questions.
You're blatantly.
No, I think a
dodging the
pussy
question.
would submit to you and answer your questions even though they're interrupting a point being made. I think that's what a
An
pussy
honest
would do.
person might have answered the question, but you, being a pussy,
An honest
decided to
person
try and
wouldn't
obfuscate.
interrupt somebody in the middle of a point.
Blah,
Could have
blah,
answered
blah.
So when
already.
your point's dependent on this expansion. And he's
No.
asking
I
expansion
think
of what?
I think what you're asking is a very stupid question to which you know the answer in order to get a simple gotcha. Like, you said this, but then you said that. I got you. You know, like a cheap way for flat earthers to feel like they won something.
No, you're
I'm
talking about
just
an
challenging
expansion.
you.
You're not
just
asking a
challenging you.
genuine question,
Here we
are
go
you? Like
again.
you
Still
know
talking.
the answer you're
Still
fishing
talking.
for.
Still talking.
That's not a line
I'm
of
challenging
inquiry.
you. Oh no, still talking. I'm challenging you on what you said, and now you're acting
You're
like a
not
little
doing
bit.
that.
Yeah.
No. In order to
Overtalking
challenge
me
me on
now.
what I said, you have to allow
Yes,
me to
I
say
am.
the thing first, and then you can challenge
Yes,
it.
I am. Yes, I am.
If you interrupt me as soon as you hear a single word
Make
that you
it
think you
stop.
can win a live dialogue
Make it
tree down,
stop.
that's not you
Make it
challenging
stop.
anything. That's called mental masturbation.
No, you said infinite. You said infinite. I'm pointing out.
I
the
didn't
flipping-
use the word infinite once. I don't know where you heard
My
that.
God.
Maybe you were talking to somebody else.
Yes.
Maybe
what
you
night?
didn't take your
Sounds like a
lithium,
white
but I
knight
didn't
just
say the
jumping. You
word.
won't stop talking.
I didn't say the word infinite.
Okay, so am I talking to you then? Why are you fucking talking? I'm asking
Oh,
the
you're
question.
speaking in
Oh, no,
response.
still talking. Still talking, dude. Why do you keep doing this? You've now shoved yourself into a conversation, it seems, that isn't about you.
Oh, you're calling me a
wasn't
pussy for not
directed
answering
at
your
you.
question.
You've got to throw yourself within the cogs to make it stop. Fucking idiot. Challenging somebody on what they said. Maybe pointing out to them that they weren't using the correct words. But they seem to have a lot of ego, which is a problem, just like you. You seem
It's
to have
just a
an
simple
ego. You don't like
misunderstanding.
this.
You should
We
be
want
more
to
clear
start talking
and
to
use
you.
people's.
Yep. Well done. You're all the same.
You guys are having a hard time today.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Retro Mind ruined space travel, infinity, Big Bang. He ruined a bunch of shit today.
Ruined.
Yeah, Retro, why do you think all that space that you've been shown on TV is real?
Why do I think space is real?
The one you've been shown on TV. Yeah.
I think there's two reasons. I think one, because it's rooted in scientific literature and fact. And then two, anything that deviates from the norm just seems a little tad bit ridiculous, especially when the claim is that the earth is flat. And there's no evidence to back that up at all.
So I asked.
I'm
you
sorry,
you believe
it's
in
not a
TV
claim, it's an observation. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins. That's what a claim sounds like.
Sure.
Well, hold on. So I'm asking the videos, the images of space that you see on TV, you've never experienced in reality, why you believe them. You said it's backed up by literature and fact. So
Yep.
which
That would be the two. That's one of the two reasons. Yeah.
right,
Backed
so
by
what
scientific literature
facts
and
have you
fact.
shown? Right, so which ones do you rely on to believe that the space videos you see on TV are real? Like, what evidence do you then jump to?
I would say the scientific literature regarding rocket science. I would say the scientific literature regarding gravity, potential energy, Newton's laws,
Give me something
thermodynamics.
Okay, so give me something specific. You've just watched a video on YouTube about space, and you're
No,
like,
no,
I think that's real
I'm
because of
far
this.
more educated than I think you give me credit for, good sir.
Doesn't sound like it.
No, I mean, I'm asking, when you see the space video and you think, I can't go there and actually figure out if this is real, but I have this evidence. Like, what's that evidence? Could you link it?
Sure, I can link pretty compelling evidence. There.
Yeah. All right, sweet. What's it going to be?
It's compelling.
It's a YouTube video, just like you said.
Compelling.
A YouTube video of what?
Well, I'm hoping to find it here. I don't know if it's still up. It's probably all cut down, but I remember watching a while back a live broadcast, Elon Musk, a live broadcast, multiple camera angles going from the station, the launch pad, to an orbit around Earth. It was a live
That's kind of the
unedited
videos that I
broadcast.
was talking about in the first place. Like,
Wasn't it really cool during that broadcast when it cut from the actual live footage to the CGI animated image of it? That was really cool part of it.
Yeah, those are the kind of videos that I was asking how you, like, what makes you believe that those are real and that they're going into space.
Well,
So if
yeah,
you just
I
post one
see,
of them as
see
your
it, and I
evidence,
go, oh, all of the
I'm searching
literature
it.
and the data all lines up with it. That makes
Okay, the
sense.
data, right? What data? That's kind of what we're getting at.
Rocket science.
Rocket
Already
science,
said this.
right? So what data specifically are you talking about?
Delta V.
Delta
I've already
V.
talked about this. We're just going in circles, guys. Like, come on.
You're using globular logic, maybe. So could you post what you mean when you say Delta V and how that proves to you that those videos of rockets going into a vacuum are real?
Because if the potential energy and the mass of the rocket is correct, then mathematically it would be clear that it would be able to create an orbit
Right,
around the Earth, and
theoretically,
then they demonstrate. Yeah, theoretically, math. It's math.
right, but I'm talking
Theoretically,
about
and then
in
they
real,
demonstrate
in
it
reality.
live on a broadcast. All of the math checks out. They
All the
demonstrate it
math checks
live.
out. They demonstrate
I know,
it
and the
live.
live footage cuts to a animated CGI footage of what's going on. Yeah, it's really cool.
So you got no evidence at all, really. Doesn't sound like. Just the videos. And you assume it proves some mathematics that you've never really looked into. Interesting.
Yeah, I'd say the video proved mathematics. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
You ever, I guess you believe in, like, Narnia as well, then? There's videos of that. People have done the math on how you could get a wormhole in the back of a closet, and then if you go into the closet, you could end up in Narnia. So I guess the math and the video all check out. Must be real. Right? Not right?
I wasn't listening. What'd you
Won't get
say?
Narnia. Well, the guy's saying that he knows that space is real because he believes there's some maths out there, and then he believes that it's proven on a video that he's seen on YouTube.
Mathematics.
So I'm saying, you can see videos of a lot of things which aren't real or aren't showing what they purport to show.
Pretty rare that we use mathematics to make predictions about things that aren't real that we then confirm to be real, though, right?
So go ahead and post how you confirm that rockets flying ever expanding vacuum chambers.
What?
You heard me.
I didn't. That's why I said what. I don't know if that wasn't clear.
How you proved, because you saw it in math, how rockets work in ever-expanding vacuum chambers.
I don't see the relevance of that. I didn't claim to have proven that. I don't
Yeah,
know what an
rockets don't work in a
ever-expanding
vacuum.
chamber is.
Your buddy that you stuck up for said universe is ever-expanding.
My buddy Salvatore. She's muted.
He's back again, chucking himself into another conversation.
That's,
He wasn't
that's my
involved with.
bitch. I was asked a question. I don't know the relevance of it, but I wasn't chucking myself anywhere. Just a random question was thrown at me. What's an ever-expanding vacuum? Does anyone know?
Yeah, your universe that you claim you live in.
I think the universe is a vacuum.
Don't think the universe is a vacuum.
No. I think it has plenty of particles within the universe. I think the particles kind of define the universe.
The particles define what particles?
The existence of things, objects.
Okay,
I think if we
so
didn't
like,
have that, we wouldn't say that we have a universe.
Okay, so you understand that when we're speaking about the vacuum, we're talking about the void of space. The void of space between the big hunks of mass, planets and stars and such.
Yeah, the void that is space, you mean?
Yeah, so that vacuous space, that vacuum.
Yeah, that's not always a vacuum, but yeah, sometimes.
It's the majority of vacuum.
I don't think spaceships have ever been in somewhere that is actually vacuum.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Now, you understand, obviously, in the way that we're talking, we're not talking about an absolutely perfect vacuum. Such a thing wouldn't exist. But if we're to believe the story, I haven't finished. But if you're to believe the story that we're told about the void of space and its pressure, it's 10 to negative 17 torr. That's a huge distance between gas molecules. So space is a vacuum.
Where's that?
Between here and the moon, the sun, and the edge of the solar system, between the edge of the solar system and another star. Where the mass is a space, it's called a vacuum, 10 to negative 17 torr.
Is the space between the Earth and the Moon ever expanding?
No, but they say that the moon is moving away from the Earth. So yes,
but very slowly. That's not to the scale of the expansion of the universe,
now
right?
we're talking about the expansion of the universe. Thank you for
That's not relevant between the Earth and the Moon, though, is it?
It was in the conversation earlier.
Well, it sounds like maybe a silly conversation you were having.
No, we were talking about gas pressure requiring a container and what happens to the gas if the amount of gas is kept the same and the container is bigger. The gas pressure goes down. So our friend was pointing out that if the container is the universe, which is ever expanding, but we have the same amount of gas pressure here, there seems to be a problem.
Well, I don't know if you'd call it a container.
Okay, so again, this conversation wasn't with you, it was somebody else. We're trying to figure out what happens to gas when you have no container.
It bounces around, and it doesn't actually have anything to bounce off of. It just moves away from each other, right?
Yes, it expands. It increases in entropy, disperses into space. The consequence of containing gas is the gas is under pressure in a limited volume, pressing against the walls of its container. Remove the container, the gas fucks off. So you see the problem here?
No.
Okay, so the atmosphere is an open system. No physical.
The atmosphere?
No, the atmosphere is the
Earth.
gas. The atmosphere is the oxygen and the nitrogen that we're breathing. Atmo means gas. So
I thought you were talking about space.
Why are you talking? Maybe if you listened,
just
you'd
a clarifying
understand.
Question.
Maybe if you listened, you'd understand. So our atmosphere is in an open system, uncontained from the vacuum of space. Therefore, we have two problems. Being there's no physical boundary to press against, we won't be able to achieve pressure. And two, because it's an open container, the gas will increase in entropy and disperse into the lower pressure environment.
So we need a glass dome, you're saying?
If the claim is if there's a claim that up there is a vacuum and we have gas pressure, you're going to need a container to achieve pressure and for the gas not to expand into that area. I'm not claiming a vacuum. The heliocentric model is.
The shortcut to this is that they don't believe in gravity, by the way.
You think, yeah, gravity does explain this, but are you saying that there's like a border, or the globalist Jewish theory is that there's a border that is like a line after which there's a vacuum? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that your claim is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
How is that?
I know you because I've just explained the second law as simply as I can.
No, but there's an implication that you made when you said that, right?
Yes.
The implication is that there's some sort of invisible glass dome that we have, or that we should have.
No, because I'm not even claiming a vacuum of space.
Right, but in the hypothetical in which somebody does claim a vacuum of space, you're saying that there's a fine border between vacuum and no vacuum.
Yes, because if there wasn't a container, that would be a violation. The gas would fuck off.
So what does gravity do?
What is? I don't know. You told me. You claimed it.
I think it moves masses towards other masses.
So mass attracting mass.
I think that's what it does, right?
Okay. Does gas have mass?
Yes.
Awesome. Does gas attract gas?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
We've already described this dispersion of gas moving away from each other.
That's one thing. There's more to physics than one thing, I think, personally.
Okay. You understand that if
I think different things interact with each other.
You understand what happens to gas when put under increasing pressure, yes?
You understand what happens to gas when you put it in increasing pressure?
Yes.
What happens to gas when you put it in increasing pressure?
Doesn't stick together. It's not attracted to each other because of the mass of gas. When you
what does the pressure have to do with gravity?
It's the only time that you ever get gas close enough together. I'm trying to point out to you that gas expands, moves away from itself. Doesn't
why would
show.
It stick?
Well, you're saying it's got mass.
It does have mass.
So mass attracts mass, right?
Mass attracts mass.
Awesome. So does gas attract gas?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't. Otherwise, it wouldn't increase in entropy.
Well, you're just saying that.
No, that's what the second law dictates. Gas increases its entropy, fills the limitation of its volume when it's closer together.
Because it doesn't have mass?
It doesn't have mass now? What's mass?
No, I'm asking you. That's what that's what entropy states, according to you, is that gas doesn't have mass, therefore it increases in entropy.
That's what it does do. If it didn't, and then it wouldn't fill the limitation. Because this is understanding gas behavior. If it was, let me finish. If it was attracted to each other, then it wouldn't fill the limitation and disperse into its volume, the container, because it would show attraction when the gas molecules were closer together, but it doesn't. What's the vector of gravity?
Vector of gravity?
Yes.
The direction? What are you asking?
I'm asking you what the direction of gravity is.
It's towards each other. Towards masses, the largest mass would be, or the smaller mass would be going towards the larger mass faster.
Okay, so here on the Earth, which is the vector of gravity, inwards towards the center of mass, but down, right?
Towards the center of the Earth.
Okay.
But there's other objects in the solar system that influence us, right?
How do we describe gas movement?
How do you describe gas movement?
Yes.
Well, you can't answer that question with a yes.
No, I'm asking you.
But I asked you.
Back to me. Why are you asking it back to me? I'm asking
you
you how
said
we describe gas.
You said how do we? And I don't know if we have the same.
If you don't know, I'll tell you. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, having collisions with other gas molecules and the walls of its container. So gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, right?
Maybe.
No, it does. This is how it's described. Kinetic molecular theory, right?
Right. You're talking about in a container, though.
I'm talking about always. I'm talking that gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
No.
No, it doesn't move freely and randomly in all directions. When's this?
No. It's not freely and randomly.
Okay, then. So tell me when it's not free and random.
When it's
What are we
influenced
listening to?
When it's influenced by other forces.
Other forces like what?
Like gravity.
Like gravity. Okay, can you show me gravity acting on a gas? Can you show me gas attracting gas?
Well, we have gas planets, which is a perfect demonstration of that.
Okay, I'm not going to go into this. You see that
other celestial objects.
I'm not going to go into. I'm not going to go into. Look, there's Jupiter. That's a giant ball of uncontained gas in a vacuum that isn't increasing in entropy and violating the second law of thermodynamics. Right, this is the claim that you're making, a violation of that second law, saying that gravity decreases entropy of a system.
So are we going with the premise that Jupiter isn't real?
What the fuck?
I don't. They always do this. We can point at Jupiter, there it is. You have a story about what it is. That's what's in contention. The atmosphere around the Earth, uncontained gas, like Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, not increasing into its environment, that's of a much lower pressure. Defying the second law, entropy is not increasing.
Wait, you think Jupiter defies the second law?
Are we talking about gas not expanding into a vacuum?
We're talking about gas expanding into a vacuum, but also being pulled down by gravity, right? We're talking about two different interactions happening at the same time, as well as centrifugal force. A bunch of forces being acted on it.
That's awesome.
It's metallic, you might have magnetic forces.
Okay, that's lovely. But you're talking about gravity.
Oh, no, we're talking about gases, right? And the forces affecting it.
Why are you talking? I don't
You're
understand
talking about pressure, which is one thing.
Yes, what's pressure?
What is pressure?
Yes, I'm asking you, what is pressure?
What is pressure?
He's done.
Yeah, I broke him again. What the fuck?
Who's next?
We get stuck at what is pressure?
No, you did.
You need to answer the question for him.
Why do I have to answer the question for him? Does he not know what pressure is?
I'm asking
you. You don't know what it is.
Why are you asking me what pressure is? What is pressure?
To see if you know.
Okay, but I want to see if you know.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, why do you decide if I know, but I can't decide if you know?
Dude, I don't care.
What is pressure?
Pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Would you like 20 citations to back this claim?
What if it doesn't have a container?
Then entropy will increase.
What does that have to do with
And you won't have pressure. And you won't have pressure.
No build-up, no amount of work being done. It would be released. It would be lost.
Work done?
Yeah. No work done. No energy put into the system. But as soon as you remove the container, entropy increases. The gas fills the space.
And then what?
Bye-bye. Heliocentric model that declares that up there's a sky vacuum with uncontained balls of gas in it.
Well, I don't know if that follows.
Okay. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
Do I have a scientific... What do you mean by proves gravity?
It's within the question. I've asked you for a scientific experiment.
Pick up a ball, right? Put it in your hand, raise it in front of you, and then just drop it.
Cool. Uncontained gas, and it goes in all directions.
You're just abandoning that proving gravity thing?
No, that's not proving. That's observing the phenomena and declaring the cause.
Oh, I give you a theory for what would happen
no,
according to gravity, and then you go and you test it. Right? I give you a hypothesis.
Don't want a theory.
You perform your experiment, and
Don't
we
want
have
a theory.
Confirmed theory.
You're just going to keep talking, aren't you? You think that you can lead this conversation? No.
Oh, I think you don't know how to ask questions properly.
I've asked you my question. have you got scientific evidence? That would be the observation of a phenomena, the formulation of a hypothesis, and the testing of that hypothesis through repeated experimentation. Have you got scientific evidence for gravity?
Yes. Do you have a ball anywhere around you?
Yes.
Or any type of object you can hold in your hand?
Yes.
Okay, can you do me a favor and just pick it up?
Yeah.
I'll hypothesize the outcome of this experiment.
Okay.
Okay, according to gravity, whatever you're holding in your hand.
No, don't need this.
No?
I said scientific evidence.
That's
that
what
would be a phenomenon. That would be a phenomena. I'm going with your phenomena.
We have to observe phenomena, right?
I haven't finished. I'll go along with what you're saying, which is you said pick something up. We were going to get to the phenomena where you say let it go. I don't need according to the theory.
Did you pick something up?
We haven't got to the theory yet.
But it's not a scientific. It's not a scientific endeavor unless you have a hypothesis, right? I have to give you a hypothesis.
Why are you talking? You understand? When you're talking, I'm not listening to you.
So you don't want a scientific theory?
I want the phenomena first. That's going to be our dependent variable. I was going along with you when we were just about to drop something because that would be.
Well, you don't know what I'm going to tell you to do. That's my experiment.
Well, I want scientific experimental evidence.
You don't want a scientific one because you refuse a hypothesis, which is necessary.
At the moment, we're trying to get the dependent variable, which would be the first.
We need a hypothesis.
Dude, we need a phenomena to base the hypothesis on.
Dependent variable? You're trying to beg the question here.
No, this isn't begging the question. The scientific method starts by observing
with a hypothesis.
But hypothesis is step 2. We're still on step 1.
Scientific inquiry begins with a hypothesis, which
the scientific inquiry starts with the observation of a phenomena. Your hypothesis is a prediction about the phenomena you just observed. So you need to observe the phenomena first. You need to observe the phenomena first. So what's the phenomena?
The phenomena is gravity.
No, what's gravity? That sounds like a word. What's the phenomena? Do you know what a phenomena is?
I'm going to have to use words to answer that question. Is that okay?
Yeah. Do you know what a phenomena is?
What is a phenomenon?
It's an effect. Something happening.
Okay.
So, you were going to make me pick up a ball. Is this going to lead to something happening?
Wait, did you not pick up the ball?
Dude, I'm holding my phone. Is this going to lead to something happening?
It's not going to work with your phone.
Dude, this sounds like deflection. This sounds like a tactic for you
I'm just looking out for you.
This conversation
I just feel
stupid.
If you don't believe in gravity, then I think you should do it with the phone.
Make it
Actually,
stop.
I mean,
Make it stop.
Maybe he deserves a hard lesson.
And it's like hedging your bets, you know?
Yeah,
if you don't believe in gravity, then you should be able to not drop the phone, right?
If gravity isn't real, then your phone will be safe. But I personally think gravity is real, so you're risking an expensive repair. Potentially.
There's 3 of you talking at the same time. He wants the observed phenomenon that shows you while you observe gravity do stuff right here on Earth in front of you. Like you walk outside and see gravity magically do stuff.
Well, I wouldn't say it's doing it magically. I'd say it's
when's it doing it ever? When are balls getting made in front of you outside?
When are balls getting made?
Yeah, what gravity does makes balls.
Well, there's a famous example, including an apple.
You were like, I don't think it does this because of this. You had it.
Exactly.
You had the effect and the hypothesis right there. Why did it take? I mean, I'll just be more specific.
Yeah, there's a famous example in which you might observe an apple falling from a tree. I don't think you necessarily need the ball, but you could use an apple, I guess.
No, you guys are asking someone to pick something up. That's not a naturally observed phenomena. That's
but not his phone.
Pick something up.
Not his phone. Oh no, that was my experiment. He was asking for a scientific experiment.
Asking Jedi to pick something up.
No, you don't have to perform all scientific experiments with naturally
observed phenomena. So can it stay where it's at and we see gravity?
Yes, you do.
That was my experiment. You could use your mobile phone for that, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Excuse me. I'm going to have to talk now. My friend's correct. As soon as you ask me to do something, that's not a naturally observed phenomena. The apple would have been better. He is most definitely correct. because we talked about the physical and natural world, not man-made. not what I interacted with, apart from when I vary my hypothesis prediction. So what's the observed phenomena? Can we go with that?
What I asked for was an object, a ball. A ball is an example of an object. You chose to use your phone, so you use an unnatural phenomena. So I don't know if we can conduct a scientific experiment since we're using unnatural phenomena.
Absolutely correct. So should we go with an apple?
Well, I don't know. Ask your
I
brother
think we should
if
go
that's
with
a
the
natural, because apples are pretty GMO these days. So I don't know if that's a naturally observed phenomenon.
Now you're just again being silly to make the conversation sound stupid.
Well,
Dude,
I think the conversation does sound stupid. I'm just kind of going with the flow.
Can we go with the apple to at least get our dependent
Okay,
variable?
do you have an apple?
Dude, I can imagine an apple falling.
Or your imagination won't work. We're trying to conduct a scientific experiment.
Alright, dude, I'm done with you.
Wait, Jenna, you're the one that literally asked for the experiment. And he's trying to give it to you, and your response is, "Well, I can imagine it."
Dude,
I mean, come on.
Dude, I can drop anything. I've dropped balls before. This isn't.
I didn't say you're going to drop it. You're making that up.
Yeah, dude, I can't have this conversation if you're not going to be smart enough to have it.
Wait, but listen, you're asking for a scientific experiment, and then your proposition is, hey, I'm going to just imagine the experiment in my head. Instead of observing a natural phenomena, I'm going to imagine it in my head.
Awesome. 3 things. I'm asking you for an observed phenomena. Your hypothesis prediction.
Yeah, gravity.
Okay, that's not a hypothesis.
I didn't say that's a hypothesis. That's a observed phenomena.
Okay,
so then I can give you a hypothesis. I was actually in the middle of doing that when you started asking me about what the phenomena is.
Dude, let me try to agree with your phenomena of gravity. What's this? What's this phenomena?
I can't see what you're holding if that's what you're asking.
Right, you're a pillar. Fuck off.
I didn't mean to offend you. It's just a scientific method. It's
What are you
unbiased.
observing, dude? He's asking you. What are you observing, man? What's gravity? What's the phenomena that you're observing, man?
Why are you trying to jump into this conversation?
I'm trying to clarify for you. Obviously, you don't understand.
Well, I thought we were getting somewhere. I thought we were
trying to help you out, man. What do you observe
at the hypothesis stage?
What do you observe?
What do I observe?
Yeah.
With what?
Gravity. With what you call gravity. Yeah.
I observe me being attracted to the sexy object that is the planet Earth.
Are we seriously going to take this guy seriously? And can't have a serious conversation. Yeah, he's just an idiot. We should move on to someone else. He hasn't the intelligence to have this conversation.
I know. It's your.
He just literally gave you the phenomena.
Everybody knows.
So I don't know why you like grant something about it.
Which was what? Hold on.
I was trying to give you the hypothesis as well.
Shut up, Santa. Which was the phenomena? White Knight. What was it? What was the phenomena? He said he gave you the phenomena. What was it?
I don't see anybody called White Knight here.
Okabe.
Oh yeah, White Knight is not my name, but sure, if you're referring to me, phenomenal was the attraction, the thing going to the other thing.
The thing going to the other thing. Where's this then? Observed in the physical natural world. Where do I see this? Where do I see this?
If I jump, I go back to where I came from, correct?
Thank you. So things fall.
Things get attracted to things that are more like that have more mass.
Hold on. Without all of the added words, the phenomena that you see with your eyes is things fall. Yes?
No. I think you being the one that using the imprecise language.
No, that's not the phenomena, the thing happening. We need to see the thing happening. What's happening? What do we see?
So one thing is moving towards the other thing. And the thing that's being moved towards is always the thing with more mass. I think that's a little bit more accurate and scientific than saying a thing falls to the other thing. Because I don't know what the fuck falling means.
So we see things moving sideways to each other.
You broke him so bad he doesn't know what falling means anymore.
Oh, what a great grandson. Are you not going to reply to that?
Because you got a vector. Right, that's falling. That's a direction. This is a direction. This is happening in
a direction of movement. Correct.
Yes.
The apple falls, right?
Yeah, the apple falls. You're kind of invoking that this happens. You're invoking as this thing happens omnidirectionally in all directions. So things fall
no, in
down
the direction of the mass,
on the Earth. Where's the direction on the Earth?
the gravitational center of the planet.
Okay, so where's the direction?
Asterisk. Yeah.
Where's the direction? Give me the vector.
Vector, like the gravitational center, which would be somewhere like I guess near the geographical center.
Now people
the
can't
middle of
say
the planet.
down. Now people can't say down.
I know, it's wicked.
But like down is like relative. Like the problem is down is relative to the vector of the motion, right?
Yes, it's
so like
relative to
it's
the
more accurate to
observer.
say the gravitational center, the middle of the planet. That's a better description.
Excuse me, do I see the gravitational center of the planet? Is that where I'm making my observation from?
I mean, you cannot directly observe any force. You only observe their effects, right?
Yes, we're on the effect. We're trying to get the dependent variable.
You're asking me, can you see the force? So no, you cannot.
Yeah, because it's stupid, right?
No, because you can observe any force. If you think you can observe a force directly, then you're the
stupid.
Like I don't even know if I can call you stupid.
I ask because it's stupid. I'm asking you, what can we observe as a phenomena? Can we agree that?
Wait, why are we back to point one? I explained it to you.
Oh my God.
Are you not tracking the conversation?
I'm trying to get to an agreement. Can we explain this vector as down towards the center of mass? But down.
So we use less precise language, then yeah, you can.
Okay, cool. Okay, let's
so I said yes, you can, right?
Okay,
I think it's imprecise.
Okay, no, that's fine. What's your cause for this phenomena that we can't agree to?
My cause, it's an observation.
Yeah,
it's like an explanation of natural worlds.
Dude, we're trying to do science. We're trying to do science here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to do science, but
good.
I don't
So
think
you
are.
understand. You understand that when we've isolated our dependent variable, the thing happening, we then want to make a prediction, the hypothesis of what causes that to happen. We then test.
You look for an explanation, right? Which was why you have a hypothesis in the beginning to try to predict what happens, right?
Yeah, that's what I've just told you.
That informs then later
a hypothesis to try and predict what happens. Yes, the prediction.
Yeah, but you won't let the other guy make it.
The prediction is the prediction of cause, the independent variable.
No, not the cause. It's just the prediction of the prediction is the explanation, right? Why do you think this happens? How do you think this happens? I know why you guys have this like fallacious idea about like you're trying to formulate your cause or whatever. Sure, you like value your dependent variable and you have a bunch of like dependent independent variables.
You think think why doesn't mean because it doesn't mean cause. Like why did you go to the doctor?
But that's like unrelated to like the reasoning or like why you do this, right? That's just because you want to isolate that you only change one thing, and that's then the thing you're like trying to observe, right? That's just the idea behind the dependent and the independent variables, and like, right? So I don't know why you guys are so hung up on this. I think I gave you a clear formulation of the thing that is changing.
Why this means because. Yeah.
Wait, what? Your mic is really
He's
bad.
just gonna make up his own idea, man.
You went like 5 steps, I don't know, around the issue. Why is because. When you say, well, why did it fall? That's just the same thing as trying to isolate the cause of the effect. So what's the cause of the effect?
It's not the same thing, though. It's not the same thing as just trying to isolate the cause of the effect.
Can you answer the fucking question, man?
Yeah, we can do examples.
Well, like I can answer the question, but it's not going to be meaningful to the debate. It's going to be like unrelated.
Why are you
so I don't know why
are you answering the question incorrectly? And then you're going to say, well, because the cause is this. Right? You could perform this demonstration.
I'm trying to just give you the example, right? That we seem to observe masses falling or like moving towards other masses, right? They've only used falling, moving, being attracted by, or like under the force of, whatever you want to say, right? We understand what this means, right? Movement from a smaller mass to a bigger mass, right? We seem to observe this, right?
Well, that's like
if I vary where my thing starts from, right? Whether it weighs a lot or not, like these things seem to move towards the biggest attractor, right? It's another way of saying it.
No,
But,
well, I
like,
don't
that's
see
just
that.
something you
I mean,
can
I see that.
observe.
I see that in one. I see that in this one
What does he disagree
issue.
with?
Yeah, I mean, I see that in this one situation where if you were to say the Earth is a massive object, and then the apple is a smaller object, but I mean, you're begging the question on some of these things. But yeah, if you were to say this in this scenario with an apple and I don't know, what, a mountain, and you drop the apple and you say, well, it went down because of the mountain. You can say that, but then can you manipulate the mountain and the apple? I don't know.
I
To prove
can
that that's
manipulate.
why it did it.
Do you think that's how that works?
Yeah.
You don't have to manipulate the mountain to manipulate the variable. Like the variable you'd manipulate is like how far like you have to fall, right? To like come up with like 9.81 or whatever, which is like the
That's what
acceleration due to gravity.
you're jumping to different
I'm not jumping to anything.
terms.
I'm just trying to
Sure.
point out how like that's not what that means, right? You don't have to vary everything in your like experiment
It's vary
to
one
be able to
thing.
have a conclusion.
Instead of
That's
jumping
exactly
to
what
the
you
next
shouldn't do. You only vary one thing, right? So you saying like, can we even like move the mountain or can we even vary the mountain is like the most retarded thing you could say about it.
What
But
are you
okay.
proposing that we do? What are you proposing?
You
I mean,
just
you're the
vary the
expert with like
apple.
sentences
Where you drop
upon
the apple
sentences upon
from?
sentences upon sentences of just one word being proposed to you. You got lots of sentences. So I have an apple, right? You're saying that's the thing that's being affected, right?
Yes, that's the
By
thing you
something else.
vary.
Okay. So all right. So what? All right, we're going to vary the apple. That's unreal.
It's just fucking stupid. Anyway,
Wait. Explain how it's stupid.
all right. So a scientific hypothesis. This is citation. I'll post it in the chat in a minute.
No, just
Scientific
directly explain to me how it's stupid. I don't need you to grandstand
Because
about it. Just explain it.
yeah, you're just incorrect. You don't know what science is.
See, like you don't know what to say because you know I'm right, or you know that what you're saying makes
No,
no
you
sense. Well,
Dude,
if you would
I don't even
know,
know
then you'd
what
be
you'd
able
be
to
right about.
clearly and
All you're doing
directly
is
tell me how I'm wrong.
well, you're just ticking off theory after theory after theory without like validating any of them.
Again, this is
You're just
not
saying, well,
answering my question. Just point out
right.
directly how I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, how are you right when you're just ticking off theory? What are you right about? What are you wrong about? You're not saying it.
Just varying the words and making the like contradiction doesn't really get you anywhere either, my
No,
dude.
you're not, right. You're not saying what I'm
So
putting out. You're not
varying the
saying
apple, you
anything in
guys
this.
laughed about it,
In this
right? I want
specific,
to know how it's wrong. Go.
in this specific instance where you're saying, well, we don't need to vary the mountain, or the apple,
Yeah.
or anything. We just need to just make a prediction, and
No,
that was
I'm
it. That's all you said.
more strongly than that. I'm saying we ought not vary the mountain. Because if
Yeah.
you vary the mountain and you vary your apple,
So don't
then
vary
you're
anything.
like doing shit science, right? Because you're varying
Right.
everything, so you don't know anything.
What's your,
Right. So don't touch
the only thing
anything.
we vary?
See it
Sorry,
and
this is right,
declare.
wrong.
Yeah.
This is
Craziness.
right. It's wrong because the thing that you do vary, I'm glad that you've admitted that you do vary something in an experiment, is your
Wait, how does that mean
prediction
admitting? That's what I've been saying the whole time.
of cause. Of cause. You said it's not cause. It is cause. It caused it to happen. That's what natural science does.
It's
It
just
demonstrates
using a
what,
wordplay to say it caused it to happen doesn't really like get you
yeah, it
anything.
caused
Dude.
it to
I'm
happen.
sorry.
So can we get to this hypothesis
Nice
then?
syllogism.
Because we can. Yeah, that's cool. Because we're
You know
going to
what
need
that
to
is, a
get to the
syllogism?
hypothesis. Dude, we're going to make this hypothesis where you give us the prediction of cause as to the thing falling that I hope we agree is the apple now. So
Well,
what's the prediction of
if you want to
cause?
phrase it like that, okay, then your cause here would be like a complicated explanation to how this all works, right? And it would require me to like get out all the fucking math books and all the like theory on gravity, right? And then it's like the next question is like, how far do we want to go? You know, because like it's not only gravity, you know, it's like the electroweak force too that like affects all of this, right? So like we can go about this endlessly. But all I'm trying to tell you is that mass attracts mass right now. We're just at Newton, okay? We're not trying to visit Einstein or anything. So, like, can you just
Okay,
admit
no,
that? That seems to be happening,
okay,
right?
no,
Or how does it seem to not be happening?
we are talking about mass attracting mass. You are right. We shouldn't really be talking about mass attracting mass. It was superseded in 1915 by Einstein.
Well, it's a model that's still in use today, right? When you don't have to do like orbital mechanics or something like that. Or even when you do some simple orbital mechanics, you're good with Newton, okay? You guys seem to still not even get that. So let's just stay at Newton, okay? I don't want to have to like explain to you like frames of like relativity or something like that, right? If you can't
Yeah,
get
that would be
Newton, you're
stupid.
probably not going to get that.
Why did you have to say that? Can't get Newton, not going to get Einstein. Why are you being an idiot? You can't get what a scientific hypothesis is. You
I
don't
thought
even
you
know
just
what a
jumped from
scientific
theory to
method
theory.
is.
Well, you being wrong doesn't mean I don't understand this.
You just jump
Let's
from
be
theory to
clear about that.
no, you
No,
just
no,
reference range
No,
far.
no.
It's like crazy. The
I'm
things that you
still
jump
waiting
to are
for you
nuts.
to tell me how varying the apple is wrong. Okay.
no, because that's
Okay.
the phenomena.
No, that's what I thought.
Dude, that's the dependent variable. The apple's the phenomena. That's the thing
Well,
happening.
yeah, the
You want to
dependent
figure out
variable is a variable you vary, correct?
no dependent variable. No, the
Oh no.
independent variable is the one that you vary. You fool. The
Oh
dependent
my
variable is
god, look it
hoping.
up.
Okay, I'm going to. I'm actually looking at the page. It's not a problem, dude. I was going to cite this. I was actually going to start reading it. Shall I do it again? Yeah, giggle all you fucking want, man. You haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
Really? Really?
Yes, really. Yes,
Really?
You're the one not being able to answer any of my questions directly, always having to go grandstand, always having to repeat everything, go
You
down your
haven't answered a
dialogue
single
tree.
question, dude. You've
Wait,
deflected
I'm
every
trying to
fucking
explain.
one, man. What the fuck are
I'm
you
trying to
talking
explain
about?
everything. I
You
said
didn't answer
if you want to
shit.
use fouling, that's fine. I'm trying to explain how mass attracts mass. I'm giving the example of the
Tried to
apple, or
explain it.
creating the other guy's example of the apple.
Did you
So about
demonstrate
at least 3 things I've tried to explain.
So
Okay,
explain how
I still
mass
haven't
attracts
heard how
mass
this
for
is
us
wrong, by
then.
the way.
You said you explained that, right? How does mass attract mass?
No, I have explained that it does, right? And I've been trying to
Oh,
give you
so
an
you didn't
example of
explain
how that
how it
happens.
does it, right?
Well, like how is not even that
Just
It's not
material right now.
important, right?
We
It's not
just
important the how?
if you don't agree that it happens, no, it's not important. Because
If I
first we
don't
have to
know
agree
how,
that
Really,
this
like I don't
phenomena
see a point in
that
this
we're trying to
conversation, dude. You're
observe
just fucking
does
useless. That's
actually
it.
happen, right?
All
Yeah, if you
right.
don't
how do you
even
know it's
agree on the
gravity?
observation, then how are we going to agree on like how something happens, right?
That's what we're asking you. We never seen stuff turn into a ball in front of us. So how did you
Well,
see gravity happen? Goofy.
How does
you've never
mass
seen
attract
stuff.
mass, man? It's
How did you
simple.
see? No. How did you
But
see stuff form into a
you've
ball, brother?
jumped and moved back towards the
So
earth,
you
right? Or
jumped and
fallen back
made
towards the
yourself
earth,
a
whatever you
ball.
want to say.
So you turned into a ball when you jumped.
Did I say that?
Oh god.
Gosh, brother, we're looking for gravity balls.
Like, I never
Balls
mentioned a
of
gravity
gas,
ball,
balls
so
of
I don't know why
water,
you'd bring it
balls
up in
of
this
mass.
conversation. I just mentioned that when you jump, you
Matter and
do fall
mass
back
are
towards
supposed
the
to
earth.
attract.
Do you have like an explanation for that? Because I do.
No,
Mass attracts
you're the one
mass.
that doesn't. You're the one that needs the explanation for how balls turn into balls
I
and
mean,
how
all
mass
you're
supposedly
doing is
makes a
just
ball out
grandstanding.
of
You're not
mass.
actually engaging with the points I'm
So
making.
you
It's
see,
Here,
extremely
let
cringe.
me ask it this way. Let me ask it this way. Does gravity give birth to space balls? Yes or no?
I mean, if we want to talk about planet formation, we can, but
how does
I
it
mean, yes, it
form?
I
does,
asked
but
you
I
a
mean,
yes
you're
or
just
no
moving away
question.
from the other conversation. If you
It's a
just
yes
want
or
to
no
yield the
question.
argument, then that's fine.
So
How does it?
again, it's a yes or no question. It's like you give a
Well,
yes or a
it
no,
is a
an
yes or no
affirmative or a negative.
question. That's true, where I could also reply to something else if I think your question is
It doesn't want to say
formulated
yes.
wrong. But the
Why don't
problem
you
is
want to say yes?
we're not even on that question yet because we're still talking about jumping and falling back towards the earth. Okay? So I don't know why you want to move on. You
If
know,
you
unless
believe
you know
it,
what you're
hold on,
saying is
buddy. Stand
bullshit
by your
and you're
beliefs.
just trying to
Something
obfuscate.
that really annoys me is when people believe things or say they believe things, but then don't stand by their beliefs. Like, do
Right.
you believe
True,
the
dude.
Earth is a
Like when
planet?
I
Yes
make
or no?
arguments and you guys don't engage with them and you don't try to defend your opposing
Really,
worldview
you're
or
just gonna go
something.
on monologue.
That's like
You're not gonna
good
like acknowledge
points.
what
Good
anybody
points.
says. You're just gonna go and say your own things. Really, like you're not even gonna acknowledge what I said at all.
Well, he
Like,
thinks
No,
that.
I acknowledge what you
I'm gonna
said,
ask you. I'm
but
gonna ask
I'm
you
just
again.
saying it
Let's see if you
applies
can do
more
it,
to
buddy.
you than to me.
Buddy, let's see if you can do it. It's a yes or no question. Do
Still
you
trying to
believe that
bait them, you know.
gravity?
I just want to know whether if I jump, I like fall back towards the
Dude,
earth. I think
how
that's
are
a good
you going to
example of
hear his
gravity.
question if you keep talking?
You guys are so mad. Well, I don't want to hear his question because you guys still haven't answered my question from fucking half an hour ago.
You don't have a conversation. You just want to talk and just be
No, I
talk,
want to have a
right?
conversation,
So
but
what was
you're
your
the one
question,
that
dude?
just want to move on and not defend any points you're trying to make.
What was your
Well,
question?
let's start with the basics. Let's
My
start
question
with
is,
the basics.
if it's not
Do you
gravity, then
believe,
tell me.
buddy, chill. Oh yeah, somebody else got to it first. I don't know if you're still yakking in your microphone while it's on mute, but hopefully, we can unmute you and you can answer the question. Do you believe that gravity gives birth to space balls? Yes
yes or no.
Not that
Yes.
hard. Here, I
Turned his
unmuted you.
headphones off.
So yes or no?
He put his
Yes.
fingers in his ears.
He did put his fingers in his ears. Dang it. What was?
This is not his first time in here. The dude's a spaz. I don't know, dude he sounds like he's on something, man. He's a spaz. He's always like this.
Alright, so check it out. The rules are clearly laid out. If you go on deafen when you're muted, when someone's trying to take control of the room, you're yeeted. So Mr. Dokubai has lost his ability to be in this room. He's done. Anybody else want to follow suit with his stupid nonsense that he's doing? You know, fumbling around with talking over everyone, and then when somebody tries to take control of the room, you're going to go on deafen so that when you come back off deafen, you don't know what anybody's talking about. It's very rude. So, you know, he suffers the consequences.
I just like the idea of seeing, actually how little mass can make a planet. Like when they tell you mass is only affected on big amounts, I really need to know how any amount of dirt can be an amount of dirt without starting off to be a small amount first. Like, how can they ever have a big amount of something without the small amount attracting the small amount? This isn't making any sense here.
Space dust blowing in space winds, creating space sand dunes.
It's so true, right, brother?
Right.
Like they say, you need something big to attract it, right? Or you won't see it. But yet, how do you get something big, right?
Exactly. How does the big sand? So you just have fucking big dirt clump. So big dirt clump, no little sand. Big everything, no evolution now. Isn't that crazy? How can evolution be little and happen? Gravity wouldn't let it. Gravity can only let things form if they're big. Evolution's too small.
Who said
to work.
gravity only lets things form if they're big?
Yeah, mass attracting mass. It's got to be big mass. It's not little mass, is it?
So it's actually big mass attracts mass?
Well, that's what
Yeah,
you say,
it's
right?
imaginary big amount.
I say mass attracts mass.
Attracting.
Well, what's that, buddy?
Show us the little sand, make a ball. Let's do
Except for gas. Except for gases.
And water. Right. Water, gas, physical stuff.
Yeah, like typically somebody
All
was,
physical
somebody
stuff.
like a flat earther would say, "Can you demonstrate one mass changing the vector, right? Attracting it in any vector?" And then the globe Earth believer, the gravity believer, would say, "Well, you need a really big mass to demonstrate it. Something big like Earth, like begging the question."
Sure, the rock. Yeah, instead of having a controller in your hand, use the big boulder. Just stand by a boulder and say, "Bob, shoot your stuff. This boulder's going to stop it." It's a big boulder of lead right here. It's got to stop it because it's so much mass. It's not going to let the thing shoot past it. It's going to stop. The rock's going to pull it, boomerang it right back, brother. Where can we see the boomerang effect from mass attracting mass?
All right, let's let Rich explain how planets are formed. How is a planet formed, Rich? Since you know so much.
Okay,
through an accretion disk.
Yeah, but how did it
So-
begin? At the very beginning, at the very beginning of its creation, what was done for it to form that accretion disk? What was before the accretion disk?
The materials probably from a dead or like a dead star, supernova.
What do you mean probably? What do you mean probably? Do you know or not,
Well,
sir?
yeah, that would make sense.
That would make sense. Do you know the story of a formation of a planet or not, Rich? Because it sounded like you did at the beginning.
That's the explanation that I've been that I'm aware of.
But that you're aware of. Citation, please. I want to see that exact. Yeah, I want you to tell us how exactly something is formed, so that you can have your special gravity.
Why?
I want to see it.
Why does that
Because
matter?
if there's no demonstration of it happening anywhere in nature, you can't propose to say that that's the exact way that it happens, can you? Where in nature is this?
Yeah,
taking
when
place?
we look out into space, we're looking at nature, are we not?
No, yeah, but when do you see this begin? When is the beginning of any formation of a planet, and that you can attest to it and say this is how it's happening? Look, it's happening now.
And we can
Have you
film it.
Have you ever seen this?
So we don't obviously.
Has anyone?
We don't need to show you that, right?
Oh, you don't need to. So you can just imagine you can just imagine things and then
Well,
explain it
as much
away.
as I need to show you that, you need to show me the firmament. So
No, we're not going to talk about the firmament. We're going to talk about how you came in pretty hot and bothered and saying that this is how it happens and this is just the way it is, and yet you have no example of how it's happening anywhere.
I came in hot and bothered.
Nobody
You
can.
asked me how planets were formed. I said an
Yeah,
accretion
no,
disk,
I'm
and then you asked
talking
me
about
where the
earlier.
accretion disk come from, and I said from a dead star, a supernova.
Yeah, but prior to me saying or asking you that, you were actually talking to everybody else in here, weren't you, Rich?
Not
So
about
I want to
that.
know, since it sounded like you were already getting frustrated because you're listening to people ask these globalists, which you're one of them, then how is this possible that it's done? And then now you don't have an explanation. It seems like all of a sudden you're going to suggestives. Well, this is how it could be. This is how it would be, supposedly, right?
Is
Now
not
what you're
having
doing?
an explanation, does that denote something about my position?
Yeah, that's pretty much sabotages your position because now you're claiming something maybe that you don't even know if it happens because it's never been demonstrated in nature, isn't
Okay,
it?
good to know. Thank you
Well,
for
it's not only
thank
good
you
to
for
know.
conceding that.
It's not only good to know. It's also important to know because if you don't know how things happen and no demonstration of how it happens, then how can you attest to it, sir? Hmm? Yeah. What I thought, Rich.
Sorry, my girlfriend was talking to me. You mind re-saying that?
Yeah, I don't need to talk to you anymore because you're using excuses not to answer the question. My
No, I
dog ate
just
my homework. My girlfriend's talking to me. I was not
sorry, but if I
listening
have a
or
choice
whatever
between
the case.
listening to you, Alpha, and listening to my girlfriend, I'm gonna pick my girlfriend. So I mean, if you
That's
want to
fine.
restate the
I don't care.
question, I'll answer it,
I don't
or at
care
least try
because
to.
in the middle of you discussing how you know something, you're gonna divert to, well, I had to do my dishes. I had to eat something.
No,
That's fine.
she
I
told
don't
me
care.
something that was important.
Well,
That's
that
fine.
might be evidence. That might be evidence because that massive lady is attracting him, so he has to go to her. So
I'm
yeah.
asking, you're a clown, Gypsy. Yeah, but see, here's the thing, dude. Because you are saying things that you don't know how they happen, and then there is no demonstration in nature to prove that it happens the way you say it does, then how can you stand by your claim?
Because it's the best explanation that we have. It explains
Really?
the most observable phenomena. Yeah.
Observable? Well,
Yeah.
that's what I was asking for, Rich. Observable. Where do we see
Yeah,
this in
I
nature?
just don't know the exact system that I can point you towards to show you that it's in the perfect state of formation that we would expect that our solar system was at a particular time.
Okay, so what does that mean, Rich? That you don't have anything that you can attest to,
No,
that you can show us that there's an example of something doing what you say it is according to your explanation. Now, if we don't have anything, then all you have is a just so story, don't you?
no, it's the
No.
best explanation
Oh,
based on the available
then
evidence.
point to somewhere in nature, Rich. Show us exactly what you mean. Show it to us. We want to see it.
Okay,
Where's the formation of a planet happening anywhere in the night sky?
I'll find one for you.
Go ahead and find one. And then when you
Sure.
do that, I want you to show us exactly what you were describing in that depiction.
You realize
Yeah?
you just came in and quizzed me, and now you're kind of pushing this claim on me, right? I wasn't sitting in the
Well,
room
no,
talking about how. You
I'm
guys
not
don't
pushing a
know.
claim on you. If you sat there silently and listened to how the globalist doesn't have an answer, I would have been fine with it. But since you chimed in, it sounded
Honestly,
like you
I'm
had a
trying to
part to
help you
play,
here,
didn't you?
Alpha. Don't
You're
point
not
out
helping.
when people don't have an explanation because it's
What?
it's quite ironic.
Why? Because we say we don't know what the moon is, the
Or
distance away, the
anything
size
at
of it.
all. You say you don't make claims about anything.
No,
should we?
we do make. Listen, we do make claims, but the things that we can discover are able to be demonstrated. Now, the things that you claim aren't able to be. So, if we say we don't know something, it's because we really don't know, and nobody knows. That's what we say we don't know things too. Now, you happen to make these extraordinary claims to things about something that happens in nature that nobody ever sees, let alone discover. So, I do point.
Yeah, I'm sure if you really
back
wanted
at
to
you
find out
globalists.
why the scientific
Those
community
stories.
puts this out there, you could find it if you searched hard enough.
Well, it's not. But burden of proof is not up to me. You come in with the
No,
confidence
but I'm talking
and
about
bravado.
being honestly interested in learning the answer, or just looking to
it's not about.
skeptically shoot down every explanation provided?
How long have you been, Rich? How long have you been in this room? And it's not about that. It's not
Probably
about
about
the
10 to
answer.
15 minutes for the last.
No, I'm talking about overall. You know,
Oh, I don't know. I
see how you're
haven't
being
added up all the time.
Well, that's not the point is that you're making it sound like that all I have to do is listen to some answer and there you be. That's not it, Rich. It's either going to be demonstrated to be true somewhere in nature, because we're talking about nature here. So it's something that happens or is happening right now. So if you don't have somewhere we can actually see this, how can you make it sound like that's the answer?
I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point there, Rich. Right? Like gravity is always happening, and then this whatever caused these planets to come together. It's always it can't be stopped right now. It's always happening. So can we see it now?
That's what I'm asking Rich.
No, we can't see the formation of our solar system now because our solar system's already formed.
No, I'm not talking about our solar system, Rich. Is there any example of something? Now you're switching it now. You see, I don't know if people are attentive to what you're saying. You're at first it was the formation of planets. Now it's the formation of a solar system.
But
We didn't
your
ask
demanding of an
about
example does not denigrate my position whatsoever.
No, it absolutely does, because you're pointing to a story instead of an actual demonstration. Go ahead.
Okay, so then by your logic, you should be able to demonstrate a tire on a bike that has extremely low pressure at the top of the tire and very dense pressure at the very bottom.
Okay. So we
I just was going to congratulate you for being honest about the fact that no one can observe the formation of the Earth, and that at best it's speculation, and at worst it's religion, and essentially just creation mythos for your worldview. Good luck. Good job.
If you heard that concession in there, I think you may be listening to another conversation.
Okay, well, if that's not a concession, Rich, if you really want to prove it to AI, can you show us the way that it's happening now somewhere in nature?
No,
Just
excuse me. I'm not going to let you move past my very well put
everything
critique.
will listen, Rich. Everything will go away if you only compose yourself and show us where it's happening in nature. Then you
Show
can
us in a container a gas pressure with that much of a gradient.
Okay, so it's a burden of proof reversal is all you have to offer.
If what I'm doing to you right now is a burden of proof reversal, then what you did to me originally is a burden of proof reversal. So watch out.
I want you because I didn't come into the conversation declaring that I know something about formations of planets. You did.
So no, but you say something. You say you know something about pressure requiring a container. That's the analogous property.
Listen, I'm going to explain something to you, Rich.
Because if your logic doesn't, like, if the logic of your critique doesn't work against yourself, then you have a problem.
All right. So when you start to use your gimmicks and seeing how your bag of trick works, then I'm going to bait into what you're saying.
My bag of tricks is using your own tricks against you.
Yeah. See, I know that. So you're trying to act like it's what we're doing is a gimmick as well as what you're trying to do, and it's not. So what you're attempting to do is divert the conversation away to your red herring. I'm not going to buy.
No, I'm using the logic that you're using in the critique against me, against your position, and you're unable to withstand the critique either.
I've already told you, according to your critique, the things we say that we don't know is something that simply no one knows. So we are answering truthfully. You're not.
But if you don't know, then I could be correct.
No, if you say that you know, if you say that you know something, and now it sounds like you don't have the answer to explain where in nature this is happening, then you don't know, essentially, and you don't want to admit that, do you? Because I'm asking.
We can look at certain solar systems that are at certain stages of development and see what we would expect.
That's a cool story. So it's not fair to Alpha to say that just because he's claiming nobody knows, that therefore you could be correct, because he's claiming that he has an exclusion from the position about the gas, right? In other words, that it violates certain laws, so that those claims would exclude your interpretation, right? So you would have to attack those, not just say, you don't know the correct answer, therefore I could be correct.
Why are you not addressing my critique of what he's saying? Right? He's posing this critique of because you haven't seen it this stage of development. You can't say that that's how it formed, right? Like that's I'm pointing to
Dude,
the fact that
let's
he
be
has.
clear. Yeah, that's great. But even if you did show an example of something forming, let's say, a distance in the sky, that doesn't mean the Earth was formed that way. Okay, for you to claim I saw this happening out there in space, therefore that's what the Earth is and did in the past is
No,
wrong.
yeah, that's fine. But if we look out and we see a bunch of solar systems forming that way, and we live in a solar system, then we can say inductively that it's probably the case that this is the way our solar
Yeah, but
system
it's not. It's
was
not
formed.
you're switching. It's not a solar system. Solar system, according to the heliocentric paradigm, it's many planets within it. We're talking about
There's many. What do you mean, many planets within it?
a solar system, right? The system that is revolving around a sun, a star, according to the
It's
paradigm.
a set.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about how it's possible that the formation planet, right? The ball that turns into what you're standing on, according to you, how does that happen to become? That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's all.
Stop
It's an
giving.
extremely long process, right? And a
I
lot
know
has
that, but you're
changed over
saying.
the Earth's history from what we're able to tell.
Wait a minute, Rich. Do you understand the distinction of what I brought to you? It's not the formation of a solar system, the formation of a planet.
But the formation of planets is how solar systems are formed.
Okay, so then talk about it specifically instead of saying the solar system is formed this way. Talk about the planet is formed this way. Because it sounds like you want to switch to where the system is being talked about instead of the exact thing that you call a planet. Speak about the thing specifically and how it's formed.
So when there's an accretion disk around a sun, you're going to have a lot of material spread out over a vast distance. And the stuff that's closer to the center is going to get sucked towards it. But the stuff that's further away is going to start to conglomerate and form. It's going to just get bigger as it compiles together. That's going to go then around through the accretion disk and pick up more matter until it reaches a size where the gravity is enough to force it into a sphere. And then you have that's a planet, right?
Yeah, but I asked you something specific about that. I said, what came before the accretion disk? You didn't answer that.
What came before? So the conditions under which a star is born. That's what you're looking for. Okay.
Yes.
This is where you came. This is where it
So
came.
you would have dense spheres or dense areas of. I'm trying to read it.
Yeah, you're reading it now.
Yeah, there's dense nebulae.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Much of the hydrogen is in H2 form. Molecular clouds.
Holy crap, dude, take a minute, read the whole thing, then come back with a synopsis, okay?
You got it.
Agreed. Jedi, did you want to say something?
No, he tried to give this answer earlier when he said like supernova and nova or something like that. When we were talking about the conditions for star manifestation, should we call it, how stars are created and what conditions are needed to be to do it. He's just figured out his nebula.
Yeah, but he's still once again not talking about the specific thing that I asked for. I didn't ask for a star formation. I asked for a planet formation.
Yeah,
they're two very different things, aren't they?
Well, no, because planets are formed around stars, right?
Hey, are you
so
done
in order
reading
to
yet?
have a planet, you're asking me what came first, and a star came before it.
Go read your article before you put your foot in your mouth again.
I'm gonna continue reading up on that because it is quite interesting, but not for the fact that I could sit here and spoon feed the information to Alpha, because he's not here to actually listen or learn.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. As much as I'd love to hear you spoon feed your creation mythos, I actually have to go do some roofing, so I'm out.
Later, AI.
I'll be back for the next religious story hour.
I hate roofing.
I hate religious stories about creation. That's not true. There's a couple of that are good, but this one.
I hate religious stories, except that one. That one's great.
Yeah, I did kind of catch myself in the middle of what I said. But this particular creation story, how stars were formed.
I don't like that one.
Yeah. It's true, that's what happened.
Yeah, these guys, the
Except
globalists.
that's not a way that anyone ever defines religion, you know?
The globalists are pretty bankrupt. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, it's alright. He's trying to gaslight me somehow. It's fine. You carry on.
Oh, I see what you did there. Gaslight, formation of a star. I get it.
You see it?
Yeah, it was God's fart. That's what starts stars.
Yeah, you don't know about any God. You just know about you.
Exactly. It's one and the same.
Exactly.
It's one and the same.
You're heavily deluded. That's fine. But you think you bring something
You'll
to the
repent.
table.
You'll repent for all this eventually.
And
Don't
one
worry.
day, Rich, the fake girlfriend of yours will want kids, and it'll be more beneficial to have a foundation based on something that's ultimate, that's not you.
All right. So here's the important thing. In this discussion, you're the one grasping at straws, and I'm not. Rich. Because you have to look up your information whilst in the middle.
I never
of the
claimed
argument.
to be an authority on the formation of planets or stars, but this
Well,
is
that's
your
good to
MO.
know.
You push someone into any small thing, like because I mentioned the word planet, now I have to be able to explain exactly the entire mechanism by which they're formed and the stars formed as well. It's utterly ridiculous.
The thing that was on the table.
If it's like me saying I'm driving my car to the drive-through, and then you're like, oh yeah, what's a carburetor for?
Yeah, you don't normally go to a group of people and start opening your mouth and saying random stuff like you just did today, right? You don't normally do that.
Well, I didn't make any contentious claim. I didn't do anything. Alpha just had his sights on me because he's
Rich.
I'm sorry?
Not you decided to open up your mic not because I asked you the question, but because you thought that you had some kind of something to say about what they were talking about when they were talking about space balls being formed in the vacuum of space. Now, you thought you had some type of contribution, but it sounds like right now you're grasping at straws. You're looking for the answer right now.
Yeah, that's still better than being ignorant of the answer and proud of it like you are.
Are you kidding me? You still don't know, even if you looked it up. Even if we gave you all the time in the world.
How did the planets form then?
Why are you asking me? It's not my plan. I don't care about that.
Exactly.
However, you would demonstrate it, brother, in a lab. That probably makes sense, right?
So, back to the original thing that was going on prior to me asking you that question. Now, for any globalist listening right now, that seems to be the thing that you have to do. You have to talk about how this happens. Now, if you
don't
like
have
Rich,
to. No.
Yeah, you really do. Because
No,
if
you
you're
don't.
making this bold claim of something extraordinary that does not happen in nature, then yes, you do have to explain, at least search for how this happens.
You just
so that we can
assume
find
your position. You just assume it can't
Well,
happen in nature.
Rich, it's
Like
really,
you
that's
don't have
not
any evidence to say that it couldn't.
Well, you're making the claim that planets are.
You have no idea where the planets
right?
came
So if it's
from.
naturally occurring, then there will be a cause and effect sequence that would cause the effect, the planet, to come into existence. So is a planet natural or is it supernatural?
Obviously, I'm going to say a planet's natural. I think everything's natural.
Okay, and what's the natural process for a planet then? If it's natural,
Yeah,
otherwise
the formation through the accretion disk. I went through that.
Yeah, but that's already pre-assuming that the accretion disk is already there.
Yes, as part of the explanation.
Yeah, but where's the beginning part before the accretion disk was formed? What was there before that? And how did that become a accretion disk? You're not telling us that part.
I was getting into stellar formation, right?
You were getting into stellar formation, not the formation
which is
of a planet.
You need a star to make a planet.
So you need a star, but then you don't know how a star is formed.
What's going on, Globers?
Who's that?
What we got going on today? Some debates? Let's go. I'm ready. Let's fucking get it.
Mr. Cosmic? All right. Well, anyway, I said what I had to say, and it stands still. Listen, I'm going to tell you this much. You don't have to look up the information.
You don't have to look up the information if you don't know anything. That's correct.
Yeah, well, no, I'm asking you. I'm actually telling you that you don't have to look it up, because I know even at the end of the day, you don't have any interest in this. Your only interest is to cling to some type of religion, some mythos about the space balls and such. So
I'll never get over how funny it is when you guys call something a religion to try and denigrate it. It's quite funny.
No, it is.
It's not nice to religious people that I actually respect.
Yeah, actually, well, then if you respect them, then you would cease from doing what you're doing now. If you did respect them. Because what you're doing is
because they're a lot more like they obviously are a lot more like-minded with me, but just have their religious beliefs.
Because
Dude,
they think of the Earth as a
why
globe.
the Earth is.
Like
I got this, Alpha. Dude, explain why the Earth was a globe. You're talking about bullshit right now. Let's go.
Explain satellites, Mr. Cosmic.
Explain satellites. So you do believe. So Globers just believe any picture ever. Fake. That's my answer. It could be Photoshop. It is Photoshop. The dude who made the blue marble said it was Photoshop. He
Mr.
said
Cosmic,
he made it.
Mr. Cosmic, don't let them do this to you.
Do what to me?
Don't let them make you stoop to this level.
What stupid? I've been a flat earther, buddy. If you're gonna call me stupid, that just makes my belief even more strong. Because you're throwing ad homs.
that tracks.
So are you finished throwing ad homs, or are you gonna tell me how the Earth is a globe? Because it's not.
You're right.
That's what I thought.
You're right.
Any more Globers in here?
Not anymore.
Get it. I'm on one right now. What's going on, Jedi?
What's up, man?
My fucking guy.
Hope you're doing well. You sound energetic.
Yeah, I just came from an all-you-can-eat buffet, and I'm pretty on right now.
Good shit, man. It's good to see you.
You know, you got to be energetic with Globers, because when you're down and you're out of energy, they'll say they won the debate. But that's not happening with me, motherfucker. Let's fucking go.
Rich has never debated the globe. He's never really.
Rich is.
No, I grew up as a flat earther.
You wait, what?
Okay.
That for real?
What's like one thing that
I was gonna do a whole bit, Jedi, but I can't do that to you if you actually thought that was true.
Cheers, man. Thank you. All right. Okay. It's not that I haven't heard that before. I do know of some people being brought up as flat earthers.
I grew up as a flat earther. I was actually abandoned in the woods when I was 2 years old.
What made you
I was picked up by a pack of wolves, who then
what made you stop being a man?
Taught me how to survive in the wild by myself. And
why did you wake up one day
my
and
wolf
say,
parents were pretty
hate being
good.
a
They were a bit. They nipped at me a bit to get out of the house when I was a bit older, but.
What made you wake up and say, I'm tired of being a man?
Mr. Cosmic, do you like black people?
No.
Do you love black people?
Plead the fifth.
Amazing.
Actually, no.
Amazing.
I got a question for you.
No, thank you.
Do you love white people?
I love a
Do you love white people?
Well, if you ask me, my favorite crayon color is yellow and green. You guys like white color and black color. That's okay. But I use those sometimes.
Can y'all explain why the great white hope got kicked out of office? The great white
Well,
hope.
in the office, when you buy crayons and when they use them too much, then after they run out, you buy new ones. Did you know that?
All right, you guys. Let's cut the bullshit. Where the fuck is this globe evidence? Anybody?
I'm
Yeah, I
holding.
know.
I'm actually holding
I
some
can't find
gas
it.
pressure without a container right now.
There's just this troll,
how
dude.
you holding this?
I don't know, man, but like I can't stop and get my phone to take a picture. I'm sorry.
Brilliant.
I don't want to
You can't
drop
just
it.
explain it to us. You're fucking. Ooh, you're lucky to be on YouTube.
Well, my teacher Jariah taught me this method to like
You're
kind
a
of swirl
dick.
it.
All right, so Rich Evans, how can we have a pressurized system like Earth in a vacuum of space?
Like Jariah forms the Rasengan.
You named the particles. Are they like each one's Fred,
Can
one's
anybody explain
Jimmy?
why we have a pressurized system like Earth in the vacuum of space?
Well, you just don't like my answer.
Dude, you're listing some teacher that I don't know. I'm asking you, Rich Evans.
He's more my sensei. But
Okay. Gravity is bullshit. That is right, Day Studio.
why is it that when things are knocked down, they tend to get up again? Then you're never going to keep them down.
If somebody made a thing, 19-mile view from 1.5 feet, the Earth is flat. And then the other turn is where your bottle with Rich Evans is taking the other turn. Oh, that's golden. Whoever made that.
The only thing better than a meme is having someone explain a meme to you.
Fuck off. Like, does anybody in here actually want to debate, man? Like, there's no way I came in. I did an entire intro with music and everything just for nobody to fucking debate.
Because you're trolling. We all
I'm
know
not
it.
trolling. I'm being dead serious, Rich Evans. Answer my question. How can we have a pressurized system like Earth in the vacuum of space?
Like Jiraiya forms the Rasengan.
Alright, dude. Fuck you.
Do your research.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Guys, that really hurt my feelings. I don't know if I'm okay right now. Oh wait, we live on a globe. Never mind. I'm good. What's up, Callie?
Yo, what's good?
Ready to defend the globe?
Club doesn't even need my help, dude. I'm just here for. To the dude asking for evidence of a globe, I would just say, a metaphor is like, flat Earth versus globe is like bringing a stick to a gunfight. Like the globe is just gunning, and flat Earth is waving a stick around.
Flat Earth versus globe is like bringing one stick to a two-stick fight. Because you need the two sticks to do that experiment.
Wait, wasn't the globe proven with sticks? Remember?
Yeah,
Remember
that's what my joke was.
Yeah, so
It's a bit muddled.
the globe star uses sticks. We get it.
But flat Earth is to globe.
It's not a
as
stick.
Stick
It's not
is
a stick.
gunfight.
It's not. You remember the globe? You need a stick to hang it on the table, because if not, it's gonna roll off the table. So you put like a base.
I've actually seen
on top of the
levitating
table.
globes now.
Then you put a you
ever
put
seen the
a
levitating
stick on it.
globes?
The levitating ones, those are kind of cool, yeah.
Oh, I don't. Would you say
still need a
levitating, or
table.
would you just say like buoyant?
You still need a table, right? Below it, and that table needs sticks. Remember? So the globe needs sticks, right? Tables.
You could have a table could be on a large sphere with two flat sides.
Remember,
No
you gotta
sticks
decorate
there.
the room. The
No
Spanish
sticks
picture
there.
room.
You could have a big box, a solid box. No sticks there. And my house is carved in the side of a mountain before you get there.
And you use sticks.
No, I'm
to
not.
get there.
I'm not a flat earther. No.
Yeah, that's not even what I was talking about when I brought up.
I know. I ruined it. I'm sorry.
See, you just randomly. What I was saying was the globe model is so advanced.
Yep.
It's so built upon, and the flat Earth model has yet to leave the gates. Like if this was a dog race, it's like you're getting lapped for thousands of years. It's crazy.
Yeah, thousands of
how
years the
far
globe used
behind the
sticks
flat
to
Earth.
prove the globe. Remember the globe? Thousands of years, sticks and shadows. Remember the globe needs sticks. Remember?
At this point, but that is a good
Yeah,
point.
the globe uses sticks. We get it. We get it. We get it. You need sticks for the globe to be. We get it.
Yeah, Earth globe.
The past few days, people said sticks. The other guy said a well. Another one said, what was it? One of those concrete block. There's like three different versions of the sticks. Which one is it?
They all work.
So the globe has multiple sticks that work on it. Or the globe needs sticks to work. You put the globe on sticks, or you
like
put the sticks on the globe.
What you're getting into right now? You're talking about some funny stuff.
Yeah, it is funny, right? The sticks and shadow proves the globe. Or that's kind of funny, right? Laughable.
I don't know what to do with these sticks right now.
Yeah, the globe needs sticks, right? Because when you go to Walmart and buy the globe, and the lady makes sure, hey, do you have a table at home to be able to put the globe at? Because if not, we have a round table right here to sell you too. And you make sure that you make sure that that table have sticks in it, right?
Fire is a flat plane because you can only rest your globe on a table, dude.
There you go. You got it. Welcome. Welcome.
Uh-huh.
Does the globe need sticks or the sticks need the globe? Which one is it?
Doesn't matter. Either way, no globe.
Sticks, therefore globe.
Got it. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's going on, guys? Today I'm going to be talking about whether or not the Earth is flat. Some people out there are going to say that it isn't, and I'm just going to be like, yeah, that is the case, it isn't. I'm going to agree with them. But I'd love to get some input on whether or not the Earth is
How's it going?
flat. Hello.
Where you from? Hey, what's up?
How art thou?
Thou art well.
I know, I'm asking how art thou?
Thee as well. Thy?
Yes. Yeah. If only it were,
yes.
but it wasn't.
It wasn't. So yeah, I'm a flat earther. And it's measured flat. So.
Measured flat, what does that mean?
I mean, all over navigation, is done flat. Celestial navigation, GPS, requires a horizontal plane of reference. So there's no curvature measured, it's all measured flat. So
So you're saying... So you're saying because we map it out as flat, then it must be flat?
No, it's saying to map it up, it must measure. And when we measure it, it measures flat. And then we build all of our navigation and coordinate systems off of this flat measurement.
What about for satellites?
There we go. I said this yesterday because it happens quite often. You tell them how the Earth is measured flat, and then they get you to explain something like satellites or the moon or something.
Planes literally navigate the air as well. It's not, we don't just, and if you're a mountaineer, sure, the map may just say, oh yeah, there's Everest here. But if you actually stand there, you're going to see that Everest isn't just this 2D thing. It's actually like 9,000 meters up in the air, and you're like, fuck, how am I going to get over that?
So, because there are mountains, that means that the Earth isn't measured and utilized as a horizontal plane.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's not flat.
Okay. You understand that when you said that Mount Everest was 80, what was it? 8.
You're saying the world is a horizontal plane.
Dude, when you said that Mount Everest was 8,000 meters in the air, 8,000 meters above what?
Above sea level.
Awesome. So there's the flat bit, the horizontal plane that your elevation profile is measured from.
But sea level is just a sort of average. Even the sea level changes each place you measure from.
Mean sea level. So you're correct when you said average.
The tide itself actually comes in and out, right? And so,
yes,
the sea level changes.
You're talking about maritime terms now, yes? High tide, low tide, mean flat water, mean tide. Yes.
If you go out in the ocean, you don't see flat water. You actually see really curved water.
Wants to talk. So I'm trying to explain to you that mean average sea level is the horizontal plane that your elevation profile, your mountain, Everest, was taken from. It's horizontal, that plane.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants you to tell you about how, on average, it's very average, sometimes higher, sometimes lower, horizontal. No biggie.
Yeah, you guys are just taking the average and running with it and saying because there's an average
so it's always horizontal, and so you agree. Right, so you agree that it's horizontal, yes?
Well, only in the sense that if you walk out horizontally across the globe, you're just walking in a straight direction.
Welcome to Flat Earth, so it's always horizontal. Great, thank you.
I mean, I'm not the one saying, you're the one saying that we map it this way and we base these coordinates based on this sort of average depth or height, right? Yeah, that's what you're saying, right?
Yes,
and that
average
height,
horizontal.
and you're saying that average height must be the same around the world, right?
No, you said that. You said that. I asked you to clarify, on average, horizontal, higher or lower. You said yes, so you agree with us, horizontal.
Well, if you asked me if I was to follow that line, would it be horizontal?
Oh, so it's not horizontal?
I think it is horizontal from the perspective.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Thank you.
From the perspective of the line, it is horizontal.
Okay, thank you. It's a flat Earth. We measure it that way. We navigate it that way. We build on it that way. Yeah.
You can have a horizontal line on a sphere that will connect back to it.
You can.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Sorry. The definition of a horizontal line is zero slope.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. No deviation from horizontal. If there's deviation,
horizontal is just opposite to y, right? It's just the the y is adjacent. The y is to the normal of the x-axis, and the x.
Let me help you.
You can have an x and a y-axis on a sphere.
Let me help you. If you draw a line in a circle around a ball, even though your line is straight, is your line horizontal?
Yes, it is.
It's curving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's going around a ball.
Do you know what do you know what horizontal means? Horizontal means horizon, right? So if you're stood on a sphere, right, you can see there is a horizon, a sort of ridge, right, where you can see, the curve, right, where you can see that, there is going to be a line along this horizon that I see, right? That's what horizontal means.
Yeah, horizontal means no part being higher or lower. To be non-horizontal.
It literally means horizon.
I haven't finished.
Like we measure the horizontal to the horizon.
Yes, all horizontals are taken from the horizon. A horizon is defined as zero slope. A curve is any number. So when you draw a line around a ball, even though from one perspective you can say this line looks straight, because it's gone around a curved surface, this line is curved, so no longer horizontal. Horizontal is a fucking orientation.
But under your worldview, right, if we got a compass, right, let's say the nib of the compass, the bit where you put the compass, the bit... No, we're talking about the same thing, because I'm trying to explain it to you in simpleton terms. So if you have the nib of the compass, right, we can imagine that as a person, right, looking out on the horizon, right? Looking out on the horizon of this ball, right? Just as you do. If you go outside and you look out, you see horizon. You can turn in 360 degrees and see a horizon. Now, if you take the pencil end of that compass and just like how you do outside, turn around, if you draw with that pencil what you see, you actually see that you're drawing a circle, right? It is a straight line that you're seeing, right? But at the end of the day, it's still a circle, right?
You can have the horizontal plane on the interior of a circle. Horizontal is an orientation, perpendicular to vertical. You can also
what does vertical mean?
Also, I haven't quite finished. You can also have a horizontal plane because that
what
plane.
What does vertical mean?
Shut up. A horizontal plane.
No, you gotta tell me what vertical means.
Vertical is a straight line down, perpendicular to horizontal, making a 90-degree angle.
So that's you've just used my definition.
Yeah, so horizontal, then it wouldn't be a curved line now, would it?
So what is meant by the horizon then? Or what is horizontal?
Horizontal is an orientation. We'll just explain this.
Exactly.
And the horizon is defined as the apparent place where the sky. The horizon is defined as the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Exactly. Apparent. And look,
yeah, exactly.
when we measure what the horizontal is, and when we define the vertical as that which is 90 degrees to the horizontal, That is effectively saying that, look, this is a way of mapping the world, right? Of coming to an understanding of it. But when we actually investigate the world, like when you said that we measure it, what your measurement came down to the average sea level, right? That's what it came down to.
No.
It starts with the mean sea level, which is a horizontal plane that all measurements will now be taken from, up to, not exclusive to, but definitely including a longitude and latitude system, elevation angle profiles to things in the sky.
So it's not flat then.
So angle measurements are most definitely taken from a horizontal plane, because these angle measurements are called elevation angles, up from a horizontal plane. So when we talk about our latitude system, when we measure with a sextant 45 degrees, Polaris is 45 degrees in elevation above the horizon. Your latitude is 45 degrees. This is a angle measurement.
Why don't you think that you can have an x-axis on a sphere?
Why do you think you can measure an angle with a curved line?
Measure an angle with a curved line? Because we can use things like trigonometry.
My nigga. You were an accident. Remember that, nigga.
If you're
the reason we're fucking broken.
You just use nautical things in like a lot of maths, right? Ended up helping, nautical seafarers, because they could, measure distances using things like circles and compasses, right?
Yes.
Like they were able to sort of use curved lines to calculate things. So when you said earlier that, like, how can you calculate something with a curved line? I think that's a good example.
It's not calculate, it's measure. When you measure an angle, and when you talk about those circles, with regards to the latitude system, those are circles of equal altitude for every degree. Around a central point, the ground position of Polaris, that intersects the Earth at 90 degrees. You then measure angles to other stars and draw circles of equal altitude around the ground positions of those stars that intersect the Earth, the horizontal plane, at 90 degrees. And then draw your circle.
Why is it that people in Australia see the moon upside down?
Make it stop.
How people here.
Stop. Every single time you tell them how the Earth is measured flat, and all of a sudden the moon's upside down in Australia. Yeah, you don't want to know the evidence that the
you
Earth
can see
is measured flat.
Let me try Trippy. Can you hear me?
It's Tippy.
Oh, sorry, Tippy. So let's talk with scale here. Scaling up, starting small and scaling up. A bathtub full of water left at rest. Would you say that the surface of it is level? Level meaning no point any higher or lower than another.
Relatively, yeah, relatively.
What does relatively mean? You mean it's not?
I mean, you can try and recreate an ocean in your bathtub, but you're not going to get any tides.
Well,
so you can't make.
I think. Well, hold on.
There's no analogies to be made here.
So it's a dichotomy. Like it's a yes or no. Is the water in the bathtub level or not?
Not initially, no.
Oh God.
Damn, I don't even know where to go with that. You
don't know where to go with that? Have you never seen a bathtub like sort of sway?
Did you ever hear him say the word at rest?
Yeah, at rest.
Okay, then yeah, it would be level.
Okay, all right. So now that we got the bathtub, let's go to a swimming pool.
So, are you going to go to an ocean?
Eventually, if you notice.
Even swimming pools don't like come to like full rest, right? You can still see reverberations on the water.
But buddy, you're going away from the subject matter. What the question is?
At rest. You're saying at rest.
It's not. The question is.
Does that mean like all the molecules have stopped moving? Do you believe in molecules? I don't know.
No, it means as far as we can observe and measure in reality goes.
we can't. We can observe and measure
Like
things
I'm
with a
not talking
great
about
deal of
looking
accuracy.
at the bathtub with an electron microscope or
Yeah,
anything
what
like
shape
that.
is a
Okay.
moving molecule?
Right. Oh,
Hold
okay. So
on, brother.
you're just
What shape
so
is a
you're
moving
not
molecule?
actually talking about whether or not really it is. You're just talking about whether or not it seems to you.
What
As
shape?
far as how the English language is used, which you seem to have a hard time using, yes. As
It
far as the
seems like
English
you have a
language is
hard time. It seems like you're just trying to sort of appeal to the
Make
fact
it
that I'm using the
stop.
English language as a
Make
flaw
it
when you're
stop.
trying to conduct a
no,
scientific
you're just
experiment where
deviating. You're not even you're just avoiding the question.
your satisfaction for the conclusion is literally like looking at a swimming pool and going, "Isn't this like the ocean?"
No, buddy, I'm just asking you. The whole point
Isn't
of
this
this was
like
just.
the ocean, right? At rest, this swimming pool
Can
has
you hear me,
one
buddy? Or are
depth,
you just
right?
gonna talk?
You can say,
Doing it. He's doing it again. He's trying to make it stop. Fucking idiots.
Yeah, they start to flip out after a minute, don't they? Because they realize somewhere between the pool and the ocean, they ain't got no curve, and they just start to spaz. Pretty pathetic, really.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's a tippy top. Like Charles was like literally in the middle of what he was saying, and you just blurted in and just carried on. Like, at least let him, finish his thought and then respond. If that's possible.
I just thought it's funny that where the analogy between the pool and the ocean's fraught because you guys are having to rely on an average depth because the ocean is never at rest, right? The ocean is a harsh mistress and she never
We're
sleeps.
talking about the
So when you
surface.
say
You understand we're talking about the surface?
no, you got to please just let me finish, right? I won't interrupt you if you don't interrupt.
Depth?
No, dumb fuck. This is how it's going to go. Since you already interrupted Charles and we had to mute you already, we're going to finish our point, and you can hear it, or you can stay on mute. Or you can leave like a bitch.
Well, you can also let Jedi try to finish his conversation to the conclusion he was trying to go because he was almost there, but he couldn't make it completely because he had the other guy running to another topic almost, but
Yes, he did. He did. So he didn't want to address or acknowledge that Jedi's point, right? That would be good if we could go back to that. And
nah, he's
see.
gone now. Thanks for dropping Jedi.
I gotta say, I think it was really funny the direction he was trying to go right before he left. He was talking about the depth of the ocean and comparing that to the depth of a swimming pool and saying, "Oh, how can you compare these things?" Like, well, we're talking about the surface. Like, even if something is really really deep, the the surface is still doing what water does. Like, what the hell?
Just make it stop. That's what he was trying to do.
If that's what you guys always do, right? I've told you before that a swimming pool has a sagitta of about.
No, Charles. Don't you understand? The ocean is a harsh mistress. Remember? And so that harsh mistress, because it's always raging, by consequent will be curved.
I just thought it was a great thing because it's like at least it's a switch up from what they'd say, in times past. At least he's come up with something new. Like, oh, you see, the ocean is so deep, it must be curved on the surface because it's so deep, guys. Like, yeah, globe. The Earth is a globe, right?
Well, apart from the environmental conditions that is helping the molecules maintain its liquid state, right? That's like in the motion that's involved in that, whatever. Apart from that, like we can say that liquid can be at rest, right? liquid can be at rest. It's like the dude couldn't fathom the idea of, you know, an ocean being at rest, as he might observe in a different situation on a smaller scale. So I'd say it'd be a fair point that he would have been incapable of having a further conversation with Jedi, and his point based on just that alone.
He was an idiot. Getting lots of people coming in here, and as soon as you start, it's on to explain the moon. It's on to something else. Make it stop. Yeah, the Earth's measured flat, guys. No matter how much you want to make it stop.
Yeah, it seems about the time you say measure, the make it stop begins. And then horizontal, which they seem to feign ignorance about what horizontal means. There's more make it stop. And then they're going to deny that water at rest maintains its level. It happens quick.
Yep, very fast. Faster and faster, it seems. Or I'm noticing it more and more. I don't know. I know it's always happened. This is when the cognitive dissonance starts setting in, and they start trying to fight it. They've got to make it stop somehow.
In some ways, it was a bit more fun to toy with them and ask them to give us any kind of evidence of Earth curve, and that would be a decently long conversation. But now, if you say measured or horizontal, instant spiral. So I don't know. Maybe we should back off a little bit. It's almost too powerful, this whole reality thing.
The idea that you know once you've gone from point A to B, that you haven't changed orientation in the horizontal plane, just as you've experienced, is just awful. What a horrible thing to think about.
Yeah.
And that you've measured it somehow? No. Ridiculous.
So I recently have been watching some of these fishermen in the Gulf Coast. They live in Alabama and stuff, and they go on their boats out into the Gulf, and all the footage that they get, of course, they're just surrounded by a completely flat ocean with a horizon 360 degrees around them flat. And they never pay attention to it, right? They're not changing orientation. They kind of take it for granted. I don't think most people probably consider that they're navigating any kind of curvature. But they also don't pay attention to the fact that what they're doing, their activity, is navigating the Earth in a linear, horizontal, level fashion in everything that they do. We kind of take it for granted. Very subtle.
Well, just got to wait for the next stupid idiot to come in and say something until we get entertained, I guess. I guarantee you, at some point, as soon as they ask us, what's the evidence that the Earth is flat, and we say measured, it's not going to be long before they want to make it stop. People like Matt Nuclear have been trying to make it stop for about 10, 11 months now. Scott Mackey comes back and tries to make it stop all the time. It affects people in different ways. Some people just try and make it stop in the conversation, try to save some face, and sneak out the door or get kicked in a way to make it stop. And then they don't ever come back. And some people, it's really hurt them. They have to come back every day and make it stop more and more. They have to throw themselves within the cogs, make the wheel stop turning. Peter does that. Takes us on long journeys because he's got to make us stop. It's fascinating.
I want to know what shape the molecules that move make. He said something about you don't believe molecules move. I just want to know what shape they make when they're moving. Dancing molecules are awesome. I've never seen one, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like.
Well,
hey,
who was that? Welcome.
There any Globers here today who want to make a claim?
Oh, shit.
I feel like grilling a Glober today because I have beef with some Globers.
What beef with what Globers have you got?
Globers who cannot make a good globe argument.
Okay. You've missed a few today.
I'm sure I have. You know, Jedi, how you sometimes let a flat earther kind of get into trouble with a Glober just so they practice, making better arguments?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I want to do the same with Globers. They need to be trained, man. They walk in, they think just because they have Neil deGrasse Tyson behind their back that they can throw out any sort of plain or half-assed argument, and magically they've proven the globe.
Here, let's see how you go through what the last guy went through. Like, would you say a bathtub at rest? The water is level on top?
What did he say?
He said yes.
Eventually.
Well, he's wrong.
You take the Scott Mackey approach on that. There's no such thing as level water. Not really.
Well, there's that approach, and then there's the pedantic, I'm not going to mention the name approach, where, every molecule of water is slightly off level in relation to the next one. But I'm not making that, I'm disregarding that, right? Assuming molecules of water can be considered level in any shape or form, the equipotential line of gravitational field on Earth is not a straight line. So even across a bathtub, that's true, even though we probably would not be able to measure that to that level of precision. But yeah.
Why not?
The question arises: so how big does the body of water have to be measured? Has anyone ever measured that, or is it just all purely skeptical?
You would have to you'd have to measure it from the tangent point. You'd have to find the
I don't know,
point,
but that's your claim.
and the plane out from that and measure it at increments.
That's your claim.
Would be how you measure it directly.
That's your claim.
No, that's literally how you would measure it. There must be like a gap between, even 1 millimeter from the tangent point on a tangent plane, and that and the surface underneath it.
You're making some interesting claims today.
Yeah, like somewhere you gotta have. Listen,
you know what's cool? There are blue angels flying above my head right now.
Yeah, well, you got to have a cup of water somewhere, and in a bigger cup, and a bigger cup, and a bigger cup, and a bigger cup, and each one of these cups, there has to be a differential.
And they're flying level.
No, they have to be different. The water has to act different somewhere along the lines in each container that you get. So the bigger and longer you get of the container, so if you got a 1 foot, 1 to 2 foot, 1 to 3 foot aquarium, a 10-foot aquarium, each one is supposed to show a difference to show a globe. They can't line up. I mean, they do, but I'm saying for a glober.
So are there any globers who want to make a claim? Get grilled by a glober?
The challenge, eh?
So we're moving off of the water laying level because, again, we don't want to define what level is and what it actually constitutes for water to be at rest to be level. Okay.
No side higher or lower than the other. That's usually what the level means. Like,
I think this was sorry, Peter, I'm going to use you as an example. This was an interesting make it stop. So Charles asked again his pretty simple question, and straight away we're off into ambiguity because it's a very simple premise. We're talking about how we describe the surface of water, and for things being even and equal when contained at rest, we can describe the surface of that water as level, having a horizontal orientation. We start in a coffee cup or a bathtub because it's small, something that we can access. But as we incrementally get bigger and bigger and bigger, we're trying to figure out where the curvature starts and whether that is measured and all of these types of things. It's just a very simple thing. So this was quite an interesting make it stop because straight away it's just ambiguity.
Yeah, Peter also brought up this equipotential with gravitational field, a claim of this gravitational field, and I was wondering if Peter could show us in physical reality this gravitational field.
I would love to, but before I do that, can I address what Jedi just said? And
no, you're okay. That's fine. Go ahead and address what Jedi said.
Thank you. And Jedi, if you could maybe help control some of the emotional outbursts that would allow.
What a condescending fucker.
It's not going to go very well, is it? Just say what you got to say without the commentary about, God, whatever it is, this tactic or emotional reason why people do this bit.
Well, this is what Peter does. He's a condescending fucker, right? So he always tries to find ways to be condescending and to make little slights, and this is his tactics. So it earns him a lot of mutes. Peter, we're going to do without the condescending bullshit, and you could just address what Jedi had to say, and we'll go from there. If not, you'll just stay on the red mic.
Sounds good. Sounds fair to me. So to answer your questions, Jedi, water in any container, starting from a small one, such as a bathtub, is level. It is not horizontal.
Okay.
I personally am not able to measure that fact inside of my bathtub, but I can measure it in my neighborhood across a distance of 34 kilometers with tools that are available to me as a
more increments, man.
mortal man.
More increments. It's
In what
one span. I mean, it's just one span.
34 kilometers. Yeah.
At which you are just then declaring something from. I mean, you need increments to show how it's increasing over distance to become
34
that.
kilometers sounds good.
So you measured it at like 10 meters and then 100 meters, like in increments of 10 meters.
I don't know why you're saying these things, but those are your claims.
No, it's not my claim.
It's not a claim.
You're literally making a claim that one needs increments of 10 meters, 100 meters. You're I don't know what the point of this monologue is. I just told you the answer to the questions you asked.
If you just have one value, that's it. So you're measuring it in increments of 34 kilometers?
Yeah, you could do 32, you could do 20. I'm sure
did you extend it out again to see how much the deviation there is in another 34 kilometers after that?
Oh, of course, there's a body of evidence and measurements made by human beings. Probably millions across the globe, if I may say so. So yeah, I'm just a little mortal man performing a single measurement. But no, I couldn't perform the same measurement at the scale of a bathtub because the tools available to me are not precise enough.
Oh, I'm glad you brought up precision. So can you post for me the maximum effective range of the tool that you used?
Yes. The maximum effective range of the tool.
Peter, I asked you to post it. Published by the manufacturer.
Whatever the distance to Polaris is.
Better.
There we go. So you're going to post it. On mute until then.
I hope you feel better.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good luck.
You're hot, micing. Peter, maximum effective range by the manufacturer of the tool that you used. Post it in side chat.
Sounds like Peter might be driving. I think I heard indicators.
Do you know what kind of tool you used, Daza? What kind of total station was it?
I don't know.
Oh. What is the maximum effective range on one of those theodolites? You think they're going to be good out to, what was it, 34 kilometers?
I don't know. It depends what you mean by effective range. What does that mean?
How accurate are they at that distance?
It would. This is only my feel. I think that the accuracy depends on the angular resolution of the instrument, and optically, and then how accurate you are to your horizontal. So the range is going to
horizontal.
The precision. So the precision is going to decrease. Well, sorry, the accuracy is going to decrease in proportion to distance, right? So if you double your distance, your ability to see things gets cut in half, just about, and so you're going to get less, less precise as you go out. But but whether that precision is within the ballpark of what you're trying to measure. So if you're looking at 34 kilometers and you only need to be a few meters instead of a few millimeters like you do at 100 meters or 200, that might be enough to demonstrate the thing. There might be your absolute error might be quite large, but is it still? I don't know.
Well, Timbo's in here, and he hangs out with people that use these theodolites fairly often. And from what we've heard from people who use them often for, precision measuring to make sure that they're building roads and buildings and, making sure that the foundations are level for the large projects that they're doing, they don't ever really stretch it out max quarter mile. So I'm kind of curious as to why anybody would ever think that they could measure like a curvature or even attempt to use something 34 kilometers in distance.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you're doing a quarter mile, you might be getting a few millimeters precision at a quarter mile. At 34 kilometers, you might be getting a few meters.
Is that what it is? Can you publish that for me? Hey, Daza, can you go ahead and get me can you go ahead and, you made a claim just then, so it's a few millimeters in a quarter mile. Can you go ahead and get me the citation for that? I'll give you 5 minutes.
That's just no, I don't have a citation. I'm out walking my dogs. This is just my intuition, right? So
your intuition. So you use the theodolite a lot, and you have an intuition about the theodolite, don't you? No. So maybe we shouldn't probably use figures and numbers in a conversation that we're having, because you couldn't prove it at all.
I'm giving you an honest answer, right?
No, you're not giving me an honest answer. You're just kind of throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. And you know that I'm not going to let you do that, right?
No, I just told you straight off the bat what my feeling is for how this.
This is not about feelings. Yeah. Oh, you want to go to a feeling server? This is not a feeling server.
Based on my not experience with.
I feel that you're full of shit, Daza. I feel that you're full of shit. That's what I feel.
Well, that's fair enough. You that's
okay.
An opinion. Right. That's your feeling, but yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about the precision on the theodolite is just an opinion of yours, and this is not accurate at all. This is just something you pulled out of your asshole and decided to give it to us this week, right? Okay. Well, I don't really need your opinion in here today. I need you to give me some really honest facts, especially from manufacturers of theodolites, and not your opinion on measuring tools. Do you have any of that? Oh, you can't do that.
No.
Right.
No, I can't do that.
So the globe proponents cannot provide any facts today in this server.
Not in that particular instance. I've got other information I can give you, but nothing about theodolites, unfortunately.
Right. Okay. I guess we'll back off of that then.
Cool.
You did say, hi mate, how you doing? You did say though, with a few millimeters over, like a quarter of a kilometer or whatever it was, and over 34 kilometers, we would be talking meters, right? That's huge. Yeah, that's huge. And you know why we're asking this, right?
To see whether the instrument can actually give us a measurement that is valid, I suppose.
Yeah, if it's accurate, or how accurate it can be within the accurate, and what we're going to insert in the accuracy is a globe, if we can. If you have enough variance.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah. So if you know you can measure that height, or the height of the mountain to a couple of meters over 34, the same deal. This is just a numbers plucked out of the air. I don't have any solid basis. Say it's 2 meters in 34 kilometers, which is about right. It's 1,000 times worse than the 200 meter range. That if you measure the height to 2 meters, but you're 15 or 25 meters away from where you expect, then there's something else going on, right? If you know you can do it within plus or minus 2, but you're constantly 15 away for every 34 k's you go, that might indicate to you that there is something else happening other than the precision of your instrument.
Yeah, because as you pointed out, the precision of the instrument is going to decrease as distance increases. That's why they don't use it. Yeah, so this is why practically nobody really uses them for distances of 34 kilometers. We're talking within very low kilometer range increments of kilometers.
If you want to keep your precision to within the millimeter range, absolutely.
Cool.
You cannot do it over 34.
So if somebody came to you with a theodolite of a measurement of this distance, 30 plus kilometers, would you say that this was good evidence using the theodolite well out of its range with a very high
I'd have to have a look at the details of the measurement. So if the measurement was saying that the drop was, say, let's just pick a number, 40 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we could estimate the precision of the theodolite based on its angular resolution and its precision at 200 meters to be 2 meters. I'd say, well, okay, but the theodolite's going to give us an answer within 2 meters, and we've got 40 meters of deviation that we can't account for here. And if we repeat that in other places, then I'd have to say, well, shit, something's going on. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And so I'd either look at the instrument or take a different measurement or come up with some other way
So you're thinking that
trying to
there's
measure
a
that
special
value.
case? Is there a
Kind of.
special case where the amount of kilometers at 30 kilometers could be useful, like in any way? I need you to answer that question because it's kind of like you skirted what Jedi said.
Yeah. So at 30 kilometers, if you want to measure something to within a few meters, it feels like it might be okay. If you want to measure it to within millimeters, no, it's not okay. So that's it. So if you're looking at a point light source, like I think Peter mentioned Polaris or something like that, they're clearly a very long way away, but we can still measure the angle to them very precisely. So it's gets a bit trickier with mountaintops because you get terrestrial refraction starts to play hard. But
Yeah, your robot in it's very windy, dude. I get you.
Sorry.
No, you're right. You're right. I guess the kind of crescendo to the point is because of the amount of accuracy that this field of light is not going to give us over a distance. It's very hard to know when we are going actually to be accurate. How would we know that we were with all these variances? We'd take lots of measurements. We'd take lots of measurements. We'd then, statistically get the average, and still no way of knowing that the average is anywhere near being accurate. It's just a fucking average.
Yeah, that's true. The other way is to have something that does measure with absolute precision. Some way of measuring a position precisely in 3D space against some other reference. And using that.
Yeah. So again, this tool is obviously not good enough. We'll have to use something else.
Yeah, well, you'd have to determine whether it's not good enough or not. But
well, we've already kind of
most people might accept it as being good enough. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess good enough. And good enough so you can get away with fudging the numbers a little bit and declaring Earth curvature, or because of the ambiguity. Yeah, it's good enough for that.
Yeah, but it's not really ambiguous though. Like if you get a tape measure out and measure something, right? You can all you can say is that you measured something to say within a millimeter or whatever the graduation on the tape is. But you know that the actual measurement of what you're measuring is not what you've quoted. You're just making an average of that up too, within the precision of your instrument for that particular distance.
Yeah, that's the tape measure. We're probably going to be cutting carpet or something. We're talking about something really specific, and we're just pointing out the accuracy and the distance. And this isn't the tool really that we should be using, because no matter the instance, we're going to have to look at the data because it's going to be spurious at best. Maybe move.
Any measurement is subject to precision, right, and accuracy.
Of course, yeah, of course, absolutely. There's always a tolerance. Yep. I think
there's also like a need to be accurate as well. Like, how accurate do you need to be when you're shooting a mountaintop to a mountaintop? Like, it's unimportant, isn't it? Like, you say, okay, well, this one's 1,164 meters high. Like, is there a need to say, okay, this is perfectly accurate? There isn't, is there? Because it's unimportant. So you can actually go along. You do these what they say the gradual surveying to get these heights of these mountaintops. Right? You know how they transition from point to point, and then they raise in elevation. That's how they get the heights of these mountains. Like, there's no need to be that accurate. So if you're talking about a building and you're surveying land for a building, there is a need to be accurate. But to get within 10, 20 to 100 meters high accuracy of the mountain is not important. So they base their accuracy on how important the job is too. You don't need to be accurate.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. No. And if you're measuring something that has a supposed radius of 6,000 miles or whatever it is, then you'll need to be accurate over 34 kilometers is, you're looking at that, whatever the distance is.
Yeah, but what I'm pointing out is that when you're using a height of mountaintop to a height of mountaintop, is you don't actually know that is the height that you're looking at. Because there's no need to be accurate in getting those heights. So when you look on and you go, the elevation of this mountain is this high. There's no need to be like within the accuracy of measuring a building site. So you're just getting a kind of, we kind of worked out it was this high. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, you need to know the precision of where you're starting from to have an idea of the precision of the measurement you're making. So, in absolute terms,
exactly.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So when people use these mountaintop to mountaintop shots, it's kind of it's bullshit, really.
Yeah, I don't know much about the precision of those things. I think they're good to, depending on the survey, 10 meters maybe.
Yeah, good to what though?
Yeah,
The guy takes a position, he shoots to another position. You know, how does he know that position is that position, and then goes up and then makes increments of heights? Like, the amount. So you're going to go from sea level to the top of a mountain, and you're going to take it in increments. Every time you move that station, you're going to have an error. So you got an accumulative error of maybe 1,000 different positions, and then you end up with a kind of an average height. Like so, it's not that important to be accurate. So you can't really use those heights and say these are accurate heights because they're not.
I think they go to significant lengths to deal with those kind of systematic errors and cumulative errors, but
you're
even
never going to
on local surveying, right? You close the loop, and if you've done a circuit and come back to where you started over a long distance, and you don't end up at the same elevation, you've cocked something up.
Yeah, well, you close the loop, and then you take what's wrong from the circle, and you divide between the angles that you took, and then you got the smallest error taken from those errors. So you just go back, you just end up getting an average anyway. So an average error.
Assuming that the errors
even it
sort
out.
of equal across all measurements or something like that, and spread it out. But so you need something that can give you absolute precision, right? So like I don't know, differential GPS or something like that, right?
Water. No.
That survey grade GPS can give you like over the 30k distance we were talking about. That can give you millimeter precision.
No.
It can
because it's based on it's based on elevations done from surveying.
No, but the GPS system itself, when you use it in a differential or with RTK,
So you tell me how the GPS gives you an elevation height.
Yeah, so it can give you relative elevations, right? That the elevation height is based on your
relative
position
to what?
The center of the orbits of the GPS satellites, and then
so how does it know
some datum?
How does it know your elevation?
Yeah, it's got to work it out from a datum. But it works out your position in 3D
your
space,
position,
right?
and then it'll work out your position, and it'll work out the recorded height of your position, right?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. So it works out your position in 3D space, works out what the nominal elevation of the ground is under you, and the difference is your elevation above the ground, right?
No, it goes off recorded elevations from your position.
Because it works on an airplane, you dummy. GPS will tell you altitude when you fly.
Yeah.
You never try to use your GPS when flying? You never used your phone GPS when you fly? When your butt is sitting in the seat of an airplane and it's telling you your speed, it's telling you the altitude, how would it know? What's recorded there?
I wasn't talking to you. Hey, go ahead, Dezza. I don't know what he was talking about, so.
Yeah, I'm going to drop it in a minute. But when you get an elevation from GPS, it's done two things.
I think
First
Peter's
of all,
on meth.
So the GPS system has worked out where you are compared to all the other satellites. Then it's plotted your position against its reference. Right? It's worked out your elevation.
Yeah, it works out your elevation based on surveys done in those positions. Yeah, so it'll go, okay, well, he's close to this position, so I'm going to give him an elevation of this height.
Yeah, well, it has the WGS.
Otherwise, it wouldn't know your position.
Yeah, and if you want to get your elevation above the surface, it needs to know the local elevation. from surveys. But the other thing GPS can do
from
is it can
surveys.
accurately
Yeah, that's
measure.
right. Yeah.
Is it can
My
accurately
whole
measure
point
the
was.
difference in positions, right? So if you start off and have a reference point with GPS, and you use one of these survey GPS solutions that then measure all of your references relative to that GPS you've got bolted to the ground, it can measure your position in space over 30 kilometers to a centimeter, say. And
based on surveys. Yeah.
No. Based on the position you start at. So it can, if you bolt the GPS to the ground, use one of these survey solutions, it can tell you where the roaming GPS
Are you guys talking
is.
to somebody in particular, or can I? Because I don't hear them.
Have you got me muted, Demo?
No, I hear you. I can hear you. I'm
Oh,
saying, are you talking to somebody
go
else?
go to
He's got
Daza.
me muted. Yeah, I've got a block now anyway.
Yeah.
But,
Click on Daza and then just see if you've got his volume turned down or something.
yeah. But anyway, I got to drop. Do GPS
Yeah, me too. I'm
day.
going through a black spot.
All right, Daz. To say chicken winter chicken dinner.
See, this is the problem, right? They use these elevations like they are the perfect elevation and the recorded elevation of this height, but they don't know. There's no way to know that. Yeah, the closer you get to sea level, the easier it is. You can't do mountaintop to mountaintop. It's fucking retarded.
You know,
I don't know if you guys want to unmute Peter, but he's I'm gonna, every time I'm in the room, I'm gonna leave him on mute from now on. So.
you know, and with GPS, you know, like how long it takes to traverse a distance from A to B. You know, so if the distance from A, let's say A is the satellite, and B is like a ship, right? You can just calibrate it and say, okay, the elevation is 0, right, of the target, and that's a ship, and it's known.
And
you know how long it takes, right? So you can make out any other elevation, any other object that's elevated. You can measure like the distance, if that's what you're discussing. I'm not sure.
And
that's just my contribution.
And what?
I think you scared him away, Timbo.
He didn't even say anything.
Yeah, right. I wasn't too sure exactly what he was saying. Did feel like it was going somewhere though, so I did appreciate the questioning, and so yeah, that's what I was feeling.
That's my intelligent questioning, yeah. And
yeah, that's good, man. Peter's on a permanent mute when you're about, yeah.
I don't really care, but I don't want to interact with him. He's just like says who said before. He's just a facetious bastard. So
Maybe somebody else will amble by at some point.
you guys can talk to him. I'll go on mute. I don't like him. I think he's an asshole.
It's not that I disagree with you.
Yeah, he's a conversation starter. So
Good news is I only have 5 minutes, so in the worst case.
Oh, great! Make it 2.
So where should we resume? Oh, I have a question for you, Jedi. To kind of maybe let's start with this one topic that we've been discussing for the last few days. So I've heard you say that we can use a sextant to measure an elevation angle to Polaris with some decent degree of accuracy that allows us to do celestial navigation.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how far Polaris is?
No.
Do you think it's farther? No, wait. Like, this is not a tricky question. Do you think it's closer than 34 kilometers?
Do I think Polaris is closer than 34 kilometers?
Yeah.
No.
It's farther out?
I don't know.
Okay.
Are you trying to give me a framework, like a minimum and a maximum?
Yes, because I want to ask you if you know if there's an operations manual for a sextant that says it only works for elevation angle measurements up to a certain distance.
Do you mean this? Do you mean like degrees in the sky? So we can only use it between. No, not degrees in the sky. Okay.
No, because the issue that a lot of you take with my elevation angle measurements to the building over 34 kilometers is that the building is too far away. You're not talking about the precision of the degrees. It's just that the line of sight is 34.
That's incorrect. Right? That's a straw man. Hold on, that's a straw man, Peter.
Okay.
Did you ask anybody about why they're asking about degree of accuracy, or did you just go ahead and decide to straw man us? Which one?
Yes, I did ask.
Okay, so what did they say?
They said that the line of sight is too long. It's 34 kilometers. That's too long.
Yeah, and why?
They didn't specify. They said theodolites are not good over.
You decided to straw man them with your own. What, you're going to divine people's thoughts at this point?
No, they just told me it's too far.
Okay, so you can provide us with the degree of accuracy for that instrument then?
No, I cannot.
No, oh no. So people are asking you about the accuracy of the device. You will not tell them what it is, but you're going to decide to be upset that they're, challenging the accuracy and the distance, but you don't know why.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just asking if the same problem applies to a sextant.
So did you ever bother to ask why?
Yes, why?
Oh, okay. So when we talk about the black swan, a lot of globers bring up refraction. Is refraction an issue in the black swan observation?
It's definitely part of it, yeah.
Would you say that, is it your claim, Peter, globe measurer, that you would have to account for refraction measuring long distances?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how much refraction should we account for on the day that the observations that you took, right? These are your observations?
Yes.
With that theodolite?
Yep.
Okay, how much refraction, I'm going to be generous, every 10 meters, how much refraction did you account for every 10 meters? Between you and the...
I'm going to wait until you finish.
No, I'm just asking. So you can give me the data every 10 meters on how much humidity and air temperature deviation that you had along the distance that you measured. Go ahead and post that for me.
Yes. 1 degree per 1,500 kilometers.
Peter, I want you to post the data, the measurements that you took every 10 meters.
I did not.
Oh, you didn't do that?
Yeah.
Why not? Why didn't you account for refraction in your measurement?
Because I went by the same standard as the black swan observation.
What standard did the black swan use?
None at all. No values for anything.
So you used no value, so you didn't even account for refraction in this observation.
Standard refraction, 1 degree per 15
You said you used the exact same standard that the black swan did, which was none, and now you're saying you did. I'm going to give you a standard of every 10 meters. I want you to account for the amount of refraction that there is in every 10 meters, and temperature differentiation, and humidity. So can you provide that for me?
Per 10 meters, okay, 1,500 kilometers.
No. This is 34 kilometers, you said.
Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
No, I want the data that you took every 10 meters.
150.
Peter, if you're going to ignore my request, I'm just going to mute you. Because your 5 minutes that you said that you have is up, so you don't have the data every 10 meters about how much temperature differentiation and refraction that we can account for between you and an object that is 34 kilometers away. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, great. That's all I needed. Anybody else want to talk to Peter? You can unmute him. But so far, he hasn't accounted for the refraction that he needs for the black swan observation. Sorry, Jedi. Didn't mean to interrupt. Just didn't want to be strawmanned.
No, you're
What does
fine.
he mean by the? What does he mean by the same refraction rate as a black swan?
Well, I asked him about that, and he said none. And so apparently he didn't account for refraction. And then I asked him again, and he said that he did account for refraction. So he doesn't really know what he did. But I'm being generous, and I asked for the amount of refraction that he, accounted for every 10 meters. Since we're using a theodolite, I figured that's reasonable.
You don't have to apologise for interrupting either, mate. Yeah, I knew he was building a straw man, so I'm glad somebody else pointed it out a little bit more vigor than I had.
Well, he does.
I mean, when we talk about the accuracy, and this is what he was trying to compare it to, the accuracy of a sextant. Okay, when you've done all of your measurements and you've measured your angles, you'll be lucky if you're 8 miles away from where you want to be. I mean, it's accurate to a point. It's accurate as you really need it to be. Yeah, it could be more accurate, and it's got more accurate over time with the material that was used, and obviously chronometers and all of this type of stuff. Yes, the measurements have got more accurate, but you're lucky if you're going to end up, exactly where you want to be. The angle is going to be a correctly measured angle. You've applied your dip and refraction corrections and whatnot to try to measure as best you can. There's still an error of accuracy. It's when
that's where he's going with this. Yeah, sorry, man.
No, go on. It's just very quickly. The point is just the area of ambiguity, and this is what refraction does, and tolerance of devices does. It gives you an area of ambiguity. So within that ambiguity, oh, sorry, Timbo.
No, you're right. I was just where he was going with the okay, what's the distance to Polaris, right? So he's saying if we get an accurate reading of the angle of to Polaris, then what's the problem with an angle measurement with the theodolite over that distance of 34 kilometers? That's why he started with, is Polaris further than 34 kilometers?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Gotta make it stop. I'm gonna keep saying that. These people coming in here trying to make it stop.
Yeah, the thing is, when you're pointing about those angles to the stars, right? You don't know that these things are where they are. You're just looking at a light.
Exactly.
So, are you getting that same position from somewhere else on Earth? Like, is that exactly where you see it, or is that you're going to take a different measurement from somewhere else on Earth because it's going to be in a different position relative to where you are?
Yeah, there is always this phenomena. Do your tangential lines, if you've got multiple observers cross at this exact point, we have this problem with the sun, so we know that phenomena happens.
It's never the same, is it? They don't intersect.
No. Do you know when they do intersect, though? When you curve the surface you're standing on. So they say, anyway.
Well, then you got to curve the lines too, don't you?
Oh, probably, yeah. Got to do whatever.
Make them all meet.
Well, yeah, even if they're not, because they're parallel.
Add in a little bit of refraction here. I won't see. There we go. They meet.
It's just the trickery of backwards engineering, especially with things like the Black Swan. It's just a trickery of backwards engineering your observation to fit your model. Because you've got a slider, we'll call that slider refraction, because you can add or subtract or do whatever with refraction, you can make your observation fit your model. Awesome.
Yep. An equation.
I will speak to Peter some more about this dichotomy he's put us in also with this measurement, because he's got two predictions, right? What it would do on a globe and what it would do on the flat Earth. Regarding this flat Earth idea that you've given us and that you're testing as, you know, our position, I want to see the mathematical formula for that, because somewhere in there you would have some kind of perspective calculation, right? Because that's what we're comparing this all to, right? It's some side-on orthographic view of projection of a ball, and somebody standing on it, and tangent lines to things like the curve and things beyond it, and or how something has descended over that curved surface with orthographic tangent lines. Yeah, the math says that, but when he's comparing it to a flat Earth, he's going to need to have perspective in there. Reduction of angular size with distance. I'll get around to it at some point now.
Is there really dead air in here, or am I not connected? Anybody here?
Hello?
Is that somebody saying hello? Yeah, it is quiet in here.
There's people in here.
Yeah, I just see tons of people. Nobody talking. Weird.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's flat Earth. Guess they've given up on bringing us any globe evidence.
It's just screaming into the void. They're doing it. They're doing it somewhere else.
Or they're just doing it in text chat. I haven't looked there yet. Oh, this is what I like to start my chats with this one.
Here, you see my new one? I just made this one.
Somebody skipped me.
It's with Globy. Do you see the Globy? The Globy one? The Globy telling everybody to believe him?
The globe head? Yeah, I see it.
No,
I like
that's
mine
Globy
from Matt.
Pee Wee Herman.
I got mine from Matt Nuclear. What? Yeah, I like mine. But that Pee Wee Herman had a globe that was a puppet.
Yeah, it was like right there next to the fortune teller guy. Yeah, that's where he would get his mail from. Globy would get, Globy, the mailbox, the eye in the sky.
I don't remember that. And I used to watch that Pee Wee Herman. I went to the theater to watch that with my uncle. It was crazy.
Yeah, like if you go look at like Globy animatronics, it's like as scary as looking at the whatever the mouse Chuck E. Cheese, the casino for kids. But that was just the 70s. Like they're like, oh look, like Disney World has Abe Lincoln. We'll have a band at our pizza joint.
Yeah.
What a world. That happened. That shit happened.
Definitely a strange world we live in.
Yeah, the problem is they believe that the globe exists, like, and they don't know what science is.
It does, but the only place that it exists is in their mind. Because they can picture it. That's all they can do is they can see it in their mind, but you can't project that into reality. Because when you start trying to measure water, the water actually lays horizontal when it's at rest. But they just think it doesn't because they've seen that globe in their mind, and the water has to do what it does in their mind. I'll be right back.
We could also draw it on paper if you'd like, but I don't think you want that either, so.
Hey Scott, how's it going? Why don't you prove the globe on my behalf? I gotta drop off.
Neo. Is the Earth flat or nah?